This is a planet billions of light years away from Earth, where countless intelligent spirits live. Meanwhile, in a certain country, the people there are facing a concern of an aging population. Before graduating from university and finding a job, one must register for marriage. If you don't have a partner, it's simple. The country will choose a suitable person for you. But if you want to refuse, you must pay a singles tax of up to 10 billion yuan. This young girl is named Ye Xingguang, 22 years old, just graduated from university. Unfortunately, she has also just become single. She has no choice but to go to the marriage bureau to choose a marriage partner. On the side, the street loudspeaker keeps shouting slogans to encourage marriage. Who are we? Single people. Why are we still single? It's because we're ugly. Ye Xingguang was very angry after hearing this, because she was a campus beauty, yet she fell into this tragic situation, needing the government to match her up to have a marriage partner. It was all because of her ex-boyfriend, who suddenly broke up with her right before graduation. Ye Xingguang silently cursed that it was all because of that jerk. Then she forced herself to enter the marriage bureau. This marriage game is quite a gamble. After submitting the paperwork, the government will take people aside to draw numbers. The computer will randomly generate 10 numbers, each number corresponding to a potential partner, and we must choose one of them. This made Ye Xingguang extremely confused because there were only numbers. No information at all. How was she supposed to choose? The system has now started a 30-second countdown, because if she doesn't actively choose a number within 30 seconds, the system will automatically choose. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Hearing this, Ye Xingguang became even more anxious. Her hands and feet fumbling, she randomly pressed a number on the screen. Very quickly, an announcement sounded. Congratulations, the country has matched you with partner number 131421. The system informed Ye Xingguang to now go to the service counter to receive the personal information of that partner, and didn't forget to wish both of them a happy marriage, with 2 children in a year. The girl, upon hearing this, could only clench her fists, grit her teeth, wishing she could say she wasn't a baby-making machine. But then, Ye Xingguang had to let out a long sigh and accept her fate. She thought she should first get the marriage certificate to take back to school to receive her diploma. She must find a good job. Wait until she earns money. By then, she won't have to worry about paying taxes, divorce, and find a new husband. The administrative staff then gave Ye Xingguang the documents related to her match. Then they said they would quickly bring her match here to complete the procedure with her. They also reminded Ye Xingguang, according to national regulations, within 1 year she must move to live at her partner's house. The marriage bureau staff can visit the couple at any time. Looking at the file with the name Ye Junjing on top, Xingguang felt this name looked somewhat familiar. When she remembered, she panicked, because isn't this the person who made it to the top of Forbes's list of super rich people? It seemed like Ye Xingguang had hit the jackpot, but in fact, she was extremely scared, because Ye Junjing had once declared that whoever dares to touch him, he would make that person dig their own grave first. Ye Xingguang dejectedly asked the staff if she could draw numbers again. The administrative staff coldly told Xingguang not to even think about it. With a scrutinizing look, that staff member said she had seen many beauties like Ye Xingguang who didn't have a partner yet. Why they didn't have a partner? Wasn't it because their standards were too high? Surely it was because Ye Xingguang kept choosing over and over that she ended up single at the marriage bureau, and still wouldn't give up this bad habit. Ye Xingguang, of course, strongly objected. The reason she gave was that the person she drew had the same surname as her. What if within 3 generations there was a relation to Ye Xingguang's family? Then it wouldn't be good for the fetus when having children. The administrative staff smiled confidently, saying this was the compatibility analysis data that had been strictly checked, telling her to trust the country. There couldn't possibly be any mistake. Ye Xingguang still tried to change her match, even saying she could pay a fine. But the administrative staff said it's not as simple as just paying 10 million. It would also affect credit checks and could even result in imprisonment. This would be a lifelong stain on her record. She asked Xingguang if she thought she could handle the consequences. Of course, at this point, all hope was lost. Ye Xingguang could only cry out in despair. In another development, Ye Junjing was also on his way to the marriage bureau. Ye Junjing's assistant was crying, begging him to punish him, because if he hadn't forgotten to pay the single tax, then his name wouldn't have been put into the bureau's marriage lottery. But he said that he had notified the lawyer to come to the marriage bureau to resolve it, and would definitely make Ye Junjing's match find it difficult to back out. Ye Junjing didn't respond. He was hesitating because he was thinking of his brother, who was at a crucial moment in the presidential election. affection. If he refused this marriage now, he feared how many enemies would make a fuss about it. The assistant held up his phone to encourage him, telling Ye Junjing that no one knew about this matter yet. But who would have thought that a second later, the latest news appeared, talking about how the top-ranked person among the top 10 anti-marriage advocates, Ye Junjing, had been moved by someone at the Northern Marriage Bureau and was shaken. Just as the assistant was crying out, wondering why the information had leaked so quickly, their car had already stopped in front of the Marriage Bureau. Ye Junjing was also curious about what kind of girl she was. Then he told his subordinate he wanted all the documents about her. The assistant immediately showed him a photo of Ye Xingguang, saying it was her. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing's expression after seeing the photo was extremely surprised, his eyes almost popping out, feeling unbelievable that it was actually her. Inside the Marriage Bureau, Ye Junjing's lawyer was already working with Ye Xingguang. Lawyer Ji said, although Mr. Ye is currently single, Miss Xiaoranran will soon become his fiancée. He even believed that without introduction, Ye Xingguang would know who Xiaoranran is. She's the world's one and only mermaid, not just a national treasure of this country, but also topping the list of famous beauties that men in the country want to marry the most. Lawyer Ji said if Ye Xingguang voluntarily refused this marriage, all the fines would be paid by Ye Junjing, and she would also be compensated 1 million. Asking her what she thought about it, Ye Xingguang felt displeased. She said this wasn't about money. Lawyer Ji then started to belittle her, saying Xingguang shouldn't think that just because she grew up with some beauty, she could compare herself to Xiaoranran. He criticized Xingguang for being the daughter of fishermen from a remote island. Compared to Miss Xia, he said they were worlds apart. Xingguang was now starting to get upset. Her hand gripped her skirt tightly, her heart in turmoil. She thought to herself, is Xiaoranran really the only mermaid in this world? She still remembered that year because of treating Xiaoranran's chronic leukemia. Ye Xingguang was born, but the Xia family had hidden her existence even when she was 6 years old. They threw her, seriously ill, into the sea, leaving her to fend for herself. They even laughed, saying, luckily, Ye Xingguang provided bone marrow for Ranran before falling ill, cursing her as an ugly mermaid, telling her to hurry up and die. Ye Xingguang, after thinking, raised her voice in rebuttal, saying, what's wrong with being a fisherman's daughter? She was chosen by lottery, not by stealing or robbing anyone. Xingguang laughed, telling Lawyer Ji that the government thought they were a perfect match, giving Mr. Ye to her. If he's not satisfied, he should go find the government himself. The lawyer flashed a cruel smile. He said he knew her father was suffering from mouth infection. He also claimed that his Miss Xia had connections with all hospitals nationwide if she were to speak up. Xingguang's father might not even be able to get dialysis, even if he wanted to. This bastard dared to threaten her father's life. Xingguang angrily stood up. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed someone had arrived. It was Ye Junjing. Ye Xingguang was stunned and asked who he was. Ye Junjing stepped forward and lifted her chin. He coldly stated his name. Not enough. He leaned in closer once more, as if wanting her to remember clearly or to remind her. Ye Xingguang felt his hand pressing on her face. It hurt. She winced and then backed away, shouting at him to let her go. Ye Junjing, however, forcefully pulled her back. He said, Ye Xingguang's ability must be great to be able to affect him. Ye Xingguang painfully denied, saying it was just a misunderstanding. It was all due to the government's arrangement. She wouldn't dream of touching him even in her dreams. Hearing this statement full of disgust, Ye Junjing seemed a bit taken aback. Ye Xingguang then asked him what he wanted. If he wanted her to actively refuse, that wasn't going to happen. She told him if he wanted to sign, he should do it himself. Ye Junjing, however, looked at her with a frightening, challenging gaze, asking if she dared to sign her name. Then he turned and ordered his subordinate to call people from the Civil Affairs Bureau. He looked straight into Ye Xingguang's eyes and said he accepted the arrangement. This statement directly caused both the lawyer and the assistant to panic. The voluntary marriage acceptance form was brought over. Ye Xingguang cautiously asked if he was sure. Ye Junjing loosened his tie, smiled, and asked Xingguang if she didn't dare to sign. Of course, someone as easily provoked as Xingguang was very annoyed. She had nothing to fear about signing. Xingguang took the pen after signing. She held up the form, telling Junjing to look closely. She had signed. Now it was his turn. The red-haired assistant was still worried, reminding Junjing to think carefully, as their elder wanted to become in-laws with the Ha family. So the lawyer also chimed in, saying, moreover, Xiaoranran was the world's one and only mermaid, a national treasure. Ye Junjing heard this and glared at him. He said he had no intention of opening a zoo. This comment made Ye Xingguang laugh inwardly. She didn't expect he would actually sign. The administrative staff was also very pleased, congratulating them on officially becoming a state-sponsored couple under government protection. Then she handed them a pair of partnership certificates, and starting from now, they would have 1 year to live together. The essential points about the partnership certificate were it could be changed to a marriage certificate at any time whenever they wanted. After the woman becomes pregnant, both parties would enjoy equal benefits. The development of any extramarital relationships would be punishable dabur. Both parties continue to live together, accepting visits from the marriage bureau at any time. Yixingguang at this point raised her hand, saying she had a question. If they really weren't compatible, what should they do? The staff explained after a year they could apply for partnership dissolution. When dissolving, they'd still need to pay a 10 million fine, but there would be no other penalties. Hearing the enormous sum, Ye Xingguang still couldn't accept it. A marriage bureau staff member then said to Junjing that he could now take Miss Ye home. The sky looked like a storm was coming. Xingguang stepped out of the car, thanking Junjing for bringing her back to school before it rained. Then she politely asked him to wait a moment. Shortly after she left, the rain started pouring down. Junjing sat in the car receiving a call from his brother. He asked his younger brother if he was sure about accepting the partnership for him. Yi Shiding said he heard the old man's intention was that Ye Junjing's marriage to Xia Ranran would be announced immediately in the daily news program. He also asked his brother, didn't he really like Xia Ranran, and even built a mermaid pool at home for her. Ye Junjing calmly replied that the family alliance relationship was just icing on the cake. Nice to have, but not essential, he said. Ye Shiding's election campaign was more important. Just about to hang up, Ye Shiding asked his brother one more question. So, regarding that, Ye Xingguang, wasn't it love at first sight? Recalling Ye Xingguang's words about not wanting to touch him even in dreams earlier that day, Junjing said, how could he possibly be interested in that kind of woman? The conversation ended. Ye Junjing gazed out the window with sad eyes, watching the rain. The assistant then spoke up, saying he felt this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Because logically speaking, the marriage bureau's matches were always between equals, but from his perspective, Ye Xingguang wasn't worthy of Ye Junjing. Unexpectedly, after hearing this comment, Junjing's eyes flashed with anger. How is she unworthy? The assistant replied that besides being talented and pretty, she had nothing else going for her. More importantly, she had been in a relationship before and was dumped by her boyfriend. Just an ordinary college girl with nothing remarkable about her. Yet, Ye Junjing was being made to accept her. As he was rambling, the assistant stopped talking, hearing the car door open. He anxiously asked Ye Junjing why he was getting out. He coldly adjusted his clothes, answering curtly to accept her. Outside, it was now pouring heavily. Yi Xingguang had just stepped out of the university dorm. She anxiously looked up at the sky. The rain was now beating down hard, splashing up from the ground, making Ye Xingguang step back in fear. Earlier, afraid of keeping Ye Junjing waiting too long, she had only changed her clothes, forgetting to change her shoes. She couldn't touch the water at all, or her legs would turn back into a fishtail. At that moment, Xingguang suddenly heard someone calling her name. She looked up. In front of her was a young man approaching with an umbrella. It was Xi Yunshen. Ye Xingguang wondered why he had come here. When Yunshen, Ye Xingguang's ex-boyfriend, arrived, he immediately started scolding her, asking if she was the one who went on the school forum, calling a girl named Anan a homewrecker. Ye Xingguang heard these words and was completely baffled, not understanding what he was ranting about. He then recalled that the woman named Anan, after breaking up with her boyfriend, had come to him saying she wanted to marry him, which is why he left Ye Xingguang. Now he was telling her that breaking up with her right before graduation was wrong of him. She could scold him however she wanted, but that girl was innocent. This guy even said that the girl named Anan was so pitiful that he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Yi Xingguang asked herself, wasn't she pitiful too? At the same time, she denied that she had done any such thing. Shi Yunshen didn't believe her. He pointed directly at Ye Xingguang's face and questioned her, why she dared to do it but not admit it. He also said that he deeply regretted he must have been blind then to have dated her. Xingguang sadly asked him if when they were together, she had ever done anything wrong to him. Shi Yunshen then said that the reason for breaking up was because Ye Xingguang was too weak, not suitable to be his wife. For instance, whenever it rained like this, she couldn't go out on her own. If he didn't carry her on his back, she would just stay cooped up in her room. Xingguang was extremely angry and upset. She said she wasn't that kind of person. At this point, Shi Yunshen became even more challenging. Now try to step out from under the eaves and come closer, he said. He told her to walk with him around the campus, to convince him that she feared losing him more than she feared getting her shoes wet. Xingguang lowered her head, troubled. This was something she simply couldn't do. Seeing this, Shi Yunshen laughed scornfully, saying that in her heart he meant only this much to her. Then he turned and walked away, telling Ye Xingguang not to bully Annan just because he had deceived her. The rain came pouring down again furiously. Ye Xingguang felt helpless and hurt. Her tears fell, soaking her cheeks. At this moment, Ye Junjing arrived. As he passed by Yunshen, he didn't forget to throw him a cold glare. Yunshen then stopped. He secretly glanced at Ye Junjing. He didn't understand why he felt like he was being stared at. He thought this person looked like trouble at first sight. It would be better to leave quickly. Under that heavy and cold rain, Ye Junjing appeared like a remaining ray of sunlight, pulling Ye Xingguang out of the darkness. He stood in front of her and told her to stop crying. Ye Xingguang looked up, extremely surprised, to the point she couldn't utter a word. Until he took her hand, Xingguang panicked and asked what he was doing. While she was struggling to break free, Ye Junjing spoke up. Didn't your ex-boyfriend say you were weak, that you need someone to carry you when it rains? With that, Ye Junjing bent down and carried her on his back. He coldly told her to sit still and dry her tears, because every tear she shed now was evidence, proving she had lied in this marriage. Be careful or he'd sue her and send her to jail. Around her, hearing this, she struggled, demanding him to put her down. She said she didn't need him to carry her. When he asked if she was sure, Xingguang still replied. Of course, in her mind, she also anticipated that surely Ye Junjing would let go and put her down. But unexpectedly, he held her even tighter. He said that the state wants him to carry this. Even if she wanted to refuse, she couldn't. Ye Junjing didn't forget to remind the girl on his back, "Don't move, or you'll get wet from the rain." His actions up until now made her extremely confused. She asked herself, could it be that he actually cares about me, secretly looking at him? Ye Xingguang felt that from this angle, he was quite handsome. Just his personality was a bit annoying. Then she hesitated, telling Ye Junjing that she wanted to ask a question. She asked him before, didn't he want her to actively refuse the arranged marriage? Why did he change his mind? Ye Junjing replied that it's because his brother is participating in the presidential election. They can't let opponents find any weaknesses. Ye Xingguang, hearing the reason, blurted out and, "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Ye Junjing smirked and asked her, did she think he fell in love with her at first sight? At this moment, Ye Xingguang felt like taking back her earlier compliment. She vaguely asked him about their future. Ye Junjing didn't let her finish her sentence. He quickly assured her not to worry. He said after a year, he'd apply to dissolve the marriage. She wouldn't face any penalties. He didn't forget to coldly add that he'd pay the fine then, and she could get lost. These words left Ye Xingguang so stunned she fell silent. Actually, she was very excited inside, because after a year, Ye Junjing would actively dissolve the agreement, and she wouldn't need to pay a fine. At the same time, she felt she shouldn't appear too excited, fearing he might go back on his word. Then she spoke up firmly, assuring Ye Junjing that when the time comes, she'd leave immediately, absolutely not bothering him with anything. Ye Junjing didn't respond. He clearly saw her joy after hearing she could leave him in a year. He felt she really hadn't changed. Even if they started over, she still just wanted to get away from him quickly. Ye Xingguang was still in high spirits at this moment, saying if he needed her to do anything, just speak up. Ye Junjing coldly replied, telling her to stay far away from him, the further the better. Don't affect his life again. The private helicopter took off. A new headline appeared in the top 10 news. Those who believe in not getting married have lost their position. The mysterious Central Island welcomes another strange girl. This was the central island of the country. As soon as Ye Xingguang and Ye Junjing entered, there were countless servants standing, bowing to welcome them solemnly. Ye Xingguang was shocked. She didn't expect the mystery on the central island to actually be the Ye family's estate. But this was the center of power in country, and this scene was too extravagant. As soon as Ye Junjing arrived home, he coldly told Ye Xingguang that she would live here from now on, then quickly walked away, saying he had business. Ye Xingguang panicked, asking Junjing to stay and introduce a bit more, but he had already walked away. At this moment, the estate's butler came from behind, voluntarily saying that he would like to introduce himself to her. The butler said that Ye Xingguang is now the spouse of the Jing family. Theoretically, she could move freely around this estate, except for the human fish pool, he said. It was personally designed by Junjing for Miss Xiaying Ran, and told her it's none of her business. Best not to touch it casually. Xingguang had to reluctantly agree. Moreover, the Ye family estate is strictly guarded, with people on duty 24 hours. The butler said she could call for help anytime if needed. Then he excused himself and left. Looking at the unfamiliar and overwhelming scenery, Ye Xingguang asked herself, is this what they mean by entering a noble family is like entering the deep sea? Very quickly, half a month passed. Xingguang stumbled home that night. Her mood wasn't good. Another day, she couldn't find a job. She tiredly threw herself on the large bed. She didn't understand why. She clearly scored high in the TV station's written interview, yet the result was still snatched by someone else. And the list of successful candidates was that Liu Anan person. Ye Xingguang, after learning the results today, had angrily questioned that company. Why Liu Anan's scores weren't as high as hers? On what basis did they choose her, and not Xingguang? The TV station side only said they didn't want to explain anything further. Now lying on the bed, Ye Xingguang could only silently curse that damned Liu Anan, who only knew how to rely on her damn connections. She wondered if she should also find a connection to get in there, but she didn't know where to find such connections. Looking at the phone beside her, Ye Xingguang remembered someone. She picked up the phone very excitedly, not expecting that she finally had her own solution. She wanted to ask Han Chengbei for help, who was the big brother of the media industry. She had sold him the regret medicine. He had said his fate had changed a lot in the future. If she needed help, even if he had to step into boiling water, he would willingly help her. So Ye Xingguang texted him, asking Han Chengbei to write a letter to her TV station, recommending her for the job. After Ye Xingguang sent the message, she put down the phone, having done what she could. Next, she could only wait for news. She didn't want to think anymore. Tired from the whole day, she just wanted to take a bath. So she went out for half an hour. After Ye Xingguang finished bathing, she indeed felt much more comfortable. However, she felt very itchy. Looking down at her feet, she found they had developed a rash. She knew that during the half-month since coming here, she had been constantly suppressing her fishtail. So she needed to quickly find a place with lots of water to swim to feel comfortable. Otherwise, this rash would get worse day by day. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the mermaid pool. As she recalled the butler's words, remembered the words of her parents in the Xia family, cursing her as an ugly mermaid who should die soon, and then Ranran, who had taken her bone marrow. Ye Xingguang felt very hesitant. She felt that she shouldn't touch Ranran's things. She lay on the bed, forcing herself to be patient, but finally her feet were too itchy to bear. She didn't care anymore and got up. Ye Xingguang, in the middle of the night, walked to the mermaid pool. Her first impression was still amazement at its magnificence. She furtively looked around to see if anyone was there, then reached out to turn on the light. The whole space was bathed in a soft blue light, and the space was quiet at this moment. Ye Xingguang then noticed that on the roof was a glass mermaid statue, extremely beautiful. She realized that Ye Jingjing indeed put in so much effort for Xia Ranran and spent so much thought on her. It seems he really likes her. After feeling safe, Zheng jumped into the water at once, her beautiful fishtail appearing. Immersed in the clear water, Ye Xingguang at this moment finally felt like her true self, no longer having to endure the discomfort of suppressing her fishtail. She comfortably floated on the water surface and gazed at the beautiful mermaid at the top of the pool. She still firmly believed that Ye Junjing must really like Xia Ranran a lot to put in so much effort. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of a door opening outside and the sound of someone talking on the phone. Ye Xingguang discovered someone was there. She immediately dived into the water to hide, but it was too late because that person had already seen her fishtail, their face clearly showing surprise. This was Tang Niu, the adopted daughter of the Ye family who always considered herself a boy. Seeing the mermaid, she exclaimed in amazement. Then she immediately told the person named Qi Shu on the phone that she had just seen a mermaid more beautiful than Xia Ranran, and she was in love. She was lost. Qi Shu exasperatedly told Tang Niu to snap out of it, reminding Tang Niu that she's a girl. Unexpectedly, Ye Jingjing also appeared at this moment, questioning what the hell Tang Niu was doing here. Tang Niu turned around and saw it was Ye Jingjing. She was extremely flustered. She had to scratch her head, explaining that she just had a bit to drink and came here for a walk. Junjing coldly told her to go back to sleep, but Tang Niu then pointed towards the pool, the mermaid in front of her, and said with amazement that she just saw a mermaid in the pool, even more beautiful than Xia Ranran. Ye Junjing said she had drunk too much, but Tang Niu insisted that she was still sober and handsome. She enthusiastically invited Ye Junjing to search with her, guaranteeing they would see it. Junjing stepped closer to the pool, asking her what if they didn't see anything. Tang Niu still stubbornly insisted. She saw it with her own eyes. Ye Junjing sat by the pool, looking down at the crystal clear water to the bottom. He smiled slightly, then told Tang Yu to look for herself. Where the mermaid was, Tang Yu vaguely wondered. Could it have been an illusion earlier? Seeing Tang Yu still determined to stay here, to find the mermaid, Junjing urged her to sober up and go home quickly. Behind that wall, the mermaid had come ashore and was hiding there, in the appearance of a normal Ye Xingguang. Ye Junjing had to be stern now, telling Tang Yu to stop causing trouble. Finally, Tang Yu had to accept and return. At this moment, only Ye Junjing saw at the back door a figure hurriedly leaving, silently returning the pool to its tranquility. Ye Xingguang stepped out and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling it was really dangerous. Fortunately, her legs were no longer itchy. She had to quickly return to sleep. The next morning, while Xingguang was still sleeping soundly, there was a loud banging on the door outside. She tiredly got up to open the door, wondering who was knocking so early. Standing in front of her was Ye Junjing, wearing only a thin bathrobe. Ye Xingguang opened her eyes wide, not expecting such excitement so early in the morning. Ye Junjing just brushed past her, coldly, making Ye Xingguang flustered. She asked why he came into her room so early in the morning. Ye Junjing stood in front of the wardrobe, asking Xingguang if this was her room. Then he started changing clothes in front of her, making Xingguang panic. Xingguang covered her face and asked if he was sick, coming to a girl's room to undress. But looking up at the ceiling, Xingguang was stunned, because it looked exactly like the mermaid pool. This wasn't her room. Ye Junjing finished dressing and told her this was his room, and asked if Xingguang had looked enough. Xingguang panicked at this moment, wishing the ground would open up and swallow her. She realized she had slept in the wrong room. Back in her own room, she buried her face in the pillow, feeling extremely embarrassed, but seemed to smell a special fragrance. On the pillow, Xingguang imagined the scene of Ye Junjing sleeping here last night. Ye Xingguang panicked, scolding herself for thinking about him. At 10 a.m., after changing clothes, she decided to leave the room, thinking surely Ye Junjing had gone to work by now. She was starving and wanted to get to the dining room quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached the dining room, the first thing she heard was still Tang Yu's voice, loudly insisting to Ye Junjing that last night she had seen a mermaid. Tang Yu even said that this morning she deliberately went around the mermaid pool to search and had discovered a fish scale. Ye Xingguang now felt extremely worried. No wonder her legs were slightly red last night. Her fish scales had really fallen off. She felt she had to hide this matter carefully, not letting anyone discover it was hers. Gathering all her courage, Xingguang pushed the door open, putting on a genuinely innocent smile. As if unaware of anything, she greeted everyone. Unexpectedly, she was met with a prolonged silence. Xingguang had no choice but to sit down opposite Ye Junjing and asked if he wasn't going to work today. Tang Yu then turned, saying to the boy next to her, "So this is Brother Jing's arranged match. She looks okay," but she still felt that Xingguang wasn't worthy of Brother Jing. Xingguang heard this and got annoyed, surprised they would gossip so loudly. Qishu is the adopted son of the Ye family, a very enthusiastic person who now pulled out the chair next to Ye Junjing, inviting Xingguang to quickly sit there because people from the marriage bureau would be visiting right now. Xingguang obediently went to sit down, not forgetting to express surprise at the information. She had just heard Qishu told her that the internet was buzzing about their relationship, saying she couldn't hinder Brother Jing. Ye Xingguang also knew that the result of this home visit would likely affect Yi's support percentage, so she had to perform really well. But remembering what Ye Junjing had said, that she should stay away from him yesterday, Xingguang felt unsure of what to do. She only dared to think but not say aloud who exactly was hindering whom. Half an hour later, people from the marriage bureau really arrived. They sat opposite Ye Junjing and Ye Xingguang. Xingguang could only smile awkwardly. Beside her, Junjing's face was cold as money. The person from the marriage bureau told them not to be nervous, saying they were just here to investigate a bit about their daily life after living together. Xingguang felt that she couldn't rely on the cold-faced person sitting next to her, but had to take matters into her own hands and come up with a solution herself. Finally, she had an idea. Then Xingguang used all her acting skills to feed a piece of cake to Junjing, saying, "Darling, open your mouth." Seeing Junjing look at her with an expressionless face, Xingguang still had to force out a smile and gently urged him, "Open your mouth." As for Junjing, seeing her pitiful, pleading expression, he gently caught her wrist and opened his mouth to eat. The marriage bureau staff then commented, "It seems their married life is quite good." Then the female staff member said, "Next, she would ask some questions about their daily life, just answer truthfully." Ye Xingguang nodded in agreement. The first question was directed at her, asking if she had gotten used to living here these days. Ye Xingguang started acting again, saying She's very used to living here these days. The food is delicious, life is enjoyable, and Ye Junjing takes extremely good care of her. Then she glanced at Junjing again, silently begging this big brother to please react a little for her. Moving to a harder question, the lady asked her, "Recently, have they contributed to population growth?" Xinguang clung to Junjing's hand and intimately said, "Of course we have," adding that she slept in his room last night. The lady then demanded Xinguang provide evidence. Xinguang didn't know what to say, so she turned to Ye Junjing for help, asking him, "Can we tell them about this kind of thing?" Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing told her to go ahead. The marriage bureau staff kept pressing her, saying they're just following procedure, so they need to ask clearly, not intentionally prying into private matters. They added it's the marriage bureau's regulation asking the couple to kindly provide some evidence so they can report back properly. This cruel Junjing just wanted to see how Xinguang would answer. Xinguang went all out and said yes. Excitedly, she put her foot on the table, saying, "It's just evidence, right?" She asked if the hickey on her ankle counts. This information indeed made those present look at Yunjing in a different light, wondering what strange preference this was. Even Ye Junjing himself had to ask indignantly, asking Xinguang, was he really the one who left the hickey? Xinguang didn't care. She kept insisting to the marriage bureau that he had indeed left that hickey on her body yesterday. The marriage bureau then turned to Ye Junjing, saying, to prove what Ye Xinguang said was true, he just needed to answer them one question. The female officer pushed up her glasses, asked Junjing to describe the old scar on Xinguang's back. Unexpectedly, Junjing calmly replied, "It's 3 inches to the left of the spine," while Xinguang was still stunned, wondering how he knew that. Junjing suddenly pulled her close. He embraced her, confidently asking if they had any more questions. Of course, by now, the marriage bureau was very satisfied and took their leave. After they left, Xinguang also wanted to slip away quickly, but Junjing caught her, demanding this has. She explained about the red mark on her ankle. Xinguang nervously backed away. She said she had no choice, not knowing where else to get evidence from. Moreover, Xinguang then questioned Dongzhou and Qishu why they didn't help her at that moment. Junjing, from behind, exasperatedly said, Xinguang could have just said there was no evidence. Hearing this, Xinguang was surprised. Turning back, Shu smiled and explained, although regulations require providing evidence, but if there really isn't any, they couldn't do anything about it. At most, she would just give a verbal warning. Xinguang, now frustrated, blamed Junjing for not telling her earlier. Junjing coldly replied, "Who told you to speak so quickly?" Xinguang suddenly remembered something. She questioned Junjing, how he knew about her old scar, 3 inches to the left of her spine. Junjing paused briefly, then casually answered, he had investigated before. Xinguang could only reproach him, saying that was an invasion of her privacy. Then she turned away, sighing, looking at her phone, muttering that only work is reliable, but the problem is Han Chengbei still hasn't replied to her message. Qishu enthusiastically chimed in, asking little Xinguang what kind of job she wanted. He would help. Xinguang's wish was to find a company with high salary and good benefits. Behind her, Junjing just snorted, saying, "You've just graduated and already have these demands." Xinguang was hit right where it hurt. She immediately retorted. She almost got into Aunt's TV station already. Still upset, she recounted how well she did in the interview, but lost to someone with connections in the end. Qishu then thought to himself, this girl probably doesn't know. She belongs to you. While she was talking non-stop, a cold wind blew behind Qishu. It was Junjing calling his name, telling him they should leave now. The two men stepped out. Then Junjing told Qishu to quickly investigate the company she's applying to and arrange everything well. Qishu assured Junjing that Xinguang would quickly be hired. Junjing had one more request, not to tell her that he had arranged it. When asked why, Junjing just said it's because he doesn't want Xinguang to like him. Early the next morning, Xinguang smoothly started work at the TV station. New beginning, new company. She encouraged herself to work hard. As soon as she entered, she politely bowed and introduced herself to everyone. The seniors welcomed her warmly. Xinguang, holding documents, looked around, searching for her seat. After a while, she finally found it. However, her ex's new boyfriend, Liu Aiyan, was sitting right next to her, waving his hand to greet Xinguang. And of course, this encounter didn't make either of the two girls happy. Both their faces stiffened, and they had the same question in mind. Why did it have to be her? Finally, the unwilling pair, despite their displeasure, had to sit down next to each other as good-natured colleagues. Liu Aiyan began to probe, asking if it was true that when she and Yun Shen received their diplomas, Xinguang went to register for marriage instead. She called Xinguang pitiful for not witnessing Yun Shen putting the ring on her finger, seeing herself speak without anyone listening. Liu Yan got annoyed and shouted, asking Xinguang if she was listening to her. Xinguang indifferently apologized, saying she needed to treat her wound. First, Xinguang peeled a band-aid and put it on her heel, where the fish scale from before had come off. At this moment, in the company, someone suddenly shouted that, on Weibo, someone said, the girl who just married Ye Junjing was suffering from domestic violence. Online was a photo of Xinguang's heel. This photo was taken and quickly deleted by the marriage registry. Therefore, many people were speculating that the girl was a victim of domestic violence. Unexpectedly, these rumors quickly led the online community. Xinguang read it and felt extremely anxious. She was confused about what to do in this situation. So, Xinguang had to quickly put her foot down. This action didn't escape the sharp eyes of Liu Yan. The editor-in-chief looked at the information on Weibo, unacceptable, just based on one photo, to conclude that Ye Junjing had committed violence. Although their company had to report quickly, they couldn't post such inaccurate articles, like instant noodles, just to get views. But the problem was, the identity of that girl was kept very secret. No media outlet could interview her to clarify the situation. Moreover, according to the marriage registry's regulations, the TV station had no right to investigate their internal information. Could it be they had to search for people based on the heel wound, one by one? Hearing about the heel wound, Liu Yan sensed something suspicious. At the same time, Guang was trying to secretly hide her foot. She was afraid that Ye Junjing, being so strict, certainly wouldn't want others to know that she had a wound on her body. Otherwise, her life afterwards might never know peace. Xinguang knew well, domestic violence not only simply affects one's life, but also reputation and face. She feared Ye Junjing might silence her. Xinguang sensed the situation was unfavorable and decided to leave before everyone discovered Liu Yan. That green tea bitch wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. From her grasp, she feigned surprise and exclaimed, asking why Xinguang's heel was injured. She even said that heel injuries weren't very common, and also mentioned she remembered the day Xinguang went to register coincided with Ye Junjing's registration day. Liu Yan directly expressed her thoughts, suspecting Xinguang was the girl suffering from domestic violence. The people at the company, who had been wanting to find that girl for an interview to clarify the matter, now found such a suspect right here. They came down to ask Xinguang if what Liu Yan said was true and demanded to see the wound on her heel. Xinguang, cornered, stammered, not knowing what to say. At this moment, a phone ring sounded. She grabbed it like a lifeline and quickly ran off, saying she had to answer the phone first. Liu Yan was now more smug than ever. The evidence was clear as day. She just wanted to see how Xinguang would lie. Looking at the phone screen, knowing it was her assistant, Xinguang hesitated, thinking it might be Ye Junjing, asking him to come solve the trouble. As soon as she answered the call, the assistant eagerly informed Xinguang that he had registered a Weibo account for her, even a VIP membership, and told her to quickly clarify everything there. The assistant wanted Xinguang to personally use that Weibo account to clarify. If not clarified in time, it would not only affect Ye Junjing's image, but also impact the presidential election campaign. The assistant also said Xinguang should, from now on, frequently mention Ye Junjing on her wall. After hearing this, Xinguang was only confused about one thing, whether what the assistant just said had been approved by Ye Junjing. She knew writing a clarification post was definitely necessary, but she also wondered if obediently following orders like this might be a bit disadvantageous. Meanwhile, outside, Liu Yan had hypocritically told everyone that Xinguang must be too scared, so she volunteered to go and persuade Xinguang to show her their good intentions. After hearing Liu Yan's words, Xinguang knew what to do. After posting an article, Xinguang told herself she would deal with that little green tea bitch later, as she brought this on herself. Having made up her mind, Xinguang immediately took action, making a loud noise to attract attention, then ran out with tears streaming down her face, claiming to be that abused girl. This move left the whole company wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Xinguang, still sobbing, said she shouldn't have revealed her wound, but she really couldn't bear it anymore. She even said that earlier, Junjing had called to scold her for ruining his reputation. This pitiful and wrong demeanor made everyone confused. They gathered around to inquire, all half-believing, half-doubting. Liu Yan also approached, feigning sympathy to console Xinguang to stop crying, but she was very smug inside, seeing Xinguang married into a wealthy family, but ended up with an abusive husband, hot-tempered and skilled in martial arts. In the end, it was just an empty title. While she was feeling triumphant, someone held up their phone, saying that the girl named Little Mermaid had just posted to clarify everything. Liu Yan cried out in disbelief that the account named Little Mermaid mermaid, confirmed the wound was a love bite, and criticized the media for distorting the truth with clickbait headlines. Liu Ayan still couldn't believe the truth before her eyes. She turned her head to look at Xinguang, still remembering clearly Xinguang's sobbing from earlier. She had just processed it, asking if that was really Little Mermaid. Then who was Xinguang? Xinguang was just waiting for this and laughed in her face, saying of course she wasn't Little Mermaid. Xinguang now started to lecture Liu Ayan on how to work, telling her next time to verify the right person before speaking. She also reminded the director that their media company cannot, for the sake of momentary clickbait headlines, forget their initial mission to protect the truth. The director naturally found Xinguang's words reasonable, so he turned to remind Liu Ayan to be more careful. In her work conduct, Xinguang smiled mischievously, imitating Liu Ayan's green tea girl tone, and told the director that Liu was just thinking for the company's benefit. Being too clever backfires, and she generously added that she wouldn't blame Liu Ayan anymore. Liu Ayan had to grit her teeth and apologize, admitting she hadn't thought things through carefully, while Xinguang, on the contrary, was extremely pleased for having resolved this matter smoothly. Xinguang's phone then rang with a notification sound. Xinguang's expression after looking at her phone was one of utter amazement, because Ye Shiding had shared her post with the comment, "Neighborhood police, sister-in-law, don't be angry." Seeing Yanjing's brother, a presidential candidate, and the person in charge of her fandom community share this post was an unexpected happiness for Xinguang. Meanwhile, the assistant saw Ye Shiding share the post on Weibo and felt that things were really messed up now. He was still acting secretly because everything still hadn't received Ye Junjing's permission. When Junjing suddenly approached, asking the assistant what he was doing, he jumped in surprise, feeling guilty. Ye Junjing quickly took the phone from the assistant's hand. He read every word of Little Mermaid's post, including her assertion that he was too fond of her delicate, jade-like feet. Junjing didn't show any reaction. He just kept reading that part attentively. Then suddenly, a stream of thoughts flooded his mind. It was Xinguang who had declared that even if all men in the world died, she still wouldn't like him. Junjing remembered and asked himself why she said she didn't like him before, but now was provoking him like this. From the assistant's current perspective, Junjing was emanating a murderous aura. The assistant had to cautiously admit his mistake and explain that he was just afraid the scandal would affect the votes. So he registered the Weibo account himself. He didn't expect Ye Junjing, because of his past memories, would push the phone into the assistant's hand. He coldly told him to inform the manager that, from now on, he didn't want to see Ye Xinguang anymore. In fact, he just didn't want his own heart to be toyed with by her at will. The next evening after work, as soon as Xinguang returned, she heard she was being transferred immediately and became extremely angry. The manager explained that she would just no longer live in the main house. Xinguang refused to accept this. She knew it was Ye Junjing's decision. She demanded to see him, but the manager told her that her words online today had angered Ye Junjing. He also advised her to obediently comply, or she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Xinguang had no choice but to comply. After packing her things, she pulled her suitcase and left. Ye Junjing had just arrived home at that moment. Xinguang angrily confronted him, stating clearly, the engagement contract specified her right to stay here for a year, saying he had no right to evict her, but he coldly brushed past her, ignoring everything she said. Just as he entered the hall, Junjing fell to his knees, clutching his heart in pain, thinking to himself, indeed, he had anticipated everything for today. As for Xinguang now, she had settled in another Ye family villa, still feeling resentful, cursing Ye Junjing for being as unpredictable as the weather. Bidding farewell to the unjust reality of life, Xinguang decided to find joy on Weibo. Reading the admiring comments from netizens, Xinguang felt that people indeed believed what they read. The more intimate her posts seemed, the more it could prove her relationship with Ye Junjing. But thinking of his irritated attitude, Xinguang suddenly wondered, could it be that he thought her posting these things on Weibo would affect his future? With Ha Ranran, Xinguang felt uneasy. She had to go explain things clearly, to avoid that narrow-minded guy's revenge. She thought it, she did it. Xinguang snuck to the main house in the middle of the night, but when she peeked into Ye Junjing's room, she couldn't see him anywhere. Then, she heard noises from another room. Xinguang carefully approached. She pushed the door open and indeed saw Ye Junjing there, but he didn't look very comfortable. Xinguang worried. She rushed over to ask if he was all right. Unexpectedly, Junjing pushed her away firmly, not letting her touch him. He spoke each word through his agonizing pain, asking who let her in here. At this moment, Xinguang only cared about Junjing's condition, asking why he looked so pale. Junjing kept telling her to leave, saying he didn't want to see Xinguang. Xinguang disagreed. She argued that she had the right to care for her partner, but before she could finish, her sentence was cut short. Junjing grabbed the glass of water nearby and threw it past her shoulder, as if to warn her, pushing his rejection to the extreme. The glass shattered completely. He shouted angrily, repeating his demand, "I told you to get out." Xinguang turned around, saying she only wanted to help him. If he wasn't grateful, fine, but throwing a glass at her was going too far. Junjing closed his eyes tightly. As if trying to regain composure, he emphasized each word through gritted teeth, not being polite at all. "I'll say it again. Get out." Xinguang finally had to leave. Junjing watched her retreating figure. He clutched his head in pain again. He wanted her to stay as far away from him as possible. That was the reason why he was so determined to drive her away. He thought perhaps he had lost her again. Unexpectedly, a warm glass of water was held out in front of him. Ye Junjing looked up sheepishly, surprised to see the stubborn Ye Xinguang standing there. She said it wouldn't be so easy to drive her away. If he's uncomfortable, he shouldn't act tough. Junjing seemed unable to keep up his facade any longer. He was affected by the concern of the girl in front of him. Taking the glass, Junjing said 2 words, "Thank you." But before he could drink, the pain struck again. He clutched his heart in agony, his throat emitting a pure sound of pain. Xinguang knew he was really unwell. She asked if he needed a doctor, but before she could react, Junjing suddenly dragged Xinguang away. He threw her out and slammed the door, locking himself in. No matter how Xinguang banged on the door, he didn't respond. Junjing leaned against that door, forcing himself to control his actions, enduring the small mermaid tail pains alone. He couldn't hurt her again. Xinguang didn't give up. She ran to the main house, panicked, telling the butler about Ye Junjing's unstable condition, asking him to go check quickly. But the butler's attitude seemed indifferent. Xinguang then explained specifically that Junjing was shaking uncontrollably and his complexion looked very bad. Surprisingly, the butler said Junjing had drunk too much alcohol. That's why he was like that, and he just needed to sleep it off. Telling her not to worry, Xinguang thought to herself, he must think she's blind. She knew very well he was lying. She also knew Ye Junjing's illness had reached such a state that it certainly wasn't pretend. She couldn't help but worry. Xinguang ran closer to the butler, saying if he didn't believe her, he could send someone with her to check. Xinguang asked a group of servants to follow her. They fearfully refused. She asked another group. They absolutely refused to follow. The butler also kept using only threats, saying Ye Junjing's old illness had relapsed, and warned that if anyone meddled, Junjing would immediately deal with that person. He warned Xinguang not to act recklessly, or else no one would be able to help her. She didn't care, just asked one last time if they wouldn't help take Ye Junjing to the hospital. Seeing the answer was an uncomfortable silence, Xinguang angrily clenched her fists, deciding to handle it herself. Xinguang ran at full speed to Junjing's room. In her heart, she hoped he would definitely try to endure. The door opened. Xinguang saw him sitting with his face down on the chair. There were also bright chains. She turned, bewildered, wondering if he was cosplaying. Xinguang stepped closer, about to call him to wake up. But then, she thought she should find the key first. She went to rummage through the bookcase, opening a box that she found suspicious at the back. Junjing had drowsily opened his eyes. He looked towards Ye Xinguang, feeling extremely surprised. He thought his illness must be severe. He was even having hallucinations. Xinguang found the key and was very happy. Seeing Junjing awake, she spoke in astonishment. Hearing that voice, he knew he wasn't hallucinating. Xinguang came closer and asked him if this was the key to unlock the chains. Junjing said it wasn't. Hearing this, Xinguang was even more certain it was. Seeing her being so stubborn, Junjing got angry, saying he advised her not to touch him, or else the consequences would be unbearable. Xinguang remained nonchalant. Then she said she was kind-hearted. She couldn't watch someone die before her eyes without helping. So, despite the warnings, shouts and protests from Ye Junjing, Xinguang was determined to unlock the chains. When the chains were unlocked, Ye Junjing collapsed, clutching his heart as if in suffocating pain. Xinguang reached out to touch him, but he yelled to stop her. She lowered her voice and asked what was wrong. Before she could finish, Ye Junjing pinned her to the floor. His hands pressed tightly on her wrists. His mouth opened, sharp fangs close to Xinguang's neck. Xinguang, now panicked, struggled and demanded he let go. Junjing lowered his voice, saying he felt very uncomfortable. Xinguang didn't know what to do, just wide-eyed staring at him. Yi Junjing's eyes glowed red, his teeth grew longer, his breathing quickened as he again tried to bite her neck. But just a moment later, he stopped himself in time. He gradually forced himself up. Xinguang, still confused, called his name, but Junjing told her not to say anything, gently asking her to help him. Xinguang frowned as she felt his weight pressing on her. She couldn't bear it anymore and tried to get up, hesitantly asking Ye Junjing if he could stand up first. Ye Junjing seemed at this moment unable to pay attention to what she said. He was only affected by the hot blood flowing in the veins under Xinguang's neck, attracting Ye Junjing. He wanted it. He tightened his grip, hugging Xinguang closely. At this moment, Ye Junjing's mind was filled only with the craving for fresh blood. Xinguang writhed in panic. Finally, she shouted, "Ye Junjing, you're hurting me." This shout made the desire in Ye Junjing's pupils disappear. He was like someone who just woke from a dream, hurriedly apologizing to Xinguang and promising not to harm her. Xinguang raised her small hand to touch his face, only able to sigh. In the end, she couldn't bear to see him so uncomfortable. With her gentleness, Xinguang embraced the man before her, soothing him to sleep quickly. Ye Junjing closed his eyes. His mood had improved. Only in his heart, he still couldn't believe that the girl would voluntarily embrace him like this. It was truly good. Early the next morning, the early dawn light shone into the large room. Xinguang opened her eyes. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep on the floor. The scene before her eyes made the young girl's heart flutter. Ye Junjing was still sleeping peacefully, his arms still wrapped around her. Looking at the morning sunlight shining on his brown hair and angular face, Xinguang was surprised at how gentle he looked while in deep sleep. This was a rare sight. Of course, Xinguang had to seize this moment. She couldn't miss it. She stretched out, deciding to take a quick photo. Looking at the rare photo in her hand, Xinguang was more excited than ever. This was precious material for her to post on her Mermaid Girl account, to show off to everyone. Immediately, the comment section of the post became very lively. Everyone was envious of Mermaid Girl, and felt that after getting married, Ye Junjing had indeed become much gentler. Xinguang took this as her joyful revenge, muttering that Ye Junjing deserved it for daring to chase her away yesterday, and even trying to bite her. Who would have thought that Junjing had just woken up and heard Xinguang say he bit her? He immediately asked in a stern voice. Little Xinguang was startled and guilty, quickly hiding her phone behind her back, while denying that she was just talking nonsense. Ye Junjing sighed in relief upon hearing this, feeling truly lucky. But he had been so worried that he got angry and lectured Xinguang, telling her that in the future she must absolutely not joke about this matter. At this moment, the assistant also pushed the door open. Seeing the two of them together, he was quite surprised. Xinguang, seeing the assistant, eagerly told him that Ye Junjing had been sick last night. Hearing this, the assistant also panicked and rushed to inquire about the master's condition. Ye Junjing coldly replied that he was fine and reminded the assistant to be quiet. The assistant then leaned in to whisper to Junjing, asking why Xinguang knew about his illness. Wasn't anyone supposed to tell her not to get close to him? Meanwhile, Xinguang had already seized the opportunity while no one was paying attention and tried to sneak away. But after a few steps, her little plan was discovered, and Xinguang was caught. Junjing sternly asked her to quickly tell him who Wei Chud let her come to the main house yesterday. Xinguang, faced with this situation, could only cry out in defense, saying she came of her own accord. Wasn't that allowed? She said you were sick last night, yet no one cared. Was it wrong for her to help you? Xinguang couldn't hold back and scolded him for being ungrateful, then turned to leave. Ye Junjing looked at her. She had no idea how dangerous it was to approach him last night, how perilous it had been for her. He secretly hoped she would stay away from him a bit. That would be safer. Ye Junjing decided to send his assistant to check the security cameras, telling him to fire everyone who had met Xinguang last night and didn't stop her from coming here. That evening, there were many people in front of the Ye mansion. Xinguang, holding a microphone, could only sigh dejectedly, because just yesterday she had argued with Ye Junjing, and now she had to interview his brother. She worried that mistakes might occur. Ye Tingding had already stepped out, surrounded by camera flashes and countless microphones pointing at him, demanding interviews. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing was also behind him. Xinguang felt like lightning had struck on a clear day. Her soul seemed to fly to the Western paradise. She couldn't believe Ye Junjing had come here too. The reporters had now swarmed around the two brothers. Ye Junjing was also surprised that Xinguang had come here to interview his brother. At this moment, a reporter turned to him and asked, "Why would someone who's against marriage like Ye Junjing accept an engagement with the mermaid girl?" Junjing calmly replied that if the country sees them as the most suitable couple, he has no reason not to accept it. The reporter then recalled Ye Junjing's firm declaration of staying single and asked him, hadn't he strongly opposed this arranged match before? Why does Ye Junjing seem cooperative now? The reporters shifted their focus to Junjing and his marriage, asking him why the mermaid girl became an exception. Hearing the word exception, Junjing fell silent for a moment. He glanced towards Xinguang in the distance. Memories of the past surfaced. When they were very young, Junjing would carry Xinguang on his back, even though she told him to ignore her, telling him to just live his own life well. Ye Junjing felt sad. He had listened and continued living, but in the end, he lost her. So now, how could he let go of Xinguang once again? Seeing his younger brother in a daze, Ye Tingding smiled and helped out. Of course, it's because his sister-in-law is too attractive to him, right? Junjing and Xinguang saw Ye Tingding speaking up. On their behalf, she felt extremely excited and moved. She kept screaming inside that Ye Tingding truly lived up to being her idol. He could speak well of a sister-in-law he had never met before. Seeing Ye Junjing silent over there, Xinguang felt dissatisfied. Couldn't he say something nice about his partner at all? The reporters followed up on Ye Tingding's answer and asked Junjing if it was because he had lived with the mermaid girl for a long time that feelings developed. Xinguang, from afar, watched intently, teary-eyed, silently praying and hoping. If Junjing couldn't say anything nice, at least he wouldn't embarrass her. Junjing, after hearing the reporter's question, just adjusted his tie and declared that reporter was too trivial. Xinguang was petrified. She couldn't believe she stayed up all night caring for him, got sick, and this was how he repaid her. She felt he was publicly slapping the face of the mermaid girl, who just recently had been showing affection to the world as her on the second day at Coco TV station. The whole company was in chaos because someone exposed the mermaid girl's photo as fake. The post exposing this was from someone claiming to be a housekeeper of the Yi family, saying that the mermaid girl photographed Junjing while he was drunk. It also said that in the morning, Junjing woke up very angry and blamed the housekeepers for not watching the mermaid girl closely enough, allowing her to sneak into his room, resulting in all the staff being fired. The comment section immediately turned against the mermaid girl, saying liars will be caught by crows and carried off by hawks. But some still defended her, demanding the housekeeper provide evidence of being a real servant. Xinguang's face darkened. She had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as she opened Weibo, thousands were insulting her. She knew things would blow up like this again. Now Xinguang could do nothing but cry. Before one disaster ended, another arrived. The chief editor appeared with a chilling question. He asked Xinguang, who was at yesterday's interview, if Ye Junjing really disliked the mermaid girl. Xinguang broke out in a cold sweat. She could only laugh awkwardly and say she couldn't tell. The chief editor, unsatisfied, ordered Xinguang to interview Ye Junjing to find out the truth behind the photo. Although Xinguang tried her best to refuse, the result was that she couldn't do otherwise. The higher-ups insisted on sending her. Xinguang was thus reluctantly pushed to carry out the task. She had to rush to the Ye family's swimming pool. As soon as she arrived, security stopped her, saying only members with cards could enter. Xinguang showed her press card, asking if she, as a journalist here for an interview, couldn't enter either. The result was that they still refused. Xinguang was devastated, because not getting in meant the interview would be too dangerous to conduct. The question posed was curry-flavored poop or poop-flavored curry. Which would you choose? While still not knowing what to do, help came from behind her. Sorry, but my friend can't enter either. Seeing the media tycoon, young master Han Chengbei, standing before them, the security guards had to give way. They immediately bowed, apologized to the young master, and invited them in. Xinguang saw him and was surprised, asking if he was the one who sought her to buy medicine. Han Chengbei signaled her to be quiet. She remembered that Han Chengbei in the past was still lost when he came to her to change his fate. He even promised that if she helped him become the heir of the Han family, he would give her half of the family fortune. Surprisingly, now he had actually realized his wish of inheriting the Han family's media empire. As they walked, Xinguang wondered and asked why he recognized her. Han Chengbei said he wasn't a fool. When he asked for her help, he had already investigated her background. Then he turned to ask Xinguang to quickly tell him what she needed help with today, saying he could certainly lend a hand. Xinguang smiled sheepishly, saying he had already helped her get in, so how could she dare to ask for more help? Hearing this, Han Chengbei blushed and said that wasn't his doing. He said he did see her message, but had some issues and couldn't arrive in time. Xinguang, realizing it wasn't Han Chengbei who helped, was very surprised. If not him, could it be that she was rejected and then accepted again? Thinking this, she became more determined to interview Ye Junjing no matter what to prove her abilities. Then she used puppy dog eyes to explain to young Master Han that she actually came today to interview Ye Junjing, but he was a powerful figure not everyone could meet. In her heart, she was especially afraid of being killed by Ye Junjing. For posting his photo without his permission, Han Chengbei smoothed his hair coolly, asserting that it was just Ye Junjing. He could easily help with that. Then, Chengbei pulled Xinguang and ran quickly inside. Standing in front of the VIP room door, Han Chengbei casually opened the door, saying he'd bring her to find Ye Junjing. Han Chengbei stood with arms spread like a god, loudly announcing to Ye Junjing that his person wanted to interview him, asking if he was free. Ye Junjing sat there with arms crossed, looking like a boss, wondering why Ye Xinguang was with Han Chengbei. Junjing frowned, questioning the key words "your person." Xinguang also panicked when hearing those words, but that guy Han Chengbei remained confident, asserting Xinguang was indeed the person in his heart and said, Jing should give him face. Xinguang feared not strong enemies, but stupid allies. She wished she could tell Han Chengbei that he was indirectly getting her killed again. Hearing the phrase, Han Chengbei's person in heart is Ye Xinguang, Ye Junjing seemed about to explode with anger. The assistant beside him could already smell the heavy scent of death. Xinguang hurriedly pushed Han Chengbei's head down to make him quiet down. At the same time, she laughed nervously, asserting that they had no relationship. Han Chengbei now also silently cursed Xinguang. As a fool, he thought if they didn't claim to have a relationship, then Ye Junjing surely wouldn't give face and allow her to interview. Then Xinguang continued to clarify, saying, Today the TV station sent her to interview young Master Han. He was just helping her. She cried a little inside, wanting to tell Junjing that she wasn't cheating on him. But Junjing took these words. As Xinguang speaking up to help him, his face darkened even more. At this moment, the assistant whispered quietly to Junjing that sending Ye Xinguang to interview him was Jichishu's idea. Jichishu's intention was to let Ye Junjing vent his anger on Xinguang for daring to take photos without permission. While the assistant was still wondering with Lispambri why Chishu would suddenly cause trouble for no reason, Junjing had already agreed to Xinguang's interview, but he wanted conditions attached, which was that Han Chengbei had to leave. Xinguang felt extremely apologetic. She knew that although Chengbei wasn't good with words, it was thanks to him that she could meet Ye Junjing. Sending him away like this didn't seem right. But Chengbei didn't want Xinguang to be in a difficult position, so he proactively agreed and said as long as Ye Junjing accepted the interview, he would leave immediately. Xinguang was still marveling at how good a person Han Chengbei was when unexpectedly, as he reached the door, he insisted on finishing his act by calling Xinguang darling, telling her to come watch him swim after the interview, saying that he'd perform his best merman skills for Xinguang. Hearing this, Xinguang froze, feeling the murderous aura enveloping the place again. She could only laugh awkwardly, telling Junjing that the unrelated person had already left. They should start the interview now. But seeing Junjing, still focused on those 3 words, unrelated person, Xinguang had to swear that she was a person of her word. She would absolutely not violate what the marriage contract stipulated. Absolutely would not cheat during this time. He still didn't seem convinced. Xinguang put her finger on Ye Junjing's lips and concluded that, in terms of family background and appearance, no one could compare to him. Indeed, it was very effective. That stone actually knew how to smile now. Xinguang was also stunned by that smile. Ye Junjing had to try to regain his cool boy appearance with a few movements. Then he told Xinguang to quickly take advantage of the time. Xinguang got down to business. The first question was, do you have anything to say about the mermaid girl's photos that have been widely circulated online? Ye Junjing only deigned to give Xinguang 2 meaningless words. Hearing just that, Xinguang wasn't satisfied and asked him to say more, but Junjing actually asked her to give an example. Xinguang had to prompt him further, telling him to talk about how, online, some people said the mermaid girl was a fame seeker and not worthy of him. She added that the stronger he refuted, the better results she'd get. Ye Junjing put down his wine glass, surprised that people would say Xinguang was after fame. He smirked and replied, as if I'd let a woman take photos of me at will. I can assure you that if those photos were posted online, it means they had already received my approval. As for being worthy or not, Junjing asserted that they were the best match chosen by the country, so no one would be more suitable for him than her. Still not enough. Junjing moved closer, looking at Xinguang, and affirmed, "I will absolutely not change my heart towards the girl I have chosen." Xinguang blushed, eyes wide open in embarrassment. She wondered if he was lying, but why did his face look so serious? Xinguang pressed her hand to her chest, her heart beating rapidly. But remembering his cold words from before, Xinguang thought that he was just putting on an act for the public. She couldn't believe his true love was actually her. Seeing her daze, Ye Junjing had to call out to her. Xinguang finally snapped out of it and stood up, announcing that the interview had ended. Junjing, still with his cold attitude, asked where she would be going later. Xinguang replied that she would go, say goodbye to Han Chengbei, then return to work. Ye Junjing's face darkened as he recalled Han Chengbei's intimate words to Xinguang. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and said he would go there with her. Xinguang agreed, but in reality, she still didn't understand what was happening. She guessed that maybe he wanted to go swimming. At the pool, Xinguang looked around, but didn't see Han Chengbei anywhere. Speak of the devil. A moment later, he emerged from the water, smoothing his hair coolly. He walked towards Xinguang and asked, "Is the interview over?" Xinguang answered him, not forgetting to compliment Chengbei's impressive physique. Chengbei was also very confident, telling Xinguang to quickly take out her phone and snap a few photos of him. Xinguang raised her phone, about to photograph Chengbei, but she froze when she saw Ye Junjing behind him, handsome, with a toned body so hot it could evaporate all the water in the pool. Xinguang looked at his abs, those long legs, and was instantly drawn to focus on him instead. Of course, a series of shameless actions followed. She continuously snapped photos of Junjing. In front, Chengbei kept posing, but Xinguang used him as a cover to photograph Junjing. This scene made Junjing furious, because Xinguang dared to, right in front of him, photograph another man. When she heard him gritting his teeth calling her name, Xinguang finally smiled awkwardly, asking how he got there so quickly, and added that if there was nothing else, she would return to the company to continue working. Unexpectedly, Junjing directly ordered her to delete all those photos. Xinguang tried to feign innocent, but he glared at her fiercely, sternly requesting once more, saying his patience had limits. Don't make him repeat it a third time. But thinking of those high-quality photos she just managed to take, Xinguang was reluctant to delete them. She'd be heartbroken. Then, assuming Junjing knew she had photographed him, she tried to negotiate that she'd keep those photos, not share them externally, just begging him not to make her delete them. But Ye Junjing, blinded by jealousy, continued to pressure her to delete them quickly, even resorting to threats, saying if she didn't delete them, the earlier interview would immediately become invalid. He even roughly snatched the phone from Xinguang's hand. Xinguang was stunned. She truly believed that his words during the interview earlier were just her imagination. Xinguang lowered her head with a pained expression. She asked herself what she was really expecting. Xinguang grabbed back her phone and objected to his behavior, saying they were just photos. Was it necessary to threaten her like this? But Junjing still wouldn't budge. He reminded Xinguang to remember her position, while the situation was extremely tense. Haranran walked in, smiling brightly as she greeted Junjing. She said she came to find her brother, but unexpectedly met him instead. Xinguang was still nauseated by her face when she was shocked to discover the person standing next to Haranran was actually Hajiaoya, Haranran's brother. This was Xinguang's own brother. She recalled the time she was thrown into the sea, along with the insults. At that time, everyone in the Ha family looked down on her. Only her brother loved her. Xinguang sincerely remembered him saying, no matter what happens, she would always be the sister he loved. He would always be by her side. But unexpectedly, later her brother went abroad to study. She was thrown into the sea. She didn't know if he had searched for her, or if he was sad when he heard she was missing. At this moment, Hajiaoya indicated he wanted Junjing to introduce Xinguang to him. Xinguang took the initiative to introduce herself, saying she was a journalist and came here today to interview Ye Junjing. While introducing herself, she just hoped her brother would recognize her. But before anything, Haranran had already interrupted the conversation between them and asked Xinguang if she needed any help. Hajiaoya, seeing this, reminded Ranran to be mindful and not to interfere with others' work. But seeing the siblings like this, Xinguang felt heartbroken. She didn't know what she was expecting here anymore. Her brother no longer remembered her. Xinguang then turned to leave, saying the interview was over, so she wouldn't bother them anymore. But after just a few steps, Ye Junjing told her to stop, his voice indeed cold and brusque. He insisted that Xinguang delete the photos in front of everyone present. The green tea bitch Haranran, seeing this, coyly told Junjing not to scare Xinguang, and that if there's anything, they should discuss it slowly. On the other hand, she turned to scold Xinguang, saying that as a journalist, she should know the importance of protecting privacy. She even said Ted that although she and Junjing are public figures, they both want private time. After chirping a few sentences, she turned to ask Ye Junjing if he agreed with what she said. Seeing Ye Junjing flush slightly, she felt even more triumphant inside. As for Ye Junjing, actually, he still thought Xinguang had taken photos of Han Chengbei. He wondered why she didn't delete them. Could it be she wanted to defy him to the end? As Xinguang was being pressured by them together, she hated how Ha Ranran was always such a green tea bitch, and silently blamed Ye Junjing for his poor judgment of women. Finally, under their pressure, Xinguang held out her phone in front of Junjing, telling him to look carefully. All his photos were here, and she would delete them immediately. Junjing, all of a sudden, realized he had shot himself in the foot. He was stunned to see it wasn't Han Chengbei after all. Watching her delete the photos, Junjing panicked and tried to stop her, hurriedly explaining that wasn't his intention, but it was too late. Xinguang held up the phone asking if she had deleted everything. Could she leave now? Junjing knew he couldn't do anything anymore, so he lowered his voice and agreed to let her go. Xinguang, feeling wronged and angry, walked forward, without even glancing at them once. Haranran still pretended to be innocent, asking Ye Junjing if Xinguang wouldn't blame her, right? But after asking, she heard no response. Haranran turned around to see Ye Junjing's face darkened, turning his back and leaving. The most pleased person was Ha Zhaoya, who smiled smugly. She even thought to herself, hoping the little mermaid Xinguang wouldn't blame her for what she did. Who told Xinguang to be Ye Junjing's spouse anyway? Xinguang at this moment felt like the whole world was against her. Her brother didn't recognize her. Haranran laughed at her. And as for Ye Junjing, Xinguang didn't even want to mention him anymore. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, blaming herself for why she believed in Ye Junjing's words and thought he would be good to her. Xinguang was heartbroken. She knew that after all, the one he ultimately chose was still Haranran. How she felt basically didn't matter. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, her tears started flowing, even though she had tried to encourage herself not to cry for someone unworthy. The mermaid's tears fell, crystallizing into shiny and precious pearls. Xinguang desperately wondered, could it be that even heaven wanted her to return to the past and not become Ye Junjing's spouse? Indeed, Xinguang's tears were the regret medicine. Only a mermaid's tears could turn into true treasures. Han Chengbei had used it to change his life. Just by taking one pill, one could have a chance to return to the past and change their fate. Just now, Xinguang had cried out a regret pill. Could this be a sign telling her to eat it quickly, to return to a life where she had never met Ye Junjing? While still heartbroken and pondering, Xinguang was suddenly pulled back to reality by a phone call from her father. Xinguang wiped away her tears and smiled, talking to her father on the other end of the line. It was the same familiar questions. Did she have enough money? Why hadn't she called home lately? Was it because the TV station kept her very busy? Xinguang laughed and replied that she was assigned many tasks, boasting to her father that the leaders valued her highly. Although this person was Xinguang's adoptive father, he was the one who couldn't bear to see her cry. The most in this world. How could Xinguang possibly tell him that she was being bullied by Ye Junjing? Xinguang's father, after reminding his daughter to take care of her health, changed the subject and asked if that boyfriend of hers was treating her well or not. Xinguang was startled. She hadn't told her parents about Ye Junjing to avoid worrying them. Xinguang had to frantically insist that he treated her very well. Seeing that their daughter wasn't suffering any grievances, Xinguang's parents were relieved, but still wanted to tell their daughter that, no matter what, they would always be her strong support. They told their daughter, if he ever bullied her, she should tell them, and they would immediately come to her defense. Xinguang's tears flowed. She kept her voice steady and told her father that she had to go for an interview, so she needed to hang up. After ending the call with her father, her heart was even more troubled. This was the path she had chosen, yet she was making her parents worry. Could this be the meaning behind the appearance of the regret pill? Just as she was about to put the pill in her mouth, Han Chengbei suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling Xinguang so much that she dropped the pill. The regret pill fell to the ground and rolled on the floor. Xinguang could only angrily tell Chengbei that next time he calls her, could he not get so close? But Chengbei noticed that regret pill. Seeing Xinguang cry, he asked who had just bullied her. Xinguang stiffly denied, saying there was nothing. Han Chengbei obviously didn't believe it. He was sure Xinguang had been mistreated, which was why she wanted to take the regret pill. Xinguang, tired of the questions, decided to leave, but Han Chengbei knelt on the ground, clinging to her legs. Crying, he asked why she would take the regret pill. Could it be that she wanted to erase him, erase their acquaintance? Chengbei said he wanted to be the man in Xinguang's heart, wanted her to never forget him. After a few seconds of crying and whining, Han Chengbei sprang up like a spring, grabbed Xinguang's hand and pulled her along, saying he'd vent his anger on anyone who bullied Xinguang. Han Chengbei and Xinguang, hand in hand, suddenly encountered none other than Ye Junjing. Ye Junjing, seeing this, boiled with anger. Xinguang quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her face, not looking at anyone. Han Chengbei also sensed something was amiss. Ye Junjing then spoke up, asking Xinguang to listen to him, but of course Xinguang refused, saying there was nothing to say between her and Mr. Ye. Then she coldly turned away, saying she had things to do. Ye Junjing could now only blame himself, wondering why he had pressured her like that. How could she listen to his explanation now? He knew this was his own doing. He couldn't blame others. Xinguang left that troublesome place. She found a corner to sit and gaze at the blue sky, lost in thought. Although Ye Junjing's words were excessive, Han Chengbei reminded her that while the regret pill could change fate, once changed, the subsequent events would also cease to exist. Indeed, taking the regret pill wasn't a decision to be made rashly. What if she couldn't undo it later? Xinguang knew it was best not to take it carelessly. Opening her phone, Xinguang saw 35 new messages on Weibo. It was someone named Lang Han, asking to buy Xinguang's regret pill. This name made Xinguang suspicious. Could this Lang Han really be the actress with the daily scandalous video? She searched on Weibo for a while. Xinguang saw insults everywhere, contempt directed at Lang Han. Lang Han didn't want to live anymore. Xinguang knew she truly wanted to commit suicide. At this moment, in Lang Han's apartment, the young girl could only sit in her room, crying and thinking about her biggest mistakes in the past. The biggest and most regrettable mistake in her life was signing a contract with Just Our Entertainment. Lang Han held a sharp knife, about to cut her throat. She posted on Weibo a status saying goodbye. Her world was being despised by the whole country. They cursed her for being crazy for fame. Some even told her to die soon to keep social media clean. Looking at her shattered life, Lang Han felt extremely miserable. She thought that after signing the contract, she would realize her dream of becoming an actress. Unexpectedly, the company exploited the contract, forcing her to drink and sleep with men. If she resisted, she would be beaten. Lang Han had tried to expose the actions of those monsters, but because the company discovered it, in the end, only she became a dirty woman in the eyes of the world. She signed the contract just because she wanted to act. Why did it turn out like this? The humiliation was forever attached to her, unable to break free or fight back. Living in such hell, what meaning was there anymore? Just as she was about to give up, her phone suddenly lit up with a message from Xinguang saying there was a regret pill. It would allow her to go back to the time before. She signed the contract, escaping from Just Our Entertainment. Xinguang said she wasn't afraid even of death, so why wouldn't Lang Han dare to believe? Anyway, there was no way back, so she decided to believe it once. Little Xinguang, after successfully arranging to meet Lang Han at 5 p.m., decided to change her appearance. Every time she met a customer, she had to disguise herself as someone else. She was thinking of being an old man or woman today. Finally, after deciding, Xinguang brought the outfit into the room. When the door opened, Xinguang was wearing a wig, disguised as an innocent young man. Before she could show anyone, Xinguang already received a compliment on her handsomeness from Han Chengbei, who appeared out of nowhere. It turned out Han Chengbei was afraid that Ye Junjing had made Xinguang so upset that she couldn't think straight, so he appeared here, intending to comfort her. Xinguang bluntly walked away, saying she was busy selling regret pills now, so she had no time to play with him. But after hearing that reason, Han Chengbei insisted on following Xinguang. She gave him a look of disdain and disgust, asking if young Master Han was really that free. But Han Chengbei was indeed mature, thinking thoroughly. He said he actually wanted to help her, because with her innocent young boy appearance, customers would certainly not trust her, and buying regret pills from her requires donating half of one's assets to the Medical Research Institute. Uncle Han Chengbei said honestly, he felt Xinguang looked like a scammer, trying to raise donation money for the Research Institute. But Han Chengbei assured that if he went along as her secretary, her credibility would certainly increase, because his face was the best guarantee for high credibility. Xinguang thought about it and realized he was right. She agreed to let him come along on one condition: no talking nonsense. Han Chengbei was very excited and promised to think 7 times before speaking. Meanwhile, Lang Han had arrived at the meeting place. The pill seller said to wait for her by the window. Seeing Xinguang in the guise of a young boy over there, Lang Han was a bit surprised, but she still went over and quickly greeted them. As soon as Lang Han sat down, she recognized the man sitting beside her as the media tycoon Han Chengbei. Xinguang placed a form down, saying that now she would explain clearly the transaction process to her. Han Chengbei also spoke on Xinguang's behalf, saying, before buying the regret pill, she must sign a donation contract, agreeing to convert half of her assets after rebirth into cash and donate it to Beta Medical Research Institute as a scientific research fund. Lang Han whispered doubtfully. She thought that in her current situation, how could she have any assets, thinking they were making fun of her. She also felt that indeed, there was no such thing as a regret pill. It was just her being too stupid. Then she bluntly told them they didn't need to go to such lengths to deceive her because she had been outdated for a long time. Not even enough money to live on. Really no money to donate any assets that they want. Han Chengbei began to use the credibility storeword on his face, asking if she didn't recognize who he was. How could someone of his status go around scamming her for that little money? Hearing Lang Han speak so bluntly, Xinguang couldn't help but give him a punch. Then she seriously assured Lang Han that they had no reason to deceive her, so she didn't need to doubt the authenticity of the regret pill. Just sign the agreement, and she could change her fate. Xinguang asked her if earlier she didn't say she would believe. It turns out, the reason for Lang Han's trust was that her life was already miserable enough. One more scam wouldn't matter much. But she also hesitated, since Han Chengbei had vouched for it, so Lang Han wanted to give it a try. After all, she had nothing left to lose. She decided to sign. After signing the contract, Lang Han was curious about what would happen next. Xinguang gave her a regret pill, telling Lang Han to take it quickly. Lang Han tilted her head back and swallowed without hesitation. Following Xinguang's instructions, Lang Han closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, recalling the moment she regretted the most. Xinguang told her to remember, she only had 1 hour to rectify what made her regretful. Her fate would forever be in her own hands. Lang Han fell into a void. Following her memories, she truly returned to the moment she regretted most in her past. When she opened her eyes, in her hand was the fateful contract. On the negotiation table, in the office of Qing's managing director, she was still bewildered, surprised that she had actually returned to the moment of the contract. Those people were now constantly coaxing her, saying these contracts only needed a quick glance. How could they harm her? They even said that in the future, she would be a valuable artist for their company. Lang Han hated how foolish she was back then, thinking their urgency was because they wanted to arrange work for her. As the pen was about to be handed to Lang Han to sign, she swatted it away and stood up resolutely, saying no, even if it meant offending Juxing, and in the future, she couldn't survive in this entertainment industry. Even so, she didn't want her life to once again fall into that tragic rut. After selling the medicine as evening approached, Xinguang decided to go home. Han Chengbei asked bewildered, "Aren't we waiting for Lang Han?" But Xinguang thought they weren't going home with her anyway, and couldn't change her fate either. Moreover, to make that regret pill, Xinguang had expended considerable mental effort. She wanted to go home and rest. Han Chengbei took the opportunity to put his arm around Xinguang's shoulders and started teasing. "If that's the case, how about I treat you to a meal to make up for it?" Xinguang blushed, embarrassed by this closeness. While the two were enjoying themselves, a loud rumbling sound came from ahead. Seeing the car speeding towards them, Xinguang froze, thinking it looked familiar. Sure enough, Ye Junjing stepped out of the car. As soon as he saw Han Chengbei, he frowned in displeasure. Xinguang was also secretly wondering why she kept running into Ye Junjing everywhere. She guessed he was about to accuse her of violating their marriage again. Han Chengbei still had his arm firmly around Xinguang's neck and even teased, "Why does Jing's face look so unpleasant, as if someone just made him a cuckold?" Xinguang could only look painfully at Han Chengbei. He really didn't know how to control his mouth. Ye Junjing didn't reply, but kept striding forward aggressively, responding to Han Chengbei's taunt with a punch that shattered his nose. While Han Chengbei was cursing and holding his face behind them, Ye Junjing simply dragged Xinguang away. He even stopped, turned back and said domineeringly to Han Chengbei, "She belongs to me." Xinguang was reluctantly thrown into the car. Despite Han Chengbei's curses, that Ye Junjing was a thoughtless person, the car sped away. Xinguang sat quietly in the car next to Ye Junjing, looking at the bouquet in her lap. He didn't know how to start apologizing. Xinguang, on the other hand, was silent. But after regaining her strength, she started causing trouble, demanding the assistant to stop the car and let her out, or she'd report them for kidnapping. The assistant, not realizing it was Xinguang, tried to comfort the young friend to mind his words. The assistant wondered inwardly where this beautiful youth came from and why Ye Junjing would do so much for him. The assistant suspected, could there be an issue with Mr. Jing's preferences? He felt it was truly incomprehensible that his boss this afternoon had frantically searched for Xinguang and even bought flowers for her. Ye Junjing then pretended to know nothing and glanced at Xinguang, asking if she was a girl. Xinguang was startled, not expecting that even in men's clothes he would recognize her, but she had to follow through. She still decided to hug herself and say, Ye Junjing, don't think that having money means you can force small and kidnap others. She also took this opportunity to say that she wasn't interested in men, especially the type with underdeveloped limbs and no brain like him. The assistant felt this boy's words went too far and angrily shouted at him, but unexpectedly the boss told him to shut up. He even threatened that if he was harsh to that fresh meat, he would kick him out of the car. The assistant could only reluctantly agree. Xinguang also didn't expect that Ye Junjing liked the type of young fresh meat dressed like her. This time, it was a terrible misunderstanding. Xinguang had no other choice but to try to reject Ye Junjing's feelings, saying directly that she couldn't be bent, like a ripe melon can't be forced to be sweet. Ye Junjing didn't understand what Xinguang was rambling about and interrogated her about her earlier conversation with Han Chengbei. Look at Ye Junjing's face, turning black with anger. Xinguang could only lie, saying Han Chengbei was taking her to meet her idol. She liked their pure brotherhood, not the bent kind as he thought. Ye Junjing reluctantly accepted this and shifted to asking the name of her favorite idol. Xinguang reluctantly gave the name Lang Han. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing ordered his assistant to check Lang Han's recent activities. Xinguang was terrified, not expecting he still wanted to pursue the fresh meat. That was her. Moreover, Xinguang wondered how Lang Han would choose after returning to the past. She worried whether her name existed in the current entertainment industry, which wasn't certain. But the assistant immediately responded without hesitation. Lang Han was a big star in the music industry. Just by debuting, he had already won major awards, and tonight he had a concert at the stadium. When Xinguang heard Lang Han was a big star in the entertainment industry, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She wondered silently if this was the same Lang Han, the completely disappointing woman from earlier, or just someone with the same name and gender. But the truth quickly hit her in the face. A large billboard of Lang Han right in the city center. Xinguang was shocked by this progress. She had truly changed her destiny. Moreover, what was more attractive was that Xinguang felt like she was about to get rich. Half of Lang Han's wealth would be hers. Seeing Xinguang's obvious excited expression, Ye Junjing smiled and asked if she wanted to see it. Xinguang replied that of course she wanted to, but she was worried that since she's so popular, the tickets must be sold out already. Ye Junjing adjusted his tie with a light smile, telling her to remember who he was. Then he ordered his assistant to buy 2 tickets. The assistant argued that the concert starts in half an hour. Where would they find tickets? He was then threatened that if he couldn't get them, he shouldn't show his face again. The assistant had to swallow his bitterness. Xinguang also knew to seize the chance and ask for 2 front-row VIP tickets. The assistant cried his eyes out, secretly hoping Ye Junjing had taken the wrong medicine today, rather than being truly bewitched by this little monster. Ye Junjing hesitated for a moment. Then he gathered all his courage to present a bouquet to Xinguang, but he still didn't know how to apologize without making her angry. As for Xinguang, she still thought he was trying to propose to the fresh meat he had just met, so she fell into extreme confusion. So she quickly accepted the bouquet, praising his thoughtfulness, even preparing flowers for Lang Han's concert. This bouquet would be very suitable for Lang Han. Ye Junjing, unable to voice his apology, had words put in his mouth and could only remain silent. This grand concert had begun at the Imperial Capital Stadium. Everywhere was filled with fans' hoarse voices, shouting Lang Han's name in excitement. The long-awaited figure finally appeared. Lang Han grabbed the mic. Her day had finally come. Lang Han began singing, proving her talent. After canceling the contract with that company, she had thought summons. She couldn't enter the entertainment industry anymore. Unexpectedly, a video of her singing was uploaded by someone, and a major record company respectfully decided to sign a contract with her. They cooperated in a way that was acceptable to both parties. Her debut song immediately became a hit. Her voice spread through every street and alley. If not for the regret medicine, Lang Han knew she wouldn't have become the Lang Han of today. She also hoped that he was now in the audience, seeing her like this. When the audience saw her, they immediately erupted in wild cheers and applause. Lang Han bowed in gratitude after completing a perfect performance. Xinguang was moved by that effort. She heard in that voice tears of joy, as well as hidden anxiety and fear. Xinguang silently told Lang Han not to be afraid. No need to fear those dirty, filthy things anymore. No need to use death as an escape anymore. Gripping the flowers tightly, Xinguang rushed onto the stage, calling out Lang Han's name. Lang Han saw the young man who sold her the regret medicine, and was equally stunned. More than surprise and emotion was gratitude. Xinguang hugged her tightly, offering congratulations and encouragement, saying everything was just a dream. Hold on to the present and enjoy the new life. Now Lang Han could, thanks to the heaven-sent opportunity, strive to live on successfully and shine brightly. Returning to their original seats in the audience, Ye Junjing saw Xinguang crying loudly. He felt confused, but then he smiled, offering her a tissue to wipe her tears. Then he asked a question expressing his puzzlement. Isn't it just being a fan? Why cry to such an extent? Xinguang immediately bristled in rebuttal. She said this was very moving. Someone born with a silver spoon like him certainly wouldn't understand. At this moment, a slice of pizza appeared before Xinguang. Xinguang was naturally surprised, not knowing where Ye Junjing got it from. It turned out he had just asked his assistant to buy it, knowing she hadn't had dinner and must be hungry. Xinguang had no choice but to yield to the delicious food, chewing while silently remarking. Indeed, only men could make Ye Junjing so attentive. So she also thought Ye Junjing's irritation towards her temper had its reasons. A marriage partner chosen by the government. How could it be as good as choosing for oneself? Agreeing to live with her was lucky enough. Xinguang, having thought this, became sulky and decided to stop eating. Even when Ye Junjing pretended to say he'd throw away the remaining pizza, she didn't even care. He didn't know what she was thinking, just casually looked at the pizza box and accidentally saw the message on the lid. There's a kind of happiness that is sharing a slice of pizza with you. Junjing unconsciously froze, placing his hand on those two words, happiness. He thought about his own happiness, then turned to look at the smiling Xinguang. Beside her was his current happiness. The concert didn't end until late at night. Xinguang knew she had to leave, afraid that if Ye Junjing discovered she was fake, a little fresh meat, he would deal with her. Thinking this, the naive Xinguang thanked Junjing for taking her to the concert, then said she had to leave now. Of course, Junjing wouldn't let her go so easily. He immediately grabbed her wrist, pulled her towards him, smiled as if seeing through everything, called her name, Ye Xinguang. You're my assigned partner. Where are you going if not home with me? Xinguang was shocked then, realizing he wasn't into men, but had long recognized her. Under the starry sky, Ye Junjing spoke gently, asking her to come home together. At that moment, Xinguang unconsciously blushed because of Ye Junjing's behavior. She found him so handsome and gentle. Seemingly not close enough, he used his large hand to cup her face and leaned in closer. But Xinguang still didn't fully believe that he could be so nice to her for no reason. Instead, she thought he wanted her to go home first, to later settle the score about her misunderstanding that he liked men. Then Xinguang brushed his hand away and laughed nervously, saying if she didn't go home, where would she sleep tonight? But as soon as Xinguang left his embrace, she immediately ran away, saying she just remembered something to take care of, so she had to leave first, telling him not to worry about her. Thus, she left behind a bewildered Ye Junjing watching her go. He smiled, surprised that his little mermaid could also be shy, but it's okay. He told himself they still had plenty of time together. At the Yi mansion at midnight, Xinguang finally settled, in her warm bed, smiling non-stop, because she felt that wearing girls' clothes was much more comfortable. However, she also secretly blamed Ye Junjing for not saying earlier that he had recognized her, causing her not to dare eat. And now she was terribly hungry. Xinguang decided to get revenge on him by devouring all the food in his house. Standing before the clean, shiny, modern kitchen, Xinguang felt it was truly worthy of a rich person's home. She curiously opened the refrigerator door and was immediately overwhelmed by all the high-end products. Finally, Xinguang decided to choose this premium Kobe beef. She quickly succeeded in making a fragrant beef steak. Before it reached her mouth, Ye Junjing caught her red-handed. He smirked and asked if that was what she cooked. After Xinguang's admission, the plate of food was brazenly snatched away. Ye Junjing gleefully swallowed it, but immediately regretted it a second later, surprised at how difficult it was to eat. Hearing Xinguang ask if it was delicious, Junjing, though never having to put trank, such an unpalatable thing in his mouth before, but to avoid disappointing Xinguang, he reluctantly praised it perfunctorily. Then he painfully finished the whole plate. Seeing Xinguang demand compensation, finally Ye Junjing had a perfect excuse to cook for her. He even told her to quickly take out her phone to record it. As evidence to provide to the marriage bureau, because they had a rule that during the cohabitation period, the partner must cook a meal for her. Xinguang could only laugh dryly when she heard his motivation, so it was just to comply with the cohabitation rules. She then pressed the record button. Seeing his posture, Xinguang still wondered, could he really know how to cook? Junjing cooked while teaching Xinguang, saying that just cooking beef until it's done doesn't make it a steak. You need to marinate it with salt first, then make the sauce, and finally put it in the pan. Xinguang was surprised he knew how to cook and asked where he learned it. Junjing didn't answer, because he actually learned it for her when she was a mermaid, so that when she was sick, she could eat the best food. He had practiced for a long time, but who would have thought that his intention would be rejected? She even said she'd rather starve than eat food he cooked. Although now he had resolved to stay away from her, he still couldn't do it. Xinguang was still innocently filming and spontaneously called out Ah Jing, saying she could eat the food he cooked. She was very happy and even hugged him from behind, saying thank you. Junjing accepted, even if this was him seeking his own suffering or seeking meaninglessness, but at least he could see her smile. The price of tonight, he felt, was worth it. The hot steak was ready. Looking at the fragrant dish on the table, Xinguang felt it seemed very delicious. But she didn't eat right away because she thought for a romantic scene, how could it lack this one thing? Pointing the camera at Junjing, Xinguang called out, Ah Jing, can you feed me? Junjing became so embarrassed, he blushed and stammered, asking what Xinguang just said. Xinguang still coyly insisted, saying she was still recording the video, so how could she have a hand free to eat the steak just this once? Can you, my love? Hearing the words my love, Junjing melted. Of course, he couldn't refuse. He took a small piece of beef and gently fed it to Xinguang, making her face turn red, feeling the atmosphere was strange. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, she pushed him away, stopping the game there. She shyly said she wouldn't film anymore as she had enough material. Then the whole room fell into silence. Ye Junjing looked dumbfounded. Xinguang mischievously told him to put the plate down. She needed to check the video first before eating. But in the surge of murderous aura behind her back, Xinguang felt a chill down her spine. She thought this time she was in trouble, perhaps because she had teased him too much earlier. Now he wanted to settle the score with her. Finally, Xinguang had to confess and admit her mistake for intentionally teasing him earlier. She made an excuse, saying if they weren't intimate, the authorities might think they were just acting, and begged him to be magnanimous and forgive her for this small matter. But Ye Junjing, remembering her coy and sweet words from earlier, became angry. He asked her if she thought what happened earlier was a small matter. Ye Junjing felt hurt, feeling as if his emotions and trust were used by Xinguang to act out fake scenes. He coldly sneered, then leaned down to praise her skilled acting, asking if she had been this intimate with someone before, perhaps Han Chengbei. Xinguang, embarrassed, could only repeatedly deny it. She even told him that they would have to deal with the authorities more in the future, telling him not to take it so seriously. But Ye Junjing didn't care about those words. He grabbed Xinguang's chin, his eyes full of jealousy as he questioned her, saying, that means she really had been intimate with Han Chengbei. Xinguang angrily shouted that, even if she had, so what? As long as they weren't caught during the cohabitation period, it was fine. But Ye Junjing didn't accept that reasoning, using the excuse that she was his partner for a year. He demanded she not think about other men, or he'd report her for having feelings for someone else and have her sent to jail. Xinguang, frustrated, pushed his hand away and scolded him, saying he also had someone he liked, yet he was pinning that crime on her. Then she firmly grabbed his collar, warning him that during their cohabitation period, he was also her man, and besides her, he couldn't like anyone else, or she would also report him, she scolded. After the argument, Xinguang took the steak upstairs to eat. Ye Junjing, having been scolded, felt like his life had been painted pink. Touching his collar, remembering Xinguang's words, calling him her man, Ye Junjing was visibly pleased, but at the same time, thinking back, Xinguang had said he liked someone else. Ye Junjing cursed inwardly, wondering who dared to spread such rumors, making his little fish misunderstand. He immediately called his assistant. The assistant, about to sleep, reluctantly took orders to investigate Healing, who had recently spread baseless rumors about him. The assistant immediately thought of Ye Xinguang, but of course, it couldn't be her, so he'd have to check it if there was anyone else. He also made him list out everyone who had been in contact with Ye Xinguang. How dare they reside in my woman's heart? Do they have a death wish? The next morning, Xinguang arrived at the TV station, in a sleep-deprived state, but very soon after, she was jolted awake by everyone's attitude. They were all staring at her, and they were all leaders too. Before she could figure out what was happening, the chief editor yelled, asking where her interview was. Xinguang knew she was in trouble, as she had forgotten due to yesterday's many events. So she had to bow deeply and apologize. The chief was about to say they'd do it right away, but someone jumped in, interrupting her, saying Xinguang had already missed a big opportunity, because right now online, everyone was saying the person Ye Junjing liked actually wasn't the mermaid girl. Xinguang was stunned and opened Weibo to check. Indeed, there was an account named Sour Lemon online. It said they didn't know what methods the mermaid girl used to become Ye Junjing's cohabitation partner, but one thing was certain, Ye Junjing had someone he liked for a long time. Xinguang couldn't believe that after just one night, she was seen as a third party and a petty person who would stop at nothing. She was utterly speechless. Liu Jing smugly asked Xinguang if she failed to interview Ye Junjing. She also said she heard that yesterday, Xinguang ran crying from the pool, probably scared off by Ye Junjing's scolding. Xinguang angrily refuted Liu Jing, saying she was talking nonsense, but she just used this chance to provoke her more. Finally, this chaotic war of words was stopped by the angry chief editor. He held his face in frustration, because now, even if they filmed an interview, it would be too late, and it might only be seen as Ye Junjing's lie. Unless the company had evidence of Ye Junjing living with that mermaid girl, but this would be very difficult, as they wouldn't want to film their private life. As if it wasn't chaotic enough, Liu Jing added more, saying Xinguang should consider this a blessing in disguise. If the interview was released, it would backfire, having no effect and angering Ye Junjing instead. By then, the whole TV station would be implicated because of Xinguang. Xinguang was surrounded by criticism, saying she was an incompetent newcomer with a problematic work attitude. Xinguang froze. She knew that because she didn't record the interview, she would certainly have to make up for this mistake. Then she raised her hand, stopping the criticism and discussion. Xinguang said she had exclusive material, more important than the interview recording. She thought to herself, luckily I recorded that last night. Seeing the full video of Ye Junjing's tender affection with his wife, the masked mermaid girl, everyone in the company was visibly delighted. Xinguang took this opportunity to explain and defend herself, saying that not submitting the audio recording was wrong, but she truly didn't give up on the interview. The chief editor, of course, after seeing the exclusive video, highly praised Xinguang, encouraging her that it's fine. After all, this video is worth many times more than that interview. Now that they had this resource, the entire Coco company would now focus on editing the video quickly, then release it to show Ye Junjing's affection with the mermaid girl. The chief editor even casually ordered Liu Jing to go do some errands. Her face immediately stiffened. She wondered to herself, how come Ye Xinguang turned misfortune into blessing and scored big, while she had to do menial tasks? She was certainly not content. Finally, it was time to leave work. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered thickly. Xinguang looked at the sky worriedly, as it might rain soon. At this moment, Liu Jing approached enthusiastically, asking Xinguang if she was waiting for her partner to pick her up. She then proactively boasted, saying that luckily Yun Shen was afraid she'd be tired, so he picked her up from work every day. In her heart, she thought, although her Yun Shen wasn't as good as Ye Junjing, he was certainly 1,000 times better than Xinguang's partner. After hearing Liu Jing's boast, Xinguang calmly said that what she said had nothing to do with her. Liu Jing continued, saying that Yun Shen always worried about Xinguang being paired with a bad, indecent man and becoming unhappy. She said if they met Xinguang's partner today, she and her husband could be more at ease. At this point, Xinguang understood that Liu Jing's intention was to see her partner. She knew that although Ye Junjing would absolutely not come to pick her up, as a partner, she was picked up by a luxury car every day, which would soon make Liu Jing furious. Then Xinguang confidently told Liu Jing not to worry. Her partner, who loved her every day, would come to pick her up soon. Just as she finished speaking, Xinguang received a phone call. Unexpectedly, it was from Da Yiji, reporting that the car broke down on the way and wouldn't arrive for another half-hour, telling Xinguang to call a car herself. Liu Jing, sensing something was off, asked who called Xinguang. Xinguang, breaking into a sweat, lied that it was a wrong number. At this moment, Yun Shen had driven up to pick up his girlfriend, calling her name loudly. She smiled, eyes crinkling, hugging a bouquet as she walked over, looking sweet and showy. Liu Jing took the opportunity to rush and hug him, saying, "I'm so happy. This is wonderful," and so on. Xinguang now only wished someone would quickly blind her, so these people would stop showing off in front of her. After displaying their happy family scene, Liu Jing turned back to ask why Xinguang's partner still hadn't arrived. Xinguang panicked. She couldn't let this lovey-dovey couple see her as a laughingstock, but what could she do now? Xinguang was extremely flustered. She thought to herself, I should have booked a better car on the phone. The Taohua car service was still making her wait here. Liu Jing coyly said to Yun Shen that Xinguang had told her husband treated her very well. When Yun Shen, equally cunning, expressed joy, saying, "It seems Xinguang has also found happiness. How wonderful, they're playing off each other like this." Xinguang felt these two people were truly a pair of schemers. Then she smiled apologetically, telling them her husband was stuck in traffic, asking them to go ahead. In reality, it was rush hour, so no driver was accepting rides. She didn't expect that these two were so eager to mock her, making it difficult to send them away. Liu Jing looked smug. She thought that Xinguang didn't dare let her husband be compared to Yun Shen. While still unsure how things would unfold, suddenly in front of them came a sound of brakes screeching. With a sharp screech, a golden Mercedes appeared. The driver stepped out and opened the door, while bowing and inviting Xinguang in. Xinguang remained outwardly calm, but inside she was very panicked. She wondered whose car this was, even more impressive than Ye Junjing's car. Could it be that a driver had accepted her ride request earlier? The faces of the couple turned pale as sheets. They could only gape like dogs watching a pond being drained, unable to believe that Xinguang had actually landed an ultra-rich husband. In this situation, Xinguang decided to take a chance, getting in first and figuring it out later. Then she smiled triumphantly, bidding them farewell as she got into the car, leaving Yun Shen and Liu Jing to share their frustration. As Xinguang stepped into the luxurious car, just as she poked her head in, she was about to ask if this was the car she had ordered, but she immediately froze when she saw the person inside. Outside, the driver had closed the door for Xinguang. Meanwhile, Liu Jing was still running over, demanding to see her husband's face. Xinguang had to tell the driver to quickly drive away. Liu Jing was bitter. She thought Xinguang was truly lucky to have caught a rich man. She even thought if she hadn't married Yun Shen that day, perhaps she would be in the same position now. As the car drove away, night was quickly falling. Xinguang still couldn't believe. The person sitting next to her was Ye Junjing's second brother, Ye Shiding, who was also her idol. Ye Shiding now looked at Xinguang and gave a friendly smile, saying he came to pick her up without notice, asking if it was too much of a surprise for her. Xinguang blushed and denied, "No, Mr. Ye, I'm overjoyed that you came." Ye Shiding then said she didn't need to be so formal. She could just call him second brother like Ye Junjing does. Xinguang obediently called him second brother. Then asked Ye Shiding why he came to pick her up. If something had happened, she still harbored a worry in her heart that perhaps it was because of her situation, with Ye Junjing appearing all over the internet, making him uncomfortable, so he wanted to come directly to warn her. But Ye Shiding's reason wasn't anything major. It was just that Xinguang's sister-in-law was hosting a birthday party at home today. She had wanted to get to know Xinguang for a while, so she deliberately asked him to pick her up, and by the way, introduce her to some family members. Xinguang was surprised it was so sudden. Then she said that she felt afraid. It wasn't necessary to meet the family right now. Moreover, Ye Junjing hadn't told her before that today was his sister-in-law's birthday. She thought that perhaps Ye Junjing didn't want her to meet his family, but Ye Shiding insisted that it was because Ye Junjing was busy today, so he, as the second brother, had to come personally, and asked Xinguang if she didn't like it. Xinguang immediately flustered, saying she didn't mean that. She was just surprised, that's all. She decided that even if Junjing didn't want to see her, since her idol invited her, how could she not go? They quickly arrived at the Imperial Capital restaurant. Xinguang followed behind. Ye Shiding's face couldn't hide his excitement. She felt it was thanks to her idol's blessing that faith. She could come to this restaurant for the first time, the top hotel in the country. Her life could be considered fulfilled now. They walked to a pre-booked room. Indeed, Xinguang's eldest brother and sister-in-law were truly glamorous. Ye Shiding entered with a cheerful smile, apologizing to everyone for being late. Ye Shiding's wife, who was hosting today, immediately stood up to welcome her sister-in-law. She was Yi Wujian, wife of presidential candidate Ye Shiding. Xinguang looked and recognized. This was the daughter of the LT jewelry brand, the world's top luxury brand. She was the current executive vice president of LT Jewelry. Yi Wujian was also very affectionate, asking Xinguang quietly if she minded being called out here, asking if she didn't like it. Xinguang, of course, said she liked it very much, but was worried and explained that she didn't know it was her birthday today, so she hadn't prepared a gift. Please understand, and happy birthday to you. Yi Wujian smiled and said gifts weren't important. Just having Xinguang here was enough. Xinguang was surprised. She'd heard Yi Wujian was a strong, powerful woman, but didn't expect her to be so approachable in reality. Then she looked around to see who else was there. Unexpectedly, her eyes met with Jiji Shu's. He immediately panicked, thinking, "What the hell? Why is Ye Xinguang here?" Yi Wujian then took the initiative to introduce to Xinguang, saying these two are Junjing's younger brothers, named Jiji Shu, and asked if Xinguang and he were already acquainted. Xinguang forced a smile but wasn't happy inside, because seeing their awkward interaction, it seemed Ye Junjing really didn't want her to come here. Jiji Shu was shaking hands, while sweating profusely, awkwardly, asserting that he and little Xinguang were very close. At this moment, someone shouted loudly calling Xinguang. A short-haired girl rushed in and hugged her, with joy, saying she finally got to meet her. This was Xiao Mihu, a lively young girl, who immediately said she admired Xinguang for being able to conquer that grumpy old man. The girl had barely said one sentence when someone pulled her back to stop her from causing more chaos. He was Mo Fei, the adopted son of the Ye family, and Xiao Mihu's boyfriend. Ignoring the noisy bunch, Yi Wujian introduced to Xinguang that this Mo Fei, like Jiji Shu and Tang Zhou, were all adopted by the Ye family and worked together with Ye Junjing. She also mentioned that little Mihu was his girlfriend, and these two were always this noisy. Yi Wujian gestured for Xinguang to sit down. She said her parents-in-law had gone on an overseas trip, so she asked Xinguang to come along. She wanted to introduce her to the family, saying that Ye Junjing was busy today, so she asked Ye Shiding to pick her up. Xinguang was surprised. It turned out her sister-in-law actively wanted to invite her. She knew she truly saw her as family. Yi Wujian then asked her husband to call again, to ask Ye Junjing why he wasn't back yet. Xinguang was also wondering to herself if Ye Junjing was really busy or just pretending to be. Just then, a ringing sound was heard right outside the door. Yi Wujian smiled and said to Xinguang, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Unexpectedly, the first person to enter was Xia Xingyan, cheerfully calling Yi Wujian cousin in a sweet voice. She had already prepared a gift for Yi Wujian, wishing her a happy birthday, and said she didn't mention coming beforehand, asking healing. If her cousin would blame her for that, Yi Wujian reluctantly accepted the gift, smiling and saying she was happy she came. But in reality, she was feeling uneasy, wondering why she had come here, and was with Ye Junjing, as if intentionally slapping her in the face. Ye Junjing was now looking at Xinguang, their eyes meeting, his face softening with a hint of a smile, as he walked straight to Xinguang and sat beside her. He had thought that Ye Xinguang didn't like such family gatherings, but it seemed fine. Xinguang looked at him, then lowered her head in thought, feeling it was no wonder Ye Junjing hadn't told her about his sister-in-law's birthday. It was because he wanted to bring Xia Ranran along, making her uncomfortable. Jishu was also frowning, secretly anticipating drama. He thought, could it be that Ye Junjing knew Xinguang would come today, so he deliberately brought Xia Ranran to make his stance clear. Even Xiao Mihu beside him sensed the smell of drama. Xia Ranran was still as green tea as ever, approaching Ye Junjing to say, there was only this one empty seat left, demanding his seat. She smirked smugly, believing that the position next to Junjing could only be occupied by her, but Junjing disagreed, so she could only grit her teeth in frustration, unexpectedly unable to outmaneuver that bitch, Xinguang. Just as Ye Junjing opened his mouth to call Xinguang's name, she cut him off, saying she knew what he wanted to say. She proactively explained that his brother and sister-in-law invited her here, so she came. Yi Wujian's applause ended. The strange atmosphere, she said the servers could now bring out the dishes. The servers also brought drinks for everyone. In front of Ye Xinguang, there was a cold watermelon juice. Ye Junjing immediately snatched it away from her, causing Xinguang to ask in alarm what he was doing. Ye Junjing firmly said she couldn't drink it. As the sister-in-law, Yi Wujin could only smile and tell her brother, men shouldn't be so domineering. She added, if his older brother managed her like that, she wouldn't listen either, telling Ye Junjing to quickly return the glass to Xinguang. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing calmly told everyone that Xinguang was about to have her period. Xinguang, both embarrassed and surprised, blushed, surprised that Ye Junjing knew she was about to have her period. She clearly hadn't filled in this information at the marriage registry. Ye Junjing felt that even her menstrual cycle, Xinguang didn't know about. It seemed she still needed him by her side to take care of her. Yi Wujian now cheerfully covered her mouth and laughed, saying, it turned out she had misunderstood, adding that women should be cherished like this. Then Ye Junjing asked his sister-in-law to prepare a hot red date milk for him, while Xinguang glared at him, thinking it seemed he cared about her menstrual cycle only for his benefit. If so, she would temporarily not consider the fact that he brought Xia Ranran here. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing even asked the server to bring king crab, Australian abalone, and blue lobster, various types of tuna, making Xinguang's jaw drop. Looking at the platter full of seafood, but all were things that should be limited during menstruation, Xinguang trembled with anger. Thinking Ye Junjing was hateful, ordering her a cup of red date milk, while ordering abalone and fish maw for Xiao Ranran, she wondered, was it necessary for him to discriminate like this? But Ye Junjing thought completely the opposite. He knew seafood was the most nutritious for the mermaid's menstrual period, believing Xinguang must be very happy now. Xinguang, seeing his smile, became annoyed. She couldn't believe he was still smiling now. Unexpectedly, this seafood was served in front of Xia Ranran, making Xia Ranran think it was specially prepared for her by Ye Junjing. She was thus extremely smug, thinking to herself that everyone knew the person Ye Junjing cared about was her, and wanted to see how Ye Xinguang would compete with her. But when she raised her chopsticks to eat the food in front of her, Junjing turned the table, making her awkward. The seafood plate stood in front of the host Yi Wujian. Ye Junjing invited her to eat first. At this point, Xia Ranran hurriedly apologized for being too excited and not paying attention. Yi Wujian at this moment suddenly noticed Xinguang's intense gaze at the seafood platter. She could only invite everyone to eat together, inwardly blaming Ye Junjing for only ordering seafood for Xia Ranran. Wasn't this making it difficult for the others here? Xinguang thanked her sister-in-law after the invitation. She picked up her chopsticks to eat. Of course, she had to eat. The seafood was ordered by her husband. Why give it to anyone else? Absolutely not giving it to Xia Ranran. Xinguang ate frantically like this, making outsiders think she was angry, about to die because of Xia Ranran, so she was acting this way. Xia Ranran, the green tea bitch, then told everyone that she was fine, because she often ate seafood, and even said to Ye Junjing that if Ye Xinguang liked it, she could have it all. In her heart, she thought she was being selfless, pretending to be so considerate. Surely he would do her justice. But unexpectedly, Ye Junjing actually agreed directly, because originally this seafood was specially ordered for Xinguang. But Xinguang, while chewing, looked at his expression and thought that Ye Junjing didn't like her eating all of Xia Ranran's portion, right? So Xinguang was determined to make him even more upset, smugly chewing while teasing Ye Junjing. After the meal, Xia Ranran, of course, didn't miss the chance to perform. Xinguang's pleasure was sitting and drinking tea while silently scrutinizing. She felt Ye Junjing's taste was really salty. Never seen anyone so over the top. Sure, the mermaid sang well, but not to the point of stubbornly hogging the microphone and not letting anyone else touch it. Xiao Mihu then brought Xinguang some pain relievers, saying that she ate a lot of seafood tonight, so she might easily get a stomachache tomorrow. Then she went to whisper in Ye Xinguang's ear that she was on her side, saying Xinguang was Ye Junjing's wife. Don't let Xia Ranran get smug. Xinguang just opened her mouth, about to explain that she didn't have that intention when Xiao Mihu loudly objected, saying they bullied her to such an extent, how could she still let it go? Xiao Mihu kept shouting like this, saying if her bandit husband dared to bring women home to show off, she would kick them all out. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Mihu bewilderedly asked Xinguang why everyone was staring at her. Xinguang, exasperated, could only hold her head and say it's because Xiao Mihu spoke too loudly. But Xiao Mihu, emboldened, stood up straight and bluntly declared that she wasn't wrong at all. According to state law, during marriage, the husband cannot have another woman. She also said that Ye Gai didn't pick up Xinguang, but went to pick up Xia, which was openly disregarding the law. Xinguang was confused and extremely surprised, but also felt somewhat pride that this Xiao Mihu was really brave. But when Xia Ranran heard this, She immediately jumped up, seriously suggesting that Xiao Mihu had belittled her and Ye Junjing. Xiao Mihu immediately confronted her, saying everything she said was the truth, telling Xiao Ranran that she was still a national goddess who knew Ye Junjing was married, yet still hung around him, clearly a genuine mistress, no doubt about it. Mo Fei had no choice but to say Mihu was drunk and carried the little cat away. Xiao Mihu struggled, demanding the bandit put her down, while shouting loudly, calling Ye Junjing cruel and Xiao Ranran a mistress. Xingguang could only watch, silently thanking Xiao Mihu. Whatever she said, the girl was truly brave. It's just that now Xingguang had become the center of attention. She didn't know how to handle the rest of this situation. Xiao Ranran then appeared aggrieved, saying that she herself had only accidentally met Junjing, not intentionally appearing with him. She said Xiao Mihu was really naive. If there were any misunderstandings in the future, just ask her. She wouldn't hide anything. Then she pretended to be hurt and ran outside, in front of everyone's eyes. Xingguang could only give an angry smile. Sure enough, before leaving, Xiao Ranran had to take a jab at her. Fu Ta then spoke up to explain, saying Xingguang had misunderstood Jing. He said they met Xiao Ranran in front of the house, singing, so Junjing absolutely didn't do anything illegal during their marriage. Ye Junjing then questioned Xingguang why she caused a commotion with Xiao Mihu. What was she thinking? If she disrupted his sister-in-law's birthday party and was held accountable, he wasn't sure he could protect her. Xingguang frowned, not expecting Ye Junjing would dare blame her. She thought if he hadn't ordered seafood for Xiao Ranran, people wouldn't have suspected them. The atmosphere between the two became extremely gloomy. It was Yingjian who stepped in to mediate, helping by telling Ye Junjing that among girls, arguing is normal. He shouldn't be too harsh and scare Xingguang. But Xingguang was already hurt, so she apologized to everyone, saying she needed to use the restroom and left. Ye Junjing remained calm, thinking it wasn't a big deal. He'd wait for her to return and comfort her later. Xingguang ran away unconsciously, thinking she was just considered a joke. What did being a wife matter? Such efforts couldn't change the fact that Ye Junjing loved Xiao Ranran. As she walked, she suddenly stopped that when she saw a piano there. She recalled the painful memory of being slapped before, with the reason that an ugly thing like her shouldn't touch Xiao Ranran's piano. The mermaid had a high musical talent, but the Xia couple never wanted to waste any time on her. She only started learning piano after being adopted. The more she thought, the worse Xingguang's mood became. Anyway, there was no one around now. She would play a piece to release her emotions. Xingguang sat down on the chair, her fingers intertwined on the piano keys. The music seemed to express her feelings, but her heart was too chaotic. She felt that playing the piano couldn't relieve her. It was all because of Xiao Ranran. But thinking again, she hated Ye Junjing more. She thought if he hadn't, in front of everyone, treated her and Xiao Ranran differently, how could Xiao Ranran act superior to her? But she was also confused, because he also, in front of others, openly showed care and concern for her. Hadn't Ye Junjing said that unimportant people wouldn't affect his mood? So Xingguang didn't understand why every time she thought of him, her heart felt so uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, tears just fell. At this moment, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Xingguang wiped away her tears. It was the director calling. The director said there was a multi-car accident on Haiwan Road. Colleagues had already arrived, telling her to quickly come to the scene and report in. Xingguang felt dejected, thinking bad things really do come one after another, still having to work overtime. But anyway, Ye Junjing had already ruined her mood. Going to work wasn't so bad. Just as Xingguang left, someone rushed to the piano. He looked around hurriedly but saw no one, curious to know who had just been playing. The music just now carried a gentleness, but it was a restrained love, each note touching the heart. This was Old Master Zhou, a senior musician. It had been long since he'd heard a composition with such spirit. He truly hoped to meet that mysterious composer again. Outside, a storm was brewing. Xingguang felt lucky the location was close, so she could change into rain gear. If her feet got wet, she'd be miserable. Just then, the deputy called, asking Xingguang why she hadn't returned yet, keeping everyone waiting. Xingguang suddenly panicked, realizing she had forgotten her sister-in-law's birthday party, so she quickly said she had to go for an urgent interview, asking the deputy to explain for her. The deputy looked visibly flustered, stuttering as he relayed this to Ye Junjing. Ye Junjing immediately grabbed the phone, scolding her for leaving without a word, saying how it would make others think, and demanding she return immediately. Xingguang just found Ye Junjing ridiculous. Now he remembers she's his fiancée. Then she asked, didn't he tell her before to stay away from him? The further the better. Now she's obediently doing as he said, she said, and then hung up. Ye Jinjing looked at the phone. He knew the little mermaid was angry again, then looked at the heavy rain outside. He worried something might happen to her. Meanwhile, Xinguang had arrived at the scene, grabbing the mic to start interviewing immediately, in a state of extreme confusion. Rain poured down on Haiyuan Road. Xinguang was representing Sioko TV to report. On Haiyuan Road, there was an accident, a multi-car pileup, including a bus carrying elementary school students on a capital city tour. Due to sudden heavy rain, Haiyuan Road was severely flooded, posing a great challenge for rescue workers. Many kind passers-by had joined in rescuing the students from the bus. The students have now been safely evacuated. According to procedure, there should be no one left on the bus. However, currently, the water level around the bus is continuously rising. The bus is about to tip over with a loud crash. Xinguang was shocked to see there was still a child on the bus. At this rate, the child will drown. She remembered when she was 6 years old, she was abandoned at sea during a big storm. The waves kept crashing, making her think she couldn't hold on much longer. Xinguang saw her own situation in that child. She couldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. She had to protect that child. Then she told the cameraman to go ahead, film other scenes first, so she could go help. Everyone had also discovered there was still a child, so they quickly looked for tools. But Xinguang feared finding tools would take too long. Standing still and waiting, she'd rather do it herself. After being adopted, she often climbed trees. Xinguang thought it couldn't be too difficult for her, so she started climbing while encouraging the child to hold on tight. The child looked terribly distressed, almost unable to hold on any longer. Finally, unable to hold on, the little girl's hand slipped and her body fell. Her eyes closed, not daring to look. Fortunately, Xinguang grabbed the child's hand at the last moment. She frantically told the child not to let go. She'd pull her up, but she herself couldn't be certain, as she was already at her limit. Unexpectedly, Ye Jinjing was behind her. He was helping her pull the child up. Seeing Xinguang lose focus and stare at him blankly, Ye Jinjing reminded her to hold the child tightly. Finally, the child was pulled up, crying and sobbing to Xinguang. She had to comfort the child, saying she'd take her to a safe place. Xinguang put her own raincoat on the child, assuring her there would be no more danger. While Ye Jinjing called his assistant to come and take the child away, Xinguang, to comfort her, said she would tell her a secret, that she was a superhero, so she wasn't afraid of any danger. Unexpectedly, the child didn't know what a superhero was, but only knew about the Super Mermaid. Xinguang immediately realized. The Super Mermaid was from a famous movie starring Xia Ranran as the lead, about saving the world. Xinguang, though uncomfortable, thought that if she agreed, the child would feel safe. So she decided to act as Xia Ranran's stand-in. So she told the little girl that she was indeed the Super Mermaid. The little girl looked at Xinguang's legs and asked why she couldn't see the fish tail. Then she started flailing, saying Xinguang was lying. "You're not a mermaid. You're lying. You can't protect me." Ye Jinjing immediately rushed over, hugged Xinguang, and told the child that she wasn't lying. He said Xinguang was just too tired, so she had hidden her fishtail. Xinguang is the most beautiful mermaid in the world. Xinguang didn't expect Ye Jinjing to help her so gently, and unconsciously blushed. Finally, Ye Jinjing successfully comforted the child, carrying her on his back to a safe place. Ye Jinjing slowly climbed down. The water had reached his calves. Ye Jinjing handed the child to his assistant, for him to take her to a safe place. Xinguang, behind him, was lost in thought. She felt that, as long as he wasn't facing a wife like her, he was warm with everyone else. Xinguang thought she'd better leave, lest he take out his anger on her again. She thought about jumping down immediately, but Xinguang didn't expect the water to be so high. But she was wearing waterproof pants, so if she moved quickly, she probably wouldn't turn into a mermaid. At this moment, Ye Jinjing suddenly picked Xinguang up, making her so embarrassed that she blushed and loudly asked what he was doing. But Ye Jinjing immediately scolded her. "Reckless. The water's deep. It's dangerous. Yet you dare to go ahead without waiting for me." Seeing his tense demeanor, Xinguang was surprised. She wondered if he was actually worried about her. Now, she also noticed Ye Jinjing wasn't wearing a raincoat. Xinguang reached out to wipe the water off his face. This small gesture made Ye Jinjing freeze, asking her what she was doing. The distance seemed to close. After Xinguang said she wanted to wipe the rain off for him, a moment later, Ye Jinjing held her tightly and said, "Don't do useless things. Be careful not to fall. Listen to me, and besides, deep down he felt he should be protecting his little mermaid." The assistant here finally brought the child to a safe place. and hurriedly wanted to return to Mr. Jing's side. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing was already carrying Xinguang over, surprising the assistant. Ye Junjing then gently put Xinguang down, saying that Yi Corporation had already sent rescuers. Now he had to go there. He also told Xinguang that it was crowded there, so he didn't want anything to happen to her. Junjing entrusted her to the assistant's care and left. The assistant now had a chance to advise Xinguang not to make Ye Junjing angry anymore. He said, when he saw it was raining, he immediately came to find you. Even Ye Shiding couldn't stop him. At this moment, Xinguang realized that he actually cared about her a lot. Seeing Ye Junjing working to help people in the rain, Xinguang thought he looked really handsome like that. On the car ride back, Ye Junjing received a call from his sister-in-law. Yi Yujian asked who he was carrying earlier, as the forum was now full of photos. Ye Junjing told his sister-in-law not to worry, because it was Xinguang, and said he would handle the online photos. Hearing about the online photos, Xinguang was also curious about what happened and wanted to take a look. On LTTV station's Weibo, they reported a backview photo of Ye Junjing and Xinguang, with the headline, Junjing publicly intimate in the rain with a girl who is not the mermaid girl. Below, countless fans of the mermaid girl cursed the girl in the photo as a harlot, not knowing it was actually the mermaid girl. Xinguang saw that LTTV station was causing trouble and became visibly angry. She knew that LTTV station supported another powerful candidate, so they particularly liked to spread bad news about her idol Shiding, like relationship problems with his wife or turning his back on his brother, Ye Junjing. She was already used to reading such things. Then Xinguang angrily said she would use her mermaid girl account to clarify. Ye Junjing unexpectedly took this chance to tease her, asking if she was heartbroken because of him. Then he affectionately patted Xinguang's head, saying that no matter what happens, he wouldn't use her as a scapegoat. In this romantic moment, Xinguang couldn't help but sneeze, spraying mucus all over Ye Junjing. She could only apologize profusely, fearing that this time he must be angry. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing was concerned, and put his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, saying, fortunately, she didn't have a fever. While Xinguang was still stunned, he had already wrapped a small blanket around her, so tight that Xinguang could barely breathe. He was just worried she might catch a cold. Then, he told the assistant to speed up and go home. After taking a shower, little Xinguang leisurely sat browsing Weibo, but the hot search had news. Topping the list was Ye Junjing's affair, third party appears. Those who didn't understand the situation immediately scolded Ye Junjing for being unfaithful. Everyone was doing rescue work, but he was having an affair behind the mermaid girl's back. Saying this, who would dare support Ye Shiding anymore? They even noticed Ye Junjing's infatuated gaze, asserting, the woman in his arms must be the little darling who is absolutely adored. Xinguang read this and became furious. This was definitely nonsense. Ye Junjing was doing rescue work. How could he be having an affair? She immediately quickly wrote a rebuttal. What gaze? What darling? I'm the mermaid girl. She really wanted to use this mermaid girl account to clarify for those gossip mongers who didn't know the truth and open their eyes. But at this moment, Xinguang became curious. She really didn't know how the netizens could see that the person in Ye Junjing's arms was his darling. Xinguang enlarged the photo, wanting to see where the infatuated gaze was. But when she zoomed in, she really felt like there might be something to it. Of course, Xinguang had to find a way to deny that thought. She screamed at herself to wake up. This was just a fleeting illusion. It wasn't real. Just as she said that, unexpectedly, Ye Junjing was already standing behind her. Since when? And asked what's real and what's fake here. Xinguang was startled and hurriedly denied. She felt she was really in trouble now. Now she even found this toxic guy handsome. Xinguang felt she was truly not normal. Then, she had to explain to Ye Junjing that she just wanted to say he should let her post on Weibo to tell everyone that the darling in Ye Junjing's heart was her. Junjing heard this and felt extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect she would discover his feelings. He then gently dried Xinguang's hair and asked, did she plan to tell everyone that she was the darling he adored so much? Xinguang was too embarrassed. She bristled and denied it, saying that was the comment's words, not hers. She said, how could she possibly be the darling he adored so much? She just felt his brother was being badly slandered, so she wanted to personally put them in their place. She even wanted to give him the phone to see how they were cursing. After Junjing learned that it wasn't her own words, but netizens' comments, he became visibly upset at her, then said he didn't want to see it, saying, Xinguang could post as she pleased. Xinguang held up the phone and asked him, "Don't you need to see the draft first?" Junjing read her caption. "What gaze? What darling? I'm the mermaid girl." His face softened, and he agreed. Junjing gently stroked Xinguang's hair, silently calling her a little fool. "You've always been the darling I adore so much." But before Xinguang could press post, her Weibo received a notification. Sioko TV station had refuted the rumor about the strange woman in Ye Jinjing's arms. Xinguang was startled and panicked, thinking, could it be that her identity had been exposed? Yesterday at 5 p.m., a traffic accident occurred on Haiwan Road, causing a traffic jam. Then, due to sudden heavy rain, it led to severe flooding. A school bus was trapped underwater, in extreme danger. After the incident occurred, Ye Junjing brought the Yi family rescue team to Haiwan Road, first focusing on rescuing the trapped woman and child. The trapped civilians personally thanked him. Moreover, the TV station also provided a very clear video. Netizens unanimously acknowledged Ye Junjing as a man who braved the storm, soaked to the bone, still holding the child in his arms. They also recognized other manly men rescuing people, with Ye Junjing on their shirts. All had the Yi Corporation logo, so the conclusion was, the person Ye Junjing embraced wasn't a mistress, but a civilian who encountered. Xinguang read this and felt very satisfied. She told Ye Junjing that after the clarification, everyone unanimously changed their tune and praised his handsomeness. But Junjing found nothing interesting about this. He only cared if Xinguang had posted on Weibo yet. But Xinguang told him, isn't this matter already settled? What else should she do? She also didn't want people to know she was the mermaid girl. After Xinguang said this, she turned to say goodbye to Junjing and returned to her room. Junjing was extremely frustrated. He was silently blaming Grobes. It was all Chichishu's fault. Suddenly posting on Weibo to clarify Ford. He must give him a beating. The next morning, as soon as Xinguang woke up, she went out for breakfast. Junjing was already sitting there. At this moment, Xinguang's phone had a new notification. Online was a video of the little girl in yellow recounting that she was rescued by a super mermaid sister. Then a super handsome brother carried her back. Netizens hearing this immediately confirmed the person Ye Junjing carried must be Xia Qingqing. They also said Ye Junjing and that Miss Xia were about to get married. That's why they weren't paying the singles tax. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing's name was put in the marriage lottery by the registry office for someone else. The mermaid girl was lucky to have snatched Ye Junjing, so those netizens unanimously believed the mermaid girl was the third party. Xinguang looked at the account of the person who started this. Tired to see it was that maid again? Clearly, it was Ye Junjing who fired her. But why was she always cursing and scolding Xinguang like this? Xinguang really wanted to say the person next to her was Ye Junjing, but all the angles showing her face had been cut out. If she posted now, wouldn't it waste everyone's efforts to help her hide her identity? Xinguang finished writing a series of clarifications, but then hesitated and put down her phone. She looked up at Ye Junjing, feeling he was so lucky, while she was being troubled everywhere by his maid. Xinguang immediately changed her tone sweetly. "Darling, I'm full. I'm going to work first. See you tonight." This made Ye Junjing's face instantly turn red. Xinguang turned around. She just thought if she didn't show it anymore, would everyone in the house see her as the third party? Clearly, Xinguang was the legally recognized wife, and she felt she and Junjing were doing very well. The assistant's face at this moment was completely clueless about what was happening, while Ye Junjing had a satisfied smile, unable to hide his happiness. Then he stood up and told the assistant to hurry. Tonight, come back early because he had Xinguang waiting. The assistant could only look at the employee next to him, also confused in his mind. Wait, did Mr. Jing just smile? And smile in a gentle way. Right. The next day, Xinguang had a chance to meet the chief editor at a big concert. Now she had the opportunity to thank Teacher Chang for cutting her screen time and wanted to invite them for a meal. Teacher Chang shrugged and replied, they were just following orders from above. Otherwise, who could drop such big news? Xinguang smiled brightly. She said even so, she must thank them. Otherwise, she would have been really exposed. Her life would certainly be chaotic. Just thinking about it was scary. But in her heart, Xinguang felt this was quite right. After all, Coco TV station belonged to Ye Junjing. Not wanting to go public, she feared affecting his company, was also normal. Only the chief editor still couldn't believe Xinguang was really the mermaid girl. He also reminded her that her post this morning had received a big reaction. Now, Sharenren's fans had cursed Xinguang to no end. After all, there was no video proof, the chief editor said. Perhaps only when Ye Junjing posts clarifying the person he loves is not Sharenren, then maybe. Hearing this, Xinguang's face face turned red. She remembered the moment Ye Junjing walked side by side with Xia Renren. Xinguang could only smile helplessly, saying this was impossible. How could he help her deal with Xia Renren? That's the person he likes. Meanwhile, Ye Junjing was with his assistant, going to welcome some important person. This was Zhao Yundui, the head of Ye Junjing's security team. After greeting him, Ye Junjing sat down. His phone then rang with a notification. It was a post from the mermaid girl. It turns out Xinguang, after much hesitation, had decided to post confirming that the girl hugged by Ye Junjing was not Xia Renren. She also said, Junjing always calls the mermaid girl little sweetheart. He's not cheating at all. Reading these words, little sweetheart, Ye Junjing was visibly surprised. He wondered to himself, could it be that the little mermaid had already sensed his feelings? At this moment, the team leader Zhao Yun secretly turned to ask the assistant, could it be that in the short time he was away for training, the boss had already started dating? Seeing the assistant's surprised expression, Zhao Yun analyzed, saying previously, the boss wouldn't use his phone while working, unless it was the ringtone of Tingra's unremarkable reminders. He also said the boss doesn't like to smile, but looking at his expression right now, shocked the assistant. His boss was indeed smiling. The assistant was alarmed, not knowing who the boss was dating that he didn't know about. The assistant thought hard. The first person he eliminated from suspicion was little Xinguang. The assistant guaranteed and affirmed Ye Junjing would not like that girl. Thinking about Xia Renren again, the assistant also noticed they hadn't had any contact lately. So who could it be? The assistant pondered for a while, then checked Ye Junjing's Weibo page. His face couldn't hide the shock afterwards. Scene change. At the music festival where Xinguang was, a celebrity in pink had stepped onto the red carpet, attracting a barrage of camera flashes. It was Xia Renren who had arrived. Behind her was a manager who quietly reminded Xia Renren that Lang Han and Old Gu had just gone in. Xia Renren couldn't let them overshadow her. Xia Renren, on the contrary, replied very smugly. She scornfully said she didn't believe that just relying on Lang Han's voice was worthy of competing with her like that. It would lower her status. Then, the manager said Old Gu had posted looking for someone. She said it was about yesterday's piano performance. Besides Xia Renren, who else could it be? In a little while, when Old Gu knows the person he's looking for is Xia Renren, it will be even more interesting. Xia Renren took out a pen and signed coolly. She flipped her hair and smirked smugly, thinking to herself that in this world, who else was worthy of being the mermaid, one of a kind like her? Xinguang, watching the performance not far away, had also seen her. At this moment, the entire stadium simultaneously erupted with a series of notifications. Everyone took out their phones to check, all surprised by the new information. That manager, also worried, brought the phone to Xia Renren to see. It was 2 posts from Ye Junjing. He shared the mermaid girl's post, confirming that his sweetheart has always been her. He also posted another one, saying that Jingtian law firm had sent lawsuits to all those who spread rumors, not sparing a single person. These were all public moves to protect the mermaid girl, confirming the CEO's feelings for his partner. After reading, Xia Renren was shocked, as if struck by lightning, not understanding what Ye Junjing was doing, why he would post such things. At this moment, the assistant had to quickly remind Xia Renren that the press was watching her. She couldn't show that unsightly expression on her face. The editor-in-chief, next to Xinguang, directly started interviewing, asking Miss Xia if she had seen Ye Junjing's post and how she felt about it now. Xia Renren could only laugh it off, saying she only wanted to answer questions about music, but in her heart she hated Xinguang to the bone. She still believed that a nobody like Xinguang shouldn't be so proud, because this was just politics. Ye Junjing would never truly like Xinguang. After the editor-in-chief asked that pointed question, he gleefully told Xinguang that he had avenged her. Then smugly said Xinguang, "Just look at Xia Renren's unpleasant expression." Moreover, he said, Xinguang's partner was also standing up for her, wasn't he? Xinguang's cheeks turned red. Her eyes couldn't hide her joy, but she was still shy, telling Professor Chang to stop teasing her. At this moment, the MC up there also announced that the music festival had begun. The reporters were thus invited to take their usual seats. The professor still reminded Xinguang of her task. Later, during Professor Gu's speech, she could turn back to interview him. Xinguang nodded obediently, blending into the lively atmosphere of the concert. She still kept in her heart a small corner of strange peace and satisfaction. Contrary to Xinguang's feelings, Xia Renren now felt like she was being stabbed in the back. extremely resentful. She still held the view that this was a political marriage, convinced that Yi Jinjing didn't like Xinguang. The next moment, Professor Gu was invited to give the opening speech. Xinguang watched with great interest, while quickly taking notes for her report. The MC mentioned Professor Gu's post from yesterday, asking if he was looking for someone. Professor Gu immediately responded enthusiastically. Last night he heard a piece of music, certainly a masterpiece. Unfortunately, when he arrived, the person had left. Since then, old Professor Gu couldn't forget. He wanted in his remaining years to be able to hear it once more. The audience below immediately started whispering, surely all very curious about that person. In Xia Renren's mind at this moment, suddenly an idea occurred. She thought, if she told Professor Gu now that the person yesterday was her, this way, she could divert the media's attention. As soon as Xia Renren thought of this, she immediately signaled to her manager. Her manager caught on and immediately started acting, thanking Professor Gu for his high praise of Xia Renren. Xia Renren also played along. Putting on a surprised face, the assistant spoke sincerely, saying that last night Renren had played a piece of music in the first-floor lobby of Xing Taishan at around 8 o'clock. The audience below only needed to hear this much to become extremely excited to have received Professor Gu's praise. As expected of Xia Renren, the mermaid princess of their brainless fan group, Xia Renren now pretended to reproach her assistant. She said, hadn't she told the assistant to wait until the end to say this, as it was delaying the progress of the opening ceremony? Upon hearing this, the assistant said she always knew Renren was modest, but the song she just composed was loved by Professor Gu. He even posted online looking for the person. The assistant said, if Xia Renren was already here, how could she be so heartless as to let Professor Gu worry about not being able to find the person? Xinguang, standing below, felt this play was very good. If they keep performing like this, Xinguang thought the Dazhao Chao Award this year would surely belong to these two little fish. Then the assistant and Renren played off each other, deciding to perform a piece for Professor Gu to see, wanting to create a perfect ending for the concert. The MC was naturally very excited and loudly introduced the next performance by Xia Renren. At this moment, the young lady, Professor Gu, was still looking at Renren with satisfaction. She happily sat down at the chair, her hands intertwined on the piano keys, closing her eyes, immersed in the music. Xinguang was also very interested in watching her perform. When the music filled the vast space, the faces of the fans showed clear joy and amazement. But that wasn't as important compared to the silent sigh and disappointed expression of Professor Gu. Xinguang also smiled and commented. She knew this was mechanical playing without any emotion, yet they still wanted Professor Gu to look at them. Xinguang thought Xia Renren was indeed confident. After the performance ended, the amateur female MC praised Xia Renren to the skies, first praising the masterpiece of music, then praising Xia Renren, truly living up to her reputation as a talented person, making Professor Gu remember her forever. The male MC then turned to ask Professor Gu. Surely he didn't expect the moment he was waiting for would come so quickly. Professor Gu could only let out a dry laugh. Xia Renren made a joyful expression, shamelessly shedding tears and saying she never expected the improvised piece she played would receive such high praise from Professor Gu. The MC also mentioned the opinions of online music critics. Renren relied on her mermaid-like natural voice and national popularity to dominate the charts for so long. He even asked Professor Gu if he wasn't very happy. Professor Gu could only smile helplessly. This further fueled Xia Renren's arrogance to explode. She said she originally just wanted to finish playing this piece, then make a statement. Unexpectedly, casually playing at a restaurant would receive such high praise from Professor Gu. She smiled with squinted eyes and said she hadn't named this piece yet, asked Professor Gu if he minded if she named it The Year of Having Life. Right after the MCs announced this was a perfect ending, excited cheers erupted from below. But of course, there were still some people who disagreed. For example, the blonde girl sitting next to Xinguang. While looking at Xia Renren, she blurted out asking why. It's always Xia Renren. How good can she be? Xinguang nodded in agreement at this moment. The blonde girl saw this and turned to ask, could it be Xinguang is also an anti-fan of Xia Renren? Xinguang looked surprised at the question, saying, does Xia Renren even have anti-fans? Then she vigorously waved her hands in protest, saying she's not an anti-fan. Meanwhile, on the stage, the elderly Professor Gu finally spoke up, rejecting the proposal to name Xia Renren's musical product. Xia Renren's face turned pale as a frog's bottom. Her smile gradually froze. She felt like this old man wasn't giving her face. The professor explained in more detail, saying, directly. This piece by Xia Renren is also good. Unfortunately, it's not the piece he was looking for. He coldly suggested she should choose a different name. Below, the audience began to stir, uttering words of disappointment, making Xia Renren tremble on the stage. The elderly professor then smiled and said to the reporters that, although this piece is good, it's not what he's looking for. He hoped they could help him find that particular piece. At this moment, Xia Renren still stubbornly said that in her album, there are a few more songs. She wanted to play a few more for Professor Gu to hear. Xia Renren was not satisfied. Today, she wanted to regain face at all costs, not accepting this embarrassment. But the professor directly ignored her. He even smiled and said she must be tired from playing so long, so she should rest. Xinguang, sitting in the audience, using a special sound wave, said to Professor Gu, "Is the piece you heard this melody?" Without hesitation, Xinguang started singing. The professor's eyes immediately widened at the sound. He excitedly said this is exactly the piece, and loudly told the program staff to quickly show him who was singing. The spotlight immediately shone on Xinguang. Xinguang immediately stood up, calmly walking towards the stage, ignoring Xia Renren's anger. The professor sincerely asked Xinguang to sing again, as he hadn't heard clearly before. Xinguang didn't refuse and immediately started singing. The professor's eyes lit up as if seeing gold. Unable to hide his joy in this situation, Xia Renren was left eating humble pie. After listening, Professor Gu excitedly asked Xinguang if she was the one playing yesterday. Xinguang immediately denied it, saying it was her friend named Yueji. That friend is quite modest, so she didn't come today. Xia Renren didn't expect her own spotlight to be completely stolen by Xinguang. She was extremely angry and secretly cursed Xinguang as a white lotus, sticking her nose everywhere. At this moment, Professor Gu had unintentionally noticed that negative and resentful mood of Xia Renren. He decided to teach her a lesson. The professor pointed his thumb at the piano behind Des. Asked Xinguang if she knew how to play. He wanted Xinguang to play a bit for him to evaluate. Xia Renren's eyes bulged like a boiled pig's. When she heard these words, she felt this old man really wanted to slap her face in front of everyone. Meanwhile, little Xinguang, upon the series of invitations, confidently stepped forward, calmly sat in front of the piano. Last night, Xinguang just played on a whim, without sheet music. But the thing is, Xinguang could play entirely with her skill, with all the emotions she had. At this moment, that heavenly sound rang out, causing all who heard it to immerse themselves in happiness. Truly, their hearts had been touched by the music. Everyone had to admit the music was of higher quality than Xia Renren's new song, making everyone feel the intense emotions that this song expressed. It truly deserved to be the piece. Professor Gu recognized. It was indeed different. Xia Renren was extremely bitter. The spotlight shone on Xinguang, while she had to stand in a corner on her own stage. Xinguang stopped playing. As soon as the music ended, a cry rang out. Panicked, Xia Renren had fainted. The MC immediately panicked, ran over shouting for everyone to save the national treasure. The reporters and journalists quickly raised their cameras, rushing to get the new information. Xinguang was also a bit confused and asked if Xia Renren would be all right. Only the old ginger gets spicier, like Professor Gu, who calmly smiled and said she's fine. She's just pretending. Xinguang only now realized who was answering her and who it was. Now she had the chance to greet him properly. The professor smiled and asked for Xinguang's name. Xinguang shyly told him her name. Professor Gu had already realized there was basically no one named Yueji at all. Xinguang was very surprised and asked how he had figured it out. Professor Gu laughed heartily and said he not only saw through her lie, but could also tell she was in love. Xinguang felt confused and denied it, saying she wasn't. The professor still insisted that Xinguang had someone in her heart. Yesterday, her music carried sorrow, but today it was full of sweetness. The professor asked Xinguang if many things had happened to her today. Somehow, after hearing that question, Xinguang immediately thought of Ye Jinjing, remembering his gentle and attentive gestures. Unable to contain the conflict in her heart, Xinguang shouted, reminding herself to stay clear-headed, saying Ye Jinjing was a malignant tumor. In another development, Ye Jinjing at this time was in the car with Zhao Yun and his assistant. He began interrogating his assistant about why yesterday Xia Renren came to the hotel with him. The assistant recalled Zhao Yun's analysis yesterday, believing that Ye Jinjing was in love with him, and hesitantly said he thought Jinjing and Xia Renren had feelings, so he had revealed a bit to her. Hearing this, Ye Jinjing told his assistant to stop the car and get out himself. The assistant realized he had messed up. He quickly admitted his mistake, crying and begging, promising not to do it again. But the poor assistant received no mercy and was kicked out onto the street. Ye Jinjing sat in the car. Looking out the window, he asked why so many many people thought. He liked Xia Renren like that, Zhao Yun explained. It's because he likes mermaids so much. Mermaids are everywhere around him. Moreover, the only mermaid in the world is Xia Renren, so everyone assumed it was like that. Ye Junjing didn't expect his love for mermaids was so obvious, but the mermaid in his heart has always been only one person. He didn't expect that even if he lived again, he still couldn't avoid the little fishtail. Zhao Yun then continued, saying he didn't believe Ye Junjing liked Xia Renren. He thought he simply liked mermaids. That's all. Then he asked Ye Junjing if he already knew Ye Xingguang and liked her too. Ye Junjing was hit right in the heart. He blushed and closed his eyes, saying he didn't like her and didn't know. But such clumsy lies couldn't fool the team leader. He knew full well Ye Junjing was pretending. The car stopped in front of the mansion gate. As Ye Junjing was getting out of the car, he saw the assistant cycling over, shouting that something had happened. Ye Junjing immediately frowned with tension. The assistant, panting from exhaustion, announced that Ye Xingguang had just been taken away. Ye Junjing anxiously shouted, asking what had happened. It turned out the National Treasure Committee had contacted the assistant, saying Ye Xingguang had been taken for tea. Ye Junjing's face showed panic. He had a bad feeling. Knowing this couldn't be good. Hearing the name of the National Treasure Protection Bureau, Ye Junjing asked the assistant if Xingguang had offended. Zhao Yun also knew, saying online rumors claimed the Ye family's maid was fired for revenge, so the mermaid girl had captured Xia Renren, causing her to faint and be hospitalized. Junjing didn't understand how this related to Xingguang. He asked Zhao Yun if the National Treasure Protection Bureau knew Xingguang was the mermaid girl, and how the National Treasure Protection Bureau was a department specially prepared for Xia Renren. After all, their slogan was always not to underestimate the sacred national treasure. As long as they see Xia Renren's image being damaged, they'll find someone to drink fresh tea with. Ye Junjing was furious. He thought this National Treasure Protection Bureau should have been disbanded by now. It's such a waste of tax money. Ye Junjing angrily told his assistant to quickly cancel all upcoming schedules. They would go to the National Treasure Protection Bureau now. Meanwhile, in a hospital corridor, Xingguang was being harassed by a group of men from the National Treasure Protection Bureau. Xingguang was trying her best to be patient, explaining that she was just a reporter and had absolutely no intention of harming the national treasure. She said clearly that the MC pulled her on stage. Subjectively speaking, she was clearly caught in the crossfire for no reason. This National Treasure Protection Bureau guy still childishly lectured Xingguang, saying if the situation was that chaotic, she shouldn't have spoken up. He also said the country only has Xia Renren as a mermaid. If anything happened to her, could Xingguang bear that responsibility? Xingguang was still calm, but the man kept pushing. He told Xingguang that as a citizen, she had a responsibility to protect national treasures. And if Xia Renren was harmed, the national treasure would become extinct. This would be a huge loss. Even a worm will turn when trodden on. Xingguang couldn't take it anymore and retorted fiercely. If they're afraid of extinction, tell her to get married quickly. Have children, 3 years, 25 births, a dozen, increasing both population and number of national treasures. Could even gift some to other countries to improve friendships. That man, facing Xingguang's anger, didn't care at all and demanded Xingguang apologize to Xia Renren. Then she wouldn't pursue Xingguang's responsibility anymore. Otherwise, if not apologizing, Xingguang would be punished, detained for a month. Xingguang was shaking with anger. She felt she had nothing to apologize for. She hadn't done anything wrong. Xingguang's eyes looked through the glass inside. Xia Renren was lying nearby, with her parents, worriedly, checking on their healthy-as-an-ox daughter. Xingguang recalled childhood memories. Whenever Xia Renren slightly pretended to be sick or acted a bit weak, Xingguang would be thrown aside, instructed and taught to be understanding, to love her sister more. Little Xingguang could only cry. She was also in pain. Her bones and marrow hurt. When Xingguang had a fever and lay in bed, hoping for her parents' care, but that mother, seeing her daughter sick, felt Xingguang was very troublesome, only knew how to cause problems. Back then, Xingguang only knew how to apologize. Apologize for being sick. Only her brother, Xia Zhaoya, genuinely cared for her. The doctor said after Xingguang's bone marrow was damaged, her body's immune system weakened, requiring special care and attention. Xia Zhaoya could only question and blame their parents. why they discriminated like this, why they didn't care for the little one. The cruel parents only knew how to shirk responsibility with the excuse that caring for Renren was tiring enough, no time left to care for another child. Moreover, she complained her youngest daughter was ugly, saying Shajaoya was too young to understand. She said if this family wanted to break class barriers, rise to the upper class, they could only rely on Xia Renren. Xinguang, recalling this, could only sigh, painful memories flooding back, making her close her eyes and shake her head to drive those dark clouds away. Xinguang then walked in. That woman of the Xia family, Xia Xinguang's birth mother, looked at her with jealous and bitter eyes. She only knew this was the girl who stole Renren's love interest. Then she haughtily told Xinguang to wait outside. Wait until Xia Renren wakes up to apologize. Hearing this, Xinguang permitted herself a half smile. Indeed, she still didn't recognize her own daughter. Xinguang said she wasn't here to apologize, but to collect a debt. Then, and she brushed past the old woman's shoulder and barged in. Old Xia was reading the newspaper. Seeing Xinguang enter, he jumped up. Who let you in here? Have you no manners? Xinguang pulled up a chair, laughed dryly, and sat down. Boldly crossing her arms, she said, her upbringing doesn't allow her to respect him. The Xia couple gritted their teeth in anger, not expecting this girl to dare be so arrogant. They scolded Xinguang for being audacious, even threatening to have the National Treasure Protection Bureau throw Xinguang in jail. Xinguang couldn't bear to hear more. She picked her ear, smirked, and said in a challenging metaphor, an implied manner, the ones who will end up in the National Treasure Protection Bureau's jail, I'm afraid, will be you. Xinguang mocked, saying she didn't know how many years in prison the crime of attempted murder of a national treasure would carry. The couple, hearing this, called Xinguang crazy and said, how could they possibly kill their own daughter? Xinguang glanced at the bed. Their biological daughter was lying there pretending to sleep, her face now all scrunched up from anger. Xinguang then said, she didn't have time to play games with them. She said she came here today to advise them both. It's best not to mess with her in the future. When they see her, they should automatically stay away. Finally, those words provoked that sly fox, that slippery eel, to sit up. She scolded Xinguang for talking nonsense. She even threatened Xinguang. If she didn't apologize, she would immediately bring in investigators. Xinguang clapped her hands, smirking, challenging her to call quickly. She said she also wanted investigators to come here to hear how certain parents threw a 6-year-old national treasure into the sea to fend for itself. Surely the National Treasure Protection Bureau would be very interested in this. The whole room suddenly fell silent. All 3 members of the Xia family were dumbstruck, eyes wide open, not believing their ears. It was still the sly Xia Renren who said her parents only gave birth to one fairy, and that was her. Xinguang smirked and smiled. She said when she was young, she went fishing offshore with her parents and accidentally recorded the whole process of a mermaid being thrown into the ocean by the Xia couple. Such precious footage, should it be sent to the National Treasure Protection Bureau? The couple was struck right in their dark hearts, still in disbelief, as if temporarily muted, unable to say a word. Xia Renren had to scream to defend herself, saying her sister was critically ill from birth because she couldn't be saved. Her parents had no choice but to release her into the sea. She also told Xinguang not to dream of blackmailing them. Mrs. Xia now also raised her voice to argue, saying that was flesh and blood from her own body, saying a little girl like Xinguang knows nothing to talk about. Xinguang laughed dryly. Critically ill, she asked them, wasn't it because of saving the most beautiful mermaid in the world that she became ill? Xinguang said she heard that Xia Renren had chronic leukemia as a child. The family had to trade her sister's life to save her, a life for a life. Xinguang asked her if she had lived well these years. Xia Renren couldn't help but stammer, asking Xinguang, how did she know? Xinguang bluffed that her family had rescued that poor mermaid and learned a lot of things. She asked if they wanted to hear more. Mrs. Xia was now weak in the knees, wanting to ask about the current state of that mermaid. Xinguang promptly said she was already dead. Upon hearing this, she had to lean on the table edge to stand steady. Unexpectedly, after hearing her youngest daughter had died, the mother sighed in relief as if a burden was lifted. Xinguang felt a pang, her eyes welling up. When she was thrown into the cold ocean, in her ears she could still clearly hear the curses of her family. Her flesh and blood said, if it weren't for Xinguang's bone marrow being able to save Renren, they would never have raised her, because she was an ugly child who didn't even know to be ashamed of crying and embarrassing the Xia family. Unable to bear this grievance, Xinguang turned to leave. Behind her, Xia Renren still cursed after her, saying these were all one-sided fabrications by Xinguang. She also said Ye Junkang loved her. Even if Xinguang had taken his body, she would never have his heart. Xinguang retorted, saying, If that's the case, then that kind of blind dog of a man, no one would want to look at anyway. Then Xinguang opened the door and stepped out. Unexpectedly, behind the door was Ye Zhengkang. Without saying a word, he immediately embraced Xinguang. This dog of a man wanted to beg, "Do you want me?" Xinguang was stunned, temporarily speechless, only certain of one thing, that after all those terrible events, Ye Zhengkang's embrace for Xinguang was like a downpour on scorching heat. Ye Zhengkang's eyes couldn't hide his love either. Old Xia saw him and fawningly called out, "Son-in-law, you've come to visit Renren, haven't you?" Xinguang felt heartbroken, tears falling, as if those words son-in-law pulled her back to reality. She resentfully pushed away Ye Zhengkang, that dog of a man. "If you're here to visit Xiao Renren, then don't touch me," Ye Zhengkang calmly replied, enunciating each word. He said she's not his person. Why would he come to visit her? Zhengkang then took Xinguang's hand and pulled her inside, just like that. He sat down in a chair, then lifted Xinguang to sit on his lap. The two old Xias still tried to cling to their self-proclaimed son-in-law, asking him what he meant by this. Ye Zhengkang smiled. He said he indeed liked their daughter. That damned mermaid whore heard this and looked smug. But Zhengkang then continued. He said that he say the one he liked was that Xia girl? Even Xinguang was bewildered, her eyes wide, not understanding what he meant by that. Xia Renren's old mother jumped up. She questioned Ye Zhengkang. Why did the Ye family build so many parks with mermaid statues? If he didn't like Xia Renren, why would he need to pay the two Xias so much money for image rights? If not Renren, then who does he like? Ye Zhengkang asked them. Besides, Xia Renren, what other daughter do they have? Don't they know in their hearts? Xia Renren's mother immediately recalled what Xinguang had just said. She felt uneasy, but still tried to cover up, saying there was no second daughter. Besides Renren, there were no other daughters. Then she turned to scold Xinguang, thinking she had said something improper in front of Ye Zhengkang, once again affirming that she never had a second daughter. Never had Xinguang felt so heartbroken that she trembled. She couldn't believe how there could be such a heartless mother in this world. At this moment, Ye Zhengkang still held her tightly. He asked, wasn't she afraid of being struck dead by heaven for saying such things? Outside, thunder and lightning erupted in angry bursts, making her tremble. The old woman collapsed to the ground in fear, her face turning pale. Ye Zhengkang then spoke directly to Xia Renren, saying this marriage was the older generation's idea. He had never agreed to it. He said the woman Ye Zhengkang wanted was never Xia Renren. He also said if she had delusions, she should quickly see a psychiatrist. After saying this, he coolly pulled Xinguang away. Xia Renren, behind them, went into a frenzy. She screamed, asking how Ye Zhengkang could say he liked her sister. Zhengkang turned his head with a smug smile, asked why not. Xia Renren, eyes bulging like a boiled pig, began to lose control of her mouth and cursed chaotically, saying her little sister couldn't compare to her. She also said, how could Ye Zhengkang use that ugly fish to insult her? Hearing these words, Xinguang became extremely angry. She pulled her hand away from Ye Zhengkang, stepped forward and pointed directly at Xia Renren's face, telling her to listen carefully. Xinguang said from now on, she would make her understand clearly. The one truly not worthy of comparison was her. After speaking, the two left together and sat in the car. Xinguang secretly glanced at Ye Zhengkang. He had been on the phone for half an hour, really very busy. Xinguang guessed this World Economic Forum seemed very important. Ye Zhengkang knew she was looking at him. He blushed, pretending to focus on his meeting, but actually he was secretly blaming himself. Why did he publicly say that he liked the youngest daughter of the Shah family? He was worried, not knowing what his little mermaid would think. After hearing this, would she laugh at him? Looking at her expression, he wondered if she had any feelings at all. At this moment, little Xinguang's phone vibrated. Ye Zhengkang curiously peeked at her phone screen. Xinguang was texting with Han Chengbei. He was asking her to be a tour guide tomorrow for him and his friends to go to the island. Xinguang immediately agreed, telling Han Chengbei to pick her up at the TV station entrance. Xinguang hadn't been home for a long time. She missed everyone on the island, so she smiled happily, not noticing the man next to her had turned black-faced. At this moment, Han Chengbei sent another long message, calling Xinguang the big sister, the hope of his life. He also said he hadn't yet had the chance to place Xinguang in his heart. Ye Zhengkang was visibly annoyed hearing this, because this woman was his. He couldn't let him place her in his heart like that. Ye Zhengkang couldn't help but let out a few dry, contemptuous laughs. Xinguang noticed and turned to ask if he had just said something. Zhengkang made an excuse that he had to return to the city tonight for tomorrow morning's economic conference. He couldn't be absent, asking her to go with him. Xinguang immediately felt very uncomfortable. She made an excuse that she hadn't prepared any clothes and was about to say she had plans tomorrow when Ye Zhongkang interrupted her. He said today he had rushed here for her sake and was very tired. He also said he'd have someone prepare clothes for her so she wouldn't be without anything to change into. Seeing Ye Zhongkang's tired appearance, Xinguang felt that if she said she had to take Han Chengbei out tomorrow, he would surely strangle her. Xinguang, to soothe this hot and cold man, turned and placed her small hand on his face, then gently massaged Ye Zhongkang's temples, making his face turn red. Xinguang asked Ye Zhongkang why he wanted to take her along. Ye Zhongkang shyly turned away, avoiding her gaze. He said she was a reporter. Wouldn't she want to interview at the World Economic Forum? Xinguang asked again, but they haven't assigned her to cover Pufunk, this kind of news. Ye Zhongkang said, if they didn't assign it to you, don't you know how to fight for it yourself? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Then he asked Xinguang if tomorrow he arranged for her to have exclusive interviews with some economic bigwigs. Would she go? Xinguang immediately lit up and nodded repeatedly in agreement, so the girl then had to turn to a corner to text Han Chengbei and cancel their plans, saying the station suddenly announced overtime work, so she couldn't go. Han Chengbei, though very disappointed, had to accept Brower, being stood up. He then turned to complain to Brother Lu, saying he was a noble young master who had charmed so many young ladies, but now was being stood up. Han Chengbei said Xinguang couldn't go because she had to work overtime tomorrow. He then asked Brother Lu why he was interested in such a small island. After hearing this, he replied that he'd been too busy lately, so he wanted to find a peaceful place to relax. He also said if Han Chengbei's friend didn't have time, they could do it another time. Han Chengbei then told Brother Lu that they'd arrange it for another day, then said he had something to do and left. In the room, Brother Lu and his assistant remained. Seeing their boss claim to be tired, the assistant suggested arranging another island for him to rest. That Mr. Lu threw a thick document onto the table and told the assistant to look at it. Unexpectedly, just after opening it, the assistant's face changed, exclaiming in shock, "What identity does this woman actually have? Is the woman young Master Han knows, the Tianyu girl who has shaken Ye Zhongkang?" He asked Brother Lu how this ordinary Miss Yi could possibly move Ye Zhongkang. Mr. Lu stood up and looked out the window. He said that's why he wanted to visit her hometown to see. He wanted to know what kind of person this Ye Xinguang really was. In the document file, there was information about Ye Xinguang and the candidates the state had arranged as her potential spouses, including Ye Zhongkang, the second son of the Ye family, CEO of the Ye Group, various industries, entertainment and culture, media, food and education. Lin Hanfeng, eldest son of the real estate tycoon Lin family, founder of Lin Suifeng Investment Company. The assistant glanced over, discovering that the matching system for her consisted of people who were among the top 10 richest men in the country who adhered to non-marriage principles. He wondered if this was luck or capability, feeling that Ye Xinguang's identity was quite strange. Then, young Master Lu told the assistant to wait, to investigate Ha Renran and Ye Zhongkang first. This Ye Xinguang was so mysterious, they needed to investigate thoroughly first. Now back to Ye Zhongkang and Ye Xinguang. The two were currently on a private jet. Ye Zhongkang was sitting peacefully when he suddenly frowned and doubled over. He knew his old illness had flared up again. He just didn't expect it to happen now. Then he immediately ordered his subordinates to make an emergency landing. Xiao Yun anxiously asked Ye Zhongkang if his old illness had flared up again. By now he could barely stand, his pupils contracted, sharp fangs grew longer, and his skin turned pale like a corpse. Ye Zhongkang told Xiao Yun to quickly contact people on the ground to find the nearest landing spot. With so many people on the plane, he feared he couldn't control himself. After speaking, Ye Zhongkang struggled to stand up and ran off. Xiao Yun could only follow the request, calling for help, while telling Ye Zhongkang to temporarily lock himself in a room and endure for a while. Ye Zhongkang opened a room door, unexpectedly finding Xinguang sound asleep inside. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully, he became more determined not to let her see him in this state. With no other choice, Zhongkang had to run again. He crawled into a small compartment and locked himself inside. Then painfully instructed his subordinates to guard this place and not let him out no matter what he did. This was an order that couldn't be disobeyed. One more thing, they must not wake up Ye Xinguang. His staff had just agreed to his orders. When Xinguang's voice was heard, she sleepily came out asking what they were doing. Team leader Xiao Yun immediately stood blocking the bathroom door, telling her it was nothing and inviting Xinguang to return to her room to rest, saying he'd call her when the plane landed. Ye Junkang, now inside, had started to experience bloodthirst. Unable to bear it, he smashed things, causing loud noises. Xinguang seriously questioned who was in there. The staff had to lie, saying Ye Junkang was drunk and acting crazy, nothing more. Xinguang immediately recalled Ye Junkang, writhing in pain on that full moon night. She angrily said to the group, "What do you mean he's drunk? It's his old illness flaring up, isn't it?" Both team leaders Xiao Yun and the entourage were shocked, not expecting her to know about young Master Jing's condition. Xiao Yun knew they couldn't hide it, so he explained to Xinguang that Ye Junkang's illness was unpredictable, making it hard to prepare for. So each time he went out, many bodyguards had to be nearby, not to protect him, but to control him and protect others. After hearing this, Xinguang couldn't hide her sympathy. No wonder. Every day when Ye Junkang went to work, he had a whole convoy following him. She had thought he liked to show off, but it turns out there was a reason. The noise in the bathroom was getting louder now. All frantic punches against the metal door. It must be very uncomfortable. Xinguang told them not to lock the door, to let him come out. She knew when his illness flared up, he'd be in great pain. He'd be shivering from cold. Xiao Yun was about to explain Vow to Xinguang that young Master Jing wasn't shivering from cold, but for a different reason. But he suddenly stopped. He couldn't say it. In Xiao Yun's memory, he recalled Ye Junkang as a child. When his illness struck, he couldn't control himself and sucked his pet dog's blood until it died. Ye Junkang, frightened, told Xiao Yun that he didn't want to be a blood-sucking monster and asked Xiao Yun to quickly tie him up. Ye Junkang inside could only use his tie to bind his own hands to control himself. He found this state of himself so disgusting that even he was repulsed, let alone his little mermaid. Ye Junkang helplessly kept banging his head against the door, the bloodthirst burning his body, the pain feeling like drug withdrawal. Memories flooded back to him of Xinguang, knowing he was a bloodsucker, saying he was disgusting, calling him a monster and leaving him. Ye Junkang now blamed himself for not realizing sooner that even if he held her dear in his heart, he wouldn't receive love from her. What girl would accept living with a monster? Ye Junkang painfully closed his eyes tightly. The thin fabric tie couldn't restrain the terrible strength of someone about to be overwhelmed by the thirst for blood. Junkang punched the door hard. The thin glass couldn't withstand it, and a large hole formed. Behind it, he saw Xinguang looking at him, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment upon seeing him. Ye Junkang felt a sharp pain in his heart. He restrained his own actions, turned and told Xiao Yun to knock Xinguang unconscious. Xinguang tried to rush in, but was held back by the group. She questioned Junkang's right to do this. Ye Junkang inside still urged, "Team leader Xiao Yun, didn't you hear what I said? Why haven't you acted yet?" Xinguang, tense, could only demand Xiao Yun not to move. Xiao Yun, in a difficult position, suggested Xinguang return to her room to protect herself, following young Master Jing's words. Xinguang, with unwavering faith, still determined to persuade them. She told them that locking him in the bathroom wouldn't accomplish anything. Right now he needs to lie still, preferably with a body pillow. The staff were surprised upon hearing this, because they had never heard that young Master Jing needed such a thing when his condition flared up. Xinguang, though embarrassed and blushing, still had to say loudly that punt. Last time he was ill, he hugged her like a body pillow all night, and then he was fine. She insisted they move aside to let him out of the bathroom. With so many bacteria there, he might get even sicker. One staff member, still confused, asked Xinguang, how could Ye Junkang hug her all night without biting her? Xinguang, puzzled, asked why he would bite her. Two staff members finally couldn't hold back anymore and explained that when young Master Jing's condition flares up, the desire to drink blood takes over his mind. He couldn't possibly hug her all night without biting her. Ye Junkang inside, hearing his secret being revealed to Xinguang, angrily shouted for them to shut up. Xinguang, hearing the words drink blood, turned to look at Ye Junkang with disbelieving eyes. Ye Junkang, heartbroken, fell to his knees. What he feared had come to pass. The little fish now knew. He was afraid that if she learned of his strange illness, she would discriminate against him even more. In fact, he was somewhat right, because Xinguang was also feeling that Junkang's illness. Why was it a desire to drink human blood? She wondered if he was some kind of blood-sucking monster. After this thought, Xinguang ran away without a word. She entered her room and the sound of the door closing echoed. Ye Junkang watched her go, his heart shattering. He felt it was indeed still the same. She still hated him just as much. The bathroom door at this point could no longer withstand Aline and collapsed entirely. Ye Junkong, drenched in sweat, his eyes no longer frenzied but filled with dull sadness. Xiaoyun turned and told young Master Jing that this method wouldn't work. He could only grit his teeth, telling Xiaoyun to find something to restrain him. He absolutely could not allow himself to turn into a monster that drinks blood very quickly. A huge iron chain was used to bind Ye Junkong. Xiaoyun, troubled, brought Ye Junkong a glass of cold water, consoling him that Xinguang was just a girl, fresh out of school, inexperienced in life, so she was a bit scared. Ye Junkong was heartbroken, but still tried to appear fine. He told Xiaoyun that he was just overthinking things. In his heart, he blamed himself for being too sentimental, thinking she would be like last time, refusing to leave no matter how he tried to chase her away, clinging like a leech. Indeed, history always repeats itself. How dare Ye Junkang hope for a different future? He felt that the country pairing him with her was truly tormenting her and also tormenting him. Unexpectedly, when he thought himself most miserable, Xinguang pushed open the door and entered excitedly, carrying a bowl of something in her hands, cheerfully shouting that Ye Junkang was saved. Xiaoyun, seeing the bright red bowl, cried out in panic, believing it to be blood. Ye Junkang became even more agitated, asking Xinguang what she was doing. How could she dare to take her own blood? Seeing this, she waved her hand, telling them not to talk nonsense, saying it wasn't blood, assuring Junkang that he'd be cured after drinking it. Ye Junkang, still suspicious and pale-faced, asked if it wasn't blood, then what was it? He thought to himself, this is a foolish girl. Didn't she say she hated him? Why would she do this? Why not stay away from him instead of taking her own blood? At this moment, Ye Xinguang was only thinking about him. Seeing him so uncomfortable, she said, this isn't blood. Just relax and take a sip first. Ye Junkang didn't believe her and grew even angrier, ordering Xiaoyun to take Xinguang away. Xiaoyun gasped in panic as the staff members approached from behind. Seeing the unstable situation, Xinguang clicked her tongue. She knelt down beside him, not understanding in her heart why this person just wouldn't listen to her. Xinguang had to resort to drastic measures, reaching out to squeeze Ye Junkang's cheeks. A moment later, Xinguang closed her eyes and nose, drinking all of that bright red liquid. Then she directly transferred it to Ye Junkang's mouth before his astonished eyes. This could be considered their first kiss, although the purpose wasn't very romantic. Xinguang still felt very uncomfortable at this moment, because Ye Junkang still wouldn't open his mouth. His cheeks were flushed red, his eyes fixed only on Xinguang, finally opening his mouth to drink all of that liquid. This scene directly caused the lonely puppies here to gape in astonishment, truly broadening their horizons. Strange knowledge had been acquired. After leaving Ye Junkang's lips, Xinguang smiled smugly, thinking she had a bit of an edge in this matter. How could she lose to him? Ye Junkang lowered his head, continuously avoiding Ye Xinguang's gaze while asking her why she was so shameless. Hearing that question, Ye Xinguang showed her disagreement. She moved even closer, saying they were legally married. What could she do to him that wasn't appropriate? Ye Junkang shyly retorted, saying they were only contractually married. After hearing this, Ye Xinguang calmly patted Ye Junkang's shoulder, telling him not to worry. She remembered it was a one-year contract. She also knew he didn't like her at the hospital. He said the person he liked was the little girl named Xia Qingqing. Ye Junkang lowered his head and agreed. The person he liked was Xia Qingqing, but he also wanted to know when Xinguang would admit her own identity. Xinguang then poured all the remaining liquid from the bowl into her mouth. Ye Junkang turned in panic and shouted loudly, asking Xiaoyun why she was just standing there, doing nothing. Immediately, Xinguang was carried away by a group of people. After that mischievous girl was taken away, the door was promptly closed, restoring the gloomy silence to the room. Ye Junkang glanced at that bright red bowl again. He still couldn't believe why she would do such a thing, why she would draw blood and use her mouth to feed him. He could hear Xinguang's voice from outside, still stubbornly reminding him to drink the remaining half bowl. Ye Junkang blushed. He didn't know if he could believe that she had changed, no longer hating him, resenting him, or wanting to leave him anymore. After examining that bowl of blood, Xiaoyun reported to Master Kang that it seemed this wasn't real blood. He said apologetically that they might have misunderstood Xinguang and asked Ye Junkang if he should go and inquire. Ye Junkang felt strangely out of place. He said to forget it. He was tired and told Xiaoyun to stay away from him for a while. Then, watching Ye Junkang fall silently asleep, Xiaoyun was extremely surprised, not expecting his Master Kang to have recovered so quickly. He quickly removed the iron chains from his body, took a blanket and covered Junkang with it. Outside, the moon had risen high. This This time, the plane could continue its journey without needing an emergency stop. After a while, Ye Junkang woke up with a start. He was surprised, not expecting to have recovered so quickly at this point. He immediately went to find his little mermaid. Running to the bedroom, Xinguang was now peacefully asleep. Ye Junkang touched his lips, unconsciously recalling the kiss from earlier and blushing. He sat down gently beside the bed, quietly, silently gazing at his own moonlight. Just as he reached out to brush Xinguang's hair, she immediately nuzzled her head into his hand with a pleased expression. Ye Junkang smiled gently. She still had this habit. He then leaned down, close to little Xinguang. Xinguang, unconsciously, sensing something warm approaching her, wrapped her arms around his neck, conveniently pulling him down, hugging him tightly without letting go. Being able to see Xinguang this close again, Ye Junkang blushed shyly. When he saw her little nose start to sniff, Ye Junkang became self-conscious, wondering if there was a strange scent on him. Meanwhile, in Xinguang's dream, she found herself under the ocean as the queen of the mermaid tribe. At this moment, an attendant came to report that someone claiming to be Xinguang's partner had come to seek an audience. Upon hearing this, Xinguang bewilderedly said she didn't have a partner. It must be some human who dared to deceive her royal self. Xinguang became angry because of this, slammed her hand, and ordered to bring in that imposter. Two mermen immediately escorted in a man in black wearing a mask. Xinguang had someone ask who he was and threatened him that if he deceived her, the mermaid queen, he would be killed. Unexpectedly, the man politely bowed, then kissed her hand respectfully and sweetly, calling her my love. He said he could never deceive her. He introduced himself as the recipient of Xinguang's first kiss, simplified to partner, which wasn't wrong, was it? Hearing that this was the recipient of her first kiss, Xinguang hesitated. At this moment, another voice suddenly rang out from the side, asking how come she didn't know she had a first kiss recipient. Xinguang heard the voice, turned to that direction and asked who had just spoken. It was Ye Junkang, appearing with his CEO demeanor. Seeing this, Xinguang became worried, hurriedly explaining to Ye Junkang that she didn't know that man and told Ye Junkang not to misunderstand. The masked man, hearing this, grabbed Xinguang's hand, saying she couldn't not know him. He was the recipient of her first kiss. While on the other side, Ye Junkang also tugged at her, scolding her as a traitor for daring to have another partner behind his back. The two of them kept arguing continuously. Xinguang, helpless, finally yelled for them to stop arguing. Then she was awakened by her own scream, waking herself up. Xinguang, terrified, clutched her heart. That dream had really scared her to death. Then dreaming of that big tumor, Ye Junkang again. Xinguang was sure this was a nightmare, but remembering the masked man who claimed to be her first kiss, Xinguang pondered in a daze. She remembered her first kiss was in the year she was thrown into the sea. Drifting on the stormy, rough sea, Xinguang saw a boy sitting on a small boat, rush over telling her to hang on. That boy had saved Xinguang. Xinguang remembered he was Qin Junye, a child with a hard life who had never known happiness. To save Xinguang, Qin Junye had kissed the little girl. Xinguang knew that without him, there wouldn't be the her of today. But fate often plays tricks on people. The storm rose again, tormenting the already tattered fates of the two children. In that dangerous moment, Qin Junye told Xinguang to just swim away, not to worry about him. Xinguang recalled with emotion. It seemed Qin Junye's death anniversary was approaching. She decided to return, to burn a bit more paper money for him. He was so poor. While wiping her face, Xinguang looked in the mirror and wondered in confusion, were her lips always this red? After getting ready, Xinguang stepped out with a relaxed mindset, but the people outside looked as wrinkled as a monkey's bottom. Xinguang scratched her head in confusion, feeling the atmosphere was strangely odd. At this moment, Zhao Yun saw Ye Junkang, red-faced, coming out of the room and immediately felt embarrassed, coughing dryly a few times. Seeing Ye Junkang, then sheepishly saying he'd get some ice for him, Zhao Yun's clever mind began to analyze, looking at Xinguang with respect and surprise, thinking that Miss Ye looked small, but was indeed truly strong. Xinguang picked up on someone looking at her strangely right away and turned to say, Zhao Yun had a problem. Zhao Yun had to change the subject, saying that later he would take Xinguang to the hotel again, while Jing family had to go elsewhere. The morning sun had gilded the streets. Zhao Yun's convoy stopped in front of the hotel. Xinguang just stepped out and met a colleague, who surprisingly asked why she was here. Xinguang immediately said she had an appointment to interview a big shot, so the director sent her. The female colleague smiled happily, saying to interview a big shot, indeed, they must use the most beautiful reporter in the station. This was truly the spirit of their little sister. While behind, the faces of the six brothers looked very dissatisfied. Zhao Yun then informed Xinguang that later Jing family would have a meal with some famous people in the financial world, saying she could interview them while eating. Before Xinguang could answer, the six brothers got excited. Really, we can eat together with Mr. Ye. Zhao Yun immediately extinguished their small joy, saying that Jing family only invited Miss Ye alone. The six brothers were displeased and objected. On what grounds was only Xinguang invited, when they were also reporters from Coco Station? Zhao Yun, at this moment, truly hated not being able to tell her. Of course, it's because Miss Ye is the one in Jing family's heart. Then Xinguang had to speak up to explain that it was her spouse who had introduced and helped her contact Mr. Ye. Then she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the six brothers still pulled Xinguang back. She angrily said that she was the one who arranged the interview. For the financial conference, she thought Xinguang was stealing her credit. Moreover, the six brothers felt Xinguang was just bitter because she stole her boyfriend, so she harbored hatred. The six brothers excitedly said it was Shi Yunshen who pursued her first, saying if Xinguang liked Shi Yunshen so much, she could return him to Xinguang. Xinguang irritably pulled her hand away and said the six brothers had overthought it. Her credit being stolen proves it basically never belonged to her in the first place. Secondly, Xinguang said she never considered Shi Yunshen as anything important, and if the two of them got married, Xinguang could even bless them to live together until old age. Thirdly, Xinguang said the six brothers could also ask their own spouse to help arrange an interview for her, if she wanted. But then immediately, Xinguang sarcastically said, it seems the six brothers' spouses aren't that great. After saying all this, Xinguang proudly left, leaving behind the six brothers bitterly wondering just how powerful is Xinguang's spouse. After all, she was still preoccupied with the image of Xinguang getting into that luxurious gold-plated car. The six brothers didn't expect Xinguang's spouse could pick her up in a luxury car and even arrange for Xinguang an interview with a financial tycoon. At this moment, the six brothers, out of jealousy and envy, thought if Xinguang hadn't pushed Shi Yunshen onto her, he would have been hers already. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun had taken Xinguang to the meeting building. He reminded Xinguang that Jing family hadn't arrived yet, telling her to go in first. The seat at the head is Jing family's. She should just sit next to that position. Xinguang at the half-open door. Inside was the noisy chatter of all the big shots in the financial industry. She took a deep breath to calm herself, then raised her hand to knock. Xinguang entered with a cheerful smile, introducing herself as a reporter from Coco TV station, saying that Mr. Ye had arranged this exclusive interview for her. Those people were also very friendly and invited Xinguang to sit down quickly. Xinguang came to sit at the empty seat, as Zhao Yun had said earlier. Next to her was a fat old man pouring wine, his heavy cheeks already flushed red, his tone slightly slurred, praising Xinguang for growing up so beautiful, and saying if she finished this glass of wine, he would accept the interview. Xinguang immediately waved her hands in refusal, saying she was allergic to alcohol and wanted to use tea instead of wine to toast him. But this guy thought she was not giving him face. Seeming drunk, he flew into a rage, saying a small reporter like Xinguang should know better. He asked if she still wanted the interview. Xinguang's face froze. At this moment, she thought if that big tumor was here, she certainly wouldn't be forced to drink. Then she had to force a smile and say she would toast him a glass. Only then did the fat man's face relax, saying this is how Xinguang should behave. Unexpectedly, the glass in Xinguang's hand was suddenly taken by someone everyone knew. That is, by a certain someone. A voice full of killing intent rang out. The wine she toasts to you, Rang Sudu. You can't handle it, Ye Kunjing told him. If Sudu wants to drink, let me toast to you. Others hurriedly spoke up to mediate, saying that Mr. Jing was protecting his employee, truly a good boss. Ye Kunjing didn't respond. He coldly put his arm around Xinguang's shoulder and sat down. This Sudu was still being petty, saying Mr. Jing was overprotecting his employee. Not giving him face like this, how could they still sit and eat at the same table? Ye Kunjing threw him a sharp glance, telling him if he felt he couldn't sit, he was welcome to leave. This tense gesture made other bosses whisper in confusion, wondering why Ye Kunjing was protecting such a small reporter. Could there be something between them they hadn't heard about? At this moment, a young CEO told Ye Kunjing, not to be so agitated and to introduce a bit. Ye Kunjing smiled and asked him, "Aren't you always curious about who moved me?" Hearing this, the faces of the crowd couldn't hide their surprise. Xinguang was already blushing with embarrassment. She didn't understand what he was trying to do. Why suddenly reveal everything? That CEO, after getting the answer, immediately extended his hand warmly, calling Xinguang's sister-in-law, saying he had admired her for a long time. Unexpectedly, Ye Kunjing's fierce god came, not even allowing a handshake. The young CEO could only reluctantly accept. At this point, everyone understood Xinguang's position. In Ye Kun's heart, how high her status was. Fat Sudu had to lower his voice and apologize. Xinguang even insisted on punishing herself with 3 glasses and volunteered herself to be the first to be interviewed by Xinguang, telling others not to fight for it. Watching him gulp down the wine, Xinguang was momentarily confused and couldn't say a word. The young man at this time told Fat Sudu there was no need to compete, because the first to be interviewed by sister-in-law must be him. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Seeing this, Ye Kunjing became jealous again and said, "What connection did he have with Xinguang?" The young CEO unexpectedly happily held up his phone, showing that he was Lin Hanfeng. His connection with Ye Xinguang was exactly 8 characters with a comma. Indeed, on the phone, there was still a system notification saying Lin Hanfeng had been listed as one of Ye Xinguang's lottery drawing targets. Seeing this, Xinguang had to admit it was true. This time was exactly when she had the lottery at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hanfeng then pretended to be upset, asking why Xinguang didn't choose him when his code number was 888888888. So beautiful. Xinguang recalled that moment. At that time, she really wanted to choose this beautiful, lavish number sequence. But the system gave her too little time to choose. Before she could pick, the system had already drawn her number. The two of them chatted happily. Not noticing someone behind was unhappy. Ye Kunjing then saw the notification. The system said Lin Hanfeng had been eliminated by another player. No fate with Miss Ye. Try to improve competitiveness. To successfully escape singlehood, he teased him. Yinjing said he had a unique destiny, unparalleled in the lucky number 8, yet still had to try hard to escape being single. This basically didn't make any sense. Then he turned to blame Xinguang. Wasn't Lin Hanfeng already eliminated? The strong win, the weak lose. Why? Are you showing regret? Xinguang saw him scolding her, but his face was red with embarrassment. She didn't understand what this guy's expression was supposed to mean. Lin Hanfeng quickly discovered that this Jing guy was already jealous. Seemed quite tasty indeed. Then those CEOs urged each other to eat quickly, to avoid delaying sister-in-law's time. Xinguang sat eating. Hearing sister-in-law once every 10 words, she felt both embarrassed and dizzy. By evening, she finally finished the interview work. Xinguang sat in the chair, her face clearly showing fatigue. Basically, her identity was exposed. She went from being the interviewer to becoming the interviewee. Those guys didn't answer on topic. Xinguang asked about company development. Lin Hanfeng asked if Jing treated her well, if he was devoted to her, and grinned asking if he still had a chance. Another guy was curious, wondering where Xinguang graduated from. To know Jing so well, this fat Sudu asked Xinguang to send him her home address so he could send gifts to apologize. Finally, Ye Kunjing had to step in, telling them to answer the interview properly. Don't ask about irrelevant things. Anything they didn't know, they could ask him. Thinking of this, Xinguang unconsciously smiled, her cheeks turning rosy. She was thinking, how could that guy be so considerate of her? Then Xinguang asked the assistant if there were any other arrangements for tonight. If not, Xinguang wanted to go out for a while. The assistant said there was nothing else, and asked Xinguang where she wanted to go, if she needed him to arrange a car. Xinguang said she knew Ye Kunjing's birthday was coming up, so she wanted to go to the duty-free shop to buy some gifts. Things were cheaper there. The assistant then recalled Zhao Yun's analysis, guessing that the one in Ye Kunjing's heart was Xinguang. He realized his chance to make amends had come. He knew Miss Ye was a recent graduate, surely didn't have much money. Buying a gift for Mr. Jing would be difficult. So, the assistant generously took out the duty-free shop spending card to give to Xinguang to use. Xinguang was very hesitant, as this was buying a birthday gift for Ye Kunjing. Using the assistant's card to buy it didn't seem right. Seeing this, the assistant put on a trustworthy face, telling Xinguang not to worry. What matters is the thought, not who pays for it. Mr. Jing surely wouldn't mind. After a while, the assistant even enthusiastically prepared a car for her, telling her to go shopping without worry. He would definitely keep it a secret. Xinguang had to accept the assistant's kind gesture. After that, the assistant happily called Mr. Jing, asking him to guess where Xinguang had asked him to prepare a car for. Ye Kunjing, bored with this hinting, told the assistant to spit it out or he'd hang up. The assistant, excited, informed Ye Kenjing that Xinguang was preparing to buy him a birthday gift. After hearing this information, Ye Kenjing couldn't hide the joy on his face. Unexpectedly, she was taking the initiative to buy him a birthday gift. The assistant added that earlier, Xinguang had told him not to tell Ye Kenjing about this, to surprise him. Ye Kenjing then said he would pretend not to know anything. After hanging up, Ye Kenjing was still elated. He wondered how that silly girl suddenly became so adorable. Before, she didn't even remember his birthday, always annoying him on his birthday. Now she even knows to secretly buy gifts to create a surprise. Ye Kenjing felt that his little fish tail wanted to surprise him, so he decided to give her an even bigger surprise. Thinking and doing, Ye Kenjing immediately asked his assistant to rearrange things. Speaking of Xinguang, she had now arrived at the duty-free shop. Her phone also received a message from the assistant. He told her, tomorrow is Ye Kenjing's birthday, so it's best if she gives the gift tomorrow morning, to be the first to give a gift. Moreover, he also said Mr. Jing's rest and work times are very precise, usually waking up at 6:30 a.m., then exercising for an hour, so Xinguang could take the opportunity at 6:30 to knock on Ye Kenjing's bedroom door and give the gift, which would surely make him very happy. Hearing this, Xinguang asked if Mr. Jing wanted to have a party at home. Could she give the gift at midnight tonight instead? But according to the assistant, Mr. Jing would be asleep by midnight. His sleep schedule is very accurate. He starts resting at 10:30 p.m. Xinguang felt a bit disappointed hearing this, because if she couldn't give the birthday gift right at midnight, what meaning would it have anymore? She began to plan. Knowing tomorrow is Ye Kenjing's birthday, and also Qin Junye's death anniversary, with Ye Kenjing resting at 10:30 p.m., Xinguang thought it'd be better at midnight tonight to hold the memorial for Qin Junye first. So exactly at midnight, Xinguang thought to herself, by now that big tumor must be asleep already. She decided to burn joss paper far away, otherwise it wouldn't be good. So Xinguang secretly took some bags of joss paper, went to a corner far away and started burning. Qin Junye, I'll burn a bit more for you. Don't be reluctant to spend it, okay? You came from a poor rural area, 3 generations, all poor, didn't even finish elementary school before having to work to earn money. Life really wasn't easy. Xinguang felt sad thinking about Qin Junye, who became shark bait to save her. Xinguang knew that actually at that time, she could have saved herself, even though she was still young. While still talking to Qin Junye, Xinguang suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She looked up, surprised to see Ye Kenjing, looking at her with eyes full of disappointment, sadness, and anger. He then called to inform everyone not to look for Xinguang anymore, because she had been found. Xinguang still didn't know. Ye Kenjing had misunderstood. She still grinned and asked if he wasn't asleep yet. Ye Kenjing glumly said, the servants discovered she was missing at midnight, so they went searching. Xinguang, embarrassed, just opened her mouth to apologize, but was immediately questioned by Kunjing in anger, asking if she, in the middle of the night, sneaked out secretly to burn joss paper for him. Xinguang at this point could only try to explain that she was burning joss paper for her friend, not for him. Xinguang also felt confused that Ye Kenjing could think of something so strange. Who would burn joss paper for someone on their birthday? But in Ye Kenjing's mind at this moment, he remembered memories from the past. In the previous life, Ye Xinguang had angrily asked him why on his birthday she couldn't burn joss paper. She even asked if his birthday was so important that she had to celebrate it with him. She said she was actually burning joss paper to curse him. Now Ye Kenjing could only glumly ask Xinguang why she did this. Xinguang broke out in a cold sweat. She knew he had misunderstood her. She was about to take his hand and apologize, but Ye Kenjing wouldn't listen, angrily asking if she wanted him dead that badly. Xinguang still tried to explain that he had misunderstood her, but Ye Kenjing basically wouldn't listen. The unresolved knot from the previous life made him even more certain that in this life she hadn't changed, still hating him as before. He tiredly turned around and told her to leave. Xinguang from behind, besides crying out injustice and telling him to listen to her, only felt helpless. Ye Kenjing, on his own birthday, had to say the heartbreaking words, perhaps it's better if we break up. He thought maybe from the beginning he shouldn't have held on to this dream. How could she possibly change for him? Xinguang lowered her head in silence. She calmed herself down, self-consoling that it's okay. That big tumor was just misunderstanding. But at this moment, the misunderstanding about burning joss paper was hard to explain. Xinguang slapped her own face to force herself to stay alert. Tomorrow she would explain to him again. but she also worried that he wouldn't let her attend the birthday party, worried that she hadn't given him the gift she prepared. Xinguang, heartbroken, slumped down in the cold night. Tears kept flowing down, soaking the joss paper in her hand. Finally, that very night, Xinguang packed her luggage to leave because Ye Kunjing had told Zhao Yun to arrange for her to stay at a hotel. Xinguang still held on to hope, asking Zhao Yun if Ye Kunjing said how long she would stay there. The silence and the awkward expression on the team leader's face made Xinguang's faith fade away. She told Zhao Yun if tomorrow Ye Kunjing was still angry, to help her give the gift to him, the gift she left on the bedside table in the room. Zhao Yun sadly told Xinguang that a birthday gift should be given in person, to be meaningful. He said that Ye Kunjing would surely bring her back soon. Xinguang still tried to smile cheerfully, saying she should still pack her things first. She knew Ye Kunjing's personality. It's hard to change his mind. She also asked Zhao Yun. He hasn't said to kick her out of the house, right? Zhao Yun replied no, then invited Xinguang into the car. Xinguang absently looked back at the mansion one more time, then sadly stepped in. Up there, Ye Kunjing was still silently observing her. He asked himself what he should do with her. The next day, Xinguang still woke up to go to work as usual, hailing a taxi. She also called Zhao Yun, saying there's no need to come pick her up. Just as she stepped into the car, Xinguang was surprised to find that there was already a man sitting inside. The driver then appeared apologetic, telling her not to mind. It's just a shared ride. Business isn't easy, hoping for her understanding. Xinguang mumbled agreement and asked him if it's convenient to take her to the TV station. The driver smiled brightly, saying, "Of course it is." The car sped off until Xinguang realized this road was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. She tensely shouted, asking the driver where they were going. Then she immediately demanded to stop the car. She sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the rough-looking man sitting next to her revealed his true colors. He covered Xinguang's face with a drug-soaked cloth. The girl panicked internally, wondering, could this be a sexual assault in the car? Fortunately, with her superior martial arts, Xinguang grabbed her phone and smashed it into his face. Then came a series of brutal punches. Scum, thugs, dare to have evil intentions towards me. Back in the day, I caught sharks with my bare hands. You probably weren't even born yet. After punching the guy dizzy, Xinguang ordered the driver to stop the car. The driver was now sweating profusely, but he still kept stepping on the gas pedal. Xinguang knew this was him. Willingly bringing suffering upon himself, she grabbed a white cloth and directly choked him, threatening if he didn't stop the car, she would end his life. The driver finally panicked, trembling as he admitted fault, saying he was just paid to do the job. Xinguang, even more enraged, forced him to reveal who was behind this. It turned out the person who hired them was at a construction site not far from here. He said the man told him to bring her there and he'd pay. Xinguang panicked and told him to quickly drive back. The driver outwardly agreed, but inwardly thought this kid had some skills but wasn't very smart. Because they were already close to the construction site, he knew even if she grew wings, it'd be hard for her to escape. Very soon, the car arrived at a large abandoned construction site. The driver, no longer afraid, just drove right in. Then he shouted for his buddies to come out, saying there was a very strong woman inside who had already knocked out A3. Immediately, a group of colorful-haired guys appeared, arrogantly asking the driver what nonsense he was talking about. At this moment, A3 was thrown out of the car. Xinguang stepped out boldly, directly facing the group of thugs. She wasn't afraid of any of them. Cracking her knuckles, Xinguang asked who wanted to go first, or if they all wanted to come at once. That wouldn't matter either. The men yelled and rushed to surround Xinguang. Meanwhile, in another scene, Ye Kunjing at this time was hosting his own birthday party, with many distinguished guests attending. His assistant worriedly asked if he still couldn't contact Xinguang. The assistant looked guilty and apologetic, saying sorry, he still couldn't reach her. Ye Kunjing grew more worried. He thought this little mermaid hadn't run away from home. Had she? At this moment, Xiaojia also slowly approached to ask Ye Kunjing why, on his birthday, he looked so dazed. He also asked why Ye Kunjing's spouse wasn't seen anywhere. Could it be that the two had a fight? Meanwhile, Ye Kunjing had received some news from Zhao Yun. He immediately stood up, his face grim and full of killing intent, making Han Feng nervous. Just like that, Kunjing and his subordinates left directly, leaving behind Xiaojia, who stood wondering, not understanding who had angered that person again. As soon as Ye Kunjing left, Ha Ranran's assistant came crying, running to report to Xia Zhaojia that his sister was about to be beaten to death. She said that the spouse of Jing family's Ye Xingguang, having been kicked out of the Jing house, was angry and ran to the Xia family to cause trouble. The assistant said Xingguang had gone mad. It was clearly because of the Yi family's servant, talking nonsense, but she went to the Xia family to make a scene. Currently, many things in Xia Zhaojia's house had been smashed. The house was about to collapse. This news immediately caused a stir at the party. They all thought the online news was true, that Ye Kunjing and Ha Ranran were really in love. The assistant now also kept urging Xia Zhaojia to quickly return home. Hearing this, Ye Kunjing stopped in his tracks. He said he also had to go see why his spouse, who had been out of contact for a whole day, was at the Xia family's house. Ye Kunjing was certain that his little mermaid couldn't have lost contact for no reason, and then run to the Xia family to cause trouble. Something must have happened. Xingguang, wielding a baseball bat fiercely, dragged A3 out of the car, saying she wanted Reituang to let him see clearly the face of the person who hired him. Thus, while dragging A3 by the collar, Xingguang kicked open the door and entered. The Xia family's bodyguards gathered at the door to block her, but seeing A3's bruised face thrown in front of them, those men immediately became nervous. Ha Ranran and her parents were standing upstairs, scolding Ye Xingguang for daring to act wild and crazy here. They even threatened to call the police and charge her with illegal trespassing. Xingguang, still angry, swung the bat and smashed things below, then sat on a chair smugly, telling them to go ahead and call the police. After all, she also wanted to tell the police how they had arranged to kidnap her. The Xia family couldn't believe Xingguang would go this far. They could only curse bitterly. Old Xia at this moment told Xingguang that she had already hit and smashed things, destroyed what she wanted to destroy. Then he said today he wouldn't pursue the matter further, and told Xingguang to leave immediately. Immediately, Xingguang picked up the bat again. She smirked and asked him, did he really think that was fair? Old Xia still wouldn't admit his fault, just saying they should consider themselves unlucky and that they hadn't done anything yet, telling Xingguang to leave quickly. Ha Ranran, relying on her status as a national treasure, arrogantly said even if Xingguang had a video, she couldn't do anything about it, and instead she would be the one to face a sad outcome. Xingguang, driven mad by these people's unreasonableness, swung the bat down on a ceramic vase, shattering it completely. At this moment, Xiaojia had also arrived home, hurriedly telling Xingguang to stop. Ha Ranran immediately threw herself into her brother's arms, crying and whining, acting as if she was deeply wronged. Why are you only coming back now? You don't know how arrogant this woman has been. Seeing Xia Zhaojia gently comforting Ha Ranran, Xingguang felt a pang in her heart. She had countless times dreamed that, when her parents were about to throw her into the sea, her brother would rush back just like now, shouting loudly to stop. He would comfort her, pat her back, and tell her not to be afraid, that he was back now. Xingguang was heartbroken to tears. Xia Zhaojia had always been the person from whom Xingguang most hoped to receive love. But now, that brother was scolding Xingguang for being arrogant. In front of her brother, all of Xingguang's anger was replaced by emotions of extreme hurt and self-pity. He demanded Xingguang to reasonably explain everything. That happened today, if not then. Before he could finish, Ye Kunjing had already entered. If not then what? Ye Kunjing brushed past the Xia family members, walking straight towards Xingguang, embracing his little mermaid, asking her to tell him what had happened. Xingguang, faced with this caring inquiry, her emotions burst into tears streaming down her face. Ye Kunjing grew more anxious. What did they do to you? Mrs. Xia, at this moment, told Ye Kunjing that he didn't know how Ye Xingguang had wrecked their house, what state she had left it in, how crazy she had become. Ye Kunjing, of course, believed everything had a reason. He asked if they would speak up now, or if he should call someone to interrogate them. As he spoke, Ye Kunjing glanced towards A3, who was crawling on the ground, trying to escape. Hearing this, he suddenly stood up, hurriedly denying, saying everything had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to confess, the blonde whore Ha Ranran fearfully ordered A3 to shut up, but A3, still scared, decided to confess anyway, saying someone hired them to kidnap Ye Xingguang to force her to hand over a video recording. He also said the client told them, once they got the recording, they should silence her permanently. Xia Zhaojia still didn't understand the situation. He anxiously asked which recording, and if someone had hired them, why did they come to cause trouble at his house? Old Xia quickly told his son not to listen to others' nonsense. Ha Ranran then tried to cover up their guilt by telling Xia Zhaojia that Ye Xingguang was jealous of her, so she came here to cause trouble. Ye Kunjing saw that their family still wouldn't speak up, so he decided to personally tell Xia Zhaojia what happened. He said, Xinguang had recorded a video 16 years ago of Xia Zhaojia's parents throwing his sister into the sea. Hearing this, Xiaojia was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Ye Qingjing continued, saying he couldn't help but laugh at Xiaojia's naivety. He asked if he really believed that his sister had jumped into the sea to run away from home. She was only a few years old at the time and reportedly very ill. How could a seriously ill child run away from home? Xiaojia was too shocked by what he had just heard. He angrily asked his family if what Ye Qingjing said was true. Of course, those pseudo-intellectual thugs denied it, but the more Xiaojia thought about the unusual behavior of his parents back then, the more he believed Ye Qingjing's words. That year, his little sister was only 6 years old. When Xiaojia came home, his parents said she had run away on her own. She was only 6, with such a frail body. Ye Qingjing then told Xiaojia that he had received a reasonable explanation, as he wanted, and added that Xinguang was the one who saved his sister's life. Hearing this, Xiaojia eagerly asked where his sister was now. But basically, Ye Qingjing didn't want to tell him. He didn't want Xinguang's identity exposed, to be remembered by these inhuman people. Thinking this, he told Xiaojia that the girl had already died. She couldn't be saved. Xiaojia then unconsciously looked at Xinguang. His brotherly feelings stirred. He seemed to see the image of his sister, Qingqing, in her. Xinguang could only anxiously tell Qingjing to leave quickly. She was heartbroken to realize her brother had always been deceived by them. They had said she ran away from home. Before leaving, Ye Qingjing gave Xiaojia 3 days deng to resolve his family's matters, then to give him an explanation, otherwise he'd have to face the consequences himself. Xinguang walked away unsteadily, holding back the sobs stuck in her throat. She wanted to tell her brother that she missed him very much. After stepping outside, despite the assistant and Ye Qingjing waiting and inviting her into the car, Ye Xinguang still sulkily walked straight ahead. Ye Qingjing, of course, couldn't let his little mermaid swim away. He ran to grab her wrist, then directly picked Xinguang up, ignoring her struggles. Ye Qingjing put Xinguang in the car and softly said, "Be good, let's go home first." Okay. But Xinguang, still angry, refused and threatened. If Ye Qingjing didn't let go, she'd punch him too. Ye Qingjing placed a warm kiss on Xinguang's forehead, making her instantly quiet. He said once they're in the car, Xinguang can hit him however she wants. Unexpectedly, when in the car that little girl sat quietly in a corner. It's still the man who, in all situations, should take the initiative. When someone is silent and distant, you should know to approach and inquire. Ye Xinguang, now upset, shed tears of self-pity, telling Ye Qingjing not to touch her. A tip for comforting your lover: the more they push you away, the closer you should get. Ye Qingjing applied this rule, reaching out to wrap his arm around Xinguang's waist and holding her tight. Xinguang, still sulking, said, "Didn't you not want to see me? Didn't you want me to leave your world? Why are you hugging me, Ye Qingjing? Are you being too weak now?" Of course, a smart man will admit weakness before his wife, just asking her to come back home with him. Ye Qingjing gently apologized, saying it was too dark. It was just because he was too angry. He said today was his birthday. There's a party at home. Everyone is waiting for them to return. Xinguang looked at him, sensing his sincerity. Ye Qingjing truly wanted her to come back in his heart. He was also waiting for her birthday gift. Xinguang then took this opportunity to explain that last night she was really burning joss paper for her friend, not cursing him. Seeing Ye Qingjing still doubtful, Xinguang firmly said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask your assistant to investigate. On this day 10 years ago, my friend died saving me." The quick-witted assistant poked his head down, saying he would investigate immediately. Ye Qingjing then hugged her close. He felt that even without that person, it's fine. She was willing to explain to him, which already made him very satisfied. The assistant's work was very reliable. He had already found out, confirming that Xinguang wasn't lying. On this day, 10 years ago, a person named Qin Junye had died in a ship fire. Ye Qingjing looked at Qin Junye's profile. He was surprised to see the time and place were correct. In the summer 10 years ago, Xinguang indeed encountered an assassination attempt at sea. Strangely, Ye Qingjing had all those memories, as if he was Qin Junye himself. Qingjing didn't think much about it. He hugged Xinguang, saying he was wrong for misunderstanding. He indulgently told Xinguang that at the villa, there were many delicious foods waiting for her: pastries, seafood, barbecue, and juice. Very soon, Xinguang returned to the villa. In a shimmering evening gown, with all the foods she loved. While happily enjoying the food, a little girl ran up and hugged Xinguang. Xiao Mihu had been waiting for Xinguang for a long time, delighted that her friend had finally arrived. Xinguang conveniently fed a piece of cake to Xiao Mihu and asked her if she found the big tumor's birthday party fun. While they were happily chatting, a trio of some gossipy girls came to ask Xiao Mihu if she didn't know how to dance. They said they had just asked her to dance a bit, and she had already run away to hide. Those people were clearly trying to make things difficult for Xiao Mihu, making the usually outspoken girl now hide behind Xinguang's back. When that group saw Xinguang, they were also very arrogant, asking who she was, perhaps a servant of Ye Jiang. How dare she speak loudly to honored guests like that? Then that group continued to attack Xiao Mihu. They even said if Xiao Mihu didn't know how to dance, she should just admit that she's uncouth and lacks grace. Xiao Mihu was provoked to anger and about to retort when Xinguang quietly asked her if she really knew how to dance. It turned out Mihu revealed she had been learning for 2 months now. It's just that she gets a bit nervous when dancing. Who would have thought those vulgar people wouldn't be gentle, not paying attention to Xiao Mihu while dancing? Xinguang, understanding her friend's problem, bent her knees and extended her hand, inviting Xiao Mihu to dance. Xinguang winked confidently, telling her friend to trust her. Xinguang would make Xiao Mihu shine. Very soon, the whole party was abuzz, paying attention to the two girls dancing. Ye Qingjing also looked on, his soul captivated. Before he knew it, Xiao Mihu and Xinguang were gracefully dancing to the music. Of course, they didn't forget to perform some difficult moves. However, after a spin, each returned to their own partner, Mo Fei sweetly supporting her girlfriend's waist. On this side, Ye Qingjing had also caught the moonlight of his life. His deep, loving gaze couldn't be hidden. Ye Qingjing smiled and said he never knew before that she could dance too. He leaned close to Xinguang's ear and asked, how many more surprises did she have that he didn't know about? Xinguang blushed. This was just ballroom dancing, actually. Secretly, she also knew ballet, folk dance, and even tango. The guests around had started to discuss curiously, wondering who the girl dancing with Ye Qingjing was. They also noticed how Ye Qingjing looked at her. With such deep affection, they truly made a beautiful couple. Ye Qingjing ended with a romantic move, successfully harvesting a huge round of applause from the audience watching them. They then gathered around, asking him about the identity of this girl, telling him to introduce her quickly. Xinguang, faced with the surrounding public opinion, quietly gave up and ran away first. Her target was the fully laden banquet table. First, she had to fill her stomach. Before she could crawl to the dining table, Xinguang stopped in her tracks. When she saw Ye Qingjing sitting at the piano, under the bright lights, he said he would introduce to the friends here today a person. The stage lights immediately shone on Xinguang. Just as she was still trying to understand what was happening, Ye Qingjing's fingers were already on the piano keys. The music started. Xinguang immediately recognized it as the song that had made the old master fall in love at first sight when he first met her. She didn't understand why he was playing this song. Ye Qingjing then raised his voice, inviting everyone to listen as he sang this song. His warm voice rang out. The lyrics seemed to express what he wanted to say to the girl he loved. Do you know, you are my shining star tonight. This fate is so amusing. I truly want to hold your hand and cross the Milky Way. When their eyes met, Captain Jiao Yun perceptively invited Xinguang to Ye Qingjing's side. Xinguang still didn't understand what he was planning. Her feet moved, but it was too dark to see the way. How romantic. He had meticulously prepared. With each step she took, a starlight appeared. It was a dreamlike scene that made men marvel and women admire, while Xinguang blushed as she walked forward. Ye Qingjing looked at her and continued singing. If we could meet again, what I want most is for you to love me too. Could you step on my twinkling stars and walk towards me? The song ended in melodious music and soft, sweet light. Ye Qingjing took her hand, inviting her to cut the birthday cake with him. The cake, worth several months' salary of a fresh graduate, was pushed forward. Ye Qingjing held Xinguang's hand. Together, they cut the cake to celebrate the new year. Amidst the cheers of the guests, they exchanged a look, confirming the deep feelings they had for each other. Of course, a good man would give the first piece of cake to his important person. At this moment, an excited guest curiously asked Ye Qingjing, "What's the name of the song you just sang? It sounds so good." Ye Qingjing immediately replied, "This is a song that's very popular online recently, called You Are My Star Tonight." Ye Qingjing looked at Xinguang, saying he wrote the lyrics based on her name. The last 3 words in the song are her name. At the same time, he also introduced to everyone that this is the match the country has arranged for him, Ye Xingguang. The girls hearing this praised it as wonderful and asked if they could post this recording on Weibo or not. Ye Xingguang at this point still wanted to clarify that this song was actually sung by her friend Ha Qing, and the lyricist was Ye Kenjing. Then he said to that guest, "If you like it, go ahead and post it, and thank you for helping to promote the song." That guest then gleefully turned to tease Xingguang, saying, "This is Jing's public confession," implying she is the bright star in his dark night. Ye Xingguang was still shyly refuting, saying it was just a coincidence. When Ye Kenjing suddenly lifted her up, in front of everyone's eyes, he told them to continue enjoying themselves. As for the remaining time, he wanted to be alone with the girl the country had matched him with. Ye Kenjing carried that little fish to a corner. Xingguang blushed and told him not to be so reckless. Kunjing used his foot to kick open a door. Xingguang panicked, realizing this was his bedroom. Then she turned and told Ye Kenjing not to act rashly, or she wouldn't be polite with him. Then she reminded him not to forget they were just in a contract marriage. They would separate after a year. Ye Kenjing leaned down close to Xingguang's face, asking if she had never heard this saying. Ye Kenjing sat down on the chair. He said, "If you could believe a man's words, then pigs could climb trees." It seems he wanted to completely deny the contract marriage agreement. Ye Kenjing then became very unstable, kept moving close to Xingguang with a mischievous smile, making her panic. She hurriedly pushed him away, telling him to calm down, asking if he was drunk and the alcohol had gone to his head. She also said she wasn't the kind of woman to casually tell him not to move. Seeing this, Ye Kenjing patted Xingguang's head with a doting look. Of course, he knew that. He leaned in and whispered. What he wanted was the birthday gift she would give him. Everyone else had given theirs, only she was left. Ye Xingguang's face turned bright red. She quickly ran out, using the excuse of getting the gift from her bedroom. Only then did Ye Kenjing settle down, sitting on the chair, teasing that silly girl a bit, which made him very happy. But at this moment, he still couldn't enjoy complete happiness. The bloodthirst came again. Ye Kenjing collapsed, painfully clutching his heart. He leaned against the wall, dragging himself step by step. There were too many people in the villa. He couldn't let them be afraid of him. He had to stay away from them a bit. At this time, Xingguang had just returned with the gift in hand. Unexpectedly, she caught sight of Ye Kenjing climbing over the railing, looking angry, like he wanted to jump down. Xingguang immediately rushed to pull him back. Ye Kenjing, are you crazy? I just haven't given you the gift yet, and you want to jump off the building. As Xingguang pulled him up, she scolded him for not being able to handle a little setback. How can you be a big boss like this? Ye Kenjing then patted Xingguang's head, saying he wasn't trying to jump, but just had something whether he needed to leave for, and asked her not to tell others about it. Xingguang looked at him confused. She asked if he was having an episode again. Then, to Ye Kenjing's surprise, Xingguang pressed him down, telling him not to go. She said she had a way to suppress his condition. She'd be right back and told him to trust her. Xingguang then brought a glass of water, telling him to see it wasn't blood at all. Then she took out a medicinal pearl necklace, perhaps useless for others, but it happened to suppress Ye Kenjing's blood-sucking desire very effectively. Xingguang then asked him about the origin and duration of his illness. Ye Kenjing tried to calmly say it was due to an accident that happened 10 years ago. Hearing about such a long period, she couldn't contain her surprise and asked him if he hadn't sucked blood in the past 15 years. She recalled his bodyguard once said he locked himself up to avoid sucking blood. How strong his will must be. Ye Kenjing looked at the red glass of water and couldn't stomach it. He pinched his nose, frowning, and asked why it smelled like blood. Xingguang had to explain to him that there's a type of seaweed that smells very similar to fresh blood. Her medicinal pearl was nurtured in that seaweed, so it had that blood-like smell. Xingguang held up the glass towards Ye Kenjing, saying it smells very similar, but it's not blood. She would absolutely never trick him into drinking something he didn't like. Seeing Ye Kenjing hesitate, Xingguang kept encouraging him, saying once he drinks it, he can suppress his blood craving. Ye Kenjing seized the opportunity to put on a pitiful face, demanding Xingguang feed him before he'd drink. Xingguang had to indulge him, bringing the glass to Ye Kenjing's lips, coaxing him like a child. Baby doesn't want to take medicine. If you don't take it, you'll get a spanking. After making the big baby drink it all, Xingguang carefully wiped his mouth. Then she stood far away and threw the birthday gift at Ye Kenjing, telling him to sleep well and to close the door for her when he leaves. Ye Kenjing wouldn't have it. He ran over and pinned Xingguang against the wall, reminding her that this was his room. Then he grabbed Xingguang's hand, startling her. She didn't know what he was going to do. Ye Kunjing laid Xingguang on her back on the bed while he pressed himself on top of her. She smiled teasingly, asking if this was the only birthday gift. Then he brought his mouth close to her fair, tender skin, asking if there wasn't anything else. Just as the situation became extremely tense, a phone ring sounded, conveniently rescuing Xingguang. She said it was her father calling. Ye Kunjing hugged Xingguang, asked why she was so panicked, reminding her to answer quickly. Then he himself answered the call. To Xingguang's astonishment, Ye Kunjing spoke confidently and respectfully. "Hello, Dad. I hope you're having a pleasant evening." Ye Kunjing held his little wife in his lap and spoke very politely with her parents. On the other end, the couple was very curious and competed to look at their son-in-law, the Ye boy, that the state had chosen for their daughter. Xingguang, with pride, truly introduced him to her parents for the first time, even asking if they thought Ye Kunjing was handsome. Xingguang's mother, seeing her son-in-law, began to give instructions, telling him that her daughter could cook and could also work outside. The only thing she couldn't do was swim, telling him not to take her to places with deep water. Ye Kunjing listened and forced a smile, his mind immediately recalling the terrible taste of the beefsteak that Xingguang cooked some time ago. Xingguang's father also chimed in to instruct his son-in-law, saying his daughter had a delicate constitution. Her strength is extremely fragile. She can't even step on an ant. He told him not to bully his daughter and to protect Xingguang very well. Hearing this delicate constitution phrase again, Ye Kunjing was confused, wondering if the person her parents described was really Xingguang. How could this girl who could take on the world be weak? But to please the parents, Ye Kunjing immediately agreed, saying he would definitely take good care of this girl with the delicate constitution. After talking for a while, it got late. After telling the parents not to worry, he would take good care of their daughter. He bid the parents goodbye so they could rest. At this point, Xingguang no longer needed to fear that her parents would worry too much about her. After ending the call, Xingguang patted Ye Kunjing's shoulder, praising him for cooperating well with her. It wasn't in vain that she gave him the medicine. Xingguang handed something to Kunjing, smiling happily and telling him to open it quickly. Ye Kunjing took the gift and opened it. Inside was a very beautiful watch. Xingguang looked at the watch on Ye Kunjing's wrist and exclaimed that it lived up to its name. The watch she chose was indeed beautiful. Ye Kunjing now realized that his bloodthirst had been suppressed, but he seemed to sense that another kind of craving had appeared. He embarrassedly asked her if her medicine had any side effects. Moreover, he crossed his legs awkwardly like bamboo or something, but it seemed his legs couldn't hide it anymore. He grabbed a pillow and pressed it on his thigh to cover up. He asked Xingguang if anyone else had taken this medicine before and if they mentioned any side effects. Ye Xingguang pondered with a serious face. She said he was the first. At that moment, she suddenly remembered seeing others rescue people. Those who took this medicine, although it could stop the bloodthirst, it ignited the flames of love within them. If they're partners, don't let them drink it carelessly. Xingguang then sympathetically told Ye Kunjing that he probably wouldn't have any problems. After all, they were only married on paper. Ye Kunjing looked at her, wondering if Xingguang was setting a trap for him or tormenting him. Xingguang basically still didn't understand the issue, so she worriedly came closer to ask Kunjing if he felt uncomfortable anywhere, if there were any side effects occurring. Kunjing, still clutching the pillow tightly, replied with a red face that he was indeed uncomfortable. Xingguang grew more worried, asking him to try explaining where he felt uncomfortable. Ye Kunjing lowered his head in embarrassment, asking her what she thought igniting the flames of love meant. Xingguang laughed nervously, saying she hadn't taken the medicine either. How would she know? Then she suggested that he should try to throw it up. This time, she wouldn't stop him from jumping. He could feel free to jump boldly. Ye Kunjing started to act coy, saying he didn't know what kind of side effect this was. He just wanted to hear her say words of love, wanted to hold her close and never let go. In his mind right now, there were only images of Xingguang. He even wanted to hear her call him Ah Jing. He just wanted to say that he loved her too, and asked Xingguang if she had taken advantage of his illness to cast a love spell on him. He pretended to be aggrieved and said he never thought she would be like this. Yi Xingguang hurriedly tried to comfort him, saying she really forgot about its side effects. When she was young, she heard people mention it, but didn't remember clearly. She really didn't cast any love spell on him. Ye Kunjing, seeing Xinguang's unease, wheedled her to say words of love to him, to make him feel better. He made her call him a few times. Jing, saying he really wanted to hear her call him that now. Ye Xinguang had to indulge the sick person, like him, shyly calling out Jing. But Ye Kunjing further demanded that she should put more emotion into it, saying that calling like that wasn't enough to extinguish the flames of love burning in his heart. Xinguang's face turned red. She reached out her small hands to cup Ye Kunjing's face sweetly, called out Jing once more. She asked him how he felt now. Ye Kunjing felt his body burning up. He said it seemed to have some effect already, and told her to continue, to add a bit more affection. Ye Xinguang was very cooperative, leaning close to his ear to call him once more. Ye Kunjing suddenly jumped up, saying he needed to use the bathroom and told Xinguang to go rest quickly. As for this side effect, he didn't know how long it would last. Xinguang at this moment also felt like her body was burning up as well. Before leaving, Ye Kunjing told her the side effects might last 3 to 5 days, asking her to prepare some affectionate words for tomorrow, for him to hear, as just Jing wasn't enough. Hearing that the side effects would last so long, Xinguang immediately froze for 3 seconds. Ye Kunjing returned and immediately took a cold shower in his heart. He still couldn't believe that the little mermaid really didn't do it on purpose, but it seemed he showered a bit too much and was about to catch a cold and sneeze. But Ye Kunjing still felt the cold shower didn't seem to have any effect. He gritted his teeth and said, Ye Xinguang should just wait. Xinguang had long been asleep in her room, unknowingly dreaming and habitually calling out Jing. Early next morning, Xinguang woke up latest in the house, at the dining table. The men were already eating breakfast. Ye Kunjing was eating but couldn't help but continuously sneezing, making his brothers panic and ask why his face was so red, wondering if he had a fever. Ye Kunjing denied it, saying he was fine. But after showering 30 times, how could Kunjing bear it? When Ye Xinguang pulled out a chair to sit next to him, his brothers also happened to notice Ye Kunjing's new watch. Kiki Shu tactlessly commented that the watch was only worth tens of thousands of yuan, too cheap and unworthy of Ye Kunjing. As soon as the kid said that, the atmosphere at the entire dining table suddenly became strange. Under Xinguang's sharp gaze, Kunjing's assistant stepped in to explain, telling Qi Shu that this was a birthday gift that Xinguang gave to Ye Kunjing. Kunjing also proudly said that this was from Xinguang, bought with her first month's salary for him, tormenting herself when he didn't lack a watch. Kiki Shu still let his mouth run wild. He said little Xinguang only earned a few thousand yuan a month. During internship, it's even reduced by 20%. Yet she could still buy this watch. Isn't it a fake? Xinguang immediately corrected him forcefully. Despite the assistant's signals, she still declared it was genuine. The assistant had lent her a shopping card, saying it was for her to buy Ye Kunjing's birthday gift. Otherwise, her entire salary wouldn't have been enough. The poor assistant at this moment received a sharp glare from the boss. The assistant could only turn away, not daring to look directly. Then Kunjing turned to question Xinguang why she didn't use her 1 month's salary to buy it for him. He still remembered she once said, using one's salary to buy a birthday gift for the most important person was the way to prove how important Ye Kunjing was in her heart. Xinguang then smiled sheepishly and explained, her first month's salary hadn't been paid yet, and it's very little. Even if advanced, it wouldn't be enough anyway. This was enough for Ye Kunjing to turn hroth and rage at his assistant, questioning him why Xinguang's monthly salary was only a few thousand foth and even reduced by 20%. The assistant, sweating profusely, texted Kiki Shu to raise the salary. Trust me, I'm not wrong, brother. Kiki Shu received the message and immediately responded quickly, turning to tell Xinguang that although the base salary is low, with performance bonuses added, plus the mid-year bonus, this month would be about 45,000 yuan in total. Xinguang heard this and surprisingly asked herself, she had only worked for a month, how could she already have a mid-year bonus? Kiki Shu put on a serious face, telling her to trust him. This was recently updated internal information. Xinguang just made it in time for the mid-year bonus. And also, Xinguang had interviewed so many big shots, being extremely productive. Kiki Shu was very pleased with himself. Basically, the company was his. He could make up whatever he wanted. Poor as a church mouse, Xinguang lit up at the mention of money. If calculated this way, subtracting what she had advanced plus the assistant's card, she still had quite a bit left over. Xinguang smiled brightly at Ye Kunjing, saying that now she could buy the shirt. She had her eye on that day. She felt using the assistant's card was quite embarrassing anyway. Xinguang, gesticulating excitedly, asked Kunjing enthusiastically. If he liked the shirt with ripples across the chest, that white shirt, did he like it? Did he think it was too cheap? After a glance from Ye Kunjing, Kikishu told Xinguang that today was payday, so he'd give her half a day off, saying she'd been tired lately and should go for a walk to relax. Xinguang was overjoyed upon hearing this, praising the boss as kind. Kikishu, having finished his act, didn't forget to flash a trustworthy smile at Ye Kunjing. As Kunjing stood up before leaving, he reminded Xinguang to send him a message. Every hour. What to send, she should figure out herself. Tangzhou and Kikishu caught on quickly, smiling knowingly as if they understood everything. Xinguang, on the other hand, could only stare wide-eyed, not expecting this love potion to be so powerful. She thought that when the side effects wear off, Kunjing would surely regret it a lot. 1 hour later, Ye Kunjing was now presiding over a meeting. The atmosphere was extremely serious and tense at this moment. Suddenly, Kunjing's phone vibrated. It was Xinguang, texting him on schedule. "Are you okay? Here's a big hug." Ye Kunjing immediately broke into a gentle smile and replied, "What do you think?" Seeing this, Xinguang texted an apology for not knowing the side effects would be so strong. His reaction after receiving Xinguang's text was indeed a very noticeable change. Seeing that smile on Ye Kunjing's face, his subordinates were moved to tears, thanking heaven and earth. Xinguang, having the day off, was very free and texted him regularly. At 11 o'clock, she sent him a cheesy line. At 12 o'clock, she sent another. "I'm tall, but I can't reach you. Can you bend down?" At 1 p.m., she sent another message, saying it's been an hour, but she doesn't miss him to make it 2 misses. Ye Kunjing, of course, was thoroughly enjoying and savoring this feeling. On the contrary, Xinguang felt extremely embarrassed. These side effects were really too much. She normally couldn't say such things, and Ye Kunjing would never do this kind of thing. This was definitely fireworks ignited by love. But then again, Xinguang thought Ye Kunjing, after being affected by the side effects, compared to his usual cold demeanor, was much more adorable. Another hour passed, and another message was sent by Xinguang, reminding Kunjing that he should miss her by now. After sending it, Xinguang was shocked by her own cheesiness. She told herself she couldn't fall deeper into this love trap. Then she went to the mall and looked around for a while, and found a very beautiful shirt that would suit Ye Kunjing perfectly. She decided to buy it. Just as she finished the purchase, Xinguang saw 2 figures behind her approaching. It was Xiaoran. Ran walking in with Xia Zhaojia, her mouth constantly moving, seemingly coaxing her brother not to be angry about the other day, saying that their parents didn't mean to, and that she only recently learned about her sister's situation, and sincerely missed her. Xinguang turned around, and upon seeing Xiaoran, felt that she was really unlucky. Xiaoran also saw Xinguang, and came over to greet her. She even asked if she was buying a shirt for Ye Kunjing. Due to Xinguang's blush, Xiaoran began to hide a knife behind her words, jabbing at Miss Ye. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but this brand is too low class. The clothes Ye Kunjing wears are all designer items." Xinguang immediately had to comfort her not to worry, saying that she had told Kunjing this morning that he gave her the feeling of being too tall, unreachable. But he replied it was fine, he could bend down. This laughter, this boasting, immediately left Xiaoran speechless. Xia Zhaojia then tactfully said to Xinguang, "Gifts are important for their sentiment, not for their high or low status." He also said he believed that as long as it's a gift from Miss Ye Kunjing would like it. After that, Xia Zhaojia expressed remorse to Xinguang about that day's incident and offered to treat her to a meal as an apology. Xiaojia didn't know why, but just looking into Xinguang's eyes reminded him of her sister. Seeing his remorse, Xinguang quickly said it wasn't his fault. Finally, after a few exchanges, Xinguang agreed to have a meal with Xia Zhaojia. She felt extremely happy inside because she could finally openly have a meal with her elder brother. The only thing was that Xiaoran was also there, which Xinguang found a bit annoying. They then went to a fancy restaurant. Xia Zhaojia expressed that he wanted Xinguang to tell him about his sister's life when she was living with her aunt. Xinguang was very willing to casually make up stories. She said that at that time, Qingqing's health wasn't good. Her parents tried their best to take care of her, but before 2 years had passed, Qingqing still couldn't make it. However, during those last 2 years, she composed a number of songs. The 2 of them were very surprised to hear their sister could compose music, and were amazed. Xinguang also took the opportunity to mention that she herself had once played one of Qingqing's compositions in a restaurant, and was praised by the old master. At that time, she didn't find it convenient to tell the truth, so she proactively attributed the song to Qingqing. But Xiaoran still didn't believe her, saying, "That girl didn't understand music. She couldn't even play an instrument." Xinguang saw her attitude, and recalled her past, being neglected to the point of not even being allowed to touch an instrument. She then said that she remembered when she was young, Qingqing mentioned that her sister had strong self-esteem and always wanted to be the best. To avoid hurting her sister's feelings, therefore, Qingqing always hid her musical talent from her sister. Hearing this, Xiaoran became so angry she almost jumped up. As for Xinguang, she was determined that if she didn't make her furious today, she wouldn't be Ye Xinguang. Then Xinguang turned to Xia Zhaojia and called him Brother Xia, asking him if calling him like Qingqing did would bother him. She handed Xia Zhaojia a piece of music, saying it was composed by Qingqing, and the lyrics were written by Ye Jing. Xinguang told Xiaojia that Ye Jing said for the song Qingqing wrote he must write the lyrics to be worthy of their beautiful love. Xinguang wanted to use this to slap Xiaoran in the face. As for Xia Zhaojia, after learning this was a song his sister wrote, he became very interested. Beside him, Xiaoran knew she had been humiliated and was extremely resentful. However, being the vicious green tea bitch she quickly regained her composure, ready to bite back at Xinguang. Ran smiled and said her sister could become the irreplaceable moonlight in Ye Jing's heart, and as her sister, she was very happy for her. But she also hoped Xinguang wouldn't mind her sister's position in Ye Jing's heart. Xinguang knew well Ran wanted to use this moonlight reference to attack her. Of course, she immediately showed that she didn't care, saying she and Qingqing were best friends. Ran, bitter and resentful, could only grit her teeth in anger. Xia Zhaojia finished looking and put down his phone. He thanked Xinguang for promoting his sister's music. He still felt guilty because his family had done something unpleasant to Xinguang, whom he considered Qingqing's savior. Xia Zhaojia therefore very much wanted to compensate Xinguang and asked if she had any requests. Xinguang didn't ask for anything. She just said she wanted people to stop causing her trouble, and for her life to be safe, that's all. Actually, deep in Xinguang's heart, what she wanted most was a brother who would stand up to protect her. Xia Zhaojia immediately assured her he wouldn't let incidents like before affect Xinguang again. He worried that the bad things that happened before would prevent his sister's soul from resting in peace. At the same time, he didn't understand why, when looking at Xinguang, he felt such a strong sense of familiarity. At this moment, Ye Jing called Xinguang's phone. This action shocked Ran immensely. Xinguang answered the call. The CEO's voice came through, reproaching her for not being home yet and asking if she had bought the items. Xinguang replied that she had and took the opportunity to mock Ran. She told Kunjing that someone said the things she bought would lower his status, so she didn't know if she should buy them anymore. Kunjing got angry and shouted very loudly with an angry tone. Who said that? As long as it's something you give me, in my eyes, it's a priceless treasure. Tell her that. Then he demanded Xinguang to come home immediately. Because he missed her so much, he was about to go crazy. Xinguang then, right in front of Ran, sweetly coaxed Ye Jing. Xinguang suddenly felt that men poisoned by love were really good at giving her face like this, which would surely infuriate Ran to death. Xinguang then stood up, saying she had to go, because her Ajing couldn't be without her for even a second. She also told Xia Zhaojia that about last night's incident, he didn't need to explain to Ye Jing anymore, because she would tell him herself. Today's meal could be considered as debt cleared. After saying this, Xinguang coolly left, leaving behind one person with regret and another person with resentment. Ran jumped up and grabbed her brother's arm. She asked why Ye Jing said he liked Qing, but was so affectionate with Xinguang. Xia Zhaojia didn't know how to explain that, but he could only say one thing for sure to his sister, that Ye Jing didn't like her, and told Ran to accept the truth. Ran seemed to have been provoked by Xinguang a bit too much today. She started to devise some dirty schemes. Ran, in her frenzy, told her brother that the president had given her the special privilege to choose men. She asked Xiaojia if she were to choose Ye Jing, would the relationship between him and Xinguang be immediately terminated. Xia Zhaojia, upon hearing this malicious thought, frantically told Ran that love cannot be forced, and he didn't want her to do that. But she was already beyond being calm at this point. In Ran's mind were 100,000 questions of why. Why not? If she had the power, why couldn't she use it? These two siblings were too troublesome. It's better to change the scene. Meanwhile, Ye Jing, due to drinking too much cold water, had developed a fever and needed an IV drip. He was reading the newspaper, waiting for his wife to return, when Zhao Yun rushed in to report that something bad had happened. Zhao Yun said there was an explosion at the largest gas station in the city. It had caused a fire. Moreover, Ye Ting's convoy was refueling there at the time. The current situation was unclear. Ye Kunjing, upon hearing this, anxiously told Zhao Yun to quickly explain the situation. The situation, it said that the fire has now spread to residential areas. The death toll has already exceeded 100 people. The fire department has gone to assist, but the problem is, Zhao Yun has contacted the team leader of Ye Ting's security team, but couldn't get through. Kunjing at this point couldn't keep his composure. He stared blankly at the phone, which contained images captured from the scene. It was indeed a catastrophic accident. Above all, what's even more terrifying was Ye Kunjing saw the car that usually carried Ye Xingguang, his wife, overturned and crushed miserably in the sea of flames. Ye Kunjing became even more worried. He immediately took out his phone to call Xingguang, but no one answered. Ye Kunjing tensely threw the phone back to the team leader. Zhao Yun called out for him to immediately call Little Mermaid's company, Ye Xingguang. Finally, they got in touch with the company. Kunjing's nerves relaxed a little to ask about her situation. Who would have thought the company's attitude would be so hesitant? Ye Kunjing was so scared he could barely stand. The bad news was Ye Xingguang had rushed into the sea of flames. Ye Kunjing's pupils contracted upon hearing this, panicked and terrified. That gas station caught fire. So Xingguang got out of the car at that time, holding her phone to interview. As a result, she heard that Ye Ting's convoy was refueling at the station, so she rushed into the sea of flames immediately. Ye Kunjing, hearing this, was stunned. He collapsed. Fortunately, Zhao Yun caught him. Ye Kunjing then frantically pulled out his IV. He told Zhao Yun to prepare the helicopter immediately. The Ye family helicopter quickly arrived at the scene of the catastrophe. As soon as Ye Kunjing got out, the driver was already trembling, apologizing for not being able to stop Xingguang. He said she heard Ye Ting was at the scene and rushed in without saying a word. Ye Kunjing's heart felt strangled. The woman he loved most, the brother he cared for most. He stood there unable to do anything. Ye Kunjing lost his composure and stopped a firefighter, asking him to quickly give him his protective gear. But the firefighter angrily said Ye Kunjing was causing chaos. His subordinates had to encourage Ye Kunjing to stay calm. With so many experts here, they would surely rescue Ye Xingguang and Ye Ting. Just as the words were spoken, the gas station in front exploded. Smoke and fire rose high as if touching the blue sky. But a second later, Zhao Yun was astonished, calling Ye Kunjing to look ahead quickly. Ye Kunjing was also speechless. In that blazing bright fire, Xingguang was slowly walking out, carrying a man on her back. It was Ye Ting. When Kunjing regained his composure, he immediately ordered someone to call an ambulance. Xingguang saw Ye Kunjing's worried face and smiled as if nothing had happened to reassure him. She said she found Ye Ting in the bathroom. Thank heavens that when the fire broke out, he might have gone to the bathroom and hidden there. Ye Kunjing was only focused on asking Xingguang if she was injured. Ye Ting was quickly taken away by the ambulance. Seeing Xingguang still casually recounting the story, Ye Kunjing raised his voice to scold her. Who told you to rush in there? Xingguang shrank back at being scolded, inwardly protesting, thinking if she hadn't gone in, his brother would have been gone. Yet he was being fierce with her. Ye Kunjing was just too worried. He hugged her, asking if she thought she was Superman, asking if she had considered the consequences. Did you think about how worried I would be? Xingguang. Seeing his tension, she understood the care and concern he had for her. Xingguang smiled reassuringly, saying she wasn't stupid. She made sure of her own safety before going in to rescue. Ye Kunjing, heartbroken, carried Xingguang back. He held her so tightly it hurt a little. Xingguang knew that although he was sharp-tongued, he always appeared when she needed him most. Ye Kunjing thought he had lost Xingguang, lost the star that shone in his darkness. Now seeing her safe before him, he couldn't control his emotions and buried his face in her, afraid of losing her again. Only the naive Xingguang still thought he cared for her like this, because he was poisoned. Silently she wished. If normally he worried about her this much, it would be great. Everyone later arrived at the hospital. Ye Kunjing also requested the doctor to do a full checkup for Xingguang. Despite Xingguang's refusal and insistence that she was fine, Xingguang was actually afraid that if they examined her body and found it different from normal people, her mermaid identity would be exposed. Xingguang then made an excuse to send Ye Kunjing to check on Ye Ting in emergency care. Unexpectedly, Ye Kunjing said he had called his sister-in-law, so there were enough people there, and forcibly pushed Xingguang into the examination room. After a round of examinations in the VIP room, Zhao Yun rushed out with the results for Ye Kunjing, saying that the doctor said all of Ye Xingguang's indicators were abnormal, so they suggested a more comprehensive checkup for her. Ye Kunjing said he understood, then asked Zhao Yun to go delete all of Xinguang's test data and inform the doctor that he would invite specialists to examine her. Ye Kunjing knew well that Xinguang was a mermaid, so her indicators were abnormal. Fortunately, after the commotion, he went to check her test report. Xinguang was still safe and sound. Yi Yujian was now expressing deep gratitude. Xinguang promised to be her sister-in-law for life. After she learned that Xinguang had forgotten herself to save her husband, then Yi Yujian turned and declared in front of Ye Kunjing that from now on, besides Xinguang, whoever wants to be Ye Shiting's sister-in-law, she would be the first to oppose. Xinguang, although she felt that she and Kunjing only had a one-year fate, the sister-in-law spoke like this. She was also very touched. This meant she had gained her sister-in-law's approval. Ye Kunjing then went to discuss something with the doctor. After he finished talking, little Xinguang behind was also too tired and sat down on a chair to rest with her eyes closed. Kunjing then rushed over to check on her and conveniently draped a thin blanket over Xinguang. Yujin knew Xinguang was tired, so she told Kunjing to take her home to rest. She would take care of everything here. Ye Kunjing, despite Xinguang's shyness, still picked her up, unwilling to let Xinguang walk on her own feet while her body was tired. The sister-in-law behind, seeing this, could only smile secretly. Xinguang, in Ye Kunjing's arms, kept whispering, saying she wasn't too tired to walk. Moreover, with so many people watching, Xinguang felt very awkward and asked Ye Kunjing to put her down, but Kunjing still wouldn't let go, and domineering said if he said she was tired, then she was tired. Xinguang could only sigh helplessly, thinking this must be the effect of the love potion. Otherwise, how could he want to carry her so much? Then she smiled and encouraged him to carry her all the way home. Ye Kunjing happily blushed and smiled. Of course, then there's one more thing. That is, the news of the goddess extinguishing fire at the gas station to save people has reached the top of the hot search. On various news websites, posts have emerged praising a beauty saving a hero, a fire-extinguishing goddess saving a presidential candidate. There's just one problem. The brainless netizens started shipping couples, immediately pairing a female hero with a married presidential candidate who's already married, making Ye Kunjing angry while getting an IV drip. As if being jealous wasn't enough, he saw Ye Xinguang happily scrolling through. Kunjing gave her a glare, making Xinguang shiver, not knowing what he wanted to do. Ye Kunjing, a moment later, demanded Xinguang use her mermaid girl account to post a selfie of herself. He wanted the netizens to know the little fish who rushed into the sea of fire did it because Ye Shiting is her brother. He wanted them to write the best article about the couple Ye Kunjing and Ye Xinguang. Xinguang, of course, didn't want the whole world to know she was a mermaid girl. She even bluntly said that Ye Kunjing must be affected by the love bug, causing his personality to change. Seeing Ye Kunjing looking confused, Xinguang continued, "If it's not a love bug, then why are you asking me to send love messages?" Ye Kunjing then explained to her, it was all just him tricking her. The side effect was just a strong aphrodisiac effect. Last night, he took 3 cold showers and it dissipated. Then he pointed at the IV drip and told her to look. That's fever medication, not any love bug, and told her to post the photo quickly. Xinguang, stunned, came closer to look. Indeed, it was Amoxi Slim, reduces fever in 2 hours. Now she was completely taken aback, realizing this man's body was hot due to fever, not because of side effects. Xinguang got angry, asking Ye Kunjing if he was playing with her. Kunjing, seeing this, turned it around, saying, Xinguang took advantage of his illness to give him medicine with aphrodisiac effects, making his whole body hot. That was her playing with him. Xinguang, wronged and blushing, could only deny that she didn't know about it. Not intentional, she said. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have given it to him. Ye Kunjing still insisted, saying, you don't need to explain, I understand your intentions. Xinguang, teased until her face was bright red, insisted that she didn't like him. Kunjing, however, retorted, saying, if you don't like me, why is your face red? Let's just say today, the messages you sent were your true feelings. He also asked her when she called him akin. Didn't she feel very sweet inside? These words from this rotten man made Xinguang fume with anger. She turned tail to leave, saying she won't talk to him anymore, so she's going to sleep. But Ye Kunjing still pulled her back, not wanting to let go, telling her to post on Weibo before sleeping. At this moment, Zhao Yun's voice came from outside the door, reporting that her belongings lost in the fire had been found. He didn't hesitate to open the door, unexpectedly encountering a scene he shouldn't have seen. So Zhao Yun immediately retreated and ran away. Xinguang picked up the bag, happily saying this is the birthday gift for Ye Kunjing, bought with her first month's salary. also the most expensive outfit she's ever bought. As she handed it to Kunjing, Ye Xingguang explained about the shirt, saying this is a shirt bought according to his height, not sure if the size would fit. Ye Kunjing wanted to try the shirt, so he directly pulled out the IV from his hand, making Xingguang panic and scold him for removing it himself. She was about to get bandages for him. Fortunately, a moment later, Ye Kunjing took off his clothes, making Xingguang freeze and blush. He then put on the shirt Xingguang had given him and asked her to help button it up. Xingguang shyly complied, while scolding him for trying on the shirt with an injured hand. Just like a little old wife, Kunjing didn't miss the chance to tease Xingguang. He said the shirt fit so well, she must know his measurements well. Probably guessed quite a bit. Xingguang, being teased, turned away embarrassed, wanting to return to her room. Ye Kunjing, being considerate, said thank you to Xingguang. Thanks for saving his brother tonight, without regard for danger, but he still reminded her, in the future, if such things happen, don't act recklessly. He also wished her good night, but reminded her to post on Weibo about Ye Kunjing. He immediately took a photo, feeling quite good about himself, then posted on Weibo, showing off the shirt. Today, his little fish specially bought. As a birthday gift, fits very well. Ye Xingguang, on the other hand, lay on the bed, wondering why Kunjing wasn't affected by the love potion, yet kept asking her to say words of love. After that, she specially followed Ye Kunjing's recent post, flopped down on the bed with a confused mood. She wanted to know the answer to what was really happening. The next morning, Xingguang went to work carrying a tired face due to lack of sleep, weakly saying good morning to everyone. As soon as the company people saw Xingguang, they rushed to surround her, praising her for being amazing, for her feat of rescuing the presidential candidate. They also said she already had fans online. Xingguang was still dazed, not understanding what happened. She was even extremely confused, thinking that her identity as a mermaid had been exposed. Not far away, in contrast to the joy and congratulations of everyone else, Luanan was gloomy-faced, silently wondering why Xingguang was always the one shining. There was no news that could overshadow her glory. But what she hoped for immediately happened, when someone in the company frantically announced hot news that Xiaoranran wanted to get married. Xiaoranran had just posted on Weibo that she wanted to start a family and use her special privilege to choose the man she likes. On Weibo, she said her 25th birthday was approaching. Then Xiaoranran said she wanted to walk down the aisle with him. Although the state had given her the privilege to choose a man, she only liked him. Everyone at the TV station stared intently, with mixed feelings. Especially Xingguang. The girl had a bad feeling. Xingguang felt that this him was referring to Ye Qin. Right. At this moment, Teacher Shang spoke up. He said he remembered. The country indeed gave her this privilege. As long as the man was unmarried, it was allowed. Even if the other party disagreed, the country would force him to be together with her. Moreover, if the other party objected, he would face 3 years in prison. His entire family would be banned from politics for life. Xingguang, upon hearing this, cried out in frustration. What kind of perverted privilege is this? People in the company also agreed it was perverted. But basically, they thought that in this world, there was no man who wouldn't bow before Xia, Ranran's mermaid tail. Xingguang worried. She wondered, would Ye Kunjing reject Xia Ranran? Moreover, now was a crucial time for Ye Shiting's presidential campaign. The whole family wouldn't be able to vote for Shiting. How could he continue to run when they couldn't participate in politics? Xingguang thought Ye Kunjing had to marry her back then, for his brother's sake. Now surely he wouldn't have to marry Xia Ranran for the same reason. That night in the hospital room, Xia Ranran actually came to visit Ye Shiting. Coincidentally, Xingguang was also at the door, bouncing around, poking her head in to check on Big Brother. Ye Shiting saw Xingguang and smiled brightly. He said he was much better now. It was fortunate that his sister-in-law saved his life. Of course, he also had to warn her not to do such dangerous things again. Otherwise, he couldn't return an intact wife to Kunjing. Xingguang repeated her usual words, asserting that she had important calculations in mind, which is why she saved him. At this time, another distinguished guest arrived outside. It was Yanbei, Ye Shiting's friend, the current president, 35 years old this year. As soon as Yanbei saw Ye Shiting, he came over, inquiring and praising Ye Shiting for surviving such a big explosion and still looking so handsome. Ye Shiting smiled and brushed off Yanbei's hand, saying he couldn't accept Yanbei's words anymore. How could he die so easily? Yanbei then looked at Xingguang, realizing she was the fire goddess who saved Shiting. Xingguang shyly and modestly said this title. She didn't dare accept, It was just netizens talking nonsense. Yanbei, on the contrary, felt those 4 words weren't an exaggeration at all. He also told Ye Shiting that he had arranged a specialized team to conduct an investigation. If nothing unexpected happens, Yanbei would give Shiting an explanation. So far, no one had paid attention to Xia Ranran, so she had to speak up to attract attention. She thanked President Yanbei for coming from afar to visit her cousin. Yanbei politely responded with a few words. Then he suddenly remembered Xia Ranran wanted to get married, so he asked if she had figured out who she wanted to marry. Xia Ranran replied that she had decided she wanted to submit a marriage registration to Yanbei on her 25th birthday. Then she smiled brightly, saying she hoped the country could organize a grand wedding for her. Yanbei smiled and said, Xia Ranran's marriage is a national affair. The country will certainly pay attention to it. That ticking time bomb then asked Yanbei, what if the other party doesn't want to marry her? Yanbei replied, as long as he's not married, there's no need for discussion. But who could refuse to marry her anyway? However, Yanbei was also very curious. Wondering who she had set her sights on, Xia Ranran laughed awkwardly and said she was just joking. She was sure that person wouldn't refuse. Xinguang was now more anxious than ever. Xia Ranran already wanted to get married and was even using her privileges. She must want to marry Ye Qinjing. Xinguang stepped outside, just in time to see Tangzhou rushing in breathlessly. Xinguang curiously asked her assistant why Tangzhou was like that. The assistant guessed Tangzhou must have been shaken. Moreover, the one who caused it was her mortal enemy. At this time, Ye Qinjing was still sitting casually as usual. He thought that if the country had allocated it this way, it meant there was no problem. He saw how many matched couples had succeeded. So why shouldn't Tangzhou give it a try? Xinguang could only remain silent, saddened by Xia Ranran's situation. She asked Ye Qinjing, does a marriage order really mean it must be carried out unconditionally? Won't it affect Ye Shiting's election? Even if Tangzhou refuses, the impact on Ye Shiting would be very small. Ye Qinjing, on the contrary, said many things aren't as simple as they appear. Xinguang became increasingly upset, tears flowing as she questioned Ye Qinjing. Is it that, as long as it affects your brother, you're happy, and you can ignore everyone else's happiness? As long as it helps your brother, you'll accept any arrangement. Ye Qinjing was shocked by Xinguang's attitude. Xinguang also didn't understand what was happening. She felt terrible. As Xinguang was about to turn and leave, Ye Qinjing held her back. He anxiously asked if someone was bullying Xinguang. Xinguang replied tearfully that it was him. He should deal with himself. She still thought Ye Qinjing was a man who would sacrifice personal happiness for his goals. If Xia Ranran's privilege was granted, he would follow along. Ye Qinjing sheepishly handed Xinguang a feather duster, telling her to deal with it and not feel wronged anymore. Xinguang frustratedly shouted, saying, who wants to hit you? Ye Qinjing put on an innocent puppy face, asking if the prop wasn't right. Should we change it to a keyboard or a durian? Xinguang didn't want to talk to him anymore. She pushed him away, saying she didn't want to joke with him anymore. Ye Qinjing moved closer to Xinguang. He knew she thought it was for political goals, that he'd sacrifice his own happiness. Not being sincere with her made her feel wronged. Xinguang was embarrassed by the close distance. She immediately turned away. Ye Qinjing continued to tease Xinguang, asking why she closed her eyes, not daring to look at him. Or was she afraid he'd see through her thoughts? He shamelessly threatened her. If she didn't open her eyes, he'd kiss them. Or maybe that's what she hoped for. Xinguang teased, bristled angrily, telling him he's talking nonsense. She wasn't hoping for anything. Ye Qinjing still wanted to play around and asked, if not true, why is your heart beating so fast? Do you like me? Xinguang angrily denied her inner feelings. She also rejected her own emotions. How could she possibly like you? For politics, you can sacrifice. She'll never like you in her whole life. Ye Qinjing still wanted her to realize those feelings. Don't like me? Then why every time my old illness relapses, you stick to me, caring for and looking after me? Xinguang was about to deny it, but Ye Qinjing jumped in before she could speak. He said, it's because you like me. So when you see me uncomfortable, you feel heartache. If you don't like me, why are you so agitated? Xinguang, tell me, do you like me? Want to turn 1 year into a lifetime with me? He also stopped Xinguang from speaking. Ye Qinjing didn't want to hear a false answer. He only wanted to hear her heart's voice. I hear your heart's voice. Then you say you don't hope. This love was for politics from the start. I hear that you want to date me. After saying this, Ye Qinjing placed a kiss on Xinguang's lips. Xinguang then closed her eyes, accepting and enjoying it, until reason returned. She startled and pushed Ye Qinjing away. Her heart strongly rejected it, still not believing that she wanted to date him, thinking he didn't know, shamefully using some kind of love potion. She wiped the kiss from her lips and ran away without looking back. In the tightly locked room, Xinguang lay on the bed, tossing and turning, screaming. She touched her lips again, remembering Ye Kunjing's eyes and words. She dazedly wondered if she really liked him. A moment later, Xinguang shook her head to dismiss the thought. Her face flushed and body burning hot. Xinguang decided to visit Tangzhou and comfort her. She ran out into the dark and cold night. In a corner on a chair sat Tangzhou, dejected with her head down. Beside her were Qi Shu and Fuzhu comforting her, helplessly. Tangzhou was not well at all, constantly saying she didn't want to be married off. Qi Shu beside her comforted her, saying Tangzhou was already wavering, she should accept the state's decree. Thinking of that man who wanted to marry her, Tangzhou went crazy. She wanted to skewer that guy into a eunuch. Fuzhu was also tired of this aunt thinking she was a man. He had to fan and encourage her, saying Tangzhou was originally a female student. Being swayed by a male student was normal. Then he asked her why she didn't pay the single tax. Tangzhou faintly said she had already paid, but was robbed, so she paid a one-time tax of 25. Xuanguang heard this and didn't understand what it meant. Qi Shu started to mock. Tangzhou said others pay one time not exceeding 15. You paid one time 25. The system will surely think you're political. If not giving you a number, then who? Tangzhou was struck. She went crazy and rushed to scratch Qi Shu. Only now did Xinguang dare to ask Fuzhu if Tangzhou was a female student. After Fuzhu's nod, Xinguang asked Qi Shu, and the result was still the same. Xinguang was shocked now, asking why she was the last to know. Fuzhu laughed it off, making the excuse that Xinguang didn't ask to evade responsibility. Tangzhou now just wanted to be alone, so she asked them to leave. Fuzhu also smiled apologetically, saying that Tangzhou had played with a bunch of boys since childhood, so sometimes Fuzhu forgot she was a girl. Xinguang was also at a loss. The amount of information was too much. She couldn't process it for now. Xinguang staggered back to her room. Just as she sat down, she received a message from Ye Kunjing. He reminded her to reflect on her heart tonight. If she wanted to date him, she should post a selfie on his Weibo. He's waiting for her answer. Xinguang puffed her cheeks and pouted. Who wants to date you? You stinky man, suddenly changing. As if remembering tonight's kiss, Xinguang couldn't hold back tears due to inner turmoil. It's over. I'm done for. Thinking it's not bad, in Xinguang's mind, now all she sees is Ye Kunjing's figure. Xinguang wasn't happy about it, so she decided to find something to distract herself. She picked up the phone and called Han Cheng. Beihei was very happy that finally the little miss over there finally called him. Xinguang then asked Han Chengbei if anyone recently wanted to buy regret medicine. Unexpectedly, there was actually a customer. Han Chengbei said it was a friend of his. His younger sister passed away early. Now he knows the truth about why she died. He wants to buy her regret medicine. The price is negotiable. Xinguang felt suspicious after hearing this, so she asked what's the name of Chengbei's friend and why his sister died. Sure enough, Han Chengbei asked Xinguang, you must have heard of the National Treasure's brother, Ha Ran, CEO of Mermaid Group, Ha Zhaojia. Xinguang excitedly put down the phone. Unexpectedly, Big Brother wanted regret medicine to go back and save her. She wondered if Big Brother regretted and wanted to go back in time to save her. While Han Chengbei was still urging Xinguang to give an answer, whether to accept this order or not, Xinguang smiled faintly, then said she wouldn't accept this customer, as it didn't meet her standards. She didn't explain further to Han Chengbei. Ignoring his cries for a clear reason, Xinguang hung up. She knew, although Big Brother had good intentions, but she didn't want to change her life. Remembering a customer who had consulted before, Xinguang was curious if he was online. The next day, Xinguang had just finished her shift at the TV station, but she was still worried about Ye Kunjing. Asking her to post a selfie on Weibo, she thought maybe she should take some photos. What if Haran Ran tells the president and snatches Ye Kunjing from her hands? Xinguang was afraid of this. Actually, because she and Ye Kunjing only had a marriage certificate, but still no marriage registration. Just thinking of Haran Ran's triumphant face made Xinguang angry. In this life, she could lose to anyone, except Haran Ran. Thinking this, Xinguang raised her phone to take a picture. At this moment, a car approached from behind her. A man stepped out and asked if she was Ye. Xinguang didn't think he had the right person. He then opened the car door and invited her to come along. But Xinguang, confused, asked who he was, why she should go with him. He immediately showed his work ID. This is Qindao, deputy officer to the president. Qindao said a few days ago. Xinguang must have met him at the door of the VIP ward of Yexiding. President Yanbei today wants to see her. Xinguang, hearing that the president wanted to see her, felt uneasy. She suspected Haran Ran might have revealed everything. Seeing Qindao's serious expression, Xinguang had to obediently follow. As soon as the car started moving, Qindao demanded Xinguang hand over her phone. When Xinguang protested and asked why, Qingdao replied, "There was no reason, it was just an order." After saying that, he snatched the phone from Xinguang's hand and even handcuffed her. Xinguang, agitated, asked what he was doing. Did he know this was illegal? Qingdao surprisingly said whether Xinguang was guilty or not. She knew it in her heart. He said, "The president doesn't have time to argue with her, so he demands her cooperation." Xinguang was extremely confused. She didn't know what they were trying to do. By night, Xinguang had been escorted to a mansion. Unexpectedly, Haran Ran appeared out of nowhere. Smiling smugly, she asked Qingdao why Monsieur was handcuffed. Could it be she committed a crime? Qingdao calmly replied that Xinguang did cause trouble, while Xinguang, head down, could only follow meekly. When brought to the waiting room, she angrily questioned them what crime she had committed. If not, even if it's the president, she wouldn't let it go. From start to finish, she found everything very strange, escorting her here and letting Haran Ran laugh in her face. At this point, Qingdao accused Xinguang of stealing others' personal information, registering Weibo and committing fraud on Weibo. It seems Ye Xinguang's courage is not small. Ye Xinguang denied it and demanded evidence. Otherwise, this would be Qingdao slandering her. Seeing she still wouldn't admit it, Qingdao slammed the table angrily and asked Xinguang if she knew whose information, Jewel of Shu, she had stolen. On the table, there was also a document detailing the information of a Weibo account named Mr. Regret Pill Seller, registered under the name Zhuo Lviv Shu. Xinguang was now confused, wondering, could it be that Yan Bei knew about her selling regret pills? She then claimed Zhuo Liv Shu was her grandfather and asked if there was any problem with him. Qingdao smiled and said, Xinguang was indeed bold. He asked if she knew who Zhuo Li Shu was. To dare claim him so casually, Xinguang then replied, although not her biological grandfather, he was her adopted grandfather. Is there a law against having an adopted grandfather? Qingdao's face darkened as he said, it seems Xinguang still hasn't repented. Then he asked, Xinguang, doesn't she know who she tricked into buying regret pills? Was Xinguang then evasively denied, saying she was just a small trader. Selling fruit candy called regret pills, is that not allowed? She asked. Qingdao then pointed directly at Xinguang's face, declaring the person she tricked was the president. Xinguang's first thought after hearing this news was unexpectedly, even the president sought her to buy regret pills. Then Xinguang indignantly told Qingdao not to talk nonsense. When did she ever sell regret pills to the president? Qingdao angrily slammed the table and said, not only did she trick the president, but she also stole the personal information of the president's grandfather to register a Weibo account to deceive the president. Xinguang then realized Mr. Zhuo is the president's grandfather, and she used the president's grandfather's account to sell regret pills. She exclaimed in surprise, asking Qingdao if he's saying Grandpa Zhuo is the president's grandfather. Qingdao, seeing she still dared to call him Grandpa Zhuo, became irritated. He said, old Zhuo isn't someone she can casually claim as a relative. Xinguang thought to herself, usually, many people seek her to buy regret pills. Who knows what identity the president used? Xinguang then remembered a customer who didn't reply to messages and blocked her. Could it be that customer? Qingdao then warned Xinguang if she dared to reveal anything related to the president, she should watch out for her life. Just as Qingdao finished speaking, someone pushed open the door and entered. This was the victim, President Yan Bei. As soon as he saw Xinguang, he surprisingly asked Qingdao if it was her. Qingdao firmly confirmed Xinguang was the one who not only impersonated old Zhuo's identity, but also claimed to be old Zhuo's adopted granddaughter. Xinguang still didn't admit to this crime. She said old Zhuo was indeed her adopted grandfather. If they didn't believe her, they should call Grandpa Zhuo to let him personally clarify for her. After Yan Bei's gesture, Qingdao understood and left. Xinguang shouted for Qingdao to wait, because her phone was still in his possession. She insisted that he return her phone so she could call Grandpa to tell him his grandson was letting his lackeys bully her. Yan Bei then agreed to let Xinguang make the call. Qingdao had to obey and took out the phone to return to Xinguang. After a long ring, Qingdao laughed in her face, telling Xinguang smugly to stop pretending. Xinguang said she wasn't pretending and was sure Grandpa Zhuo was just busy, so he couldn't hear the phone. She guessed he might be fishing and wanted to make another call. Seeing Yan Bei's smile, Xinguang became increasingly panicked, silently hoping Grandpa Zhuo would save her soon. If he still didn't answer, his grandson might end up killing someone. After a while, Uncle Li picked up Xinguang's call. As soon as he saw Xinguang, Uncle scolded this girl for finally remembering Uncle Li. Xinguang anxiously asked if Uncle Li was with Grandpa. Luckily, he was. She immediately asked to speak with Grandpa Zhuo. As soon as she saw Grandpa, Xinguang tearfully cried out for help. seeing his granddaughter cry. Grandpa Zhuo became anxious, telling her to quickly explain what had happened. Xinguang sobbed, telling him that someone said she was extremely audacious, not knowing her place, daring to claim to be his adopted granddaughter and locking her up. Xinguang also told him to look Asian. She was even handcuffed. Grandpa Zhuo, seeing this, was so angry, he dropped his fishing rod. He irritably stood up, asking who dared to do this to Xinguang. Xinguang immediately pointed the camera at Yanbei, saying it was him. Grandpa gritted his teeth, calling out Yanbei's name. He took Xinguang's phone. With a stiff smile, asked about Grandpa's health. Mr. Zhuo immediately questioned him. How dare he handcuff his granddaughter? Yanbei lowered his voice, explaining it was just a misunderstanding. He said, Xinguang stole his identity to register a Weibo account, so he was just looking for her to inquire about the situation. Hearing the word stole, Mr. Zhuo asked if it was the account selling medicine. He regretfully said he had someone register that for his granddaughter to use. He couldn't believe Yanbei would handcuff his granddaughter over this. Mr. Zhuo said, Yanbei is now president, so he's very capable, daring to bully his granddaughter. Yanbei, embarrassed, said he didn't order anyone to handcuff Xinguang. It was his subordinates being overzealous. Glancing at Qindao, Yanbei promised the old man he would resolve this properly. Qindao, now cautious, said he would remove Xinguang's handcuffs immediately and asked old Zhuo not to be angry. The old man irritably replied with one sentence, he's not the one who needs an apology. Qindao thus had to humbly apologize to Xinguang and remove her handcuffs. But Mr. Zhuo was still angry and declared he was disowning Yanbei, then gently told Xinguang he had taught him a lesson for her. From now on, Yanbei wouldn't dare bully Xinguang anymore. He then worriedly asked if her hands still hurt. Xinguang, with tears in her eyes, whined. It didn't hurt anymore. She just missed Grandpa's grilled fish. Seeing Xinguang and old Zhuo laughing happily, Qindao and Yanbei never expected they would be so thoroughly embarrassed like this. Qindao whispered to Yanbei, asking, could the person in the video really be his grandfather? Yanbei, hearing this, felt Qindao was stating the obvious. In fact, it made him feel like he was the adopted grandchild. Xinguang, having finished talking, cheerfully said goodbye to her grandfather. Before hanging up, the old man didn't forget to yell at Yanbei to take good care of his granddaughter, adding that if anyone in the capital dared to bully her, he would settle scores with them. Yanbei could only smile helplessly, saying he would remember. The call ended. Xinguang turned to glance at Qindao, asking if he believed her now. Qindao had to admit he had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. Xinguang, wanting to push further, told him to kneel down. Seeing Qindao still hesitating, she asked if he was too stingy to give her 9 kowtows. Finally, Xinguang didn't want to make it difficult for him anymore. She told him to leave because she had matters to discuss with his president. Yanbei signaled Qindao to leave. After only the two of them remained, Yanbei asked Xinguang if the regret medicine really existed. Xinguang smiled and replied, of course it did. Yanbei was now patient, ready to hear her introduce it a bit. Seeing Yanbei eager to hear about the regret medicine, Xinguang wanted to tease him more. She said her throat was a bit dry, asking him to pour her a glass of water first, then she would talk. Surprisingly, the president obediently brought water to Xinguang. After Xinguang drank, she said out of respect for him being her grandfather's grandson, she probably shouldn't settle scores with him. Xinguang then confirmed the regret medicine really existed. It could recover things we've missed, things we regret, creating turning points. Hearing it could really create turning points. Yanbei was extremely surprised. Xinguang confidently said meeting her was already Yanbei's turning point. Then she looked at Yanbei seriously, asking him to quickly state his wish, what he wanted to recover. Yanbei tilted his head, silently asking her if she knew about the extremist terrorist attack 3 years ago. 3 years ago, his wife Ting Nan went on a business trip. As a result, she was kidnapped by extremist terrorists abroad. Yanbei had personally led a team to wipe out those extremists, but Ting Nan was hidden in a water prison. By the time he found her, due to being submerged for too long, Ting Nan had miscarried. That was also the reason why later they couldn't have children. Yanbei knew that although Ting Nan didn't say anything, when sleeping, she always dreamed and cried, saying, "Child, Mom is sorry." He felt the one who really did wrong was himself. He didn't protect the one he loved and their child well. He even pretended as if nothing had happened, wanting to make amends, but it was useless. Yanbei said, if possible, he wanted to go back to that day, even if they had to divorce later. He didn't want Tingnan to suffer anymore. He wanted Xingguang to tell him what he needed to do. Xingguang smiled without beating around the bush and asked him for a special privilege. Then she would give him a pill of regret that could recover his marriage and child. Xingguang had thought firmly in her heart. This time she didn't need money, but needed a privilege. She must have a privilege greater than Han Qingqing's, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. Yan Bei was also curious, so he asked Xingguang what privilege she wanted. The privilege that Xingguang wanted was to prevent anyone from taking away her man. Yan Bei said, "The law already protects you in this regard." Xingguang, at this point, frankly expressed her concern. She said sometimes the law can't protect you. For example, someone with privileges, if they set their eyes on someone else's man, they shamelessly take him away. She said she only wanted one privilege. When a certain woman dares to show interest in her man, that woman's privilege would become invalid. Yan Bei understood immediately. It was Ha Ranran trying to steal Ye Junjing. Xingguang awkwardly evaded, saying she was just using an example to explain to Yan Bei what kind of privilege she wanted. Unexpectedly, Yan Bei said he couldn't give her this privilege because Ha Ranran's privilege was issued by the state. Even if he was the president, he couldn't interfere in this matter. Instead, he advised Xingguang if she wanted to keep her happiness, rather than relying on privileges, she should go register for marriage with her man. Once married, even if Ha Ranran set her eyes on them, she couldn't take him away. Xingguang weakly rebutted, saying if she could marry, she wouldn't need privileges. Basically, she still thought Ye Junjing didn't want to marry her. They only had a partnership certificate, but not a marriage certificate. So, Ha Ranran could at any time take Ye Junjing away. Therefore, she could only try to persuade Yan Bei to think about his marriage, about his child, and agree to this deal. Giving her a privilege was actually hope for Yan Bei's unborn child. Yan Bei, after all, was still a person devoted to the country. He said on a personal level, he could give Xingguang anything she wanted, but absolutely couldn't use his position as president for personal gain. He firmly refused Xingguang on this matter of principle. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out with praise, full of sarcasm and bitterness. "You truly are a good, impartial president." Xingguang turned around in surprise to see it was Tingnan, the beautiful and wealthy first lady, but depressed and suffering. Tingnan approached Xingguang. She said, "What do you expect from someone who, for national interests, won't compromise even when his wife and child are threatened? Rather than relying on a president who only knows how to be impartial, why not let me go save the child?" Tingnan said as long as she could save the child, even if it cost her life, she wouldn't refuse. Seeing his wife so agitated, Yan Bei rushed over, asking her to listen to his explanation. But Tingnan angrily reproached him, saying she now had to listen to him. Say what exactly that he couldn't grant that privilege. She believed he truly couldn't, but even if he could, he wouldn't grant that privilege because he only cared about national interests. Facing this intense family drama, Guang had to step in to mediate, saying out of respect for his grandfather, he'd propose another condition, asking them to adopt her as a sister. In the future, whenever she encountered trouble, Yan Bei must protect her like a real sister. Tingnan naturally agreed. As long as Xingguang could save her daughter, she would become Tingnan's real sister. After sealing the deal, Xingguang handed her cousin a box. Seeing the shimmering regret pill, Yan Bei was very surprised. He thought it looked just like a pearl. Xingguang encouraged them to trust her quickly and told Tingnan to basically just prepare a glass of water for her cousin so he could swallow the pill. Then she turned to instruct Yan Bei that after drinking, he must concentrate his mind, think about the place he wants to return to at that moment. She also told him to remember clearly that there's only 1 hour of fate-changing time. The outcome still lies in his hands. Hearing there's only 1 hour, Yan Bei looked at his watch and hesitantly said he still had a national-level party later, wanting to wait until after handling the party to drink. Hearing this, Guang laughed and patted his shoulder, praising him for being too responsible to society, then told him not to always only care about work. Then she explained that he only has 1 hour in the past. Time in the past and present are not the same. No matter how long he stays in the past, it won't affect the present. However, those involved in this will retain their memories. For example, her cousin and sister-in-law. So for Tingnan, the pain of losing a child will always exist, never disappearing. Yan Bei looked at his wife earnestly and said, if he could save their child, then they shouldn't divorce, can they? Tingnan hesitated slightly. She handed him a glass of water, then told him to save their child first and talk later. Then Xingguang pulled her sister-in-law outside first, to to avoid disturbing her cousin. Seconds after the two stepped outside, Tingnan suddenly stopped, saying she seemed to have heard a child crying. Behind them, a little girl's voice calling "Mommy, Mommy" rang out. Both Xinguang and Tingnan were confused and turned to look. It turned out that when returning to the past, Yanbei had tried his best to save his wife and child first. Tingnan also successfully kept the pregnancy safe. The child was later born. Yanbei and his wife named her Yan Zhenji. Back to the present. Tingnan couldn't hold back her tears, seeing in her husband's arms a 3-year-old child, eagerly calling for her mother. Tingnan immediately ran towards her daughter, holding her child for the first time. All the mother's suffering and resentment seemed to vanish. The daughter was also very adorable. Seeing her mother cry, she puffed her cheeks to blow and comfort her. Seeing the happy family, Xinguang also felt warmth in her heart. Xinguang then quietly turned to leave. At this moment, a staff member stepped out, politely bowing, asked if she was Xinguang. Xinguang knew. Indeed, memories had been refreshed. Now she was invited by the president to attend the state banquet, not brought in by Qindao for investigation. The staff member then said the president told him to arrange a seat for her, inviting her to follow him. Xinguang followed him inside. It was a solemn and joyful state banquet. Xinguang sat down at a table, sipping a small glass of wine, watching Yanbei and his wife happily caring for their child over there. Xinguang felt that those who took the regret medicine were all like this, finally able to make up for a lifetime of regrets. She felt a pang in her heart and wondered, why was she the only one who took the regret medicine, but still couldn't save Qin Zhenye? The more she thought, the sadder she became. Xinguang tilted her head back and took a big swig of wine. Then she became angry, using her Weibo account Night Xinguang to write some harsh words. Originally, Qin Zhenye said she was willing to use the rest of her life. Regrettably, he was as stubborn as a bull. After writing, Xinguang slammed her phone down on the table, sighed deeply and looked at the night sky. Her phone quickly received a notification. It was an account named Big Pomegranate, a clone account of Ye Junjing, replying to her saying, Xinguang, the rest of life has already been determined. It's not something you can change as you wish. After reading, Xinguang cursed him as a rotten man pretending to be a domineering CEO. Then she replied saying that Big Pomegranate was talking nonsense. It's his life that's predetermined. Ye Junjing at this moment naturally used that Big Pomegranate account, messaged Xinguang, telling her to quickly take a screenshot as evidence. Xinguang didn't understand, so she asked what the screenshot was evidence for. Ye Junjing domineeringly replied to her, "Didn't you say my whole life is predetermined?" After reading this, Xinguang unconsciously smiled. Her face also relaxed a lot more. Perhaps it's the power of love that makes people forget their sorrows. At this moment, the girl sitting behind Xinguang suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. "I can't believe the national treasure of country, representing the highest level of music in country, turns out to be just this much." Xinguang, annoyed, retorted, saying the national treasure is just a spokesperson for their country, and said that the girls of country A are all multi-talented treasures. She also said to that young lady, if she didn't believe it, she would sing a song for her to try. The pink-haired girl was still determined to win. She said the singers from her country were much better than country A's national treasure, telling Xinguang that this country A's best should not claim the title of world's best singer as belonging to country A anymore. The pink-haired girl wanted to compare the national treasure, Ha Xiangxiang, with the sound of dolphins in the sea. Hearing her words, Xinguang thought this girl had some real ability. She might have been sent by country Ka to disrupt the venue. Xinguang, of course, would not let this happen. Then, Xinguang stood up and said to that girl, who said the national treasure wanted to compete with her. To compete with her, they just needed to send anyone randomly. Xinguang then pointed at her own face, saying, for example, me. The pink-haired girl was so angry she slammed the table, stood up and asked for Xinguang's name. Xinguang introduced herself as a nameless little soldier from country A. After saying her name, she asked for the other's name. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl's assistant stood up, introducing the pink-haired girl as Princess Juechun, the noble princess of their country, Sa. After hearing this, Xinguang realized this was the famous singer Princess Qi Juechun. No wonder she wanted to sing. At this moment, Sister Juechun whispered something into her assistant's ear. Then that assistant cheerfully left. At the same time, the audience applauded enthusiastically as Haruo Ruo finished her performance. The MC on stage then introduced the next program to be performed by the delegation from country Ka. Princess Qi Guichun Chiwechan from country Ka was invited to sing. Chiwechan's face showed clear confidence. As she glided past Haroro below Yiyujan, knowing about Chiwechan's intention to compete in singing with Haroro, said to her, "Indeed, she's a skilled singer." As Chiwechan's voice rose, it stunned Haroro. She then irritably sat down in her chair, saying if she had known earlier that Chiwechan wanted to compete, she would have sung a bit higher earlier. She also blamed Chiwechan for waiting until she finished singing to say she wanted to compete. Haroro felt this was bullying too much, because this time she hadn't performed at her best. Haroro was frustrated, blaming herself for not being careful. Previously, the Minister of Culture had come to greet her. This time, country Sia was visiting. There would certainly be a competition. Haroro just didn't expect someone would dare to challenge her. Now Haroro didn't know what to do, whether she should perform another song or not. At this moment, Yu Jian told Haroro that Xinguang said she could compete with Chiwechan. Hearing this news, Haroro blurted out asking her cousin, could it be that Xinguang has gone crazy? At this time, Xinguang was already standing behind the wings, in the backstage area, also asking what song she wanted to sing, so he could prepare behind the stage. They kept anxiously asking Xinguang if she was sure, and suggesting she follow the later songs. Xinguang only requested her that he prepare a piano for her. She wanted to sing a song she composed herself, that others had never heard before. Then she asked the MC to reserve a few acts for her, so Xinguang could change her outfit. They agreed to reserve 10 acts for her, to give her more time to prepare. But Xinguang said she only needed 4. After 4 acts, she would go on stage. And the song she wanted to sing was Your First Sunlight Is Me. This was the song Xinguang wrote for Qin Junye. Now she finally had a chance to perform it. At this moment, Princess Chiwechan had successfully completed her performance in a triumphant manner. She glanced down, scanning for the nameless person from earlier, but couldn't find her. Xinguang thought she must have been too scared and ran away. Then Chiwechan sat down again, taunting Haruo. Bitter, could only tell Chiwechan to restrain herself. She went to Yu Jian's side, and her cousin told her to stay calm. In this situation, they could only wait for Xinguang. Haruo retorted, telling her cousin not to rely on Xinguang, because Xinguang had already run away, causing the country to lose face. Yu Jian still insisted that Xinguang wasn't that kind of person. Haruo blamed her cousin for trusting Xinguang too much after knowing her for just a few days, then took the opportunity to badmouth Xinguang in various ways. She secretly believed that Xinguang wasn't capable and would embarrass the country. She thought Xinguang's challenge to Chiwechan was just a trick to prevent herself from going on stage very quickly after 4 acts. The MC had introduced Xinguang's song, Your First Sunlight Is Me. The lights in the entire room went out to focus the spotlight on the stage. Xinguang sat in front of the piano. The music began to play, sweet and lingering in the air. Yu Jian turned to Haruo and said, just wait and see Xinguang's performance. Xinguang on stage had begun to sing, her voice like a mermaid queen's, deep as the ocean, high as the call of a whale in the sea. She sang about Qin Junye, the first person who saved her. Xinguang couldn't help but shed tears because of this. The emotionally charged song ended. Xinguang bowed to thank the audience. Haruo shamelessly went to ask if Princess Chiwechan was impressed yet. Princess Chiwechan admitted, the world's best voice indeed belongs to country A, but it doesn't seem to be Haruo, does it? Princess Chiwechan said mockingly. Haruo's voice is far inferior to the nameless singer, the little Xinguang. Even the princess can't compare, she said. Haruo isn't embarrassed to call herself the world's best singer. How laughable. Haruo, you're just that and nothing more. I think the title of best singer should go to Xinguang instead. The words Xinguang echoed in Haruo's ears, making her feel so humiliated and bitter. Xinguang, after finishing her song, walked out to the balcony and stood there silently. Every time she sang this song, her emotions were unsettled. At this moment, the voice of a man called out Xinguang's name. Xinguang turned around, wondering to herself why Xianshen was here. Xianshen then asked if she was the one who just performed. He said he never knew before that she could sing so well. Then, seeing Xinguang's red eyes, he showed concern and asked why she was crying. Xinguang coldly pushed his hand away, asking why he was here. It turned out Xianshen had been hired to work in the president's office. He asked if Xinguang still hated him. Xinguang just turned away, saying he was overthinking. Unexpectedly, he pulled her back shamelessly, asking if he divorced Lu Anan, would she come back to him? Xinguang angrily shook off his hand and asked Frame, didn't Shi Yunshen think she was weak? Why did he now realize Lu Anan wasn't as good as her? This shameless man actually rushed forward to hug Xinguang, admitting his mistake and saying he regretted it. He said she could hit or scold him, but he couldn't continue to lie to himself. The last time he saw her in the car of the official, he said, he knew he couldn't let go of Xinguang. Now he begged her to give him a chance and promised he wouldn't treat her that way again. Xinguang immediately pushed him away, asserting that she wouldn't chew again the grass that she had already spit out. Then she gave him another slap for daring to hug her without permission. Xinguang declared they should go their separate ways, telling him not to bother her anymore. Shi Yunshen stood there holding his cheek, speechless, while Xinguang turned her back and walked away. Unexpectedly, someone had taken their photo at the nightclub. Ye Jing had just finished bathing when his assistant urgently told him to take a look at something. Ye Junjing picked up the phone. Inside was a scene of Shi Yunshen hugging Xinguang. Ye Junjing didn't get angry right away. He only asked his assistant who sent it to him. It turned out to be employees of a rival media company who spread it on Weibo. With a VIP figure backing and promoting it, someone recognized Xinguang and sent it to the assistant. After hearing this, Ye Junjing immediately knew someone was plotting against Xinguang. He was just wondering who it could be. Then Junjing told his assistant to handle the photo thoroughly and leave no traces. At this moment, team leader Qiao Yun came in, saying he had something for Junjing to see. Junjing asked the same question about who sent it. Qiao Yun said it was from a friend of his, who currently works as security in the president's office. Sent a video of Xinguang singing last night. Junjing recognized the lyrics as the words he once said to the Little Mermaid. He wondered if she had written this especially for him. He then asked Qiao Yun for the song's name. After learning Your First Ray of Sunshine Is Me was the song's title, Junjing had to try hard to hide his happy smile. Then he told Qiao Yun to go out for a moment and send this video to him. Only then did Junjing reveal his true happy emotions. Surprised that he had just given Xinguang a song, and she had responded so quickly. Junjing immediately called Xinguang. He happily thought that in Xinguang's heart he was indeed the sun. The only problem was that Xinguang didn't answer. His emotions gradually faded. After 5 minutes of no response, by the 10th minute, his flame of irritation burst into flames. He wanted to know who she was talking to for so long. Xinguang was currently talking to Han Chengbei to resolve the issue with that photo. She said she didn't know who took the photo and wanted Han Chengbei to give her a direction to resolve this matter smoothly. Han Chengbei was very confident he could handle this nicely. However, he didn't know where the original photo came from. The most important thing now was to find the original photo to investigate who was behind this incident. Xinguang thanked Chengbei. She knew she had to check the cameras to find out who had harmed her. Han Chengbei was alarmed when he heard this, thinking it was impossible because the cameras belonged to the president's office. It wasn't something one could easily access. But for Xinguang, this wasn't a problem. Now the most important thing was to prove her innocence. With the help of the president's wife, Tingnan, Xinguang was given permission to check the cameras in the president's office. Tingnan at this moment asked the staff what was going on that they couldn't find anything. The staff was embarrassed, suggesting that the camera might be broken. But Xinguang saw footage before and after. Only the part where she appeared was interrupted. She was certain someone had deleted it. Tingnan immediately became stern to back up Xinguang, saying that she would have all of them investigated. If they couldn't find the cause, everyone would be fired. The staff members finally became scared and revealed that Xiaoran Ran had come to the monitoring room looking for Tu Dai. When asked who Tu Dai was, all the staff members' eyes turned towards a round fat man, wearing glasses, sitting quietly in a corner. Xinguang immediately went to question him about why Xiaoran Ran had been looking for him. Tu Dai answered that Xiaoran Ran had lost her earring, couldn't find it, so he helped her check, that's all. Xinguang now confirmed with her sister-in-law, who she thought had taken her photo secretly. Tingnan asked if she suspected it was Xiaoran Ran. Xinguang also explained that she and Yaoran Ran didn't get along. Besides her, there was no one else who would want to frame her. Then she patted Tu Dai's shoulder hard, saying she would now go find Xiaoran Ran to clarify things, and asked her sister-in-law to question this person a bit. In the banquet hall, seeing Xinguang looking around, Yinggo-jan asked Xinguang who she was looking for. Xinguang turned back with a smile, asked her sister-in-law if she had seen Xiaoran Ran anywhere. Yinggo-jan replied, she had urgent business earlier, so she left already. Xinguang's eyes, after hearing this, became sharp. saying if she didn't do anything wrong, why did she have to leave so quickly? At this moment, Yingo-jian pointed at the phone. Xinguang said it was ringing, asking if she had an urgent matter. Xinguang now noticed and looked at her phone. It was Koyulan calling her. Seeing this, Xinguang thought Koyulan must be calling so much to question her. She wondered, couldn't he trust her even a little bit? Meanwhile, De Quanjing, seeing Xinguang not answering the phone, worried that she might have encountered some trouble. So in the middle of the night, one person rushed to Xiaoranran's house. Another stood waiting under the bright moonlight with an anxious mood. Xinguang approached the Xia family with a murderous aura, making all the bodyguards cower. She boldly pushed the door open and went in. The bodyguards, after the previous fight, knew for sure that they couldn't stop her. So they told each other to inform the master and young master to seek reinforcements. They quickly called for more security, saying the person who previously wrecked the house has now barged in again. Xinguang, without a word, immediately glared at him, making him so scared his legs turned to jelly and he ran away. Xiaoranran at this time was very relaxed, swimming in the pool, floating on her back, drinking and singing. As soon as she saw Xinguang, she immediately showed fear. Then she questioned Xinguang if she thought her house was Xinguang's own, coming whenever she wanted. At this moment, Xinguang looked at Xiaoranran and asked if she didn't irritate her for one day, would her whole body feel uncomfortable? Hearing this, Xiaoranran turned away, saying she didn't understand what Xinguang was talking about. Xinguang, angry, directly questioned her why she secretly took photos of her with her ex-boyfriend, posted them online. What was she trying to do? She also told Xiaoranran not to think she's a national treasure and won't be hit, even threatened to take Xiaoranran away to make old Xia sauce. At this time, old Xia had also led a group of armed people, ready to confront Xinguang. Xinguang wasn't intimidated, just said if he wanted to fight, then hurry up. At this moment, Xia Zhaojia also rushed in, panicked. He seemed to have just finished bathing, his clothes still not properly arranged. He had been alerted by the household and ran out to stop everyone, telling them to stop. He dejectedly asked Xinguang what happened again. Seeing her brother, Xinguang immediately reverted back to the appearance of a wronged little girl, telling him to go ask Xiaoranran. Xia Zhaojia then questioned his sister about what happened, why she was in conflict with Xinguang. Xiaoranran remained indifferent, saying, Xinguang was so fierce. How dare she provoke her? Moreover, last time you and father said Xinguang was a life-saving benefactor. The sister said Xiaoranran should be grateful to her, saying she still remembers clearly. Xinguang saw she was still evading, so she held up that photo, asking if this was the gratitude she was talking about. Xinguang angrily questioned Xiaoranran. Isn't it having gotten Da Jinjing? So you're venting on me, telling her not to think that deleting all evidence from CCTV means she wouldn't know it was her doing. Xiaoranran then said Xinguang was falsely accusing her. Xinguang was still angry, shouting for her to hand over the original photos. Otherwise, Xinguang would give the video of their family massacring relatives to the police. At worst, they'd both go down together. While Xinguang was agitated, Ye Junjing, who had been waiting at home for a long time, called again impatiently. Xinguang angrily answered, telling him to stop calling for. She would explain everything to him later, also saying he couldn't give her a little time. After the family troubles, then thinking about her brother Xia Zhao, Jia no longer remembering her, Xinguang felt extremely sad. She still remembered her brother once told Xinguang that no matter how she turned out, he would always recognize her. Standing before her brother now, though heartbroken, Xinguang still couldn't help but wish he would protect her like when she was little. At this moment, Xiao Jia comforted Xinguang, telling her not to worry. Then he said he would investigate thoroughly for her. Xinguang immediately cheered up a bit. Faced with her brother's questioning, Xiaoranran naturally still denied, even asking if he didn't trust his own sister. Xia Zhaojia then emphasized and asked again if it was Xiaoranran who took the photos, telling her to speak up. If she did, he would apologize on her behalf. If she knew her mistake but didn't correct it, he wouldn't forgive her. Xiaoranran then pretended to be wronged, then thrashed about in the swimming pool, crying on and off. Seeing this, Xia Zhaojia said to Xinguang, there must be a misunderstanding. He said he believed in his sister's character. Although Xiaoranran was arrogant, she wouldn't harm others. He also said he would help find this photo. Xinguang still insisted, asserting it was her doing. Although the CCTV had been deleted, only she had been there. it was Xia Ran Ran who ordered the video to be deleted. Xia Ran Ran again cried profusely, saying it was the CCTV of the presidential suite. How could they follow her orders? Then she said she went there to find her earrings, telling Xinguang to go ask the staff if she didn't believe her. Xia Zhaojia's trust gradually leaned towards his sister, but seeing Xinguang still stubbornly accusing Wei, he sternly said groundless accusations he couldn't accept. Xinguang, feeling wronged, asked if he thought she was falsely accusing Xia Ran Ran. Old Xia at this moment said, "Son, don't waste words with Xinguang." He also told Xinguang that she thought she and his daughter were the same, keeping small matters in their hearts, waiting for a chance to take revenge. He said his daughter was properly educated, not to mention 10, even 10 beauties. She's 1 in a million. After saying this, he turned to comfort his daughter, assuring that with him here, no one could falsely accuse her. Xinguang was overwhelmed with resentment. She reminded herself, Xia Ran was her eldest brother's sister. How could her eldest brother side with her when there was no evidence? When Xiaojia's eyes met Xinguang's gaze, something familiar stirred within him, but he didn't know why. Xinguang, as if awakening from a dream, realized there was no one in this world she could rely on. She wouldn't hope for anyone, nor would she be like when she was little, standing behind her parents, watching them protect Xia Ran in everything. Xia Ran still dreaming of wagging her tail, begging for sympathy. Seeing Xinguang so silent, Xia Zhaojia suddenly felt pity. He called out Miss Ye with concern. Xinguang then turned to leave. She loudly told them if they protected Xia Ran and felt she was innocent, then she had nothing more to say. She told them to just wait until tomorrow, when the police come to investigate the truth about Xia Qing being killed by her own blood relative. Old Xia, hearing this, became nervous and panicked, quickly ordered people to stop Xinguang. A group of bodyguards had already surrounded her. Xinguang just smiled, asked if he thought she came unprepared. Xinguang said she had already made arrangements. If she doesn't leave the Xia family in half an hour, someone will hand over the videotape to the police. There's not much time left. Old Xia had to grit his teeth and order the servants to back down. He resentfully asked Xinguang what she wanted. Xinguang still only wanted the photo and the original document, Xia Ran, and who else she sold it to. She said, if Xia Ran doesn't tell the truth tonight, things will get worse. Time was running out now. The family head, Old Xia, anxiously shouted, telling his daughter to hand over the photo if she did it. But Xia Ran stubbornly refused. To admit it, he didn't believe her, so he forced his daughter to hand over her phone. Xia Ran squirmed, turning her fishtail into legs to crawl ashore. She confidently held up her phone, telling her father to look her, asserting there were no photos of Xinguang inside. And indeed, scrolling through the gallery, all the photos were of Xia Ran. Now she was smug, asked Xinguang if she had anything else to say. Xinguang insisted that if it's not in the phone, it only means Xia Ran has deleted the evidence. She added that if she was truly innocent, why did she coincidentally go to the surveillance room at that time? Xia Ran then pretended to be weak, nestling into her brother's arms, saying Xinguang just wanted to smear her reputation. Seeing his sister continuously sneezing, Xia Zhaojia doted on her, patting her head, telling her to go change clothes to avoid catching a cold. He said about this matter, if it wasn't Xia Ran who did it, he wouldn't let anyone falsely accuse her. Xia Ran trembled as she went into the house. Xinguang immediately stood to block her, saying, don't leave until things are clarified. Xia Zhaojia instantly defended his sister, telling Xinguang to produce evidence if she had any. Otherwise, she was just causing trouble for no reason. He worried about Ran, saying his sister had a weak constitution. If she didn't change, she'd catch a cold, asking Xinguang to be understanding. Xinguang remembered her childhood, feeling that her brother now no longer belonged to her at all. She choked up, then questioned him. But if Xia Ran being cold was a big deal, then was the matter of her photo insignificant. Xia Zhaojia became increasingly agitated as he spoke. He said he had been tolerating Xinguang until now because she once saved his sister. Xia Zhaojia said Xinguang couldn't use the excuse of having saved Xia Qing to harm his family. With that, Xia Zhaojia led Xia Ran away, not forgetting to affirm that with him here, he wouldn't let anyone harm his sister. Xinguang's heart felt shattered, but she couldn't say that she was also his sister. She painfully called Xia Zhaojia brother. Xia Zhaojia was shocked, not believing his ears. Xinguang then immediately turned away, bursting into sobs. Xia Ran in Xia Zhaojia's arms. Xia Zhaojia told him to ignore Xinguang and quickly take her home. Then Xiaoran ran to act out the scene of being the victim, staggered and fell into her eldest brother's arms. Xia Zhaojia and old Xia anxiously carried her back, quickly calling for someone to get a doctor. No one paid attention to the lonely Xinguang with her broken heart. Meanwhile, Ye Junjing, waiting for Xinguang, still hadn't slept, watching her singing video over and over. Xiao Yun then reported that they had confirmed Xinguang's location at the Xia family. Ye Junjing then asked why she had run to the Xia family again. Xiao Yun replied that Xinguang suspected those photos were secretly taken by Xia Ran, so she went to settle the score. Ye Junjing also didn't understand why that silly girl went there alone. He worried she'd be bullied, so he immediately arranged a flight back home. Junjing stepped outside, changing clothes while hurriedly calling his brother Mo Fei to lead many people to the Xia family to protect his sister-in-law. He also said to let her be as crazy as she wants, but if the Xia family bullies Xinguang, then don't be polite with them. Then he ordered Tang Zhou to clean up all of Xinguang's photos online. As for him, he rushed back on the way back. Ye Junjing received a call from Mo Fei. He immediately asked if Xinguang was bullied at the Xia family. Mo Fei warily informed that they arrived late. The Xia family's guard said Xinguang had run out of the Xia family crying. Ye Junjing, learning his love was bullied, became extremely furious. He asked where Xinguang was now. Mo Fei had contacted Xinguang and knew she was on her way to the president's residence. Mo Fei asked Xinguang if she needed help, but she said no because the president would help her. Ye Junjing, hearing this, became suspicious. Asked again who would help. Xinguang Mo Fei confirmed it was President Yan Bei. Then Tang Zhou called to report. The task brother assigned her was completed. She also said even if she hadn't acted, those photos would have been handled by Han Chengbei. She added that she later went to find Ye Li to see if any photos were left, only to discover Ye Li had been taken away by the president. Ye Junjing, hearing again about Yan Bei and Han Chengbei, became jealous. He felt Xinguang was like before, turning to Yan Bei whenever there was trouble. He recalled Yan Bei's words to him, saying he and Xinguang should just divorce, as it would be better for both of them, always advising separation, not reconciliation. Ye Junjing saw Yan Bei as a stone, blocking his path of love. Xinguang at this time had been brought to the president's residence by Han Chengbei. He anxiously wondered, asked, could they really enter at such a late hour? Xinguang confidently said after just one phone call, someone would come out to receive her. Han Chengbei, surprised, asked Xinguang if she had some other identity. Had she perhaps sold regret medicine to the president? Xinguang then said she and the president were relatives. He was her cousin, so of course she could. At this moment, Qingdao had come out to greet them. Xinguang told Han Chengbei to hurry in. She'd explain the questions later. Xinguang, seeing Qingdao, asked him if they had recovered the video yet, and if Tu Dai had said anything. Qingdao replied. Tu Dai was still tight-lipped, but the tech team would quickly restore the video. In the monitoring room, after hours of hard work, the technicians had succeeded in recovery. Xinguang eagerly rushed to watch. The missing video segment reappeared, showing Xinguang slapping Shijian. Shen Han Chengbei excitedly praised the beautiful hit. Xinguang looked closely, told the staff to pause the video, then zoom in on the corner of the frame. Sure enough, it was Xia Ran, hiding behind a flower pot, secretly photographing Xinguang. Xinguang repeatedly said she knew it was her all along. Han Chengbei, yawning, told Xinguang to quickly download the video to explain to her husband he really wanted to go home and sleep. Then Han Chengbei asked who Xinguang's husband was. After all, when Xinguang called him earlier, she seemed so worried. Xinguang looked at her phone bitterly. It was already 4 a.m. She denied being worried, saying she just wanted the truth to come out quickly. She thought Ye Junjing must still be sleeping at this hour, so decided to call him when it was daylight. Han Chengbei then asked Xinguang a bunch of questions. He didn't know where to take Xinguang. She wouldn't say where she lived. Keeping her husband's identity secret was quite distant. At this moment, car headlights shone into Han Chengbei's eyes. He immediately recognized it as Ye Junjing's car. Resentfully said revenge. The last time hadn't been repaid yet, and now he was shining lights in his eyes again. Xinguang, frightened, told Han Chengbei to quickly drive away on his motorcycle. But Han Chengbei rolled up his sleeves, saying he wasn't afraid of Ye Junjing. He said last time he was slapped because of a sneak attack, so this time he wanted to prove his real strength to Xinguang. Seeing Ye Junjing had now stepped out of the car, Xinguang, scared, huddled against Han Chengbei, grabbing his arm. This made Ye Junjing even angrier. Han Chengbei, was very aggressive, raising his fist, wanting to settle scores with Ye Jinjing. But seeing Yinjing not looking at him, Han Chengbei backed down, asked him where his eyes were, saying the woman he wanted to look at was his. Ye Jinjing smirked. Look, your woman. Ask her if she agrees with that. Han Chengbei naively challenged back. Ye Jinjing told him to try calling Xingguang to see if she would respond. Ye Jinjing then used that sharp gaze, looking at Xingguang, telling her to come over quickly. Seeing Xingguang go over there, Han Chengbei still clung to Xingguang, saying, he tells you to go and you just go. You're making me lose face. Xingguang had to confirm to Han Chengbei that she really was his woman. Han Chengbei thought Xingguang was hiding her husband and secretly seeing Ye Jinjing. Xingguang had to explain clearly to him that Ye Jinjing was actually her husband. Han Chengbei couldn't believe his ears and froze. Xingguang, sitting in the car, waved and told him she was the Little Mermaid online, then thanked him for his help, promising to treat him to a meal next time. Han Chengbei stood there dumbfounded. He could only blame himself for not guessing this situation. Xingguang, sitting in the car, kept explaining, saying that last night it wasn't that she didn't want to answer his call. She just wanted to clarify the truth first. Then she showed him the video, saying he'd understand after watching it. Ye Junjing just asked, did she think he didn't trust her? Xingguang asked bewilderedly. If not, why did he call so many times? Ye Junjing looked straight into Xingguang's eyes, saying, you think calling a lot means I don't trust you. Why do you think I'm an idiot who's easily fooled by others? Xingguang still didn't understand and asked what he was angry about. Ye Jinjing didn't know how to explain, so that the slow-witted one would understand. He just ordered the driver to go to Hajiang. Xingguang asked why go to the Ha family now, saying they must still be sleeping this early. Ye Jinjing got even angrier early. I couldn't sleep. You couldn't sleep. Why should the guilty ones sleep peacefully? Later, Ye Jinjing and many of his men had arrived and were already sitting at the Ha family's house. Old Ha, who was sleeping, irritably asked Ye Jinjing what exactly was going on. He said, Miss Ye Xing, Guang just came to make a fuss. And now you're here too. It's not even dawn yet. What do you want to do? Yunjing smiled contemptuously. What am I here for? He then slammed down the teacup. The spilling water revealed his furious mood. He then asked what those people had done to his woman to make her cry and run out from their Ha family. Ye Junjing knew the one who could make Little Mermaid cry could only be the person she lingered for. Ha Zhaojia, still Ha Zhaojia at this moment, remembered Xingguang calling him brother. He felt familiar with her at their first meeting, already felt close. Hao Jia also began to suspect she was Qing Qing. Then Ha Zhaojia asked Junjing why he came alone. Why didn't Miss Ye come? Junjing sneered. Come for what? For you to make her cry again. Ha Zhao. Jia then said he didn't do anything. At that time, Miss Ye insisted. The secret photographer was Ha Ran Ran. He then said Ran Ran had just finished swimming, was weak and easily caught cold. So he asked Xingguang to calm down, to let Ha Ran Ran go back to her room first. Ye Jinjing smirked and said Xingguang was bullied by Ha Ran Ran. But Ha Zhaojia not only defended Ha Ran Ran but also told Xingguang to calm down. Ha Ran Ran was still very stubborn, directly saying Xingguang was spitting blood, saying Xingguang did something shameful, then came to her house to make trouble. Ha Zhaojia saw his sister speaking disrespectfully and told her to speak less. But Ha Ran Ran cried and said it was the truth, and asked her brother if she was wronged, couldn't she feel aggrieved? Ye Junjing was also nauseated by her sly words. He thought she must have evidence to stop this mess here. After Junjing's snap of fingers, the video of Ha Ran Ran secretly photographing Xingguang was shoved in her face by his subordinate Miss Ha. Is this the evidence you need? Ha Ran Ran's face turned pale, and everyone in the Ha family had to gape in shock. Ha Zhaojia then turned to ask his sister, what was this about? She then pissed herself, saying she was too angry to think straight. She said Xingguang caused trouble at the Ha family before and stole her spotlight. Ha Zhaojia knew his sister had been spoiled and told her to follow him to apologize to Xingguang. Ye Junjing coldly said, his woman doesn't need those things. He wants 10% of Ha Group's shares for Xingguang as compensation for mental damages. Old Ha lost his composure upon hearing this, cursing Ye Junjing as a robber. Ha Ran Ran said Junjing was crazy, as even she only had 20% of the shares. How could such a small matter warrant giving Xingguang 10%? Junjing angrily stood up and asked her, in your eyes, harming my woman is a small matter. He then mentioned her hiring someone to kill his wife, which still hadn't been explained. Then he ordered his subordinate to give the Ha family a transfer document with a warning. If they don't sign, Ye Group and Ha Group will be enemies. Ye Group will use all resources to seek justice for the CEO's wife, even if both sides suffer losses. If Ha family doesn't go bankrupt, Ye Junjing won't stop Hao Jia at this moment cautiously asked Ye Junjing if he could meet Xing Guang. Ye Junjing bluntly said no, he won't give him another chance to hurt her, only asking Hao Jia if he'll give the shares or not. Hurry up and make a decision. Old Ha then threatened if his son gives the shares, he'll disown him. Hao Jia then told his old man that they can't confront the Ye family. He decided to give Xing Guang 10% of his own shares. Ye Junjing heard this and tapped the table in objection. He said he wanted 10% of Ha Ranran's shares and told Hao Jia to look carefully so he wouldn't say he was deceived. Ha Ranran heard that someone was touching her interests. She immediately snatched the transfer document, saying the shares were given by her father. Why should she give them to Xing Guang? Ha Ranran disagreed, but Zhao Jia had taken back the contract. He recalled what his grandfather had once said. If the youngest agreed to donate marrow to Ha Ranran, she would be given 10% of the shares. After she passed away, these shares were under Ha Qingran's name, but he knew Ye Junjing wanted to take the shares, belonging to Qing for Xing Guang. This further proved that Xing Guang was Qing. Hao Jia held the pen and asked Junjing if he signed, would he agree to let him meet Xing Guang. Seeing his sister constantly interrupting and demanding, Hao Jia ordered someone to take her away to rest. Ha Ranran cried and wailed, looking at Junjing while shouting to ask on what grounds. Why was he treating her like this? What did Xing Guang have that she didn't? Ye Junjing then gave Ha Ranran a loving gaze full of affection and replied, based on her being my woman. Xing Guang, sitting in the car waiting for a while, finally saw Ye Junjing coming out. She eagerly asked what took him so long in there and said that she was here. She even heard Ha Ranran's screams. Ye Junjing didn't explain. He only asked Feng if Xing Guang had figured out what she did wrong. Xing Guang was confused. She thought he was jealous of Han Cheng-bei, so she explained she only asked for his help. There really wasn't anything else. Ye Junjing then dominantly raised her chin with his hand, then kissed her deeply. After the kiss, Xing Guang covered her mouth, shyly blushing. Ye Junjing now questioned her why she didn't answer his many calls. Xing Guang opened her mouth to explain, but he told her to forget it. No need to say more. He thought to himself, she'd surely say something to make him angry again, then say he doesn't trust her. Xing Guang saw his attitude and knew it was over. He must be overthinking and misunderstanding. At times like this, she still had to be gentle. She moved closer and held his hand, softly saying she was afraid he'd be angry, so she quickly found evidence to prove her innocence, before calling to explain to him. Ye Junjing coldly asked who said he'd be angry, then handed the transfer document to Xing Guang. Seeing Xing Guang's surprised expression, he explained it was compensation for emotional distress, given by Ha Jia. Xing Guang's eyes widened in shock as she asked, did Junjing go to the Ha family to make them compensate her out of their own pocket? He explained that this was originally Ha Qing's shares, which fell into Ha Ranran's hands, and said if she dared bully Xing Guang, she should compensate out of her own pocket. Xing Guang now remembered what grandfather said. If she donated marrow to Ha Ranran, she would get 10% shares. Then Xing Guang looked at Junjing with utmost gratitude. In her eyes, Junjing winked at her, making Xing Guang immediately drown in his handsome appearance. Xing Guang held his hand and expressed her gratitude. She said she didn't know he had done so much. Ye Junjing shyly turned away and reminded Xing Guang to stay away from Yanbei and his wife Tingnan in the future. Keep a distance. Xing Guang wondered and asked why. Aren't they the president's couple, close to Ye Junjing's brother? What's wrong with that? Junjing didn't explain, just told her to remember his words carefully. That couple is very wicked. Then he tapped Xing Guang's head and instructed her, in the future, if there's anything she can't solve, she must call him immediately. Xing Guang looked up and asked, what if he's busy and doesn't have time to help her? Junjing said he's never that busy, and even if he is, she still must call him right away. Then he punished Xing Guang to write this sentence 100 times when she gets back. Xing Guang had to accept, even though she didn't want to. It was much later when they finally returned home. Ye Junjing immediately dragged Xing Guang along, gave her paper and pen to start writing the punishment, or else he'd use family discipline. Despite Xing Guang's strong protests behind him, Ye Junjing pretended to be deaf, turned and went into the room, closing the door tightly. Xing Guang sat in front of the notebook, wondering if he treats her like an elementary school student, making her write lines as punishment. Then she picked up her phone and texted to ask, is Junjing Junjing sleeping. Ye Junjing saw this and asked if she'd finished her punishment. Unexpectedly, the little one said she's hungry and wants his beef stick. Junjing smiled happily at the message. Xinguang silently blamed herself for being like this. She just wanted to see if that big lump would indulge her. Junjing quickly replied to Xinguang, "Hungry. Don't even think about eating until you finish your punishment." This response made Xinguang lose all enthusiasm. She thought, indeed, this is the true nature of that big lump. How could he possibly indulge her? But sounds came from the kitchen, so Xinguang quietly tiptoed to take a look. Peeking through the corner of her eye, she was extremely surprised to see Ye Junjing taking out a large piece of meat from the fridge to prepare beef stick. Xinguang immediately sat down. For some reason, seeing the big lump indulge her like this, her whole body suddenly felt hot. Ye Junjing was still unaware that he had been peeked at. He only focused on the food he was preparing for Xinguang. When he brought the food over, Xinguang pretended not to know beforehand. She smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't make beef stick for me?" Junjing remained stubborn. "Did I say this was for you to eat?" Xinguang then handed him the punishment sheet full of writing. Ye Junjing then placed a gift in front of her. Xinguang's eyes sparkled when she saw it. Then she asked him what it was. Ye Junjing blushed and turned away. "Indeed," Xinguang exclaimed while eating, her expression extremely happy. Junjing secretly looked at her, his inner thoughts complex, because in his memory, every time he gave her gifts, they were tossed aside. He didn't want to feel heartbroken, so he decided to find an excuse to leave first. Then he said he was going for a run. After he left, Xinguang revealed her true self with bright eyes. When looking at that gift, feeling that the big lump giving a gift was truly a once-in-a-century bloom. It was a very exquisite gift, a beautiful pair of gemstone hands. Xinguang admired it and couldn't help praising his good taste. Then she thought of something and quickly ran to her room to rummage through the wardrobe. After changing into a purple dress that matched the earrings, Xinguang held up her phone and took a selfie. Then she used her Mermaid Girl account to post it. Didn't the big lump always want to see selfies? Looking at this gift, she wanted to satisfy him. She was curious about how he would react when he saw her photo, what his response would be. But suddenly, Xinguang received a notification from Weibo saying her post violated community standards, asking her to change the content. Xinguang stared in disbelief, surprised that her selfie could violate regulations. After several attempts to repost, the notification still appeared. Xinguang was furious, determined to fight with Weibo. That evening, in the hospital room, Ye Junjing had come to visit his brother, Tang Zhou, and a few others were also there. Junjing's face was gloomy. He turned to ask Tang Zhou, "You blocked all of Xinguang's photos, right?" Tang Zhou replied with a smug expression, saying yes. Junjing didn't know how much effort it took. He added that yesterday, on average every 3 minutes, Xinguang would post once, making him and the whole team work at full capacity to delete them in time. Ye Junjing held his head in disappointment. He thought to himself that he thought Tang Zhou was his brother. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a stumbling block. He resented not being able to ask Tang Zhou if he knew how difficult it was to make the little mermaid take photos voluntarily, how hard it was, then to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. Junjing asked Tang Zhou about the time Xinguang took the photos. Tang Zhou replied that this morning he was still proudly showing off his achievements, saying luckily he discovered it in time and asked the staff to handle it. She also reminded Junjing, on the first day, he brought little Xinguang home. He had instructed her to pay attention to public opinion, not to reveal Xinguang's identity. Tang Zhou confidently said that every time Junjing gave an order, she remembered it clearly. Junjing's face darkened as he approached, uttering a few good words. Tang Zhou still thought it was praise. She turned to look at Jishu with a smug expression. "See, Brother Jing is praising me." Jishu then hastily retreated, stammering. He didn't think Brother Jing meant that. Ye Junjing then relaxed his facial muscles and said to Tang Zhou, "Usually you like to gossip the most, so do you want to hear this piece of gossip from me?" Tang Zhou was very excited and told him to say it quickly. Ye Junjing then confirmed that he liked Xinguang and asked Tang Zhou what she thought of this gossip. This statement immediately stunned Tang Zhou and Jishu. Then Jishu anxiously asked Junjing if he was sure. They still thought the person he liked was Xia Ran, so now they were all shocked. Ye Ding also spoke up to ask his brother if he was certain, because Junjing and Xinguang had only known each other for over a month, and the expression on Sister Yi's face was extremely curious. Ye Junjing calmly said that this kind of love cannot be defined by the length of time. Jishu still didn't understand and asked Junjing why he he established the Mermaid Water Park? Why invest so much in the mermaid theme? If his feelings for Xiaoranran had changed, Junjing emphasized each word clearly. He said he didn't like Xiaoranran, not even a bit. He said even if he invested in the mermaid theme, it wasn't because of her. He didn't want to hear any casual gossip because the only person he loved was Xinguang. After saying this, Junjing left. His heart was filled with joy because the little mermaid taking photos voluntarily like this meant acknowledging their relationship already. He rushed home quickly, wanting to comfort the little mermaid. Otherwise, the issue of not being able to post photos might cause her to misunderstand. As soon as Ye Junjing opened the door, he anxiously asked where Xinguang was. The servant then reported. After Xinguang received a phone call, she anxiously packed her things and left. Ye Junjing was stunned by this news. What? The little mermaid packed up and left. He asked several people in the house, and they all had the same result, which was she left anxiously right after receiving a phone call. Ye Junjing thought the little mermaid must have encountered some problem. Looking at the Qixi Festival note on his phone, Ye Junjing turned to ask the staff, "What date is this year's Qixi Festival?" The staff member replied that Qixi Festival is in 2 days. At this moment, he thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, the Little Mermaid's father passed away on Qixi Festival. He recalled a previous memory. On Qixi Festival, Ye Junjing was having people prepare a big surprise for Xinguang. Tang Zhou at that time asked him, "On the previous Valentine's Day, Xinguang said you set off too many smoky fireworks. Why are you preparing another big surprise now?" Junjing sadly explained that it was because he actively announced their relationship. So Xinguang got angry and complained. Tang Zhou then said exasperatedly, "The whole family doesn't like Xinguang, yet you insist on marrying her into the family. I really don't know what kind of love potion Ye Junjing has been given by her." Junjing then explained that he had done many things on his own accord, which angered Xinguang. He thought that she wanted to publicly reveal her mermaid identity, not expecting her parents in the Xia family to be so despicable. Not only did they use her to show off their wealth, but they also unethically deceived her. Tang Zhou at that time still advised Ye Junjing that he should have listened to his parents, because originally his parents hated Xinguang the most. In the midst of his troubled thoughts, Ye Junjing remembered he received a phone call. When he heard someone report that Xinguang couldn't be found, he immediately sent people to search for her. Tang Zhou, standing behind, frowned and said, "Has Xinguang run away again?" Then advised him, if it doesn't work out, just get divorced. Who else is like the two of you? Junjing at that time still firmly said he couldn't divorce because he loved her. Then he ran off, leaving Tang Zhou behind, who let out a sigh. "You love her, but it's not certain she loves you." Then Junjing arrived at the hospital. It was then that he blamed himself. Why didn't he know that his father-in-law had passed away? Seeing Xinguang sitting alone crying over there, he approached and called her name softly. When Xinguang turned around, her face was extremely sorrowful and her eyes were lifeless, unable to speak a word. Junjing then blamed himself. At the time when Xinguang needed him most, he was busy doing some stupid romantic things. What the hell was he thinking? Back to the present. Ye Junjing gripped the phone tightly in his hand. This time he won't force her to marry him anymore. Their lives have already changed. But he also thought his father-in-law's life could change too. Then he rushed to the hospital immediately. At this time, Ye Xinguang's mother was crying her eyes out outside the nephrology clinic. Xinguang had now arrived and anxiously asked her mother about her father's condition. The mother forced a smile to comfort her child, saying, "It's nothing, just an old illness recurring." But Xinguang knew everything. She sobbed, saying wasn't he already getting regular dialysis? Why did the doctor announce it as a critical illness? She was extremely agitated and wanted to go find that Dr. Bai because she had found many sponsors for his research institute. Now hearing it's a critical illness, Xinguang said, wasn't all that money wasted then? But at this moment, her mother pulled Xinguang back, smiling and telling her to go see her father quickly because he would surely be happy knowing she's back. In the hospital, Xinguang's father lay on the bed. His whole body was in a dreadful state. His gaunt face had sunken cheeks, looking extremely lifeless. Seeing her father's miserable condition, Xinguang couldn't hold back and burst into tears. But her father, seeing his daughter, forced a smile and said, "Xinguang, our family is so grown up now. Why are you crying like this? Don't cry. I'm not dead yet." Xinguang stroked her father's gray hair, saying she won't cry and he won't die either, because her father will surely live to be 100 years old, and then live with mom until they're old and gray. Her father then looked at his daughter, then at his wife, then glanced behind Xinguang, but didn't see anyone. He angrily raised his head and asked Xinguang, "Where's that Ye boy? In the middle of the night, he let you come here alone." Then he shouted at his daughter to tell him to come see him. Xinguang explained to her father that she left in such a hurry that she didn't have time to inform him. She said if he knew, he would surely come here right away. He's quite busy today. Xinguang said she'll call him later before leaving. Xinguang's father wanted to see if this man could reassure him about entrusting his daughter to him. Very angry and dissatisfied, he told Xinguang to call him now. He also instructed her that next time, if she has to leave home for a long time, she must tell him first. Otherwise, what's the point of having a husband? Xinguang saw that even though her father was so ill, the first person he thought of was still her, so she felt very heartbroken. She took out her phone and said she would call right away, but she was also very worried because she didn't know what he was doing now. He must be very busy, right? She wasn't sure if he would answer her call. If he didn't answer, Xinguang wouldn't know how to explain it to her father. But Ye Junjing answered immediately and asked if she had arrived at the hospital. Xinguang was very surprised, not knowing how he knew about this. Xinguang then cautiously asked, "Are you busy now? Can you come to T-City for a while?" She said her father wanted to see him. The more she spoke, the sadder Xinguang became. Tears kept falling. Finally, she choked up and said she was missing him a bit now. Just as she finished speaking, Junjing appeared right behind her. Xinguang turned around in surprise. Ye Junjing's forehead was covered in sweat, his face flushed. After a rushed journey, he said he had arrived. He panted as he stepped closer to Xinguang. Seeing him, Xinguang weakly threw herself into his arms, hugging the man in front of her tightly. Hearing him whisper comfortingly, "It's okay, I'm here." Xinguang then nodded lightly, like a little kitten. Obediently, Ye Junjing stroked her head, kissed her hair, and said he had already brought kidney specialists from the capital. They were discussing treatment options with the attending physician. He comforted her, saying not to worry, everything will be fine. Hearing Xinguang thank him, Ye Junjing gently pinched her cheek affectionately, saying they don't need the words thank you between them. He hugged her lovingly again, the old ill-fated father on the hospital bed. Seeing this scene, gave a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, it seems he has nothing left to worry about. However, the kidney specialists he brought, after a discussion, still came to a sad conclusion. That is, they were truly helpless. At most, the patient could only hold on for 2 or 3 more days. Xinguang trembled in fear. Then, unable to stand, she fell into Ye Junjing's arms. He was extremely agitated, saying they were the best experts in the country, if not the best in the world. How could they not cure him? But they could only offer words of apology, saying the patient's condition was very rare. There had never been a successful case of recovery before. Xinguang could only shed tears of sorrow, because her father had raised her for so many years. She felt she hadn't fulfilled her filial duty to him yet. She remembered years ago when she was cast out to sea, she had encountered an attack. After separating from Qin Junye, she fainted on the beach. Fortunately, Ye Xinguang was found by her adoptive parents. Even when she was still full of hostility, they still took care of her regardless. They gave her parental love that she had never had before. They showed her the warmth of family. Dad said the buns at that bakery were delicious, wanting to buy them all for Xinguang to eat. Mom thought little. Xinguang looked beautiful in dresses, wanting to buy all the dresses in the shop for Xinguang to wear. Then they discovered her talent, willing to raise her and help her solve schooling issues. Seeing Xinguang had a talent for piano, Dad even specially bought her a piano. They said as long as Xinguang was happy, they would do anything for her. Being able to become their child was the happiest thing in her life. But now, facing the imminent loss of her beloved father, Xinguang could only cry and beg Ye Junjing to save her father. Seeing the little mermaid cry made his heart ache. He comforted her to cheer up and not cry. Otherwise, when her father wakes up, he'll be heartbroken, and maybe a miracle will happen. Xinguang heard the encouragement and wiped away her tears, smiling and saying she was a mermaid girl, a mermaid with very good luck. She silently encouraged herself to become really strong. Otherwise, when her father wakes up and sees her crying, he'll be very sad. Ye Junjing hugged her. He was feeling very confused in his mind. Should he use his method to make her father continue living? After Xinguang stepped outside, Captain Zhao Yun whispered to Junjing, asking if in this situation they should prepare for the funeral in advance. Ye Junjing was in a difficult situation, so he asked Zhao Yun, if you were about to die now, but there was a way to make you live on, though not a good way, or it could even be said to be the beginning of another torment, would you want to live or die? Zhao Yun replied that he would want to live. Ye Junjing asked again, what if it's the beginning of another torment? Zhao Yun answered he still had parents and people he couldn't let go of. Even if it's the beginning of another kind of torment, he would still choose to live a terrible life. Rather than having to die, Ye Junjing remained silent. His hand clenched unconsciously. At night, when only Xinguang's father was in the hospital room, Junjing opened the door and entered. He stood in front of her father, asked him if he could save him, but at a different price. Another kind of torment, would he agree? He didn't understand and asked what the price was. Junjing, in pain, gritted his teeth and said the price was blood-sucking. Of course, anyone hearing this couldn't hide their astonishment. Ye Junjing continued to explain. There would be an unbearable desire to suck blood like a vampire, but it's not easy to control. He said blood-sucking would be very painful, but it could save her father's life. Seeing her father silent, Ye Junjing continued. He said painfully that Xinguang didn't want to lose her father. He also didn't want to see her suffer like that, but he didn't want to force him either. He told her father to think about it and tell him later. Her father sat silently on the bed. After a long time, he finally spoke to Ye Junjing. So you're not human, but a vampire. Right, you're not human. You're a blood-sucking demon. Hearing these questions from her father, Ye Junjing could only remain silent and bow his head. Then he affirmed that he was human, but he could give her father the first embrace to protect his life. The price to pay is, from now on, there will be an uncontrollable desire for blood-sucking. Ye Junjing told that he was once severely injured near death. He had accepted the choice of the first embrace, although since then, he couldn't control his desire to suck blood. But he also said he never regretted that choice. He couldn't give up the person he loved. At this moment, Ye Junjing received a phone call from Xinguang. She said her mother had fainted and was in the emergency room, asking him to come quickly. Ye Junjing hurriedly turned to her father and said he had an urgent matter. He'd leave for a while and come back. His father-in-law was still lying on the bed, with many thoughts surrounding him. So, in this world, there really are blood-sucking demons. Like those in movies are all real, but he didn't think his son-in-law. He said he wasn't a blood-sucking demon. So now he began to wonder, asking himself what kind of magical creature he was. He turned to look at the family photo, placed at the head of the bed, painfully wondering. Not knowing if after he's gone, the mother and daughter, if his daughter could accept it. He hadn't lived with Long O until old age yet. Hadn't held Xinguang's hand to lead her down the aisle. Hadn't held his grandchild. He cried and gritted his teeth. He knew he didn't want to leave them. The room door was pushed open once again. Ye Junjing entered. The old father wiped away his tears and asked his son-in-law, "Why haven't Xinguang and her mother returned yet? What happened?" Ye Junjing remembered earlier. Xinguang had sobbed when the doctor said they wanted them to take her father back home, but she still didn't want to miss this because she still hoped for a miracle to happen. He clearly remembered her painful eyes when she asked if he believed a miracle would appear. Ye Junjing then told her father, "Just now, Mother was agitated and fainted, but the physical examination showed she was fine." His father-in-law could only sigh at this point. He seemed to have hesitated, then asked if the first embrace he mentioned was real. Junjing then said he himself was the one who survived. After the first embrace, at that time, the situation was dangerous. Basically, he had one foot in the grave. His father-in-law smiled helplessly and said, "Song Chuan Chi, I've lived my whole life fearing neither heaven nor earth, but in the end, I cling to life and fear death." Junjing knew his father had decided, so he asked if he had thought it through. Chuan Chi said he had thought it through. He wanted to live, as no one wants to die. Then he stretched out his neck and said to his son-in-law, "Come on, I've decided. Bite me." Junjing scratched his head in confusion, telling his father-in-law that he's not a blood-sucking demon and doesn't have fangs. The old father then smiled and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good then. I won't have to suffer pain." Then he teared up and asked his son-in-law if after the first embrace, one could recover immediately, and if one could become immortal. Ye Junjing replied, "It's not possible." His father-in-law said the book mentioned it could. Junjing just laughed it off, saying, "That's nonsense, Dad." Finally, he put aside those trivial questions, grasped Junjing's hand, saying he would give this long skeleton to him. That's the handshake that creates miracles. Meanwhile, Ye Xinguang had helped her mother out of the hospital room. She told her daughter they could pack up and go home now. From now on, their family of 3 would live together. The attending physician, Bai Jingyu, seeing Xinguang, called her over. He said he had been looking for her, to inform that her father's indicators had recovered. Xinguang was stunned. She even asked if the doctor wasn't deceiving her. Bai Jingyu assured her he wasn't. He said the nurse had taken her father for a re-examination. Soon, there would be other indicators. For now, it seems the important indicators have shown good progress. Xinguang and her mother shed tears of happiness and joy as they looked at the examination report together. together. Bai Jingyu concluded, this case could be called a medical miracle because all indicator categories were close to normal. Seeing his wife and daughter so happy, Song Chuanqi was also very happy, silently thanking his son-in-law for showing him what it means to experience joy after loss. Then he turned to speak to his daughter, saying that with her partner here, of course everything would be fine. Speaking of Ye Junjing, he was now alone in the car, with bodyguards standing watch outside. His appearance looked extremely uncomfortable. His hand was tightly gripping a bracelet with a beautiful mermaid design. His face was flushed red, neck veins bulging, teeth clenched, looking extremely pained. For him, after performing the first embrace ritual, was the most difficult time to overcome. After a long while, he finally sat up, his whole body drenched in sweat, face red, breathing heavily. His phone was ringing. It was his little mermaid calling. Ye Junjing answered the call, his voice extremely heavy. Xinguang was happy, informing him that her father's condition had improved. Then Ye Junjing asked if she felt more at ease now. Xinguang joyfully said that having him by her side now was good. She really wanted to give him a hug. Hearing these words, Junjing felt much better, as if a mermaid girl was right beside him, embracing him. Then he lied to her, saying he was a bit sleepy, so he'd find a hotel to catch up on sleep, telling her not to worry about him. Xinguang said she just wanted to share this good news with him, then told him to get some proper rest. Wishing him good night, Ye Junjing leaned close to the speaker to wish her the same. Then he played a song Xinguang sang called You Are My First Ray of Sunshine. With the melodious music and the song, he thought his girlfriend wrote for Ye Junjing, hoping it could be a way to help him get through this difficult period. On the second day, Junjing had recovered and returned to the hospital. Now in the hospital room, Xinguang's family was gathered close together. He then said to his parents-in-law that he wanted to take Xinguang back to the hotel to rest. The parents immediately told him to take her quickly, watch over her sleep. She hadn't slept properly for a long time, so she had dark circles and looked aged. Junjing then leaned over, gently lifting the sleeping Xinguang into his arms. Behind was the happy voice of his mother-in-law, praising how well matched the young couple was. Xinguang stirred slightly, hugging him. Her gemstone earrings clinked together, making a sound that caught Junjing's attention. This made him happy, thinking that things would change. Before, she had never used things he gave her, but now it was different. The two of them had settled in a hotel room. Junjing quietly watched his mermaid girl sleeping soundly. Then he lovingly placed a kiss on her forehead. He gently got off the bed, drew the curtains, and looked outside. There was a large poster celebrating the Qixi festival. At this moment, he suddenly remembered. So today was the Qixi festival. He then immediately called his subordinates, telling them to buy a bouquet and bring it here. In another development, Tang Zhou's group still couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, but had to sit typing on computers, dark circles clearly visible under their eyes, using all their capacity. Finally, they were able to control the hot search about the dirty water singing topics. So the Ye Shiting issue had been dealt with. Tang Zhou then praised his subordinates for doing well, then encouraged them to work for one more hour. But these staff members were already exhausted, to the point of foaming at the mouth. Working another hour would mean staying until morning. They told Tang Zhou that today was Qixi festival, begging her to spare their miserable lives. Tang Zhou then argued, what does this day have to do with hot searches? Other colleagues quickly reminded Tang Zhou that she's a single dog, so she should come to her senses. There were still colleagues who wanted to celebrate Qixi festival. Tang Zhou, as a conditioned reflex, argued back that she wasn't a single dog because she had Quan Pei Lei. As soon as she said it, she knew she had just slipped up. Then, in front of the staff, she spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if to erase what she had just said, causing them to freeze in shock immediately. Tang Zhou, tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain, then told the staff, those who have partners can go celebrate Qixi with them. An hour later, looking at the empty office, Tang Zhou could only sigh in exasperation. Unexpectedly, those who were just exhausted, like zombies crying to leave, suddenly turned into people full of energy. It was truly impressive. Tang Zhou's phone, at this moment, also received a notification. The message was from that Ling guy. He asked if it's Qixi festival and she's not coming back. Does she intend to stray? He threatened to report to the Quan Pei office. Tang Zhou had been busy with work from morning to night. Now being accused of intending to stray, she angrily wanted to refute. But at this moment, she received a message from Ye Junjing. He requested her to put his post on the hot search. Seeing this, Tang Zhou opened Weibo to check what status Ye Junjing had posted. On Weibo was a photo of Xinguang sleeping soundly next to him, beautiful like a newly bloomed flower. More importantly, he had tagged the mermaid girl with the caption, "Thank you, country." Tang Zhou immediately flared up and lashed out at Jingge. Do you think I haven't worked overtime enough? At this moment, a sudden noise rang out, causing Tang Zhou to look around to see what was happening. At this time, Ling Chen-mo, Tang Zhou's Quan Pei, suddenly appeared right behind her, domineeringly leaning close to her ear. "Indeed, you're working overtime. Never thought you'd be this productive." Tang Zhou was startled. Thinking it was a ghost whispering in her ear, she shrank back. When she saw it was Ling Chen-mo, she yelled at him, "Can you not scare people like that in the future?" Unexpectedly, that Ling guy, with just one hand, could grab her collar, lifting Tang Zhou up easily, causing Tang Zhou to struggle and ask what he was doing. Quickly let her go so she could continue working overtime. Ling Chen-mo, after hearing the words, "working overtime," smirked and told her there's a power outage notice. Did she still want to work overtime? He then pressed her against the wall, just like a domineering CEO, asking if she was trying to avoid him. Tang Zhou blushed, immediately pushed him away, saying who would bother avoiding him and that he thought too highly of himself. She said, "It's just that she didn't see the notice." Finally, Tang Zhou couldn't escape her fate, being dragged home by Ling Chen-mo, because the Quan Pei law states, on such romantic holidays, Quan Pei couples must be together. He threatened that if Tang Zhou didn't fulfill her duty, he would report to the marriage bureau. Tang Zhou, of course, could only grumble helplessly, saying it was her house, telling him to stop using those laws to intimidate her. So Tang Zhou, as everyone has seen, the girl who always thought of herself as a man, also had a Quan Pei now, and this guy was the 25th opponent. Before, this Ling guy was Jing Jia's opponent. So Tang Zhou also felt he was her opponent too. Now seeing Tang Zhou looking at him, that Ling Chen-mo, who wasn't silent at all, smirked and asked what she was looking at. Could it be she's fallen for him already? Tang Zhou recalled 10 years ago, to scare this opponent, the little girl had brought a worm to threaten Ling Chen-mo. Unexpectedly, that tanned boy just closed his book and looked at her, asking the age-old question, "Have you fallen for me?" This question directly startled Tang Zhou, giving her goosebumps and accidentally crushing the worm in her hand. Afterwards, she herself was scared by that slimy mess and ran away, growing up a bit. Once Tang Zhou saw Ling Chen-mo talking with a girl, she hid behind a bush and took photos as evidence to accuse Ling Chen-mo of having an early romance with a teacher. In the end, she was still teased by him until to wax. She blushed. "What are you looking at? Fallen for me." Tang Zhou was startled and fell backwards, her hand landing on something brownish. Recalling this, Tang Zhou could only sigh, because this guy was still as annoying as he was over 10 years ago. She leaned back and said to Ling Chen-mo, "That's right," and shamelessly reminded him that he was currently freeloading at her house. She said, "Just consider that she's taking care of a junior, so he should know his place." In Tang Zhou's mind, she was self-soothing, telling herself that she only saw him fail in the battle for the family inheritance rights, kicked out of home, feeling pity and sympathy. So she took him in, not because of any marriage lottery or such. Definitely not. Tang Zhou returned to the office, lying exhausted on the couch, her stomach now growling. After a whole day of rushing deadlines and working overtime intensively, thinking of the image of her big brother, Ye Junjing, cooking for his lover with his own hands, Tang Zhou at this moment ordered Ling Chen-mo, saying, as the person she's currently sheltering, boss, she's telling him he should go cook a late-night meal to show his sincerity to her. Who would have thought Ling Chen-mo would calmly reply with 3 words, "I can't cook." Tang Zhou immediately became furious and lectured him, saying life isn't just about romance and poetry. There are also necessary needs. She then used force to push Ling Chen-mo out of the house, with the reason that if he couldn't even cook, what use was he to her? When Ling Chen-mo agreed to cook, Tang Zhou felt extremely smug, thinking to herself, looking at someone who was once so high and mighty, the most powerful in the Ling family, now being ordered by her to cook food. Tang Zhou felt truly happy. Tang Zhou ate while saying to Ling Chen-mo that regardless, in the past he was the highest authority in the Ling family. Why was he swept out by a young turtle? She asked if he didn't plan to counterattack. Then she eagerly asked how much financial and human resources he needed to drive that young turtle out of the Ling family. The boss here can help you. That Ling Chen-mo indeed didn't miss any opportunity to tease Tang Zhou. He asked, does Tang Zhou want to help him reclaim justice? Asked if she had discovered that she loved him. Tang Zhou nearly bit her tongue. She excitedly retorted, saying, Ling Chen-mo, now for better or worse, is someone she's taking care of. Her person can only be bullied by her. She also said those dogs and cats outside dare to show off in front of Ling Chen-mo. At this moment, Ling Chen-mo placed a plate of food in front of Tang Zhou. The kid saw the food and immediately praised, saying it looks good. Not bad for the junior she's raising. He does have some talent. Ling Chenmo told her to eat quickly, then intended to leave, saying he needed to use the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhou immediately stopped him, saying he should take this card to spend. From now on, no need to be frugal. Tang Zhou said she did this because she's afraid people will say she can't afford to keep him. Ling Chenmo smiled embarrassedly, asked if she's giving the card without the pin. Tang Zhou puffed her cheeks, saying she wouldn't do that. Told him to look at the back of the card where it's written. Ling Chenmo flipped the card. After seeing this number sequence, he smiled and said it seems to be his birthday. Girl, did you have a secret crush on me before? Tang Zhou, embarrassed, waved her hands frantically, thinking he was mocking her for dressing like a boy. I know I'm a girl. You don't need to keep reminding me like that. Tang Zhou then explained. She just set 8, and no one could guess it. She said an enemy's birthday feels like the most secret thing. Ling Chenmo then took the card and turned to leave, waving it, saying he'll use it carefully. Tang Zhou then held her head and blushed, thinking to herself, how could she be so unlucky to randomly pick the number of someone naturally so incompatible with her? As for our main couple, at the crack of dawn, they were still embracing in sleep at the hotel. At this point, surely, there's no girl who wouldn't be jealous of Jingguang. Opening her eyes to see a man in front of her with a strong, hazy body. While Jingguang was still drowsy, Ye Junjing had already said, good morning. Before Jingguang could react, he had already given her a bowl of delicious tongue porridge. Ye Junjing then released her lips. She thought he was going to let her go, but unexpectedly, he just let her catch her breath, then continued kissing again. This was already too much for Jingguang to bear. So early in the morning, and he's using his handsome man tactics. Who could resist this? Jingguang was deeply immersed in that kiss, hazily enjoying it, but as reason gradually regained control of her brain, Jingguang suddenly woke up and pushed him away, then shyly covered her face and ran away, leaving Ye Junjing with disheveled clothes, sitting dazed there. Presumably he was already satisfied. Jingguang in the bathroom kept splashing water, cooling down while cursing Ye Jing under her breath. He almost made her lose control. Looking in the mirror, Jingguang reminded herself to keep some dignity to go home. Feeling conflicted, Jingguang stepped out of the bathroom with a very serious expression, not even glancing at her lover once, but turned abruptly saying she had to visit her father at the hospital. Ye Junjing then informed her her father had gone out with her mother, telling her not to bother them. Jingguang blushed and argued that her father would never say such things. Junjing then showed her the message her father sent him, saying he and her mother had to go out for Qixi festival already, and instructed Junjing not to let Jingguang come and disturb them. Jingguang read the message and felt dejected, surprised that her father saw her as a third wheel. Ye Junjing handed clothes to Jingguang, telling her to change and go out with him to find a place for breakfast. Unexpectedly, this usually cold person gave her matching couple outfits. Just thinking about the two of them going out together made Jingguang's heart flutter, thinking this bad student was truly a master. After Jingguang and Junjing changed, they stepped outside. She said T-City is most famous for seafood and suggested they eat at a street food stall. Then she smiled apologetically, saying she didn't know if he was used to eating like that. She knew he was a noble person, perhaps only used to eating at 3-star Michelin restaurants. Then she tried to persuade him further, saying the taste wasn't bad, just that the surroundings might be a bit chaotic. Junjing's mind flashed back to memories of his previous life. When Jingguang saw him struggling to eat street food, she said they weren't the same type of people, that he was too noble to eat street food. Back then, because of Jingguang's words, Ye Junjing bought that food to get used to eating it. This made his younger brother Dang Zhao extremely worried and tried to stop him, saying he shouldn't harm his stomach. Ye Junjing still forced himself to eat until his stomach was no longer noble. In the end, seeing his brother vomiting violently, Dang Zhou could only give up, feeling his brother was truly beyond help, losing his mind over that woman. In the present, Junjing didn't hesitate to say he could eat it. Jingguang was very happy about this, saying she'd treat him today as the host. They passed by a shop, met a lady promoting a QR code scan for free bunny ears, praising how beautiful his girlfriend was, saying she'd look cute wearing bunny ears. Ye Junjing then smiled and said Jingguang wasn't his girlfriend. This directly confused Jingguang, who questioned him, asking if he didn't consider her his girlfriend, why wear couple outfits and kiss her in the morning, and say though he didn't succeed in snatching the photo, they were still a match. How could he be so unreasonable? Ye Junjing, a moment later, held Jingguang's hand and smiled, telling the saleswoman that she was his fiancée. This statement of his naturally made Jingguang very happy and smile. They successfully got 2 bunny ears and wore them into the restaurant, eating and teasing each other. Jingguang kept insisting Junjing wear them and asked him, didn't he want to wear bunny ears like her? In the end, Junjing was helpless, had to resign himself to Jingguang putting bunny ears on his head. This cute appearance of his directly made Jingguang's heart race. Junjing blushed and turned away, asking if he looked silly. Of course, Jingguang's answer was that he looked adorable. The lovebirds continued chattering happily all morning. The life of people in love is truly beautiful. In contrast, Ran seemed quite uncomfortable. Seeing Ye Junjing post a photo of Jingguang in the morning, she angrily smashed her phone. Her assistant, seeing this, carefully and cautiously approached to advise her, suggesting that she should let it go. Recently, Lu Hanlin's younger brother, Lu Jianyuan, wasn't he pursuing her? The assistant said that Man's brother and Ye Junjing's brother were both running for president. Their strength was also relatively equal, telling Ran marrying into the Lu family would be good too. Ran became even more furious and threw things at that woman, yelling at her to shut up. For Ran, this wasn't about who to marry, but that no one had ever dared to compete with her before, and she was bitter because she thought Jingguang stole her man, took her spotlight, and even had that 10% share. This anger, Ran couldn't swallow. The assistant still tried hard to persuade Ran, saying, now everyone online knows Ye Jingguang and Junjing are engaged. If she uses her power to steal him now, she'll only be left with the image of a homewrecker. Ran listened and felt it made sense. She thought this Yeli was right. Her perfect image couldn't be ruined by Jingguang, whom she considered a little white lotus. So Ran thought, before she used her privilege, she must find evidence proving Jingguang had wronged Ye Junjing. Moreover, she believed in her possession was a romantic silent confession that could prove Ye Junjing's love for her, Ran, she believed. Once this was published, netizens would say she and he were meant for each other and finally belonged together. After thinking this, she was about to go implement her plan. Who would have thought she'd be stopped by bodyguards, not allowed to leave? They said Xiaojiajia had ordered she must stay home and reflect for the next few days. Ran couldn't believe what she just heard. Ran, reflect. The bodyguards could only repeat the young master's instructions, telling her to stay home and cultivate her mind. Ran then asked them where her brother was. After hearing the bodyguards say, Xiaojiajia went to visit Jingguang's sick father, she became hysterical and fainted on the spot. At this time, in Song Chuanqi's hospital room, Jingguang was also coming to retrieve her forgotten phone. It turned out that after eating, when it was time to pay, Jingguang realized she had forgotten her phone. She had said she would treat, but ended up using Junjing's money. Jingguang was so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide her face. Her mother at this time told her daughter that while she wasn't here, the phone kept ringing, reminding her to check if the company had any important matters. Seeing 31 messages, Jingguang was a bit surprised. It turned out the cheerful group of employees at the company had learned that Jingguang was the mermaid girl and excitedly sent messages in a frenzy. Jingguang's face darkened as she didn't expect her identity to be exposed. She was still wondering who would do such an unethical thing. Unexpectedly, on the hot search, Jingguang saw information about Ye Jing announcing her identity. Jingguang's face turned red as she read his post. The comments below were also very lively, surprised that the mermaid girl was actually the fire goddess. Jingguang looked and wondered when he took the photo, and even posted it on Weibo. He even thanked the country. Although embarrassed, Jingguang still couldn't hide the smile on her lips. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jingguang was very surprised to see Xia Gege enter. He was carrying fruits, saying he couldn't find Jingguang in the capital. Heard her family member was seriously ill and returned to T-City, so he came here to check. Seeing Jingguang's parents, Xiajiajia put the fruit basket on the table, then bowed deeply to greet them. Xiage's somewhat exaggerated action made Jingguang's parents feel awkward. Jingguang had to introduce, this is the CEO of Xia Group, Xia Zhaojia, someone she knew in the capital. Then Jingguang took a vase, saying she'd go out to get hot water. Xia Zhaojia unexpectedly told her parents that he would go help Jingguang. The two elders could only look at each other with wide eyes. Jingguang stepped outside with mixed feelings. She didn't know what the older brother meant. She wondered if he had recognized her, or if he wanted to repay her family's favor for saving Xia Qingqing. Jingguang's doubts were quickly answered. When Xia Zhaojia held her and called out, Qingqing, Jingguang immediately denied, saying she was Ye Jingguang. Xia Zhaojia grabbed her shoulders and said firmly, I know you're Ching Ching. At some point, Xia Zhaojia's gaze had become extremely sorrowful and regretful. Jing Guang was shaken by that look, but still weakly insisted she wasn't his sister. Xia Zhaojia still didn't give up. He grabbed Jing Guang's hand and apologized to his sister. Jing Guang pulled her hand back and immediately turned away. You've got the wrong person. I'm Ye Jing Guang. Xia Zhaojia, with all his emotions, hugged Jing Guang, saying he was sorry for not protecting her. Jing Guang teared up with grief, but still stubbornly refused to admit it. At this moment, a stern female voice suggested that the two of them step aside. Xia Zhaojia and Jing Guang quickly moved away. It turned out to be a reminder from a female doctor. She wanted to clear the way for a patient to pass. That female doctor was also very cold. She unnecessarily bumped Jing Guang's shoulder, then continued walking slowly. Xia Zhaojia kept looking at that doctor, as if he had recognized something. The female doctor then told a nurse to call for her. Dr. Bai Jingyu saying she would wait for him in the operating room. Jing Guang held her shoulder and asked Xia Zhaojia if he was okay. Seeing his expression, she then asked if he perhaps knew that doctor. But Xia Zhaojia flatly denied, saying he didn't know her. In his heart, Xia Zhaojia was trying to convince himself it must have been just his eyes playing tricks. How could it be that person? Jing Guang was exasperated, as if she'd believe they didn't know each other. Xia Zhaojia's soul seemed to follow that person. Then in the operating room, Dr. Bai now said to that female doctor that her condition wasn't very good today. Did something happen? But she had performed surgery without any mistakes. Then he sighed. She confided to Dr. Bai that she had encountered Xia Zhaojia. She also realized that she still couldn't manage to treat him like a stranger. The female doctor leaned against the wall, tilted her head up and laughed bitterly, asking Bai Jingyu if she was really useless. Bai Jingyu then asked where she met him. The female doctor replied it was in the neurology department, adding that it seemed Xia Zhaojia had a new girlfriend. She thought to herself that he wasn't an impulsive person, believing that the girl who could make him actively hug her in the hospital must be the one in his heart. Bai Jingyu could only advise her not to overthink, telling her to go home and rest, as this state wasn't suitable for treating patients. But the female doctor said she had professional ethics and assured personal matters wouldn't affect her work. Hearing this, Bai Jingyu said he had a patient who was recovering. He told his colleague that after he returned from research, help him observe and report anything immediately to him. The female doctor agreed and patted her face to regain her composure. The two then entered Jing Guang's father's hospital room. Seeing Xia Zhaojia, Bai Jingyu slightly frowned. Then he introduced to Mr. Song that this was his junior colleague, named Chang Dan Ran, who was also their specialist doctor. He said at this point that he had to go for research for a while, so he told Mr. Song if he felt unwell anywhere to ask his family to find Dr. Chang. After the introduction, Bai Jingyu left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to quietly remind Chang Dan Ran not to get distracted. Taking care of patients should be the top priority. Xia Zhaojia, now seeing it was indeed Dan Ran, called out to her. But she didn't pay attention, only went to remind Jing Guang's father to rest and to have family members find her if anything happened. Xia Zhaojia, rejected by two women in one day, sadly wondered, meeting again, she didn't even give him a single glance. How he didn't expect after so many years she could still be so cold-hearted. Watching Xia Zhaojia follow Chang Dan Ran out, only then did Jing Guang dare to let out a sigh. Her parents understood everything and patted Jing Guang's head, asking how she wanted to respond. Jing Guang hugged her mother, saying she didn't know at this moment. Chang Dan Ran, after finishing her work, sat silently in the room. Xia Zhaojia came to knock on her door and greeted her. Not meeting for a long time made her flustered. They were close yet felt 1,000 miles apart. Meeting his ex-girlfriend, Xia Zhaojia asked if she was doing well. Chang Dan Ran rubbed her temples, looking tired. Coldly asked Xia Zhaojia if he had any business. If it's not related to the patient's condition, then please leave. Xia Zhaojia pulled up a chair and sat down. He said he wanted to ask about the patient's condition. In room 19, Chang Dan Ran then said, if he's not family, she won't disclose the patient's condition. Xia Zhaojia then asserted that he was family, considering himself half of the son already. In his heart, he thought, if Mr. Song was his sister's foster father, then he's also his father. He sincerely just wanted an excuse to talk with Dr. Chang. Who would have thought his way of speaking made her misunderstand that he was their son-in-law? Although reluctant, Dr. Chang had to reorganize Mr. Song's medical records to explain to him. At this moment, a nurse suddenly came in to report. The patient in room 56 was showing unfavorable conditions, so Chang Dan Ran had to leave. Xia Zhaojia there, waiting while she went to handle the situation. Xia Zhaojia smiled and said he wasn't in a hurry, but after Chang Dan Ran left, he held his head in exhaustion. At this moment, seeing Chang Dan Ran's phone light up with a call from her son. His heart ached. To verify, he reluctantly answered. Unexpectedly, little Bao immediately called out for Mom. Xia Zhaojia urgently asked the boy who was looking for and what his mother's name was. The child said he was looking for his mom named Chang Dan Ran and asked in return who he was. Xia Zhaojia, frustrated, punched the wall hard, his inner thoughts complex. When did she have a child? Then he asked who the boy's father was. The boy said it was Bai Jing Yu and asked if this uncle had stolen his mother's phone. He even threatened him, saying he had installed a virus and tracker in the phone. If not returned to his mother, the phone would explode. Xia Zhaojia had to tell him that Chang Danran had gone to the patient's room. The clever child smirked and said, "Oh, uncle, you've just saved yourself." Xia then noticed on the desk a photograph. It was a happy family picture of Dr. Bai Jingyu, the chief physician for Mr. Song. Xia Zhaojia was extremely angry. He couldn't believe she was married and even had a child. At this moment, Chang Danran just finished her examination and rushed back to her office. She didn't want him to see those family photos. But when she got back, Xia Zhaojia had already left. Chang Danran smiled bitterly, wondering what she was waiting for. He already had a girlfriend, but in the time that followed, Dan Ran couldn't focus on her work at all. At this time, a colleague asked her, "Is it true that Dr. Bai's patient has a daughter named Ye Jingguang?" Seeing that, Dan Ran seemed to know nothing about it. The colleague then explained, "The daughter of the patient in room 19 is the mermaid girl and flame goddess." To enlighten Dan Ran, who knew nothing, the doctors began gossiping intensely, saying the experts invited from the capital were all arranged by Miss Yi's boyfriend. They also said that her boyfriend gave out dog food on Chinese Valentine's Day and topped the hot search. Another colleague excitedly recounted seeing him hugging Jingguang to comfort her and carrying her home to rest. It was so sweet. Dan Ran didn't know how to comment after hearing this. A serious young woman like her didn't like gossip much. But after listening, Dan Ran suddenly stood up, making her colleagues wonder if she was done eating, as she had only eaten a little. Dan Ran smiled and said she was full, then left. Outside, it was pouring rain. When passing by the window, she accidentally caught sight of Xia Zhaojia, who was with Jingguang. Unconsciously, she recalled the beautiful memories of their past together. She lowered her head sadly. Some memories, the more beautiful, the more painful. Seeing Xia Zha kneel down to piggyback Jingguang, Dan Ran thought he must really care for her. Dan Ran could only smile bitterly, then slapped her own face with both hands, urging herself to stay alert and return to work. Meanwhile, Jingguang outside was still persistently refusing Big Brother's kindness. She said she could walk by herself and that she wasn't. Xia Qingqing. Hearing this, Xiao Jiap just smiled and said he knew in his heart whether she was or not. He even challenged her to take off her shoes and walk barefoot in the water. Seeing this, Jingguang was at a loss. Jingguang finally had to obediently let Big Brother piggyback her, silently acknowledging herself as his little sister. Xia Zhaojia gently assured Jingguang not to worry. He wouldn't throw her out into the rain. He knew her feet couldn't touch water. He reminisced about their childhood, asking if she remembered how he used to piggyback her like this. Back then, she wasn't very heavy. As he talked, Jingguang on his back remained very quiet. His words seemed to bring back childhood memories. Every time Xia Zhaojia finished school, she would stand at the gate waiting for him. Jingguang then called out, "Xia Gei," in a near voice. With an angry tone in her voice, she said she had no impression of the things he was talking about. Xia Zhaojia could only feel sad. At this moment, Ye Junjing called Jingguang's phone. He was in the car coming to pick her up, asking why she wasn't out yet since it was raining. Xia Zhaojia eavesdropped on their conversation. He felt very jealous of Junjing. Then he irritably spoke up loudly, telling Ye Junjing not to worry. "I'm carrying her. She won't get wet." Jingguang was startled by Xia Zhaojia. Surprised that Big Brother had interjected, Junjing then asked Jingguang who was just speaking. Jingguang nervously denied, saying it was no one, probably just a passerby. But Ye Junjing, of course, recognized the voice. He said, "Xiaojia, stay away from Jingguang." Xia Zhaojia basically didn't want to listen and refused to back down. Then he got even angrier and took away Jingguang's phone. Jingguang felt her day of doom was not far away. She still believed Junjing didn't know anything and would think she was cheating on him. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Jingguang jumped down saying this was far enough, then hurriedly said goodbye to Xia Zhaojia. She anxiously called Junjing immediately. As soon as he answered, Jingguang quickly explained everything, saying she and Xiao Jia weren't as he thought. She said he was there to repay the favor of saving her sister's life, so he came to visit. Then he accidentally discovered Jingguang's fear of water, so he carried her to the store to buy things. After Jingguang finished, she waited 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but Junjing sighed and said just this once. There won't be a next time. Basically, he knew he was in a hurry to carry the little mermaid. So what was there to think strangely about? Then he asked with concern if Xia Zhaojia carried her to buy sanitary pads. He then showed concern, reminding Jingguang not to stay up late. He would ask the security guard to keep watch for his wife, telling her to quickly return to the hotel to rest. Seeing Jingguang still worried about her father, Ye Jinjing shouted loudly into the phone, saying he'd tell Xia Zhaojia to keep watch. He would call him now to say so. Jingguang still couldn't understand why Ye Jinjing would let her big brother keep watch. Wasn't he afraid of being cheated on? Meanwhile, in Chang Danran's office, she was talking to her young son. The boy seemed to be very ill. Chang Danran knew his old illness had relapsed and was extremely worried. The little boy Xiaoman then said to his mama that he didn't want to take medicine anymore. Chang Danran had to coax her son, saying she would come home right away. But the boy shook his head vigorously, saying Mom shouldn't come. He said he wouldn't be able to resist biting her. Ending the call, Chang Danran was inconsolably distressed. She hurriedly packed up to return home, still worrying why her son's condition had relapsed so quickly this time. When she saw Xia Zhaojia at the door, she was extremely shocked and wondered when he had arrived and what he had heard. Xia Zhaojia then spoke in a somber voice, saying he didn't expect that in 5 years of not meeting, she had a child. Chang Danran angrily retorted, saying, at her age, isn't having a child normal? She asked him if he thought she was like him, able to pay 10,000 in single tax every month. Xia Zhaojia still spoke in a cold voice, like a lotus stem, angrily asking her, so she had married Bai Jingyu. Seeing her silent and avoiding him, Xia Zhaojia stepped forward to question her. Chang Danran at this moment laughed mockingly and asked with his tone, could it be that in these 5 years he still hadn't forgotten her? This wasn't like his young master style. Xia Zhaojia, seeing this attitude, angrily gritted his teeth and said, Chang Danran was too confident. Danran, now angry, started to leave. She said her marriage had nothing to do with him. Xia Zhaojia still didn't want to let her go. Before everything was clear, he grabbed her hand and asked if she wanted to break up with him, then was it to marry Bai Jingyu? Danran, red-faced with anger, said this had nothing to do with him and asked him if he wanted to know about patient 19's condition, he might as well ask those experts who just arrived in the capital. They knew more than she did. Xia Zhaojia then spoke up, saying he did have something he wanted to ask her about. Danran lost her composure and snapped at him to speak quickly so she could leave. He said he just wanted to prescribe a box of painkillers. Danran, hearing this, asked in surprise, could it be that Uncle Song's pain had reached the point of needing medication? She also said that in his IV drip, there was already a pain relief component. Hearing Xia Zhaojia say the prescription wasn't for Uncle Song, but for Jingguang, Danran became worried, asking if Miss Ye was feeling unwell somewhere. Xia Zhaojia then explained that Jingguang was about to have her period, so he wanted to prescribe a box of medicine in advance to relieve her pain. He added that Jingguang only uses a specific brand, which wasn't available in outside stores, so he had to come to the hospital for a prescription. Chang Danran's eyes, after hearing this issue, turned ice cold. She turned and said her hospital couldn't prescribe medicine casually. At this point, Xia Zhaojia showed concern. He said he just wanted to prepare in advance, fearing that if Jingguang was alone at the hotel at night and felt unwell, unable to buy medicine, what should be done? He said if he could buy it at a pharmacy, he wouldn't have come to find her. Chang Danran, after hearing this, thought that indeed if it wasn't for Jingguang, he wouldn't have come to find her. Then she reluctantly nodded in agreement, inwardly reminding herself not to be sentimental and bring shame upon herself. She must quickly do this and leave this place. Outside, it was raining heavily. Chang Danran finally returned home. As soon as she ran inside, she anxiously asked if Xiaoman's condition had relapsed. The old lady then told her daughter Xiaoman was currently locking himself in his room, not taking medicine, nor letting her in to check. She was holding a tray of medicine, telling her daughter to quickly give the boy his medicine and he'll feel better. Xiaoman was lying in his room when a series of knocks sounded from outside. The boy, trembling on the bed, called out, saying he didn't want to take medicine, didn't want to become a monster. After learning about the boy's problem at school, the mean kids all mocked him, calling Xiaoman the monster of the kindergarten, a blood-drinking monster. All of them avoided him during exams and mocked the boy, gradually forming a psychological shadow in his heart. Xiaoman lay on the bed, holding his head in discomfort. biting his lip, continuously denying that he wasn't. Chang Dan-ran helplessly took the medicine tray and returned to the living room. Her mother's voice rang out, asking her daughter why her poor grandson wouldn't take his medicine. Then she blamed Chang Dan-ran for being a doctor. Jing Yu was also a doctor. Both are doctors, but can't cure a child's illness. What kind of parents are you? Chang Dan-ran was also extremely distressed. She could only sadly apologize. The rain continued for several days. During these days, Xia Zhaojia carried Jingguang home every single day, making her wonder if this big brother was intentionally trying to soften her heart, taking care of her so meticulously. At this moment, she really wanted to call him Big Brother. Xia Zhaojia saw his sister's runny nose and wiped it for her. Brother Guang then jumped down, saying, after all, he wasn't. Xia Qing. Qing smiled intentionally, saying his personality and willpower were so strong, and took care of her again. What if she falls in love with him? Xia Zhaojia sadly thought to himself, even this girl is pitying me now. What should I do now? Seeing the big brother's dejected appearance, Jing Guang smiled brightly and changed the subject, saying that night he had troubled him to take care of her parents. She told him to contact her if anything happened. Again, seeing the big brother give her a box of painkillers, reminding her to rest well, Jing Guang felt the big brother was too considerate. Clearly a 32-year-old unmarried man. She wondered silently, could it be that no girl had caught his eye? Curious, Jingguang asked him, is it true you're not dating Dr. Chang? Hearing this question, Xia Zhaojia immediately froze, but still said he wasn't dating her. Jingguang then commented, saying she thought Dr. Chang was both beautiful and highly educated. She also said if the big brother liked her, he could start pursuing her now. The big brother, Xia, then held his head and sighed, telling Jingguang to stop talking, because she's already married with a 5-year-old child. Hearing this information, Jingguang was extremely surprised, but at the same time, she was certain that her brother knew that person, because he even knew they had a child. Big brother Xia, with a hint of bitterness, continued to say, her husband is the doctor who treated Jingguang's father, Dr. Jing Yu. Jingguang was shocked upon hearing this. She didn't expect Dr. Bai to have a wife, because until now, she had never heard him mention this. Seeing this, Xia Zhaojia asked Jingguang if she knew Dr. Bai. Jingguang of course knew him well, because her father also trusted Dr. Bai very much. Moreover, she thought Dr. Chang was so beautiful. Marrying Dr. Bai was truly a perfect match. Xia Zhaojia's face now clearly showed displeasure. Perfect match where? Jingguang, still naive, said, don't you think they make a perfect pair of doctors? Moreover, Bai Jingyu is also very renowned in medicine. Jingguang said he's a stable person. Marrying someone like that will surely bring happiness. Xia Zhaojia immediately lowered his face in sadness. Then he briefly said goodbye to Jingguang and turned to leave. So after those probing questions, Jingguang was certain there was an issue here. Again, hearing that her tumor was a good friend of the big brother, Jingguang called him to ask if he knew anything between the big brother and Dr. Chang. The flame of curiosity in her flared up. As soon as Ye Zhengqing answered the phone, she eagerly asked him if he knew whether Xiao Jia had a girlfriend before. Hearing him mention the name Chang Dan-ran, Jingguang became very excited. Indeed, those two had an issue. She then told Ye Zhengqing that today when Xia saw Dr. Chang, his soul seemed to fly away. Zhengqing then told her that the two of them used to be in love. But 5 years ago, Chang Dan-ran had dumped Xia Zhaojia. Then she married Jingguang's father's attending physician, Bai Jingyu. Jingguang was now very curious and asked him the reason for their breakup. Zhengqing replied that in matters of love, outsiders shouldn't interfere, and he only knew that Xia gave Chang Dan-ran a sum of money, after which Chang Dan-ran left Xia Zhaojia. Hearing that Chang Dan-ran was such a materialistic person, Jingguang was extremely surprised. Zhengqing was certain there was something more to it, because Jingguang knew well what kind of person Xia Chaifu was. Remembering her own biological father, Jingguang believed he was the type of person she knew better than anyone. It seemed this was a case of breaking up a couple. Zhengqing then asked Jingguang, had Xia Zhaojia already seen Xiaoman? She hadn't heard about this, so she asked him who Xiaoman was. But Zhengqing suddenly realized he had said too much and fell silent. Jingguang urged him to continue. Finally, he had to explain Xiaoman is Chang Dan-ran's son. Hearing that she already had a child, Jingguang felt very sorry because she believed her brother surely had no hope now. Jingguang could only blame Xia Chaifu. She even said, why didn't heaven strike him dead with lightning? Seeming to realize they had gone off topic, Zhengqing now genuinely cared about Jingguang and asked if she had had showered yet. Jingguang replied not yet, because she called him right after returning to the hotel. When Ye Junqing heard that he was naturally very happy, he reminded her to go shower and then rest well, as she had to go to the hospital tomorrow. After the call ended, Ye Junqing sighed and wondered to himself how that child Xiaoman was doing now. He recalled 4 years ago in T City, when Jingguang was taking her college entrance exam. Although Junqing had firmly decided in his heart that he wouldn't be involved with her anymore, knowing that letting her go was also helping himself let go, but he still remembered in her previous life, due to an unexpected incident, she had missed the last exam, leaving a lifelong regret. Junqing didn't want Jingguang to repeat that mistake, so he followed her like a stalker. After Jingguang finished her last exam, she hurriedly went to catch a taxi. Junqing, fully disguised, rushed over as a taxi driver to pick her up, taking her to the hospital to visit her sick father. At that time, being able to help her made him very happy. He even thought if they didn't recognize each other, then he hoped that in this life she would have nothing to regret. Just as Junqing was about to get in the car to go home, he encountered Chang Dan Ran, carrying a newborn baby, rushing into the hospital. Looking at the child in her arms, he immediately thought of what Xia Zhaojia had once told him, that Chang Dan Ran had given birth to a son for him, but had died shortly after birth. Junqing was stunned, wondering if this child was the son Xia Zhaojia had mentioned. He then lowered his hat and followed, thinking that if it was that child, perhaps he could help it. Back to Jingguang, who was now comfortably bathing in the tub, but she still felt that the swimming pool, in the Ye family's compound where she could swim freely, was most comfortable for her mermaid tail, not in this cramped space. Thus, she recalled the image of the lights, twinkling like stars, in front of the swimming pool, the mermaid, and the shimmering mermaid symbol too. Jingguang blushed and wondered silently. Could those starry lights be a signal for her? Finally, Jingguang had to soak herself, to calm herself down. She thought it couldn't be possible. It was just her being narcissistic. Jingguang grabbed the remote to turn on the TV, thinking she should watch TV to stop overthinking. On TV at this time was a news broadcast, reporting on a gas station explosion that killed 5 people. Reporters were surrounding Ye Shiting, asking how he felt, whether this incident would affect this year's presidential election, asking if the specific cause of the gas station explosion had been clarified yet. Could someone really be trying to assassinate him? Asking if any organization had claimed responsibility for this incident, whether this incident was related to his opponent in this election, Liu Jianwei or not. Ye Shiting declined all questions. He said he had to attend the memorial service for the bodyguards. All of them had bravely sacrificed themselves, so he was currently in great pain. In another development, someone was also very angry because they still hadn't found the person behind this incident and felt that someone was plotting against Liu Jianwei. Han Chengbei told Liu Jianwei that now, during this sensitive period of the presidential election, he thought Ye Shiting was orchestrating his own suffering and humiliation strategy. Why was he alone unharmed, while everyone else died? Unexpectedly, Liu Jianwei laughed upon hearing this and said, "This is indeed not a bad idea." After that, he ordered his subordinates to do something. Han Chengbei realized that this Liu was trying to guide public opinion, to turn this into a suffering and humiliation strategy, orchestrated by Ye Shiting himself. He even praised Liu Jianwei for being so clever. But Han Chengbei was still worried. If they direct public opinion towards the suffering and humiliation strategy that Ye Shiting fabricated, wouldn't Jingguang also be affected? When Jianwei heard this, he smirked. Han Chengbei then put on a serious face and said, he doesn't care how he wants to guide public opinion. That's not his concern, but he won't allow him to harm Jingguang. Liu Jianwei then showed interest, asked Han Chengbei, "It seems you care a lot about this girl." Han Chengbei was extremely agitated, saying, "Jingguang is the light of his life. Anyone who dares to harm her is an enemy of Han Chengbei." Liu Jianwei put down his teacup, asked Han Chengbei, "You love a woman who's already married?" and added, "She's already the lawful wife of Ye Junqing." But Han Chengbei said, "The love he has for her is not romantic love, it's purely admiration. She is the faith of my life." At this moment, Han Chengbei suddenly received a phone call. While listening, his face seemed calm, but after hanging up, he became very agitated. He said his old man had called him back. Before returning, he seriously warned Liu Jianwei not to touch his faith at any cost. After the door slammed shut and Han Chengbei left, Liu Jianwei's subordinate at this time placed a file in front of him. It contained information about Jingguang. Moreover, there were some photos appearing intimate of Jingguang and Xiaozhao. Liu Jianwei looked at them and asked the staff who sent them. He replied it was anonymous. Then he asked Liu Jianwei if he wanted to make these photos public, but he waved his hand and said, "These photos have nothing to do with him. They neither affect Ye Ting, nor can they affect Ye Junqing. Moreover, he knew his brother Han Lin was pursuing Xia Yingying. After that, Lu Jianwei changed the subject, asked the staff member about last time when he had told him to investigate Ye Jingguang. How far had the investigation gone? The staff member said, Jingguang's father is named Song Chuanqi. Mother is Bai Lan Wu. They couldn't find any special characteristics about them, but he was certain that Jingguang is their adopted daughter. Her true identity still couldn't be traced. He thought Xia Zhaoya also cares about Jingguang like this, suspecting that perhaps this young lady's background isn't as simple as they thought. Lu Jianwei then said, this is an issue that doesn't need to be investigated further. The urgent matter now is to find out who has been smearing his name. He also needs to restore his image from this station explosion incident. Looking at the photo in his hand, Lu Jianwei sighed an immortal sentence. Ye Jingguang, you are quite interesting. Early the next morning, Jingguang just woke up feeling very comfortable because it had been a long time since she slept so well. But she couldn't have expected that her peaceful morning would be ruined by news on the internet. The top hot search right now was information about Ye Ting self-staging the gas station explosion incident. After reading this absurd information, Jingguang asked herself if she should come forward to say how dangerous that fire was. Misfortunes never come singly. At this moment, Jingguang received a phone call, informing that her father's condition wasn't very good, asking her to come to the hospital immediately. Song Chuanqi was trembling on the bed, looking very uncomfortable. Changdan ran at this time, asked him why he wasn't taking his medicine. Clearly, his current state was very dangerous. But Song Chuanqi was very agitated and knocked the medicine out of the doctor's hand. He told them to go away quickly, to leave him alone in peace. By now, he finally understood the bloodthirst his son-in-law mentioned. He was sure if his son-in-law could do it, then he could too. He couldn't lose to a younger person. Changdan Ran was also very confused at this time, because his indicators were identical to those of Xiaoman and her family. She then signaled for all the remaining doctors to leave. After closing the door with only the two of them in the room, Changdan Ran told him to quickly tell her the truth. She asked if his current suffering was because he wanted to drink blood, seeing that he remained silent. Changdan Ran continued to persuade him to talk to her, because she had encountered this type of illness before, a strange disease that won't heal without drinking blood. She also told him honestly that her son also has this disease. He had an episode just today. As a doctor, she needed to understand his physical condition, so she wanted him to share. Song Chuanqi then turned tiredly, telling the doctor not to give him any more of those random medicines. Just as she thought, just leave him alone. Jingguang outside had just arrived and had heard everything. Couldn't believe that her father also had the disease, wanting to drink blood. Changdan Ran still patiently asked Song Chuanqi if he could tell her why he had this disease. Unexpectedly, the stubborn man only answered one sentence, saying it was just to live. Other things were irrelevant. Now Changdan Ran realized why. Previously, when she received reports of critical condition, the patient's condition afterwards suddenly stabilized again. Then she remembered years ago when doctors said Xiaoman couldn't be saved. Then a miracle appeared. Could it also be because of this disease? When seeing Dr. Chang say she would bring him a bag of blood, Mr. Song became very agitated and stopped her, saying he didn't need it. Jingguang at this moment became agitated, rushed in crying, and knelt beside her father's bed, asking why he contracted this blood-drinking disease. She questioned who had caused him to have this disease. Was it Ye Junjing? How could he do such a thing? He's sick himself and still infects others. How seeing his daughter about to misunderstand her son-in-law, Old Song explained it was his own choice. Otherwise, Jingguang would now be at his funeral. Hearing her father's ominous words, Jingguang covered her mouth, telling him to watch his words. But in her heart, her thoughts were gradually changing. Now she understood. No wonder her father's illness suddenly improved. It turned out her large tumor had saved her father. Then she told her father that she had a way to cure this disease, and told him to drink some blood for now. Seeing he still didn't believe, Jingguang assured that she was telling the truth, then coaxed her father to drink blood first, because his body wasn't as strong as Ye Junjing's. He needed to endure for a while first. Old Song had no choice but to listen to his daughter, leaving everything to her. Jingguang went out to the hallway and immediately called Junjing. He saw her call and asked curiously, didn't she rest at the hotel? Why was she at the hospital so early? Jingguang now appeared irritated, asking what he had done to her father to make him suffer like this. Ye Junjing heard this and could only remain silent, unable to say a word. Seeing Jingguang blame him, Why didn't he tell her? Ye Jinjing could only bow his head and apologize. But Jingguang then thanked him. It turned out she just wanted to tease him a little. Jingguang told Junjing that her father had told her everything. Then she told him to rest assured she would save him and her father because she knew how to cure this disease from its root. Junjing now felt a weight lifted from his heart. Then he jokingly said, "Don't say these two words, thank you, to him. If she wanted to truly express gratitude, she should say two other words." Jingguang heard this and curiously asked what those two words were. He then smiled and said the two words, "Ah, Jing." Jingguang blushed, feeling extremely shy, stammering that she already knew. Then he continued to tease her, saying she should use these two words at the end of each sentence. For example, she could say, "I know, Ajing." Jingguang was so embarrassed that she quickly said goodbye and hung up. Her face was flushed red. Her lips curved into a smile as she hugged the phone to her chest. She felt her heart warm. That big tumor knew he had teased her to the point of making her embarrassed. So he sent a message to comfort her, telling her to be good. After replying with a cute cat icon, Jingguang was full of energy. Now was the time for her to do serious business. She had to cure her father and Ye Jinjing's disease from its root. It seemed this time she had to make a trip to the sea. Just unexpectedly, the big brother she had shaken off had followed her here. Thinking she was about to return to the hotel, he volunteered to take her back. Jingguang apologetically said to big brother Xia that he had already worked hard watching over her father last night. Tonight he should rest, and told him if he's busy, he should return to the capital first, because she still had things to do. Xia Zhaojia insisted he wasn't busy and wanted to go with Jingguang. Jingguang refused, saying this was her personal matter, so he didn't need to follow. Then she turned and left first, leaving Xia Zhaojia still behind, watching her figure disappear. Half a day passed. Jingguang was now driving a boat on the sea. After hours of tiring driving like this, Jingguang was extremely sleepy, thinking she was alone. When she heard a noise behind, Jingguang turned and unexpectedly saw it was big brother Xia. She excitedly asked why he had followed her. Xia Zhaojia replied he wasn't at ease, so he had to follow. He also said if she was sleepy, she should quickly go rest and let him drive for Jingguang, who was still stunned, not expecting there was another living person on the boat. Yet she hadn't discovered it. But the problem was that place couldn't be known by her big brother. But turning back, the shore was no longer visible. Jingguang had to give up as they had already gone so far. Then she agreed to let him drive instead, telling him to just follow her map and to call her when they arrived. Jingguang was extremely uncomfortable because she couldn't just throw him into the sea and make him swim back. So for now, she had to accept the situation. Thinking this, she lay down to sleep. In another development, team leader Zhao Yun was panicking and told Ye Jinjing to quickly check the latest news. It turned out someone had posted photos of Xia Zhaojia carrying Jingguang on his back online. So now, countless people were rushing in, cursing Jingguang as promiscuous, having Ye Jinjing but still not being satisfied. The insults from others were as long as a memorial. After Ye Jinjing saw this, he was extremely angry and threw the phone on the table, ordering his subordinates to quickly find out who did it. Zhao Yun was very worried, fearing that her boss would misunderstand Jingguang, so she quickly explained on Jingguang's behalf, saying he shouldn't be fooled by these photos. Because Jingguang's father was still seriously ill, how could she be in the mood for romance with someone else? After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Junjing only asked one question: why aren't his assistants as smart as her? Zhao Yun then asked Junjing if this was a misunderstanding. Junjing tilted his head back, laughing, saying, Jingguang and Jia couldn't possibly. Zhao Yun then announced that Jingguang had posted on Weibo, confirming that this photo was real. But if she doesn't quickly clarify, a bad image will appear, affecting her reputation. Ye Junjing fell silent. He didn't mind telling everyone that Xia Zhaojia was his brother-in-law, but he respected the little mermaid's thoughts. If she didn't want to publicize her identity, he wouldn't force it. Junjing called Jingguang, but she didn't answer. He thought Jingguang was very angry, so she locked her phone. Then he tried calling Xia Zhaojia, but unexpectedly, Xia Zhaojia's phone was also out of service range. Ye Junjing was visibly angry, thinking deeply. Could it be they wanted to run away? After the news of their affair was exposed, at the Xia family home, Xia Kaifu was scolding his daughter. Why did she post such a Weibo? Doesn't she know how it will damage her brother's image? Like this. Xia Ran remained indifferent, saying that she was just stating the facts, and asked her father, hadn't he noticed how well her brother treated Ye Jingguang? Her mother then smiled and gently admonished her daughter, saying she knew she was angry, but she couldn't speak ill of her brother like that. Xia Ran then explained that she just wanted to get her shares back. If the two of them cleared things up, Jingguang would have to return the shares to her to prove her innocence. Then she smirked and asked her parents, did they hope their family's shares would fall into outsiders' hands? Seeing the two elders silently looking at each other, Xia Ran knew she had gained the upper hand and returned to her room to rest. Reading the comments cursing Jingguang, Xia Ran felt extremely satisfied because finally she saw netizens turning against her. Then she smiled maliciously, thinking that Ye Jingguang now had become the one who crossed the line first. So if she wanted to marry Ye Junjing, netizens would no longer find it objectionable. At this moment, in Junjing's company, the atmosphere was heavier than ever. He looked at his phone and thought, it seems they have no intention of calling him both. So he felt extremely resentful. He was certain that that kid must think he would misunderstand again. So she didn't dare to call him. It seems the previous 100 times of punishment writing trying still hadn't been effective. At this moment, his assistant knocked on his door, informing him that the vice president had arrived. When he asked her what business the vice president had with him, the assistant said she didn't know either. He could only tell the staff to invite him to the reception room, and he would be there shortly. Ye Junjing stepped into the reception room, blurting out asking what wind had brought the vice president here. The old man smiled and said, it must be the spring wind, because he came here with good news for him. Ye Junjing then smirked and asked, what good news? Required the vice president to come and announce, adding that if he had called, he would have gone over. But Fandanglong then asked a staff member to take out a document and hand it to Ye Junjing. He took a sip of tea, smirking as he said, unexpectedly, their country's national treasure had chosen to marry into the Ye family, among countless choices. Fandanglong even praised, this was truly a match of talent and beauty, seemingly made in heaven, indeed a beautiful love story. Looking at the marriage proposal, that national treasure, Xia Ran sent him. Ye Junjing frowned and asked the vice president, didn't he know that he was already engaged? Fandanglong replied that he had already investigated. Although he and that Miss Ye had received engagement papers, they hadn't registered for marriage yet, so Ye Jingguang could only be considered his fiancée. If she's just a fiancée, faced with Xia Ran's special privilege, the state allows the two to break off, restore single status, then marry Xia Ran. Ye Junjing was furious. He sternly said, please, Vice President, convey my message to Xia Ran, that he doesn't want someone like her. He said tomorrow he would register for marriage with Jingguang. But Fandanglong told him that, according to the National Treasure Protection Law, once Xia Ran had submitted a marriage proposal, the Civil Affairs Bureau would not be able to issue a marriage registration for him and anyone else. And now Junjing only had two choices. One was to accept marrying Xia Ran. Two was to accept being prosecuted. Ye Junjing was extremely indignant. He challenged them to go ahead and prosecute. Fandanglong's assistant, at this moment, spoke up telling him to think carefully, because once he accepts prosecution, he would have to serve 3 years in prison. Moreover, the Yi family members, including his parents and siblings, would all lose their rights to participate in the political system. He said his brother was still in the presidential election period. If he refused to marry Xia Ran Ye Shi Ting would immediately lose his eligibility to run. Old Fandanglong then stood up, telling him to think it over slowly. He and Xia Ran were only giving him 3 days to make his choice. If after 3 days his answer was refusal, they would request prosecution to the court. After the prosecution request, Ye Shi Ting would lose his eligibility to run. Immediately, would be removed from the list of presidential candidates. Ye Junjing sat silently in the room. His mood was extremely chaotic. His younger siblings poked their heads in to ask about the situation. Then they saw Xia Ran's marriage proposal. On the table, Tang Zhou was furious. He couldn't believe she could do such a thing. Qi Shu smirked and praised that family for being so clever. Xia Zhaojia snatched away little Jing Guang, and his sister now wants to snatch Junjing. This must be intentional, to destroy others' family happiness. Qi Shu then sympathetically asked Junjing if he planned to compromise with them. Before Ye Junjing could answer, Tang Zhou said it must be so. She recalled what Ye Junjing had once told her, that the marriages of people like them were used to strengthen the country, including Ye Junjing's marriage. All were for Ye Shi Ting's sake. He also said if not for Shi Ting, then it was for the brothers who had been through life and death together. Their marriages couldn't follow personal preferences. Tang Zhou fiercely repeated Ye Junjing's words, that once they became famous, they would be the leverage to elevate Ye Shiting to the presidency. This is what a political family is like. Tang Zhou was very proud that she remembered every word Ye Junjing had said. Otherwise, she would have refused to bring that cold-faced guy home to care for. As for Qi Shu at this moment, he could only hold his head helplessly before his clueless sister, who didn't understand the situation. He knew the current situation was that Ye Junjing was unwilling, and the current circumstances still demanded him to sacrifice himself for politics. Should they now go tell Shi Ting to ask him to give up running for president? The more Qi Shu thought, the more his head hurt. He sighed. It seems Jingge and little Jingguang really have to part ways. Now back to Jingguang and Shezhaojia. At this time, their boat had docked at an island. She happily introduced to her big brother that this was where she lived when she was little. Shage asked his sister in surprise, "Did you and your adoptive parents all live here?" Jingguang then explained. She was adopted by her parents at 5 or 6 years old. Before that, she lived here. They walked together into the forest. Seeing such a primitive ecological environment, he still couldn't believe and asked if she had lived here for 6 years. Jingguang still smiled innocently, saying actually the living conditions here were quite good. There's even a beautiful waterfall over there. Hearing these words, Shi blamed himself even more for giving up the search for his sister back then, leaving her to live in this remote place. Crossing that crystal-clear babbling brook, they arrived at a small wooden house. This was the place Jingguang wanted to reach. She happily called out loudly into the house, "Grandma, come out and see who's back." The wooden door creaked open. An old lady in ethnic clothing stepped out. Seeing Jingguang, she called out Jushu twice. Jingguang, quick as a squirrel, ran to hug her, saying, "Little Ju missed you so much. Did you miss me?" Xiaojiajia, hearing this name, curiously asked who Jushu was. Jingguang replied that it was her name here, Muya Jushu. Then Jingguang told her brother to wait outside, as she and Grandma had many things to catch up on. Hearing the door slam shut right in front of him, Xiaojiajia felt extremely awkward. Grandma now put down her cane and said, "A girl like Jingguang couldn't possibly come back to visit her for no reason." Then she told her to quickly say what matter had made her risk coming back. She then said her adoptive father had a blood-sucking disease and asked her how she should treat him. Grandma, upon hearing this, wondered why her adoptive father had this disease. Could it be that they had found her? Jingguang waved her hand saying no, then smiled and said, "It's a long story." She urged Grandma to tell her quickly so she could go back and save her adoptive father. Grandma said the solution was very simple. She just needed to return and inherit the throne. Jingguang nearly fell off her chair, then angrily said, "What does this have to do with her inheriting the throne?" She clearly knew if she inherited the throne, they would force her to marry the heir of the blood-sucking tribe. Jingguang had no interest in the throne and even less interest in that heir. But Grandma said the only way she could think of was to inherit the throne and marry the heir of the blood-sucking tribe. After all, the antidote was in their betrothal gifts. Hearing this, Jingguang cracked her knuckles and asked who that heir was. She really wanted to punch him to make him vomit out the antidote, but even Grandma didn't know. She didn't know who that person was. She only heard that 10 years ago, the old prince of the blood-sucking tribe had chosen an heir, and he had told him as long as he was willing to marry their queen, he could inherit everything from him. In the end, he refused. Jingguang, hearing this, said, "Isn't that great then? The man's unwilling, the woman's unwilling. But this way she wouldn't get the antidote." So Grandma still advised her to inherit the throne, marry the heir, so the betrothal gifts would be delivered. Jingguang felt increasingly frustrated because it came back to this matter like a vicious cycle. She told Grandma, "Why not quickly choose a queen to marry over there?" Grandma then said that year, Jingguang had defeated all the heirs except for her. No one else was qualified to be queen, so only if she married over would it be legitimate. Jingguang now realized that she had almost forgotten about this. She was also very curious. Not knowing why at that time, she was able to defeat all of them. That year, after she was abandoned at sea by her parents, she was accidentally washed ashore on Boko Island. She also got to know Grandma. From then on, thanks to Grandma, she learned that there was a mysterious kingdom under the sea called Atlantis. As a result, the priests there saw she had a special skeleton, made her become one of the heirs to the throne of the country. Jingguang thought this was a good thing. Unexpectedly, the over 100-year-old sons and daughters of the old king hated her immensely. From 6 to 12 years old, she strived to be invisible, not participating in the struggle for the throne at all, escaping from the competition. But during the peak of the struggle for the throne, at its climax, she still couldn't avoid the assassination attempts. Finally, Jingguang couldn't take it anymore, so she defeated all opponents, winning that inheritance, right? Jingguang now sighed, deeply regretting. If she had known this earlier, she would have kept a few people back then, so there could still be a marriage alliance. Grandma then comforted her, saying this wasn't a life-threatening disease, and told her to let her father continue drinking blood. Jingguang remembered the scene of Yejun Jing, suffering side effects from drinking blood pearls. She immediately felt uneasy, telling Grandma that blood pearls couldn't be used. That wasn't suitable. In the end, it came back to the same point. On the way, she kept wondering, was this trip in vain? Could it be that her father and the large tumor could only rely on drinking blood to resist? At this moment, Xia Zhaojia saw the large ship ahead and spoke up. Isn't this the Summer Pearl? Why is it stopped here? Seeing Jingguang didn't know anything, he explained that the Summer Pearl goes on a sea cruise every summer on this ship. It's for the most prestigious families only. He also said if it weren't for a reason this year, he would have participated too. But now he didn't know why they stopped here. Jingguang observed, then pointed in that direction and asked her brother, "Look, is that a group of speedboats running around the big ship?" In a moment, Xiage immediately realized the Summer Pearl was being surrounded by pirates. Jingguang, hearing about pirates hijacking the ship, was extremely shocked. Seeing the Summer Pearl surrounded, Xiage immediately picked up his phone, saying they must quickly report to the police. But Jingguang was surprised that robbers dared to operate in her territory, then told her eldest brother to quickly drive the boat there so she could teach them a lesson. Seeing there was no signal, Shijie said they should still run to find the patrolling navy. How could two people defeat pirates? Seeing her brother driving the boat away, Jingguang struggled and asked what he was doing. She still had to go deal with the pirates, but her brother still refused to turn back. Jingguang had to use drastic measures. She said she'd have to knock him out to handle it herself. As she finished speaking, she hit his head with a fire extinguisher. At this moment on the Summer Pearl, a group of ruthless pirates were assaulting passengers on the ship. They all had weapons in their hands, telling everyone if they didn't obey, they would face an unpleasant outcome. They then shouted, "Anyone who hasn't handed over money, do it now," demanding everyone to sit down with hands on their heads. After that, a blonde pirate with a bag approached a couple, ordering the lady to take off the pearl necklace around her neck and put it in the bag. Seeing her husband about to demand back the pearl necklace that he had given her for her 50th birthday, the lady had to try to hold her husband back, telling him to stay calm. The blonde, seeing this, pressed the gun to his forehead, telling him not to look at them with that expression. A rat-eyed man then stepped towards them and asked the group, "Do you know who these old folks are?" That guy said, "This is Ye Shi-ting and Ye Junjing's biological father. Today, we've caught a big fish." After that, they invited Mr. Ye and Mrs. Ye to come along for a trip. The couple was escorted by them onto that small speedboat. The one-eyed man reminded his subordinates to take good care and look after these two people carefully, telling them not to do anything rash. As they were celebrating happily, outside, a man came, asking a young master who was sucking on candy if they needed to intervene. The young master observed for a moment, then turned and said it wasn't necessary because someone was already taking care of it. Sure enough, at that moment, one of the robbers' speedboats hit something, causing everyone to stagger. Jingguang stood with hands on hips on top of her boat, shouting loudly, "Robbery here. Hand over all the valuable assets on the boat. Give them to me now." Seeing them still standing still like statues, Jingguang repeated once more, with an even more irritated tone, "Did you hear me? Hurry and bring everything out. This is a robbery." After realizing it was just a girl, all the pirates laughed with a contemptuous, mocking tone. In fact, they even considered this a gift from heaven, a good day. Not only did they capture wealthy people, but also got a pretty girl as well. It was still that aggressive blonde guy who directly climbed onto Jingguang's boat, intending to approach her. But Jingguang gave him a kick, knocking him down, flattening him against the wall. Seeing she had some skills, the whole group rushed up at once. The passengers on the boat were shocked, wondering if that girl was also a pirate, a girl alone. How could she dare to confront such a group? Some thought this was just thieves stealing from thieves. All were pirates. In no time, the whole group of men had been beaten into the sea by her. Jingguang still stood with hands on hips, saying she had already told them to hand over people and money, and they would be spared. But she sarcastically said they only had a bit of skill, like cat scratches, yet dared to be pirates. At this moment, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed past Jingguang. The one-eyed man smiled maliciously. He said, "Don't move or you'll lose your life." Jingguang heard someone threatening her life. She smiled and then began to sing. In an instant, the pirates were all captivated by her voice, their bodies becoming limp. But it didn't stop there. They were suddenly jolted awake when they saw about 10 sharks swimming around, surrounding them. Seeing the sharks, they immediately panicked, gripping their weapons tightly and raising their guard. Jingguang saw this and smirked, asking them a smika. Now who's the one struggling to keep their life? Hearing this, the blonde guy panicked and asked, "Could it be that you summoned these sharks?" They basically still didn't believe it, thinking it was just a coincidence, because how could sharks obey human commands? Jingguang, sitting on the boat's bow, told them, "Well, let's test it today. If you don't hand over the people and money, let's see if you'll still be alive to leave this place." Jingguang tilted her head back and sang again. The sharks became increasingly agitated. They rammed hard into the pirates' speedboat, throwing them into the water. Seeing sharks opening their mouths and rushing towards them, the pirates who were fierce earlier now could only thrash about and swim fast to save their lives. Moreover, there were now 3 large sharks advancing towards the pirate's speedboat. The one-eyed leader knew he couldn't fight against the sharks, so he immediately raised his hands in surrender, telling Jingguang they could talk things over. He even kowtowed and begged. Jingguang said they had been blind to the obvious, just begging her to have mercy, not to order the sharks to bite them to death. Jingguang sang again. All the sharks became docile. Those that were holding anyone in their mouths immediately released them. Jingguang leaned down and asked the one-eyed man if he was ready to hand over people and money. Now, the one-eyed man naturally agreed immediately. She immediately ordered them to bring all valuable items and place them in front of her small boat. Then, they had to leave within 1 minute. She then licked her lips threateningly. If they didn't comply, she would turn them into tasty morsels for her pets. And so all the money, jewelry, and valuable items were thrown in front of the elderly couple. Though the elderly couple said nothing, they felt that this young girl, who could manipulate sharks, was truly formidable. Only they still weren't sure if she was friend or foe. When Jingguang stepped onto the speedboat, the old gentleman immediately stood up to protect his wife. Jingguang smiled kindly and showed concern, telling them to be careful not to catch cold. There was still time to catch up with the cruise ship. Then she asked if either of them knew how to drive a small boat. The old gentleman said he knew how to drive a boat, but he was still suspicious, asking if she really intended to let them go without taking these valuables. Jingguang waved her hand, saying she'd trouble them, to return the items to their owners, saying she didn't need them. At this, the elderly couple finally sighed in relief, praising Jingguang as truly a beautiful girl, who could never be a pirate, and thanking her for saving their lives. Shortly after, saying she had matters to attend to, she paddled back to her own boat and left. The old gentleman, seeing this, stopped her to ask her name, so he could repay her kindness if they met again. But Jingguang said it wasn't necessary. She added that if they wanted to remember her, then they should just remember her benefactor's name. Her benefactor's name was Qin Junye. Jingguang leapt away like that, leaving the old gentleman, still filled with regret. His wife, seeing this, nudged him and said, "You know the name of the girl's benefactor, that's enough. When we get back, we'll investigate a bit. We must go and thank that girl properly." The old gentleman hugged his wife, saying, "The girl is young, but did a good deed. Without leaving her name, then we certainly need to thank her properly." Jingguang returned to see her brother flattened on the seat, feeling quite embarrassed. It was an urgent situation, so she had to do that to him. Then she drove the boat back to the city in his place. It wasn't until the next morning that Xia Zhaojia woke up and called for his sister. Jingguang asked after him, telling him they had returned to the city. Then Xia Zhaojia held his head and asked his sister, after knocking him out, how did she deal with those pirates? Jingguang smiled and said she was just momentarily competitive. After knocking him out, she calmed down and even drove the boat faster than he could. Seeing her brother's disbelieving look, Jingguang pretended to be weak, saying, how could she fight armed pirates? Hearing this, Xia Zhaojia could only silently object. What weakness? Even our security guards can't beat you. At this moment, having returned, here, Zhao Jia's phone finally had signal. He looked at his phone and asked, Jingguang, do you still refuse to admit you're my sister? Why does Brother Guang still firmly deny it? He then showed her the information online, saying if she doesn't admit they're siblings, then he's afraid what's written about them here is actually true. Jingguang was shocked to see the information. She immediately reached for her own phone. Seeing Qin Junye calling Jingguang knew she was in trouble. As soon as she answered, Qin Junye asked her if her previous punishment wasn't enough. Jingguang said she just saw his calls now, then hurriedly explained that the online story wasn't what he thought. But Qin Junye was just angry, telling her to write the punishment 100 times before talking. Then he hung up. Jingguang looked dejected, as if about to die. She thought he believed she had cheated on him. Seeing Qin Junye hang up, Jingguang thought he must be very angry and called back. Indeed, Qin Junye was very angry. As soon as he heard Jingguang's call, he immediately scolded Xie Zhaojia, saying, "Your sister, I've already submitted our marriage application to the state. The name she wrote on it was actually Qin Junye's." Qin Junye angrily said to bother Xie Zhaojia to pass on the message. "I helped her, but she wants to marry me. Keep dreaming." Xie Zhaojia was extremely shocked upon hearing this news. He asked Qin Junye, "What the hell is Xia Ran doing?" Jingguang also didn't expect that woman had actually used her privilege with Qin Junye, but now it's too late to register for marriage. Jingguang anxiously thought to herself, "She has regret medicine, so it should be fine." Qin Junye angrily replied to Zhao Jia's words, "What is she doing? This is exactly what you need to manage." Then before Zhao Jia could object, Qin Junye hung up. Seeing Jingguang's worried face, Shige quickly comforted her, saying he would stop Xia Ran. Xia Ran was sleeping when she received an angry call from her brother, blaming him for disturbing her sleep. Hearing Zhao Jia ask if she filled in Qin Junye's name on the marriage application, Xia Ran sneered and praised her brother for getting the information so quickly. Xia Zhaojia then asked her if she knew what she was doing. He said Qin Junye doesn't love her and told her to withdraw the application, but this stubborn woman said if she can't have his heart, then she must possess Qin Junye's body. She was very smug, confident that Qin Junye wouldn't be able to resist, because if he did, Ye Shiting would lose the eligibility to run for office. After saying this, she hung up and went to sleep, ignoring her brother's shouting on the other end. Xia Zhaojia was out of options. He could only turn to comfort Qing. "Don't worry, I'll resolve this when we get back," Jingguang said in an emotionless voice, asking how he planned to handle it. "Are you going to tell Xia Ran that I'm Qing?" Jingguang looked at him with angry eyes, asking if he thought by doing so, she would stop trying to steal her man. Moreover, Jingguang also denied that she was Qing. Jingguang angrily turned away and warned him. If he told others that she was Qing, their sibling relationship would end right there. Furthermore, Jingguang also wanted him to pass a message to that shameless woman trying to steal her man. Keep dreaming. Late at night, they finally managed to return to the hospital. Jingguang angrily went ahead without waiting for her brother. This scene was witnessed by the nurses. They started gossiping about boyfriends and girlfriends. Clearly, Jingguang was Ye Qin-jun's partner, but now she's always with Xia Zhaojia. They felt that Jingguang was really deceiving Qin Junye. As soon as Qin Junye left, she got close to Xia Zhaojia. Her character was truly inferior. These words happened to be overheard by Changdan Ran. When she saw Xia Zhaojia sitting in the hallway, she angrily approached him, reminding him to be mindful of his behavior, or it would affect Miss Ye. After saying this, she was about to leave, but Xia Zhaojia stopped her, asking what she meant by that. Dan Ran replied that he should know what she meant, telling him not to harm Jingguang. She's not a bad person. Don't let her be ruined by him. Seeing Zhao Jia's angry face, Changdan Ran nervously asked what he was going to do. Zhao Jia said he wasn't going to do anything. He just wanted to ask what she was doing, caring so much about his business. Was she missing him so much that she couldn't forget him? Dan Ran struggled to deny it, saying if she couldn't forget him, she wouldn't have broken up with him back then. Xia Zhaojia smirked, lifting her chin, saying it's possible. After breaking up, she discovered her current husband isn't as good as him, so she regretted it. Dan Ran still explained, she was just concerned about the patient's family. Now their photos are all over the internet. Even the hospital nurses are gossiping about it. Dan Ran advised him, if he really likes Ye Jingguang, he should keep his distance to avoid causing trouble for her. She also said he doesn't know how this affects the girl. After saying this, she was about to leave again, but Xiajia's arm blocked her way. He said things weren't as Dan Ran thought. Dan Ran, embarrassed, reminded him to be careful, as this was a hospital. Xia Zhaojia finally realized she misunderstood. He explained, Jingguang was his long-lost sister that he had told her about before. Dan Ran scoffed and asked about him, saying he's also considered her father's son. Felt there was nothing wrong with that. He saved his sister. Of course, he would consider him a future father. He should treat him even better. Jingguang then came out of the patient's room, Seeing Dr. Chang, she smiled and greeted her. Doctor, you're here too. This made the two of them very awkward. Jingguang then laughed, saying if they had something to discuss, they should continue. She could find the doctor later. As the door closed, Xiajia and Chang Danran turned to look at each other, wondering if this couple could still be saved. A few days later, Bai Jingyu returned from research and came to see off his patient Song Chuan-chi, who was being discharged to be transferred to the capital hospital. Xiajia, seeing Bai Jingyu standing next to Chang Danran, felt very conflicted. Chang Danran felt the same. She asked herself, once he leaves, it'll be hard to see him again, right? Jingguang also arrived then, thanking Dr. Bai for coming to see her father off. She also said when his artificial kidney research succeeds, he should let her know. Bai Jingyu said, Jingguang, don't worry. He's always monitoring her father's condition. Seeing Xiajia still frowning there, Jingguang urged him to hurry up and go. But Xiajia suddenly turned around, walked towards Bai Jingyu, grabbed the doctor's collar, and warned him sternly to treat her well. Otherwise, I won't let you off. After saying this, Xiajia left angrily. When the car had gone some distance, Bai Jingyu asked Dan Ran, haven't you told him yet that you two are fake spouses? It turns out that years ago, to avoid the marriage lottery, they decided to live together. After hearing this, Dan Ran only asked Bai Jingyu if he thought her love affair from 5 years ago that had no result could possibly have a result now. Bai Jingyu, hearing this, challenged her, telling her to quickly send her heart after that car, take it back so they could be together, see if they could turn fake feelings into real ones. Dan Ran, hearing this, could only blame herself for being foolish. After 5 years, she still couldn't take back those feelings. At this moment, Jingguang was taking care of her father in a villa in the capital. After her father fell asleep, she stepped outside and quietly let out a sigh. She was still troubled by Xia's marriage proposal. Ning ning. Then she walked back to her room. Unexpectedly, Ye Junjing was already waiting for her there. His beauty made Jingguang unconsciously stare at him. Junjing, seeing her, became like an angry father, interrogating Jingguang if she had copied time straits, the punishment 100 times yet. Jingguang shouted in disbelief. You're still thinking about that. Ye Junjing firmly pinched Jingguang's cheek, saying if she hasn't finished copying the punishment, she should continue after dinner. Then he changed the subject. Teasing, he asked her if she wanted to explain the photo of her with Xia Zhaojia. At this moment, Xia Zhaojia unexpectedly came in and said he had already prepared a press conference. He said he wanted to announce Jingguang as his sister. At that time, this matter would be clarified. Ye Jinjing hugged Jingguang. Laughing, he asked Zhaojia if he wanted to announce that had he considered whether Jingguang would agree to be associated with that rotten group of relatives or not. Xia Zhaojia was extremely uncomfortable because Qingqing was his sister. If not said this way, this matter would go nowhere. Junjing then frankly told Zhaojia that his woman only has Song Chuan-chi and Bailan Wu as parents and warned Zhaojia not to make decisions arbitrarily. Zhaojia still wouldn't give in. He raised his voice, arguing that she was his sister. Ye Junjing then scolded Zhaojia, saying he basically wasn't worthy to be. He said if Zhaojia hadn't run to Tay City, there wouldn't be this mess now. Jingguang, standing aside, felt confused. Her brother was one thing, but this big guy seemed to know she was Xia Qing. Jingguang still couldn't believe that the big guy knew her identity. She tried to hypnotize herself that it was just an illusion. She then raised her hand and said, trying to clarify that she was not Xia Qing. She was immediately shouted at by both men to shut up. But Jingguang thought that in this situation, she was the one who had the right to speak. Then she adamantly denied her identity to brother Xia. She even said that even if he held a press conference, she wouldn't acknowledge it. Then she smiled and said to Junjing that if that photo couldn't clear things up, then forget it. The innocent will prove themselves innocent. Junjing then seriously reminded Zhaojia, if he kept clinging to his woman, he should go back and find his son. Is the sister important or the wife and child important? He should consider it himself. Seeing Zhaojia bewilderedly ask, what son? Junjing smirked, saying he came to City and still didn't know what was going on. Even Chang Danran giving birth to his child, he didn't know. His son now calls someone else dad. Junjing told Xiaojia, if he were him, he would immediately rush to City to bring his wife and child home. Zhaojia, agitated, asked Junjing to explain more clearly. Junjing sat down in a chair, saying if he still didn't understand, he should go to T-City, find a boy named Xiao Man, and get a DNA test done. Xia Zhaojia looked at his phone, about to call Dan Ran, but he hesitated. Jingguang, eavesdropping from the side, was shocked. Surprised that her brother already had a child, she wondered how the big guy knew about it. After Xia Zhaojia ran off, Jingguang leaned into Junjing's chest, asking him to quickly explain how he knew about that. Junjing could only reply that he happened to know. What now? He couldn't possibly say that when Jingguang was in college, he had disguised himself as a taxi driver, could he? He stroked Jingguang's hair. What you should care about now, isn't it about me being cheated on? How do you plan to comfort this wounded heart? Jingguang, too lazy to explain, patted his shoulder and said, if you already believe that I didn't cheat on you, then the innocent will prove themselves. She didn't need to bother anymore. Then she coyly asked him to tell the story of Dan Ran having a child, asked if the child was cute. Do you have a photo of him? Junjing then reached out to pinch her cheek, saying this matter of him being cheated on isn't important, right? Jingguang still insisted he tell her quickly. In her heart, she had already accepted that little boy as her nephew. Junjing had to explain that 5 years ago he went to T-City to take that hateful thing to school. Then she wanted to go to the hospital. In front of the hospital, he happened to meet Dan Ran, holding a newborn baby, so he guessed it was Xia Zhaojia's son. After hearing this, Jingguang pouted and interrogated him. Who is that hateful thing? Is it your first love? Seeing her behavior, Junjing asked if she was jealous. Jingguang said everyone has a past. She wouldn't bother with that old vinegar, but angrily kicked his butt. Then she ran off, saying she wouldn't talk to him anymore. She had to go find her dad. Junjing watched her go, his lips curving up, his eyes showing adoration. Then he also followed her to visit her dad. He told her dad if it weren't for the good facilities here, he wouldn't want her parents to travel so far to come here. At this moment, Mother Bailan Wu explained to her son-in-law that Jingguang and Zhao Jia weren't as he thought. Junjing also smiled and said he didn't misunderstand. He and Zhao Jia were originally close friends. He said Jingguang was his sister, so he also asked him to take care of Jingguang. Bailan Wu then heaved a sigh of relief, saying if Junjing was a close friend, then help her though. Advised Zhao Jia not to misunderstand. Jingguang is his sister. Junjing assured his mother-in-law, saying he would immediately advise him. But hearing her say that, he also believed they didn't want little Fishtail to recognize her birth parents. Bailan Wu asked again, have you figured out how to handle the information online? Junjing said mother shouldn't worry. He has a way to resolve this matter. He had blocked the news. He had also instructed the bodyguards to prevent reporters from disturbing them. Then Junjing gave her a new phone, telling her to temporarily turn off her phone. Use this one to have some peace and quiet. Jingguang took the phone, saying she had already turned it off. Otherwise, she would have been annoyed to death by notifications. Then, seeing Junjing still in the villa, Jingguang curiously asked if he wasn't going back. Junjing replied he also had a storm to avoid. Relaxing at the villa was quite nice. He thought to himself, going home would surely be annoyed to death by his brothers, each one advising him to prioritize the big picture. Junjing then told Jingguang to shower first, then he would, because Zhao Yun hadn't brought his personal items yet. He was in a hurry. Jingguang then wondered, if all bedrooms were occupied, where would he stay? Junjing closed his book, smiling, and asked her, wasn't their current relationship able to share a room? Jingguang just remembered that on Qixi Festival, he had already announced her online, but his matter-of-fact tone made her embarrassed. Junjing then pulled Jingguang's hand, making her sit on his lap, asked if she didn't agree, since he had already gone public. She thought he would be celibate. Jingguang immediately pushed him away, telling him not to be improper. Her parents were still here, then urged him to go home and rest. Junjing kissed her hand, pretending to be pitiful, saying he didn't want to be lonely alone in the room, to ward off the cold. Jingguang got goosebumps, backing away, saying, where's it cold? It's 38 degrees today. Junjing could only sigh. He even hoped his old illness would recur so little Fishtail would take care of him. He lazily lay on the couch, lamenting how hard it is to be a man. When you need to be sick, you're not. When you don't need it, you're constantly tormented. Jingguang immediately scolded him for talking nonsense. Junjing kept rambling on, saying then his girlfriend would force him to take medicine. After drinking, it would ignite the flame of love. Unable to argue, Jingguang went to shower, so eager. "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry." Jingguang really couldn't imagine. Frustrated, she turned away. As she left, Zhao Yun brought Junjing's things. Also reported that all young masters at home were pursuing him, asking where he was now. Junjing had to instruct. Zhao Yun didn't need to tell them. Too noisy, he didn't want to hear nonsense. But Zhao Yun also had to remind him that the time the vice president gave him wasn't much, saying if he didn't agree to marry Xia Ran, he'd soon receive a court summons. At that time, Shi Ting would lose his position as presidential candidate. Junjing took the items, then said he should focus on his role as a guard and not worry about other matters. As soon as Zhao Yun left, Junjing carried the items into the bathroom. Unexpectedly, he saw Jingguang wrapped only in a thin towel, about to come out. Their eyes met, cheeks flushing red. Jingguang immediately closed the door, hiding inside, leaving Junjing outside with a silly smile. So there are times when she's this shy. A moment later, Junjing finally had the chance to enter the bathroom. By the time he came out, Jingguang was lying on the bed, with her back turned to him. She was making exaggerated snoring sounds. She even wondered to herself, surely he won't realize that she's pretending to sleep, right? He then sat down on the bed, smiling, telling her to snore more quietly. Otherwise, the executives in his company would know. He's lying next to a little fairy who likes to snore loudly. Jingguang was embarrassed and immediately went silent. Then she turned and asked why he's only having a meeting now. Junjing put on headphones, replied that it's morning overseas now, very suitable for meetings. Then seeing her sulky attitude, he leaned in close, smiling and asking if she's angry because he didn't hug her. Jingguang, very embarrassed, covered her head with the blanket, telling him to speak softer as she's going to sleep now. She originally wanted to ask him about Xia Ran, but he's really busy, still working in the middle of the night. After finishing, he turned off the light and hugged her. Jingguang, still not asleep, asked him if his family is advising him to marry Xia Ran. Junjing's silence was as good as admitting it. He only asked if she's worried. Jingguang didn't answer, but in her heart, she had an answer. What she worried about wasn't Xia Ran using her privilege, but his choice. She thought if he gave her up due to circumstances, choosing Xia Ran, like Shi Yinshen, a man who actively gave her up, then don't expect her to look at him ever again. Ye Jingguang's man must be wholeheartedly devoted to her alone. Junjing then reached out to hug her shoulders, smiled and said she shouldn't worry. As long as she's willing to be with him, no one can take him away from her. He then teased Jingguang, saying if she wants that, she should actively marry him. Say that she wants to. Jingguang, embarrassed to anger, immediately kicked him off the bed, then hugged her pillow, aggrieved, saying if he can't resolve it himself, then agree to marry me. Anyway, in the end, she'll find a way to bring him back. Junjing asked if she wants to give him to Ran. Hugged tightly by him, Jingguang still tried to say that she was just hypothesizing if he couldn't resolve it himself. Junjing looked into her eyes, affirming that, besides taking good care of her parents, she doesn't need to worry about other things. He said this is just a small obstacle. If he can't handle this matter, then she wouldn't need such a man anymore. After saying this, he lay down to sleep, hugging her. All troubles outside will turn into feathers. The next morning, as soon as Jingguang woke up, she saw a huge bouquet of roses in front of her. There was also a note telling her to trust him. Holding the bouquet in her hands, Jingguang smiled, feeling that today would be another day full of energy. She then changed her clothes and went online to search for information and work. But unexpectedly, she discovered that the list of presidential candidates no longer included Ye Shiting's name. Moreover, there was information that authorities were investigating Ye Shiting as the mastermind behind the oil station explosion, so he had been sued. A presidential candidate involved in lawsuits, would be stripped of their presidential eligibility. Jingguang pondered silently, wondering if this was related to Xia Ran forcing marriage on Ye Jinjing. She thought her TV station might have other internal information. Indeed, after calling Teacher Chang, the chief editor told her that the vice president gave Ye Junjing 3 days to either marry Xia Ran or face prosecution. As a result, 3 days later, Junjing insisted on not marrying. Now the court summons has also been issued. Even Ye Shiting's candidacy has been revoked. It's said the two brothers have become enemies. Seeing Jingguang so surprised, the chief editor asked about her situation and Xia Zhao Ya's, saying, "Weren't you taking care of your father? How did you get caught up in this?" Unable to explain in one sentence, Jingguang tiredly explained that, in general, they had nothing going on. Then she hung up. She was about to call Junjing but stopped. She thought he had a way to resolve it, not expecting it to reach such brotherly conflict. It seems that she should return to the estate to check things out. But before leaving, Junjing had instructed the bodyguards not to let Jingguang out. He said if she needed to buy anything, just tell them. They would go in her place. She repeatedly asked them to step aside so she could go home, but the bodyguards were helpless. They could only persuade her to understand, because if they didn't listen to Ye Junjing, they would be fired. The two thought for a while, not knowing what to do, because after all, Jingguang was also the boss's love. If they stopped her, using force wouldn't be appropriate either. Finally, they agreed to let her go. They even offered to drive her there. As soon as Jingguang rushed into the estate, she heard Yeda scolding Junjing, saying he didn't have such a brother. Then she saw Ye Shiting angrily storming out. From behind, Tang Niu rushed out towards Jingguang, asking why she was here. Jingguang said she heard something happened at home, so she wanted to come and see. She also asked if Junjing was here. Tang Niu replied that he's probably in the study now. Earlier, Junjing and Shi Ting had a huge argument. Then Tang Niu angrily scolded Jingguang for being outrageous. While Junjing did so much for her, she was sneaking around with Xia Zhao behind his back. Jingguang didn't have time to explain, just said she was innocent. Then she went upstairs to find Ye Junjing. She peeked into the room and saw him tensely on the phone with someone. Jingguang couldn't help but run over and hug him from behind. Junjing, helpless, could only smile and sigh, asking why she came here. Didn't he tell her to stay at the villa? Jingguang said she saw the news that his brother lost his position as a presidential candidate. Worried, she came to check. Jingguang questioned him. Didn't he say he had a solution? Why did it turn out like this? She also said if he refused, he'd face 3 years in prison. When Ye Junjing asked if she feared him going to prison, Jingguang replied she wasn't afraid, because deep down, she had a way to handle it for him, but it was a bit difficult, because the regret medicine would only be ready next month. Now she was a bit troubled. Junjing then gently asked if she wasn't afraid. Did it mean she trusted him, or didn't care if he went to prison? Jingguang brushed his hand away, saying she trusted herself. Somehow Junjing saw her expression of blind confidence and calmness. He found her adorable again. Jingguang still questioned him, asking if he really had any measures yet, telling him to be honest with her. Junjing only said he wasn't very sure. He sighed and said, "Things have come to this. We can only take a gamble." Jingguang looked at him and firmly assured, telling him to go ahead. Even if the result isn't what they want, she would have a way to handle the consequences for him, as long as his heart always turns to her. Hearing these words, Junjing fondly patted her head, saying he would go to work immediately, just hoping she'd support him from behind, not letting him be ruined. She then took the chance to pull his head down, placing a kiss on his forehead, saying she's giving him some power of love. Ye Junjing blushed with embarrassment. Then he pointed to his cheek, saying he wanted one here too. Jingguang immediately indulged him again. Meanwhile, at the Xia family, Yi Wujian and his mother were sitting there talking. Yi Wujian's mother asked Ran, "Does this really have to be done?" Xia Ran then said to her, telling the aunt not to persuade her anymore. She'd rather let her cousin persuade her. If Jingguang let go of Junjing, it would be better. Yi Wujian was very angry, but still coldly asked her once again. She definitely won't withdraw the marriage application, right? Xia Ran then said, this is her doing. They could completely have a win-win situation if she marries into their family. Then they would be cousins. Based on her influence, they would support her brother-in-law even more. What could Ye Jingguang bring to the Xia family? She grabbed her cousin's hand and asked, "Don't you want her to be happy? Why must you make things difficult for her?" Trusting an outsider like Ye Jingguang, Wujian was very angry. She pushed her hand away, saying if she wants happiness, yet insists on marrying someone who doesn't love her. What kind of happiness is that? And knowing her brother-in-law is in the presidential election period, yet doing this kind of thing, she sneered, asking who's really making things difficult for whom. She knows it in her heart. Ran remained stubbornly unaware, hugging her cousin, telling her to quickly go, persuade Ye Junjing to let go of Jingguang. That way, both sides would benefit. She said now he still refuses to marry her, meaning his family still hasn't put enough pressure on him. Yi Wujian still bluntly scolded her, saying she lacks the ability to make a man marry her, yet blames them for not applying enough pressure. The couple is sweet and happy, but she deliberately interferes. How is this behavior different from a mistress, destroying others' family happiness? Xia Ran's mother at this point stood up for her daughter, saying Wujian's words were extremely excessive, because previously Xia Ran and Ye Junjing had already set an auspicious date by the family. A good month was chosen. She said, who stole whose man? Everyone knows in their hearts. She asserted that the real mistress is Jingguang. Yi Wujian still stood by her benefactor, who once saved her husband. She said the talk of marriage was always from her family. They brought it up themselves. Junjing had never agreed, let alone mentioned setting an auspicious date. while Jing Guang is legitimately dating her brother. She's the marriage partner recognized by the state. She had said everything she could, but those two wouldn't listen. Angrily, she pulled her mother's hand to stand up, saying relatives who act like this, it's better not to have them. She said from now on, consider that she doesn't have any cousin named Xiaoran Ran. Xiaoran Ran's mother still shamelessly asked them to calm down, then even invited them to stay for a meal. Wu Jian just turned her head and said, today she leaves these words here. If Ran Ran continues like this, she'll only offend all of the Ye family, making their family's hearts grow cold. Xiaoran Ran, now provoked to madness, gritted her teeth and told her sister that her words were ultimately water off a duck's back, not sinking in at all. Right. She then grabbed the teacup from the table and threw it straight at Wu Jian's forehead, her mouth still cursing that she has nothing. I'll wait and see who really is the one who has nothing. So what if Ye Jinjing doesn't love me? I'll see how long he can hold out. Yi Wu Jian's forehead swelled up. She just turned her head and coldly said, she doesn't have such a cousin. The mother and daughter then walked to their car. Yi Wu Jian was in so much pain, she was unsteady, making her mother support her by her side, reminding her not to get angry lest it harm her health. Coincidentally, Wu Jian just looked up at that moment and saw Jia and his son standing there looking at her. She took the opportunity to inform her cousin that the cooperation projects between Yi Group and Xia Group will all be suspended from now on. There's no need for any cooperation in the future. Shi Zhaojia then sadly said he had already seen the news about Ye Ting. He will personally go to persuade Xiaoran Ran. Wu Jian, getting into the car, said to Zhaojia, it's best if you can persuade her. If not, the Yi and Xia families will hate her to the bone. Zhao Jia had just taken his son's hand, not even reaching the gate yet, when a loud crash sounded from behind. His bodyguard then informed him that Wu Jian had been in a car accident. In another development, Han Chengbei was now going to Liu Jianyuan to ask him this time if it really wasn't him who leaked the photos of your Jing Guang. Liu Jianyuan's assistant spoke on his behalf, explaining that his master is too busy for such matters. Chengbei then waved his phone, saying, today, Zhao Jia has released evidence, surveillance video on Weibo, proving that Jing Guang has nothing to do with Xia Zhaojia. Many people are now supporting the two of them. He also told Liu Jianyuan, whoever posted this video should be disappointed now. The assistant then asked Chengbei, do you really want to see Wu Jian return to Xi unharmed? Chengbei then recounted that Wu Jian went to the Xia family to beg Xiaoran Ran to let go. But unfortunately, Xiaoran Ran's attitude was too determined. It made her so angry she couldn't drive steadily and crashed right into your mansion's gate. In the end, you had to personally take her back to ISA. How could this have happened? Liu Jianyuan's assistant then checked the news, saying that after Wu Jian returned, the Yi Group had cut off all project contracts with the Xia Group. It seems she has no other choice, other than forcing the Xia family to back down. Chengbei also said he didn't expect Junjing to be so persistent with your Xiaojing Guang. Wu Jian can only use this method to make the Xia family soften. Liu Jianyuan thinks this matter isn't so simple, because after all, Junjing is not a man who's easily moved to the point of giving up his brother's presidential campaign for a woman. According to their investigation, after Ye Shiding was removed from the list of presidential candidates, the negative impact Liu Jianyuan received in the bombing incident has been completely washed away. Public support has increased significantly, and now Liu Jianyuan's only opponent left is Fan Danglong. But Liu Jianyuan knows, as long as Junjing lets go, then Ye Shiding will reappear on the list of presidential candidates. This way, with only a week left until the final vote, can't be taken lightly. These people want to provoke further, making it harder for Xiaoran Ran to let go. Because with her personality, even if it means mutual destruction, she must achieve her goal. Han Qingbei supports this. He says as long as Ye Junjing and Xiao Jingguang break up, he will immediately marry her. Xiaoran Ran is now smashing things, crying while talking on the phone with someone. Jin Huayun says, everyone else only thinks about their own interests without caring about her happiness. That Huayun always supports Ran Ran in her position as her best friend. Finally, after back and forth, they agree to meet tomorrow to go shopping. Now the content of the conversation turns to bad-mouthing. Jingguang Xiaoran Ran curses Jingguang as evil, with a wicked heart. Huayun also adds fuel to the fire, saying she knew early on that Jingguang wasn't any good person. After the conversation ends, that Huayun confidently turns back to tell Vice President Fan Danglong that Xiaoran Ran will definitely not give up. She'll fight to the death to have Junjing. Danglong at this moment Huayun says that before the election day, the president must try to soothe Xiaoran. Ran well, as a girl, she should bravely pursue her own happiness. Their goal is to try to provoke Xiaoran Ran so that she clings tighter to Ye Junjing. Fan Danglong also thinks this is a good thing. Unexpectedly, it can happen right at the final moment of the election. President Huayun now asks her father how many percent he's sure of in this election, because besides Ye Shiding, Liu Jianyuan is also very strong. Fan Danglong only replies with one sentence. Man proposes, God disposes. Huayun now also feels she should thank heaven, thank the country for sending a carp girl, making Junjing unable to let go. Jingguang and Junjing are still ignoring the world's affairs, peacefully staying together despite the turmoil. Jingguang now says she heard that sister-in-law came to find Xiaoran today. When leaving, she met with an accident. She asks if she should visit her sister. Junjing only asks her, what would the two of them say if they meet now? Jingguang doesn't know what to do, but she also can't do nothing. He then hugs her, telling her to focus on taking care of her father and not to worry about other things. Also, there's no need to go anywhere. At this moment, Jingguang's phone suddenly receives a message. She runs over and sees her sister-in-law sent her a message, saying that Junjing's parents will return to the capital tomorrow, asking them to go to the airport to pick them up. Junjing feels tense again, because previously, Xiao Jingguang wasn't liked by his parents, and he arranged for them to travel around the world. For this reason, he immediately tells Jingguang to quickly tell her sister-in-law that she can't leave the bar. Jingguang texts her sister-in-law, but the sister-in-law replies, saying that Junjing's mother called her, clearly wanting her to come to the airport. He then says it's okay not to go, and asks her if her father is more important or her mother-in-law. Then he tells her that his parents are very difficult. They're very picky when choosing a daughter-in-law. She should prepare herself mentally. Jingguang thinks back and feels a score that although she's often liked by others, but no matter how likable she is, she's not sure if she'll win over his parents at this time, because now Ye Shi is like a gas tank about to explode. So Jingguang again reluctantly texts her sister-in-law saying she can't go. Who would have thought? The sister-in-law replies that if she doesn't come to the airport, his parents will visit her parents at the hospital. Faced with these two choices, Jingguang has to choose going to the airport because she is certain that her parents aren't mentally prepared enough to meet his parents. At this moment, Junjing's parents also call Bor. As soon as he picks up, they scold their son, saying his father and mother want to meet his girlfriend, and it's this difficult, as if they were hungry tigers or something. They're not going to eat their daughter-in-law. Junjing says he's already 27 years old now. He wants to find someone to start a family with. He's afraid that Xiao Jingguang's courage is small. She'll be scared off by his parents. His mother tells her son that she won't make things difficult for the girl. But Junjing still insists, Mom, if you want to see her, you can look at photos or find her pictures online. Hearing this from their son, the couple immediately get angry and scold him, then hang up the phone. Junjing and Jingguang then look at each other and say in unison that they should still go tomorrow. A daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws sooner or later. My wife isn't ugly. My wife is very beautiful. In the car, Jingguang's whole body is stiff, but in her heart, she remembers her mother's words saying that his mother won't be that terrible. Junjing keeps teaching her to remember to greet, smile more, be polite, and a bit smooth-talking. That's all. Jingguang just sighs deeply at this moment. She still doesn't understand in her mind why her mother knows that his mother doesn't have a tendency to make things difficult for others. Glancing secretly at Junjing, she catches him frowning tightly. She feels like it's about to fall apart. Her big tumor also feels pressure like a huge mountain. She's extremely nervous. The two of them have arrived at the airport and start looking around. Jingguang is so nervous that she says she wants to vomit. As for Junjing, he immediately runs off, saying he needs to go to the bathroom. Do you really have to go? It's just a normal need. But his normal need takes him several trips in over 10 minutes. Jingguang worries if there's something wrong with him. She anxiously thinks, could it be that her happiness ends here? At this moment, a hand is placed on Jingguang's shoulder, along with an elderly voice speaking up. Ayo, young lady, we meet again. It's Junjing's parents whom she had saved before. They still very much wanted to see her again. Now seeing her here, they feel it's like a destiny arranged by heaven. Jingguang is also very happy to see them again. Then the three of them start chatting, very happily, asking about living and eating situations. When hearing Jingguang say she works in the capital, The madam is very happy and invites her. If she's free in the future, she should come visit their home. She will personally cook delicious food for her. She even wants to take Jingguang's hand and bring her home now. Now Jingguang has to promise another day because she has something to do today. She tells them that she's waiting for her future mother-in-law, so she's a bit nervous now. She'll visit the madam's home another day. Hearing this, the madam asks which in-laws are so fortunate, then encourages Jingguang not to worry, because if they get a good daughter-in-law like her, they'll be so happy they won't be able to close their mouths. Jingguang then shyly says that it seems her in-laws don't like her very much. Because her boyfriend is so nervous, he's hiding in the bathroom. He still hasn't come out. Then she asks the madam to teach her some common phrases to please elders. The esteemed madam looks puzzled. She says Jingguang is so well behaved, who wouldn't like her? Jingguang then explains, perhaps due to some objective reasons, her future in-laws might ask her and her boyfriend to break up. Jingguang then says pitifully that if such a situation were to occur, she doesn't know how to deal with it. The madam then puts on a serious face, telling Jingguang to listen to her. A marriage not valued by elders should be careful. If it really doesn't work out, then separate. Junjing has just arrived at this moment. Hearing this, he anxiously asks what his mother is saying. He stands in front of Jingguang saying, Mom, if she runs away, don't expect to have grandchildren to hold in the future. Mr. and Mrs. Ye are now tense, not knowing what to say. They ask where his girlfriend is. Why is he standing here alone? Jingguang, hiding behind Junjing, now pokes her head out, introducing herself as his girlfriend. She laughs awkwardly, saying it's such a coincidence. But inside, she's embarrassed, wanting to bash her head against a piece of tofu and die because she had rambled on a bit too much earlier. Yujian is also very worried at this moment. She's standing outside the car, fearing that if the in-laws don't like Jingguang, what should they do? So she decides to run in Drang to help her sister-in-law and brother if needed. But when she sees Jingguang with the in-laws being very close, Yujian is very concerned. She comes over to ask if the in-laws enjoyed their trip. The parents say they seem to have encountered reporters earlier at race, so they decided to get in the car and talk. After hearing the story of the in-laws encountering pirates, Yi Yujian is very surprised. The mother then takes Jingguang's hand, saying it's fortunate that their daughter-in-law came to help. Otherwise, they don't know what the consequences would have been. Yujian sighs in relief, feeling very lucky. But when she learns that her sister-in-law can control sharks, she also feels it's very miraculous. Jingguang casually makes up a story that when she was young, she once saved a baby shark. Perhaps it was the Shark King, so now all sharks listen to her. Jingguang says this is all just a coincidence, but Yujian already believes that Jingguang is a heaven-sent lucky star. She's the lucky daughter-in-law of the Ye family, first saving Junjing, now saving his parents. Then she tells her mother that Kyung. This time Junjing hit the jackpot with Jingguang. It's 10,000 times better than winning the lottery. Madame Ye, hearing this, is also very upset, wondering what's wrong with this Xiaoran Ran. The engagement didn't work out, but they're still on good terms. How could she abuse her privilege at this moment to harm their family like this? Yujian also feels helpless, saying that she has tried every way to make her back down, but she still insists on not letting go. Mr. Ye at this point frowns, asserting that his Yi family is not to be threatened by a little girl. Then he turns to pat Jingguang's head, saying, "You must be at ease. For a daughter-in-law like you, we will definitely keep you." By evening, all their siblings have returned to the villa. The Ye families, even Ye Shiting has returned there. At the dinner table, being pressured too much, Junjing has to angrily shout, telling them to be quiet. Don't talk about this matter anymore, because I will never marry Xiran Ran. I say, if this presidential election doesn't work out, then we can wait another 4 years. But marriage is a lifelong matter. I cannot agree to it. The young masters of the Yi family then tease, saying, "Wasn't it you before who advised Dao Nu to marry for the sake of the family? Why can't you do it now when it's your turn?" Dao Nu, sitting quietly, also gets hit by a stray bullet, muttering under her breath for them not to drag her into this. At this moment, Shiding speaks up, saying he also hopes for his brother's happiness. But there's one thing Junjing understands better than anyone. His eyes sharp, he asks Junjing, or is he tired of being CEO and wants to be a prisoner? Junjing still firmly says, if he doesn't want to, no one can force him. Even if he has to go to prison for 3 years, 6 years, or 9 years, it's not an issue. Shiding asks if his brother feels it's not a problem. Then what about Yi Corporation? What about the entire group? What about the team working hard for this presidential position? While the situation is tense, the old patriarch finally enters and shouts at the two brothers to each say one less word. Arguing at home to this extent, are you waiting for outsiders to laugh in your face? Shi Ding at this point explains that he also wants to follow Junjing's wishes. According to Junjing, but the matter isn't just about the election. The presidency is important, but Junjing will have to face imprisonment. The old patriarch then says they can handle the imprisonment issue gradually. How can the Yi family be held in the palm of a little Xia girl? Madame Ye also tells Shi Ding that in the gas station incident, if Jing Guang hadn't saved him, he would have burned to death, saying her son is being ungrateful by acting this way. Shi Ding says Jing Guang indeed has done him a favor, but in the current situation, Junjing's choice will only lead to a situation where he goes to prison, and their 4-year campaign efforts will be wasted. He also asks his parents if they've thought about how Jing Guang will be then. He asserts that now only Junjing marrying Xiaoran Ran can solve the problem. The old patriarch then shouts at his son, saying, "So you don't want to have this family reunion dinner anymore, is that it?" He says in this matter, he and Junjing have the same decision. They can't let that little Xia girl take advantage. Shi Ding then turns to leave. Before leaving, he apologizes to everyone for affecting the dinner, but father and Junjing have been too emotional. Or everyone thinks I'm cold-blooded, but has anyone understood how much sweat and effort I and my team have put in for this campaign? Now it's all going down the drain. Wasted effort. The whole room falls silent. The two adopted sons who initially brought up the issue of blame, Ye Junjing also stands up to apologize to his parents for affecting the meal. They say they know this is indeed difficult for Junjing, but aren't marriages in prominent families all about consolidating power? They also say if you've chosen this path, everyone must be mentally prepared to do anything for the common goal. The old patriarch then angrily scolds them. You're all grown up now. If you don't want to eat, then get out. He really leaves. The lady then turns to comfort her daughter-in-law, telling Jingguang not to mind them. Let's just eat. Jingguang feels extremely conflicted. She doesn't want the two brothers to become like this. Although the regret medicine can go back to the past to create a turning point, its impact on those around is not small either. So if this time Ye Shi Ding fails in the presidential election, he might really miss this position. Jingguang lowers her head sadly. She knows the regret medicine isn't omnipotent. Back in her room, she asks Junjing again how to solve this problem. Can they ensure the election for his brother's presidency won't fail? She's afraid there's not much time left. If it fails, won't Ye Shi Ding hate her? Junjing hugs Jingguang, saying he doesn't care about his feelings, so she doesn't need to pay attention to him. Jingguang then says, but after all, he's still the eldest brother. Junjing takes a sip of water to calm down. I'm afraid that now even Ye Shi Ding has forgotten he's the eldest brother. Jingguang sighs dejectedly. She opens her phone and sees information about a live broadcast. A live interview. Ye Shi Ding faces accusations that he was behind the gas station explosion. It was to play dirty against Lu Jianyuan to win the presidency. Ye Shi Ding still doesn't speak up. He only makes a slight clarification. Jingguang, upon seeing this, excitedly stands up, asking why the eldest brother isn't explaining. Clearly, he lost his eligibility to run for president, not because of the gas station explosion, but because Xia Ran wanted to force Junjing to marry her, which he didn't agree to. Junjing then tells Jingguang that he had forced her to leave him, yet she still cares whether he's being criticized or not. Why does Jingguang still think everything is separate? She even wants to help the eldest brother explain Hor, because she has quite a lot of Weibo fans. Junjing immediately grabs the phone from her hand. He scolds her, asking what she's doing. Does she want netizens to attack him, blaming him for not caring about brotherly love? How can you say even the brother who grew up with him doesn't think about him, let alone netizens? Junjing taps Jingguang's head to make her understand, saying that now the eldest brother is pressuring him with the family. Once this gets exposed, who knows if he will use public opinion pressure to force him to do that. Jingguang feels Junjing's words make sense. She's also sure that Ye Shi Ding's opponents in the presidential race are inwardly delighted as if their doors have been opened, seeing him being criticized. She wonders if Yi family's media channels aren't speaking up to explain, because the big boss won't allow it. She can only look up to the sky and sigh, considering this truly as brothers destroying each other. Junjing still has energy to play with Jingguang, telling her to stop sighing. It's not yet at the point for her to worry. He says he almost forgot to tell her that tomorrow his mother will take her shopping, reminding her to be good and sleep early to prepare. Hearing that her mother-in-law invited her shopping, Jingguang is very surprised. The next day, Jingguang puts on beautiful makeup. She reassures herself that everything will be fine. It's It's just shopping with her mother-in-law. There's nothing to be afraid of. Her mother-in-law has a good temperament. But unexpectedly, as soon as she enters, Jingguang encounters Xia Ran shopping with Huayun. Jingguang quickly hides behind a tree. Xia Ran is telling her best friend that she heard Ye Junjing's parents returned last night. He and his brother directly argued with each other. Huayun immediately asks why she knows this. Xia Ran has bribed some servants in his house. Whatever happens in his house, they immediately report back to her. She now looks worried and resentful when hearing the maids say that Jingguang saved Junjing's parents from pirates. Now they've accepted that girl as their daughter-in-law. They basically don't care about the presidential election. Jingguang now understands why. Every time something happens, she immediately knows. So there are ghosts in the house. Xia Ran now turns to tell her friend to quickly go back and tell her father to quickly open a trial to make Ye Jing change his mind. If not, and Ye Shiding really loses the election, then we'll be resented by grandmother and the Ye family. Huayun immediately agrees, but inwardly she's malicious, secretly hoping Junjing will persist. That way Shiding won't be qualified. Her father's chances of winning will increase. Jingguang sees rumors spreading in the online community outside. Inside, there are moles, constantly feeding information to Xia Ran. This game is really difficult. While Jingguang is still hiding there, her mother-in-law stands behind her, asking what she's doing. Jingguang shyly greets her as auntie. Immediately, her mother-in-law taps her head to teach her. She should call her mom. The two of them then go shopping, looking very happy. The mother-in-law then introduces herself to the staff. Her name is Bai Lan Wu. She ordered clothes here. Today she's here to pick them up. Then the staff goes to get them, letting the mother and daughter sit and wait there. Very quickly, a pile of formal wear is brought out. There are 3 formal outfits in total for Jingguang to see. As soon as Jingguang sees them, she's very excited, picking up one set and telling her mother she'll go try it on. Outside, the saleswoman is praising Jingguang profusely, telling Bai Lan Wu how beautiful she is, making her very proud. But at this moment, she notices Xia Ran and Huayun coming over. Choosing one of the 3 formal dresses Bai Lan Wu had ordered, saying she can buy it at any price. Huayun then expresses that she's had her eye on this dress and wants Bai Lan Wu to give it up to her, willing to pay 10 times the price. Bai Lan Wu puts down her teacup, smiling, saying her family doesn't lack money. Xia Ran then turns to the staff and asks if they have any more dresses like this in the store. But the store's rule is that custom orders are exclusive. Their designs have never been touched. Similar from the beginning, there are no 2 identical designs. But Xia Ran, with her stubborn nature, says she must have this dress. If not, then give this one to her. The dress hasn't been given to the customer yet, so it still belongs to the store, right? The saleswoman is scared to death, but still has to apologize because it would affect the store's reputation. The designer doesn't allow her to do that. She becomes even more frustrated, then steps towards Ye Junjing's mother, introducing herself as Xia Ran, saying she must have seen her on TV before. And this is the daughter of Vice President Pan Dang Long. She says they're not trying to steal the dress. They just want to buy it at a higher price. Their faces show a pressuring expression, pressuring Bai Lan Wu to reconsider whether she should give up this dress to them. Bai Lan Wu, with her ladylike demeanor, still doesn't care. She smiles and reads the newspaper until Jingguang comes out of the changing room wearing the beautiful formal dress, happily saying, "Mom, look." Jingguang's beauty makes Bai Lan Wu and the saleswoman stunned, while Xia Ran's eyes look like they're about to pop out. Bai Lan Wu is very pleased and praises profusely. "Beautiful. My daughter is so beautiful." Xia Ran at this moment points straight at Jingguang's face, shouting excitedly, "How can it be you, little white lotus?" Seeing this, Huayun leans in to whisper in Xia Ran's ear, asking, "Is she really Jingguang?" Ran grits her teeth and says, "It's her." Then she turns with a sarcastic smile, saying, "No wonder the lady is so unreasonable. So you're the mother of this little white lotus. Indeed, like mother, like daughter." Hearing her insult her mother-in-law, Jingguang was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Bai Lan Wu. Bai Lan Wu smiles and introduces herself. "To be precise, I'm not just Ye Jingguang's mother. I'm also the mother of the person you sabotaged, making him ineligible to run for election, President Ye Shi-ting, and even more, the mother of the man you're desperate to marry, Ye Junjing." Xia Ran is terrified and almost faints. Bai Lan Wu still smiles and says, "She's such an unreasonable person," then asks Xia Ran why the child she gave birth to keeps biting and won't let go, not giving the stammering Xiaoran Ran a chance to utter a complete word. Bailan Wu turns back to the staff. Quickly pack up all the clothes for her, so she and her beloved daughter can go shopping elsewhere. In a minute, she'll level these karmic obstacles. Jingguang sees how impressive her mother-in-law is. The two of them leave very happily. Seeing her daughter-in-law ask about buying such formal dresses, if it's too much, the mother-in-law replies they've already paid anyway. Money comes and goes, then asks Jingguang, "Don't you owe the first lady a formal dress or something?" Jingguang then thinks to herself, if Ye Junjing still can't change the situation, she'll use the excuse of giving a dress to the presidential palace, then tell the president that she's also the mermaid. 5 days later, holding the summons from the Supreme Court, Jingguang feels extremely anxious because the trial opens this afternoon and Ye Junjing still hasn't shown any movement. So she decides to take action, bringing that formal dress to give to the First Lady, just as she had planned in her head. After giving the gift, Jingguang tells the First Lady that, actually, she has something to say. That's why she dared to come. Then she asks if her cousin is home. Xingnan tells her that Yan Bei is in a meeting, but also assures Jingguang to wait until he's done. She'll arrange for them to meet. 20 minutes have passed. Jingguang still hasn't seen any movement in Imprisonment and becomes very anxious. At this moment, Yan Bei opens the door and enters. Jingguang knows he's very busy, so she goes straight to the point, saying she wants to ask if being a national treasure grants special privileges. Yan Bei, hearing this, asks if Jingguang still wants to ask about Xiaoran Ran's matter, using privileges to force her man, isn't it? Jingguang then puts on a determined face, telling Yan Bei to just answer her question. Is it true that as long as one is a national treasure, they can freely choose their man? Hearing this, Yan Bei asks, does Jingguang really like Junjing that much? Jingguang nods firmly. Yan Bei then asks how much she likes him. Jingguang, hearing this question, feels it's a question she's never thought about before, but she knows she's willing to tell everyone her secret for his sake. Jingguang asks Yan Bei again, if she were also a national treasure, and she were Ye Junjing's destined partner, if they were both national treasures, would they follow the rule of first come, first served? Yan Bei just says this hypothesis of hers is basically impossible. Then he tells Jingguang to take a sip of water, to calm down. Hearing him say this, she becomes very agitated. She asks who said that in this world only Xiaoran Ran is a mermaid. Jingguang resolutely tells her cousin that today she has come in the identity of a mermaid. She directly asks him to contact the court to drop the charges against Ye Junjing. She says if he doesn't believe her, she will immediately jump into the fountain, swimming pool, fish pond, anywhere will do, so he can clearly see her fishtail, to see if she's just talking nonsense. Yan Bei listens very seriously, then he smiles, saying if that's the case, he invites her to follow him somewhere. Jingguang, following Yan Bei, now feels a bit worried, because she doesn't know if she has to jump into the fountain or the swimming pool, or will he just splash water on her directly. Yan Bei now stops in front of a small room. After inviting Jingguang in, he casually locks the door. Jingguang is very surprised, not understanding why he brought her here. Now at the Supreme Court, at this moment, the trial for Ye Junjing's case of refusing the national treasure has officially begun. Refusing the national treasure. Today's trial will be broadcast live on television, and whether Ye Junjing will finally agree to marry the national treasure or accept imprisonment, the result will be known today. At this moment, everyone is present in the courtroom. Xiaoran Ran, after all the pain she has caused, is still smiling brightly and greeting everyone. Of course, no one bothers to respond. Xiangyan. Yan now steps forward, sitting right next to Hua Yun, her best friend who is just as materialistic and scheming as herself. When asked why she's only arriving now, Xiaoran Ran irritably tells Hua Yun not to mention it anymore, because before leaving, her brother had forced her to withdraw the marriage application this time. She absolutely refused to listen. Looking at Ye Junjing sitting there seriously, she can't believe that even at this point, he still hasn't had a change of heart. In her heart, she secretly hopes he'd better follow the court's decision. If he's not convicted, she won't be able to back down either. Hua Yun then says she believes Ye Junjing won't be that stupid. He will surely change his mind and marry Xiaoran Ran at the last minute. Hua Yun says if he doesn't agree, Tang Xiaomunian Bai, Tang Zhou Qi, Shu Mo Fei, and so on, all the adopted children of the Ye family will have to withdraw from the political stage. She then asks Xiaoran Ran if she thinks Ye Junjing would risk so much for a country girl from the sea and make such a big gamble. After making Xiaoran Ran firm in her stance not to withdraw the marriage registration application, Huayun outwardly encourages herself, but in her heart, she hopes Ye Junjing must be a man, blinded by love. Only then will her father benefit. The sound of the gavel rings out, asking everyone for order. The judge says that according to the law, national treasure Xia Ran Ran has the right to propose marriage to any unmarried man. The other party cannot refuse. Once refused, they will face severe punishment. Now Ye Junjing is invited to stand up to state his decision before the judge. After careful consideration, Yi Wujian suddenly stands up and calls out to her brother, hoping he can change his decision. Tang Zhou emotionally tells Junjing to think about their brotherhood. Is it worth it for a girl he's only known for a few months to abandon the brothers who grew up together? The judge then strikes the gavel for everyone to be quiet. But Tang Zhou is still too agitated to stay silent. Her fate has to fall into someone else's hands. She hasn't done anything yet and already has to because of Ye Junjing. Refusing to marry the national treasure, end her own career. How can she stay quiet? Yi Wujian, with tears in her eyes, looks up at Ye Junjing, her throat choked up. Brother, I beg you. Junjing now also looks at his sister-in-law, his eyes still determined as he apologizes to her. The judge then asks Junjing to quickly state his decision, whether he will refuse Xia Ranran's marriage proposal or not. Xia Ranran and Huayun at this moment both have cunning smiles on their lips. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. Yi Wujian and the Ye family members, on the contrary, show extremely desperate and painful expressions. Junjing closes his eyes to think. He knows. In his heart, there's only one mermaid. Then he announces, saying that he refuses Xia Ranran's marriage proposal. He will never marry her in this lifetime. The decision has been made. All members of the Ye family stand still like statues, while Xia Ranran becomes agitated as if going mad. She blames Ye Junjing, asking what's so bad about her that he would rather abandon his brothers than marry her. After hearing this question, Junjing just glances at her and gives a cold laugh. Now is the moment for the court to announce the final verdict. Everyone is asked to stand up. The judge says they find that in the case of defendant Ye Junjing refusing the national treasure, the facts are clear. The evidence is convincing. Defendant Ye Junjing is sentenced to 3 years in prison. All Ye family members' right to run for office is revoked. At this moment, a cry of anguish is heard from below. It turns out Yi Wujian couldn't bear the shock and fainted. Her mother hugs her daughters and looks at Xia Ranran with angry eyes. Are you satisfied now? Xia Ranran covers her mouth, horrified at the reality before her eyes. She never expected things would end up like this. Junjing is handcuffed. Xia Ranran, if not held back, would have surely lunged towards Ye Junjing. Junjing, I hate you. She thinks that because of him, now she Bates has not only become an enemy in the hearts of the Yi family, but even her cousin and uncle will never be able to forgive her. Junjing silently turns his head to look back. A second later, the door closes. The result has been decided. At this moment, outside, Huayun takes the opportunity to call her father. Reporting on the situation, she says Junjing finally refused. Xia Ranran has been sentenced to 3 years in prison. The Ye family has completely fallen from grace. Han Chengbei also calls Liu Zhanyuan, saying that Ye Junjing didn't change his mind in court, still determined not to marry Xia Ranran. Now the final verdict has been given. He also says the Ye family is furious to the point of exploding, directly arguing with Ye Junjing in court. Everyone wanted to lunge forward and hit Xia Ranran. Mojian was so angry she fainted. Han Chengbei was in the middle of speaking Romuad when the Ye family passed by. Everyone was filled with murderous intent, extremely resentful, watching them support each other to the car. After the car drove away, Han Chengbei said he truly had to respect Ye Junjing this time. He's truly a man of honor. Meanwhile, at this moment, Jing Guang had seen everything through the TV in the presidential room. Her face was full of anguish. She cried out in frustration, saying she really was the mermaid. Why didn't they believe her? She pointed at Ye Shiting's face and said, there was originally still a chance to salvage the situation. It's just because you didn't believe me. Now your presidential dream has turned into sea foam. Do you know that? Ye Shiting still smiled warmly and handed Jingguang a cup of tea, saying, Sister-in-law, you've suffered these past few days. I apologize to you now. Jingguang was still angrily fuming. Do you know that just because you didn't believe me, the entire Ye family is now ruined? Seeing Shiting still cheerfully saying, things surely aren't that disastrous, Jingguang became even more furious. Because Ye Jinjing is now in prison, and you've lost your eligibility to run for president. President, if this isn't disastrous, what is? Jingguang was so agitated she couldn't sit still. Originally, if Shi Ting and Yanbei had believed her, everything could still have been salvaged. Instead, the two of them just dragged her to watch the television, the live broadcast of the trial. Hearing this, Yanbei smiled and said, "This time Jingguang is really angry. Today she's calling me by name instead of cousin." Then Yanbei said he wouldn't tease her anymore, and told Shi Ting to comfort his sister-in-law himself. He had some matters to attend to. At this moment, Shi Ting just smiled and said, "My brother really didn't choose the wrong person." Then he told Jingguang to quickly follow him, because they had important things to do. Hearing she had to go, Jingguang became very frightened, because she didn't want to return to the Ye family. She feared if she returned now, they would chop her into pieces. Shi Ting told Jingguang to relax, assuring her they wouldn't do anything to her. Although Jingguang still couldn't trust him, she had no choice but to follow. In the car, Jingguang still asked confusedly where Shi Ting wanted to take her. She even suspected he wanted to take revenge for everyone by secretly dealing with her. Shi Ting said that now he had to go to a press conference to reveal the real culprit of the gas station explosion, to restore justice for the bodyguard brothers who had passed away. Jingguang was also involved at that time, so he had to bring her there. Jingguang heard that he had found the real culprit of that gas station incident and was very surprised, but she became dejected, thinking that now, announcing the culprit's name had no meaning anymore. Everything was already over. What difference did finding the real culprit make? He no longer had the qualifications to run for president. Shi Ting thought differently from her. He believed that sooner or later, they had to give an explanation to those who had passed away and the innocent people who were injured. The real culprit must pay for their actions. Otherwise, where is the justice? At this moment in the press conference, the prosecutor was explaining the cause of the explosion. It was caused by a half-burned cigarette captured by the gas station's camera. Among Ye Shi Ting's 5 bodyguards, one bodyguard intentionally discarded a burning cigarette. Now the families of the victims were crying bitterly. They angrily demanded that Ye Shi Ting pay with his life for their loved ones. Online, everyone also turned to attack him, and when Shi Ting and Jingguang arrived, the criticisms became even more intense. They even claimed he came here to provoke the victims' families. Shi Ting stood there accepting interviews from the press. They asked him if it was to gain more support in the presidential election that he treated human lives as worthless. They said, "Someone like him is not worthy to be president." He then affirmed that he would never use such tactics for an election. To use methods that treat lives as worthless, such a person indeed is not worthy to be president. They immediately assumed that he was actually admitting his guilt and actions, believing this was the reason he was removed from the list of presidential candidates. Shi Ting then stepped down from the stage. He apologized to people for his lack of strict management of subordinates, which created irreversible consequences, causing harm that people could never get over. A mother who lost her child was extremely agitated. She ran up and slapped him, demanding he return her child. Her son had only worked at the gas station for a month before his life was taken away. His life? The bodyguards then told everyone not to be agitated. The prosecutor also called for everyone to stay calm because they hadn't finished speaking. The mother, seeing this, shouted that there was nothing more to say. The culprit was right in front of them. She asked them why they weren't taking him away, to punish him according to the law. The prosecutor then said, the real mastermind behind this incident wanted to see the current situation. He asked if they wanted to become accomplices to that culprit behind the scenes. Hearing these words, everyone was extremely alarmed, asking, could it be that the real culprit wasn't Ye Shi Ting? They also asked, wasn't it true that Shi Ting had been removed from the list of candidates? Doesn't this clearly indicate he's the mastermind? The police department then asked them to be quiet and calmly watch a short video. They told them to pay attention and see the owner of a car at the gas station. After getting out of the car, he immediately ran away, and he pulled his hat down several times. There must be something suspicious. Seeing this, everyone also wondered about the reason behind his strange behavior of that man. After seeing the fire break out just seconds after that person left, everyone had the same thought. Could this person be the real arsonist in the explosion? Reporters still believed that despite suspicions about him, the real cause was a cigarette, and there couldn't be any other culprit besides Yi's employee, Shi Ting. The prosecutor then said, according to their investigation, Ye Shi Ting's bodyguard Zhang suffers from asthma. What he smoked wasn't a cigarette, but a handheld inhaler. The shape of this medication is quite similar to a cigarette. The prosecutor also confirmed they did say the cause of the explosion was a cigarette butt, but didn't say it was discarded by bodyguard Zhang. That cigarette butt but all the reporters were immediately stunned. The prosecutor also affirmed this misunderstanding was the result that the mastermind behind it all wanted. The victims' families then turned to ask Ye Ting, why did he apologize to them earlier and say such things when he wasn't the culprit? Ye Ting still insisted that if someone hadn't acted against him like this, he believed this gas station explosion wouldn't have happened. So he thought that no matter what, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. At this point, he bowed his head, apologizing once again to everyone present. Then he looked into the camera with sharp eyes and said, he knew the mastermind was still sitting comfortably at home, watching this press conference. You're good at using any means necessary. Hearing this, everyone thought the real culprits were multiple people. They all changed their minds at once, feeling sympathetic towards Ye Ting, because although he was the victim, he still stood up to apologize to everyone. When people turned to ask questions, why someone so responsible like this? Why was he removed from the list of presidential candidates? The truth was revealed to all the people. The reason was due to the failed marriage proposal to Guo Bao, so the entire Ye family had their political participation rights revoked. At this point, Liu Jianyuan also knew that public opinion was now unfavorable to him. On Weibo, people directly speculated that he and Vice President Fan were the suspected culprits, pinned at the top of hot searches, top 2 and top 3. They also believed that this time, Xi Ting had no way to run for president, so he wanted to drag both of them down. As for the real mastermind behind the explosion, Vice President Pan Tenglong, he was extremely angry. His assistant assured him that the explosion had been handled cleanly. It's just that online opinion was leaning towards supporting Ye Ting very much. Many were demanding to restore his candidacy for president. He didn't expect that. Netizens still didn't know why Ye Ting's candidacy was revoked. He was also unwilling to let Ye Ting climb back onto the political stage. After the press conference, Ye Ting returned with Jing Guang. Jing Guang still thought that even if he cleared his name now, he still wouldn't be eligible to run for president. She even demanded to jump into the river right now to prove she was a mermaid for him to see. Jing Guang told him to quickly drive to the riverside so she could jump in and turn into a fish for him to see. Ye Ting smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go home before jumping. Because the rivers in this city are very dirty, we have a swimming pool at home." Jing Guang could only sigh sadly and look out the window because he still didn't believe her. When Jing Guang arrived at the mansion, she was overwhelmed by the scene. Everyone was busy working. After seeing the eyes of the Yi family members looking at her, Jing Guang trembled with fear, feeling as if she was about to fall into the wolf's mouth. But sister-in-law Wu Jian still gently said, "Jing Guang, you've come at just the right time to help me review this press release." She remembered when sister-in-law fainted in court and immediately asked with concern if she was all right now. Unexpectedly, sister-in-law laughed, eyes crinkling, saying it was just an act. Then she promptly pushed Jing Guang to work, helping her handle the drafts and press releases. Jing Guang still wondered and asked her, "Why did you pretend to faint?" Sister-in-law replied, "Of course, it was to annoy someone for fun." Jing Guang, still troubled, asked sister-in-law, "What's really going on?" "Because I'm very anxious to visit Junjing." Sister-in-law just smiled and told Jing Guang not to worry, as the family certainly wouldn't leave her alone for 3 years in an empty room. At this moment, someone asked sister-in-law to review a document. Wu Zhan had to say goodbye to her sister-in-law, looking extremely busy as she left. Jing Guang looked at the bustling scene around her, then at the documents. She discovered that all of these were for a campaign. She wondered to herself, could her brother still participate in the election for president? After sister-in-law finished talking with that woman, she came back and spoke humbly to Jing Guang that she had a favor to ask of her. It turned out she wanted to ask her to sing a song tomorrow evening at the presidential campaign party. She said they originally invited Xia Ranran, but now she didn't want to see her. She also said that Jing Guang's performance at the high-level presidential party had received very good feedback, so if she agreed to perform, many audience members would be attracted to her and won over. Jing Guang was still a bit hesitant because this was originally Xia Ranran's performance, but in the end, she agreed, only asking her sister-in-law one thing: "Can my brother still run for president?" Wu Jian winked mischievously and said, "Tomorrow night, Jing Guang will know. At that time, you just need to sing well, and I'll give you a little brother as a sleeping pillow." Then sister-in-law hurriedly said goodbye to handle work. Thinking of Ye Junjing, Jing Guang felt her best friend didn't lack a hugging pillow. She was just worried about him in prison, suffering injustice at night. How could he rest? Although she didn't know how her brother could still run for president, she just saw everyone so busy like this. Jing Guang believed that everything would be fine. Presidential election countdown. 24 hours. Seeing the name Ye Shi-ting back on the list of candidates, President Pan Tenglong was extremely angry, not knowing what was going on. He called the high-ranking officials, saying they were violating principles by doing this, demanding an immediate halt to these unreasonable actions. But they told Vice President Pan that there were no unreasonable activities, because the president had used his power of pardon. Pan Tenglong didn't expect such a thing to happen. His face clearly showed anger. Meanwhile, in Liu Jianyuan's office, he now understood. This was the real reason. For Ye Junjing's arrogant rejection of Xia Ranran, it was to act out a play of a devoted man to gain a good reputation, while also helping Ye Shi-ting escape suspicion in the gas station explosion, to make Ye Shi-ting the person the public looks up to. At this moment, Jian Yuan felt that these brothers were truly deceitful. It was all an act. His assistant, at this moment, reported that Junjing's Weibo was currently at the top of the hot search due to Ye Shi-ting, thanking the public for helping clear their names. Moreover, he announced in a video, tonight at 7:30, a ceremony will be held in a stadium in the North District, hoping voters would come to the stadium to participate. Liu Jianyuan stood there stunned. He knew the outcome of this battle would soon be decided. The stadium at this time had already completed all the preparations for the campaign rally. That evening, while Jingguang was putting on makeup in her room, she received a call from Xia Ranran. She said Jingguang shouldn't think she had won. She also said Jingguang and she were the same, just pawns in Junjing's hands. Jingguang immediately retorted, saying that even if she was a pawn, she wouldn't lose anything, because she and he had only known each other for a few months. He wasn't doing it for her but for his brother. Wasn't that very normal? But Jingguang knew they still had a lot of time to interact and be together. One day, he would be able to give up his whole world for her. On the contrary, Xia Ranran now was so angry she called her on the phone. Jingguang asked, "Have I lost my only support?" After saying this, Jingguang hung up. She handed the phone to her assistant to keep, then stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Shi Ding introduced to everyone, "Next, my sister-in-law, the mermaid girl, will present a song for you." In Jingguang's heart, after knowing Ye Junjing did it for his brother, this result made her feel very relieved. At least she wouldn't have to feel guilty anymore. She didn't hope for a man she'd just met a few months ago to turn against his brother just for her sake. Betraying family would be irrational and selfish. Jingguang now shone under the stage lights. "Hello everyone, I am the mermaid girl, Ye Junjing." After 17 hours of detention, now the deputy had driven to the court's detention room to pick him up. "Mr. Jing, you've suffered," he said, inviting him into the car. He then reminded him, "Don't play so big in the future, because if the president hadn't used his pardon power, at the last minute, they would have been finished." Junjing calmly replied, "I won't fight a battle unprepared." Looking at him, the deputy didn't know where his confidence came from. Currently, the election scores of Shi Ding and Pan Tenglong already had a significant difference. Junjing recalled when he was in the president's office. He had agreed with the president that if the president didn't use his special power, he would move all the Yi Group companies overseas. At the same time, suspend all cooperation projects with the government and cut all benefits. And if, on the contrary, the president agreed, Yi Group could dedicate all its strength to social welfare. The president then calmly said, even if the two brothers didn't threaten him, he would agree for Jingguang's sake. After that handshake that day, Junjing had a solid backing restoring to be ready to play a big game. Now he asked the deputy, "Where's Jingguang?" After learning Jingguang was currently at the campaign rally, he decided to go home to change clothes before going there. Jingguang was still singing melodiously. Junjing had arrived and was listening to her. Standing in a corner listening to her sing, he thought to himself, "Unexpectedly, the little mermaid dares to know such lyrics. Surely you are the fate I cannot overcome." Jingguang was more emotional than ever. Tears in her eyes were about to overflow. "Your good things I cannot forget, but I wish even more we had never met. Even though you are the only sunlight in my life." Hearing those lyrics, Junjing became confused and thought, "Wish we had never met? What does that mean?" He thought this song was directed at him, but he didn't understand why she said he was the only sunlight in her life, yet wished they had never met. When Jingguang finished singing, she received a lot of applause and cheers. Then she began campaigning for Shi Ding. "I hope everyone can vote for him with your single precious vote." She also said voting for him would bring the luck of the mermaid girl. She was about to step down when a hand embraced her waist. Jingguang was extremely surprised. She asked how he could be here. How could he be out? Junjing leaned close to her ear. Expressing his earlier doubt, he asked, "Why? If you clearly can't forget, do you wish we'd never met?" He didn't believe Jingguang's words were just song lyrics. He wanted her to quickly tell him her true feelings. Jingguang then became sorrowful. She said, "Because of meeting meeting her, he had been taken away by death. If they hadn't met, how good it would be. Then he wouldn't have had to die. He hugged her, saying Jingguang was talking nonsense. Wasn't he still alive and well right here? Junjing didn't understand why Jingguang still thought he had to die. It really wasn't positive at all. Jingguang buried herself in his chest. She sadly said it was because of her that Qin Junye had to die. The name Qin Junye immediately shattered Junjing's illusion. He questioned her. How could this song be written for Qin Junye? He asked her if she was sure those lyrics were for him. Then he got angry and shook her. Junjing asked if her peanut-sized brain had some kind of memory disorder. Guang pushed him away. She still insisted that it was Qin Junye who said such words to her. She also said how could she misremember the one who saved her life? At this moment, the deputy had invited Jing family on stage because he was the representative to speak for Yeshi Ding's election campaign. Junjing seriously told Jingguang to remember clearly. This song couldn't have been written for Qin Junye, and she shouldn't cry for him either. He warned her, if she dared to cry for Qin Junye again, he would make her hold back tears until late at night, to make her sob for him instead. Jingguang thought Junjing was being unreasonable, so she kicked him in the butt. Junjing then gave that hot-tempered girl a kiss. He also said, if she dared to treat his words like passing wind, tonight he would drain all her tears. To see how many excess tears she had left to cry for, that bastard Qin Junye. Jingguang knew she couldn't argue back, so she felt extremely aggrieved. She even told the deputy that he was really strange, changing faces faster than flipping pancakes. After Junjing finished his presentation, Jingguang was also invited on stage to be introduced as the hottest couple of the season, the most popular pairing this season. Jingguang then stepped onto the stage. The MC then said he would represent the girls who are about to come of age in the future, and the girls who have come of age to ask her a question. How to marry someone nicknamed the Big Tumor. Whoever dares to accept is digging their own grave. Jingguang then answered, if it's called a big tumor, then of course it will have a strong presence. Then the MC asked, how was Junjing caught by the mermaid girl? Junjing unexpectedly replied coldly, who said I was caught by her? Jingguang immediately turned pale, feeling that this dog of a man, was he going to slap her face right on stage? How could men change faces faster than flipping pancakes? Then he hugged her, saying that he was the one who caught her. This answer made all the audience very satisfied. This dog food was also very delicious. The MC then said, netizens thought that Junjing accepted the mermaid girl for his brother's presidential candidate position. Moreover, Junjing had also said himself that there's no way feelings could develop over time. He asked him why he changed his mind now. This cheesy guy then looked at Jingguang with affectionate eyes and answered, perhaps he himself couldn't escape the rules of love. The MC then turned to ask Jingguang, are you satisfied with this answer? Recalling his dismissive words from before, Jingguang replied she wasn't very satisfied. The MC then turned to ask Junjing what to do now. How about doing something on stage to make the young lady satisfied? The sister-in-law immediately joined in to encourage. Little brother quickly kissed Jingguang. That cheer also rallied all the audience below. They chanted in unison, kiss, kiss. Junjing immediately knelt down and kissed her hand gently. Then he asked Jingguang if she was satisfied now. The crowd below cheered hoarsely. Junjing put his hand inside his shirt. Saying if she's still not satisfied, he then took out a jewelry box. Everyone thought he was about to propose. Everyone felt it was extremely romantic and sweet. Some people even cried and demanded fireworks to be set off as a backdrop for them. From the box, Junjing took out an extremely delicate and beautiful anklet. Jingguang recognized it immediately. As her fish scale, she had dropped when sneaking into the swimming pool before. After putting it on her ankle, Junjing even lifted Jingguang's foot, saying he was truly infatuated with her feet. This immediately stunned the entire stadium, followed by a series of amused laughter. Jingguang instantly recalled the post saying Junjing liked her jade-like feet on Weibo. She had been embarrassed and blushed then. Now when the MC asked if she was satisfied, Jingguang quickly answered yes, with her eyes closed, because she feared if she wasn't satisfied, he might demonstrate kissing her feet right here. Then she would be embarrassed to death. Junjing then leaned close to her ear, whispering if she knew the meaning of this anklet. He said it was to bind them tightly in this life and tie them closely in the next life. After everything was brilliantly successful, the Yu family invited everyone to have hot pot. Jingguang was very excited when she heard this, but she noticed Junjing beside her. His complexion didn't look too good. He gripped his hand tightly, hating himself for falling ill at this moment. Then he told Yu Shiding that he was a bit tired so he wouldn't go eat anymore. He asked his brother to take Jingguang to eat for him. Jingguang had to listen to him and go with everyone else. Junjing then instructed Captain Zhao Yun to wait until they finished eating, then wait for her to return to the production site. Jingguang still turned back to look uneasy. She felt he didn't seem to be very well, so she decided not to get in the car with everyone else. Instead, she turned back to ask Zhao Yun if he was having an episode again. Zhao Yun hesitated, saying Yu Junjing didn't want her to worry, but if there was medicine, that would be good. Jingguang really wanted to give him the blood pearl, but its side effects made her hesitate. Suddenly, she thought of something right and told Zhao Yun to drive her back immediately. Junjing was now restraining himself in a miserable situation, controlling himself, not letting the bloodthirst take over his reason. Seeing Jingguang enter, he looked up with red eyes and asked her, "Weren't you supposed to be eating hot pot?" Jingguang brought the blood pearl medicine to him, gently comforting him. "Let me give you the medicine. You won't have to suffer anymore after this." Junjing still didn't believe and turned away. He asked Jingguang if she was sure he wouldn't feel uncomfortable after drinking it. Junjing clearly remembered the torturous feeling of ice and fire extremes. Jingguang, embarrassed, sternly asked him, "Are you going to drink it or not?" Inwardly cursing Yu Junjing. Why did he have to make her spell it out? She had already hinted so much. Junjing then told Jingguang if she was sure, then she should feed it to him. Jingguang blushed, then brought the cup to his lips to drink. Seeing Jingguang about to run away, he told her to come back, asking her, "Aren't you going to untie me? Like this? What am I supposed to do?" As soon as the rope was untied, Junjing pounced on Jingguang like a wild beast. His action made her a bit flustered and panicked. Junjing held her entire body. Despite Jingguang's struggles, "You've thought it through. How did you know I wouldn't let you go?" Jingguang still squirmed, telling him to let her go quickly. She believed that the antidote's side effects couldn't come so fast. Junjing just sternly asked for Jingguang's answer. Her answer was silence and avoiding his gaze. Taking it as consent, Junjing immediately carried her to the room. Under the side effects of the blood pearl, the flames of love were ignited in Jingguang. She helped Junjing satisfy it, officially living up to their marital relationship. Meanwhile, at the hot pot restaurant, everyone was anxiously bursum, waiting for the vote to start in half an hour. Yu Shiding couldn't reach his brother, so he was very worried. His wife saw this and smiled, saying his sister-in-law was there, so it must be fine. Jishu sighed. He knew Junjing's old illness had relapsed. No one could help except little Jingguang. Yi Yujian didn't expect his brother's illness to be truly incurable. He also didn't know why he had such a strange illness. This was also the first time it was treated, as usually his subordinates would hide it. Jishu then explained that it wasn't that they wanted to hide it, but they also didn't know where it came from. They only knew that over 10 years ago, he went to sea and was severely injured. Upon return, he had to stay in the hospital for over a month, in the special care unit at that time, and then he had this illness. Yu Jian then wondered what Junjing was doing at sea at that time. Could it be that he encountered pirates, which is why he was so severely injured? Jishu told her to ask the assistant. At that time, only the assistant went with the Jing family. The assistant then recounted that back then, they were young and fearless. So they went to do some business espionage, wanting to steal business secrets from competitors, so they boarded the rival's ship. Junjing was so crazy at that time, he wouldn't even agree to change his appearance. In the end, he had to wait until he was sound asleep. Only then could he apply makeup on him. Because they were afraid of drifting at sea, they specially made him a layer of makeup that was super waterproof. Yi Yujian then asked if Junjing didn't notice. Didn't he look in the mirror? She also asked the assistant what he had turned him into. The assistant then said he was busy being a spy. He didn't even wash his face, basically had no time to look in the mirror. As for what he was turned into, he had forgotten. Anyway, it was just a common, ordinary face. The assistant remembered that they had found an ID card on the beach, so they based it on that and made up Junjing to look like that face. Afterwards, they even took that ID card and stuffed it into his pocket. Hearing that Junjing was later caught, Yujian was very surprised. But fortunately, due to the changed appearance, he wasn't recognized by people. He was just lost somewhere at sea. The assistant stayed there to continue the mission, while Jishu went to rescue Jing. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find him. Jishu then blamed the assistant. He had changed Junjing's appearance, but didn't tell anyone. How were they supposed to find him? Jishu had to admit that this kid's makeup skills were masterful. Incredibly, when they found Jing, he was already floating on the sea. not to mention any smudged makeup. They couldn't even tell he had makeup on at all. If the assistant hadn't said it was Jing, they basically wouldn't have recognized him at all. Then they pulled him onto the boat. They had to use special professional makeup remover to restore Jing's real appearance. This matter, they didn't dare tell others before, because if the foster parents knew that Jing was tricked by the assistant just for fun, they would have kicked the assistant out of the Ya family. Actually, not to mention the parents not knowing about this. Even the eldest brother, like Ya Shi-ting, didn't know that his brother wasn't found in time because his appearance was changed. He was sure that perhaps even now, Junjing didn't know that his appearance had been changed at that time. 30 minutes have passed. Now it's time to start voting. The next morning, in the Ya family villa, golden sunlight had filled the room. Ya Junjing woke up after a night of indulgence. He immediately kissed the forehead of his loved one. The girl was still sound asleep. Seeing the little mermaid still not awake, he was sure she was very tired yesterday. Junjing wrapped a blanket around her, then carried Jingguang to the mermaid pool. He carefully removed her ankle bracelet. Compared to bathing, he knew she preferred this more. When Jingguang's feet touched the water, her beautiful fishtail appeared. Junjing simultaneously gave her a sweet kiss, starting a morning filled with happiness. Jingguang now opened her eyes and woke up. Feeling herself in water, she instinctively swam, her face full of joy, until she realized this wasn't a dream. Jingguang then surfaced and felt how careless she had been to turn into a mermaid. Junjing had been sitting on the shore waiting for her for a while. Seeing Jingguang finally awake, he asked if she slept well. "My little mermaid." Jingguang immediately splashed water everywhere. Junjing smiled and told her not to hide. "Let's eat. Aren't you hungry?" Jingguang remained in the water, refusing to look at him. Junjing still gently coaxed her to come over. "I'll dry your hair, baby. I'll help you up. What do you want to eat today?" Jingguang looked at him with wide eyes. Then she said, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Junjing pulled Jingguang ashore, wrapped a thin blanket around her body, held her in his arms. The fish tail turned back into slender legs. He sat down on the chair. While drying her hair, he gently said, "Didn't I just ask you what you want to eat?" Jingguang said that's not what she meant, so Junjing pointed at her legs, asking if she wanted him to ask about her fish tail. Jingguang wondered why he wasn't surprised at all. This attitude of his made her feel something was off, because in this country, everyone knows there's only one mermaid, Hang Ran Ran. Now another mermaid appears. She wondered why he wasn't curious. Junjing said he had known for a long time. Jingguang didn't believe it. She thought his brother must have told him, because about this mermaid thing, she only told Ya Shi-ting and no one else. But she hadn't jumped into the pool to prove it yet. How could he just believe it like that? When Junjing heard this, he questioned her. "Why does my brother know about this?" Jingguang argued, "That's not the point. The point is why you've known for so long that she's a mermaid." Junjing smiled and told her to think carefully. Who gave her name? Jingguang calmly answered it was Qin Junye. The smile on his lips gradually stiffened. He asked her if in her mind, besides that name, she could remember anyone else. She even remembered Rong who named her. He then showed her a photo of himself from back then. Jingguang immediately praised how handsome he was since childhood. He thus confidently asked if she remembered who gave her name. Jingguang warily replied, it was Qin Junye, and said she's not an idiot. She remembers people's faces very clearly. She remembered her original name wasn't very good, so Qin Junye renamed her. That night, they were by the seaside avoiding the heat. Looking up was a sky full of stars. Then Qin Junye said her name is Ye Jingguang. Junjing was helpless. Sha Qingqing, what on earth is in your brain? He grabbed her hand. Seriously lecturing Sha Qingqing, listen carefully. He then began to tell the story. 10 years ago at Mooncliff Bay, there was a young boy who was injured. The smell of blood attracted a school of sharks. He didn't have enough strength to resist and almost became dinner for the sharks. That young man met a mermaid. After the danger had temporarily passed, seeing she didn't want to tell him her name, he wanted to give her another name. Because she was more beautiful than the stars, he called her Ye Jingguang. Jingguang then became angry upon hearing this. She didn't accept it and chased him away. Hearing this, Jingguang was shocked. This was the 8th time she had taken the regret medicine and returned to events that happened in her youth. She didn't expect him to know about this. The dialogue was not wrong by a single word. Junjing then confirmed that young boy was him. But Jingguang waved her hand, saying this was absolutely impossible. But she also said it was possible, unless he changed his appearance to become Qin Junye. Hearing this, Junjing became extremely angry. But Jingguang insisted on this matter. She couldn't be remembering wrong, because that was her lifesaver. She even comforted him, saying he shouldn't pretend to be Qin Junye out of jealousy. That's not good. Junjing then let out a few helpless, dry laughs. Then he angrily turned and left first. Watching him slam the door right in front of her, she wondered why he kept comparing himself to Qin Junye. At this moment, Jingguang received a phone call. It was Chang Danran calling. As soon as Jingguang answered, she begged for her help. Jingguang had to encourage her to speak slowly and not to rush. After asking what happened, Dr. Chang sobbed, asking Jingguang to help her meet Xia Zhaojia. She also begged her to tell him to return her child, saying Xia had kidnapped her son. Jingguang was very shocked and asked her to explain clearly. Chang Danran said she had no other choice, so she had to trouble Jingguang. Her child was sick. He had just called his mother, saying he felt very unwell. But Danran couldn't enter the Xia family home, so she feared only Jingguang could help. Call Xiage out to ask him to return Xiaoman. Jingguang told her to calm down. She would call over there now. She immediately hung up and prepared to resolve this issue. The assistant had also informed Junjing about the hospital. Spotting Xia Zhaoye, he was holding a child for a medical checkup, saying it was his son. Upon hearing this, Jingguang anxiously asked which hospital Xia Zhaoye took Xiaoman to. After learning it was Teki City Hospital, Jingguang took the assistant's car keys and headed there. Ye Junjing's face still clearly showed an unhappy attitude. The assistant could tell at a glance that someone had angered him again. At this moment, Junjing turned his death-like eyes to the assistant, giving some kind of instruction. Meanwhile, Jingguang had just driven to Tesi City and called Dr. Chang. She asked if she was currently in the capital. Hearing Dr. Chang answer yes, Jingguang told her to quickly come to Tesi City Hospital to pick up Xiaoman. Chang Danran immediately said she would rush over there right away. She also asked Jingguang to quickly tell Xia Zhaoye to buy a bag of blood at the hospital for the boy to drink, because he has a condition similar to her father's disease. Only drinking blood can cure it. Jingguang was surprised that so many people in the world had this condition. She agreed and continued driving. As soon as Jingguang entered the hospital room, she saw Xiaoman strongly resisting the injection. She knew the boy was already uncomfortable, and now drawing blood for tests was torture for him. She quickly stepped forward to pick up Xiaoman while giving Mrs. Xia a determined look. Seeing this, she scolded Jingguang, first stealing her daughter's man, and now taking away her grandson. Ignoring her screams that Jingguang was kidnapping, she still carried the child and ran swiftly. The woman then shouted at her son, not to stand there dumbfounded, but to chase after them. But Xiage assured his mother that Jingguang wouldn't harm Xiaoman. He told her to wait there for him. Jingguang had put Xiaoman in the car. She also introduced herself to the boy, saying his mother asked her to come rescue him. Xiaoman, with tears in his eyes, said he missed his mother. He asked Jingguang where his mother was. Jingguang patted his head, comforting him that his mother would come soon. She said she would take him for treatment first. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman mumbled that he wouldn't take medicine, nor would he drink blood. At this moment, Xia Zhaoye had also come out. He knocked on the car window, telling Jingguang to stop causing trouble, because Xiaoman was sick and needed to see a doctor. Jingguang then explained to Xia Zhaoye about the boy's blood-craving condition, then told him to quickly buy a bag of blood. She would wait for him at the convalescent villa up ahead. Hearing that his son had the same condition as Ye Junjing, he couldn't hide his astonishment. Jingguang just said if he understood, then hurry and buy it. The boy was still young. They couldn't delay any longer. Zhao Ye stood still there after the car left. He took out his phone and called Ye Junjing, questioning about Xiaoman's condition. At this moment, Zhao Ye remembered. Junjing once told him that he had saved a newborn baby from death, so the child had the same condition as him. He had also once randomly apologized to him. Zhao Ye asked Junjing, "That child was Xiaoman, wasn't it?" The old hen couldn't wait any longer and ran out, still cursing at Jingguang fiercely and threatening to call the police. On the other side, Junjing coldly said if Zhao Ye knew, then hang up quickly. Don't bother him. He said just hearing the voice of you Xia family annoys him. After hanging up, Junjing angrily ordered his assistant to investigate the teenager who died 10 years ago, named Qin Junye, to dig up everything that guy did before he died for him. After the assistant received the order, Junjing also decided to clarify what exactly that Qin Junye had done to make the little mermaid remember forever. As for Xia Zhaoye, he was now trying to persuade the old hen to go home and promised to bring Xiaoman back. Before leaving, she still tried to curse Yi's people a few more times. After that, she turned away. Shi Zhaoye fell into guilt and self-blame because his son almost died, and he knew nothing about it. After rescuing Xiaoman, Jing Guang immediately contacted Dr. Chang, telling her to come to the address she had sent right away. Jing Guang also said she had asked Xia Zhaoye to buy a bag of blood. She also said when they reached the villa, the two of them should talk frankly with each other. Chang Danran was initially hesitant, but she had to agree. After all, they couldn't keep avoiding each other forever. While Xiaoman's condition was critical, finally, Xia Zhaoye had returned to the convalescent villa. Jing Guang took out a fruit juice box, which was actually blood for Xiaoman to drink, but the little one absolutely refused. No matter how Jing Guang coaxed, he wouldn't listen. At this point, Xia Zhaoye picked up the boy, asked him why he wouldn't take the medicine. Xiaoman pouted and said he was afraid that after taking the medicine, the other kids wouldn't like him. Xiaoya wouldn't like him either. When Jing Guang asked who Xiaoya was, the little boy turned his face away shyly and said it was his classmate. Jing Guang laughed, surprised that her nephew already knew how to please girls from such a young age. Then she explained to the little boy that people who truly like him won't bear to see him sick. If he didn't believe it, he could ask his dad. Hearing this, Xiaoman looked up at Shi Zhaoye with expectant eyes. Then he turned away, refusing to acknowledge. Although he looks like me, he's not my dad. He's the bad guy who bullied Mom and made her cry. Jing Guang had to comfort him again, then turned to question her brother. Why did you make Dr. Chang cry? And let the child see it too. Xia Zhaoye immediately said pitifully that she hid from him, took his child and married someone else, and even pretended not to know him. Jing Guang then said that messy relationship stuff can wait. Now we need to get Xiaoman to take his medicine. The little one was still in a daze. He really wanted to meet a super cute princess, who not only wouldn't mind him taking medicine but would cheer him on. As if on cue, there was a little girl at the door who came in to cheer on her little brother to take his medicine. Seeing Tianjin, the little Miss Zhangji of the president's family, Jing Guang was surprised and wondered why she was here. Zhangji was very happy and said hello to her little brother. Xiaoman saw this scene and asked if she didn't hate taking medicine. Unexpectedly, Zhangji held out a little rabbit, saying if he takes his medicine, she'll give him this rabbit. Xiaoman still asked if she didn't think it's scary when he takes medicine. Little Zhangji pretended to be upset, saying if little brother doesn't take his medicine, she won't play with him. Then she and the bunny cheerfully encouraged him. Xiaoman, you can do it. Xiaoman, with a bit of love, took the milk box. He closed his eyes and nose and sucked hard. This scene made Jing Guang exasperated. Clearly, coaxing him for half a day was not as effective as a few words from the little lowly. His father beside him also had to tell his son to drink slowly to avoid choking. As soon as he finished drinking, the boy immediately asked to play with Zhangji. The two kids decided to play doctor, with the bunny as the patient. Then, Xiaoman boasted to his little sister that both his parents are doctors. This statement made Xia Zhaoye's heart ache a bit. At this point, Jing Guang pulled her brother aside, asked what happened between him and Dr. Chang that made her say he took Xiaoman away. It turns out Xia Zhaoye was still angry because Dr. Chang denied their relationship. While the boy is his son, he has no relation to that female doctor. Then Jing Guang criticized her brother for only contributing a tadpole while she has raised the child for 5 years. Asked if he thought about the mother's feelings. Maybe Dr. Chang has her own troubles, who knows? But Xia Zhaoye was agitated, saying if there's an issue, just say it straight. 5 years without a word, and then letting his son live with another man. If she didn't love him, why keep the child? Jing Guang felt her brother was going too far, so she had to stop him as the kids were still there. Seeing the boy play happily, Xia Zhaoye smiled. Now that he knows about his son's existence, he certainly can't ignore or neglect him. Jing Guang said she had heard a few words from the hospital's big tumor. There must still be misunderstandings between them, so they should clear things up with each other. At this moment, the hospital room door opened. Chang Danran walked in and immediately rushed towards Xiaoman. Xiaoman also turned and called out Mom. She then hugged her son tightly. The little boy was also very smart in comforting his crying mother. Jing Guang then told Dr. Chang not to worry, as Xiaoman was fine after taking his medicine. She thanked Jing Guang, then looked at Xia Zhaoye. Both had something they wanted to say to each other. Jing Guang understood, so she took her little guest outside to give the family some privacy. The scene was now filled with silence. tension from Xia Zhaoye, anger from the mother. Zhao Ye finally sighed deeply, then raised his hands in surrender, admitting that taking their son was wrong. Cheng. Dan Ran, hearing this, immediately scolded him, then coldly prepared to take her son home. But Zhao Ye couldn't let his wife and child leave. He grabbed her hand, asked if she wanted to leave without a word of explanation, just like when she broke up with him years ago. He asked where she planned to hide their child this time. Dan Ran angrily shouted that she wasn't hiding and didn't need to explain anything to him. It was Xiao Man who stepped in to mediate. Mom and bad guy, please don't fight anymore. My teacher says when little friends argue, they should hold hands. That way, all misunderstandings will be resolved. Zhao Ye seized the opportunity to take Dan Ran's hand. She kept struggling internally, thinking that after 5 years, she thought she would have let go, but she didn't want to be forced anymore. Zhang Jia then gently lowered his voice and said, "Let's each take a step back." He said he wouldn't force her to explain anymore, and asked her not to force him to let go of them both. He said whether or not she still loved him, Xiaoman was still his biological son. Now he had to take responsibility to make it up to the boy. Xiaoman then turned to his mother and asked, "Is Zhao Ye also my dad?" No wonder he thought they looked alike. Zhao Ye immediately picked up his son. "You were born looking like your dad, and in this world, only I am your real dad. That other guy is just a foster father." Xiaoman seemed to reluctantly accept this new dad. Chang Danran, seeing this scene, turned away in confusion, but Zhao Ye was certain she would give him a chance. At this moment, Junjing also arrived. Jingguang greeted the family. Zongzong Chenji was holding his parents' hands. Seeing Xiao Man, he smiled with eyes crinkled. Seeing the two children happy, Xia Zhaoye coaxed Dan Ran, telling her to see that their son had found his place. He wanted to transfer to the kindergarten of the little friend he liked. Dan Ran, as a mother, couldn't keep up with her son. Jingguang watched the drama with great interest, but then she bid them farewell and went home with Junjing. He saw her grinning like a cat that caught a fish and looked puzzled, asking for the reason. Jingguang smiled happily, saying she was certain the misunderstanding between Xia Jie and Sister Dan Ran would be resolved. She just felt sorry for the Dr. Bai that she was supporting. Junjing's face darkened. Clearly, their own misunderstanding hadn't been resolved yet, but she was only concerned about other people's business. He chuckled dryly with a headache, wondering if the Qin Junye matter wasn't over yet. Did she want to add another Dr. Bai or what? Finally, the reconciliation work was done. The family of 3 left the resort villa together. Unexpectedly, the old hen had arrived. She spread her arms, saying she missed her grandson, then snatched Xiao Man from his father's arms and cuddled him, despite the little boy's discomfort. Zhao Ye had to choose his words carefully, saying his son had just recovered and was still weak. It's best to let him carry him. The old hen cheerfully agreed, until she saw Dan Ran and asked him, "Why is this vixen here?" blaming him for still being involved with her. She excitedly told her son, years ago, Dan Ran had blackmailed their family and then dumped him. This time, she absolutely didn't want to give her grandson to her. No negotiation. Xia Zhaoye was extremely distressed. He seriously suggested she shouldn't speak like that in front of the child. The old woman still raised her voice, scolding Zhao Ye for being bewitched by the vixen. She also said she wouldn't let her step into their house, clearly showing her discriminatory attitude. Believing Dan Ran was now a married woman, Zhao Ye hugged his wife and child, clearly stating his position, saying if she didn't like it, they would move to an apartment in the city center. That would do. Then, ignoring the old hens shouting behind them, he still ignored her without turning back. Despite her cursing him for wasting so much money, saying he wasn't starving yet kept clinging to this vixen. They seemed to be stepping on prejudices and constraints as they walked away. Dan Ran was unconsciously pulled back to beautiful memories of their happy youth together in the past. Carefree fun, playing in the rain. Back then, he had also bought a house for them to build a new home together. Now standing before the flower garden, Dan Ran felt very nostalgic. He urged her not to stand there dazed, but to follow him. Little man then asked where this bad daddy's place was. Zhao Ye pinched his son's cheek, telling him to ask his mother. He also corrected him to call him just daddy. No need to add the word bad. The boy then argued if he didn't add the word bad, how could he distinguish from grandpa daddy at home? Zhao Ye then suggested the boy call him old daddy, precious darling. The boy giggled, calling it cheesy. The father and son chatted happily. He then turned to Dan Ran, saying they'd go to the supermarket later to buy slippers for little man, as the house only had their things, no children's items. At this point, Dan Ran could finally feel at ease. Enjoying the happiness that was rightfully hers. She relaxed and smiled contentedly. The election. This prolonged presidential election was finally coming to an end. Under the effect of the recent big game, Ye Shi-ting was now overwhelmingly leading in votes. Indeed, the dark horse had just returned to the race, and his votes already exceeded 50% of the total. And tonight, the election began counting down to the final moments. Barring any incidents, the result was as clear as day. Jing Guang then texted to congratulate the couple. At the same time, she was also invited to join a chat group. The Ye family, mutual love and support. Jing Guang didn't expect the serious Ye family would actually use such a name, and found it amusing. As soon as Jing Guang joined, everyone sent messages welcoming the sister-in-law. To reward everyone's efforts, they even gave out red envelopes for fun. Indeed, when all the red envelopes were opened, Jing Guang became the lucky queen, getting 1 yuan, while others only got 0.0 something yuan. Tang Nu complained that sister-in-law only gave out a few cents, as she only got 0.08 yuan. Qi Shu then seized the opportunity. Since Jing Guang was the lucky queen, she should be penalized. Jing Guang should give out red envelopes. Getting 1 yuan meant she had to face punishment. Jing Guang felt wronged and was about to give out red envelopes, but Tang Nu stopped her, saying the punishment for Jing Guang was to answer 3 questions. Qi Shu and Tang Nu were at the TV station then. Coco gave Jing Guang the first question, asked who her first kiss was with. Jing Guang knew the big boss was also in the group, and feared losing face. Thinking this was like the Big Adventure game, so she chose Big Adventure. But Tang Nu immediately said, "No way out." They urged Jing Guang to answer quickly. Jing Guang blushed and said it was a young man. Tang Nu immediately jumped up when she heard Jing Guang's first kiss was with someone else. She even threatened to bring brothers to deal with that guy. The second question was that young man as rich and handsome as Jing Ge? Was his family good? Who initiated it? Seeing too many questions in the second one, Jing Guang objected, but Tang Nu insisted Baghemis. This was called an introductory question, then encouraged her that Jing Ge wasn't online now. He doesn't have the habit of scrolling through his phone. She also promised to delete the chat history after a minute, not letting him know. After knowing this, Jing Guang answered, the first kiss was with Qin Junye. There was no special background. At the garment factory, while fixing a car. Electronics workshop. Also working as a delivery person, she initiated it. After sending this message, Qi Shu and Tang Nu turned pale and looked back at Jing Ge, who had taken out his phone at some point, gritting his teeth in anger. It's Qin Junye again, but in his mind, that memory was clear. It was he who initiated the kiss with that youth. He told that mermaid to hide behind the rock while he went to lure away the bad guys. After hearing him say he would protect her, Jing Guang immediately took the initiative to kiss him. Even now, remembering it makes Junjing blush. Tang Nu then said that Junye must be very handsome and asked for his photo. After the photo was sent, they all stared at it intently. At this moment, Qi Shu suddenly felt this person looked familiar. He excitedly slammed his hand on the table, startling Tang Nu, who scolded Qi Shu. There's still 3 minutes left in the election, and you're already freaking out. But Qi Shu was certain about this face. Back then, the makeup assistant took half a day to do it. Little Jing Guang's first kiss was actually with Jing Jia. Now it's no wonder why Jing Guang only took a month to catch Junjing. So they've known each other for a long time. But Qi Shu still wondered, why was he so badly injured back then? Could it be related to Jing Guang? At this moment, Jing Guang received a private message from Qi Shu, asking her how she knew Qin Junye and if anything else happened with him. But Jing Guang didn't want to play anymore, so she turned off her phone and said she was going to sleep. At this moment, Tang Nu turned to Qi Shu and said, the countdown is about to begin. Everyone in the Ye family was tense, staring straight at the screen. Finally, Shi Ting officially became the 28th incumbent president. This was the result of their entire Ye family team's efforts. Junjing also smiled happily for his brother. Afterwards, they were busy again, some working on special reports, others informing the press for media announcements. At 3 a.m., they left the company like zombies. The assistant went home, lying in bed, still pondering over the photo Jing Guang sent. In the group chat, it looked familiar. As for Qi Shu, he set multiple alarms, reminding himself to ask tomorrow about the origin of Junjing's illness from Jing Guang. Who knows if he even set the alarms before passing out. The next morning, Jing Guang opened her eyes to see Junjing. She asked bewilderedly why he came home. Your brother won the election. Aren't you busy? How do you have time to come here? Junjing replied, he came home to visit the heartless one, meaning her. Jing Guang argued that her conscience was very big, still remembering that today, July 15th, she had to burn paper offerings for her benefactor. Junjing immediately grabbed Jing Guang's hand and pinned her down in one motion. You're burning paper offerings for that guy who saved your life again. You keep burning offerings for that guy. Doesn't he feel guilty receiving them? They looked into each other's eyes. Jingguang felt her heart pounding. In her chest, her cheeks also grew hot. Finally, what had to happen, happened. She raised her leg and kicked Junjing. Can you stop saying such weird things? Then she scolded Junjing, saying if he had nothing to do, he should go visit her father. After all, he really misses his son-in-law. Junjing felt helpless, feeling like he was being played. He could only silently curse Qin Junye as damnable. Then Jingguang went out to buy offerings, telling him to stay home and take good care of her father. He could only sigh helplessly. As for Qishu, after waking up, he rushed to find little Jingguang. But when he arrived, he only saw Junjing standing there with a dark expression. Qishu smiled and asked who had angered him. Junjing coldly asked what his little brother was doing here. Qishu said he just wanted to ask about something. 10 years ago, what happened between little Jingguang and you at sea? Since you didn't say anything, he could only ask the other person involved. Then he praised Junjing for being righteous. Clearly, you knew Jingguang from 10 years ago and even stole her first kiss, but didn't tell anyone. Qishu said the other day, little Jingguang sent a photo of Qin Junye to the group chat. As soon as he saw that picture, he recognized it was you after changing your appearance. Junjing was extremely surprised upon hearing this and asked Qishu to explain clearly. Qishu then asked, don't you know that Qin Junye is actually you after disguise? Seeing you still stunned, he recounted that 10 years ago, you had an accident at sea. They searched but couldn't find you. Later, when they contacted the assistant, they learned that he had disguised you as someone else. Last night, seeing the photo Jingguang sent, it was certainly Junjing after changing his appearance. Junjing could only click his tongue and hold his head. Qishu immediately said he would call the assistant now to prove that what he said was true. He also added that Junjing shouldn't be angry with him. At this point, Qishu put the call on speaker and called the assistant. He asked if he remembered the photo little Jingguang sent yesterday. Was it identical to Junjing's face after changing his appearance 10 years ago? The assistant was sleeping. Hearing this, he suddenly woke up and said, no wonder. The name Qin Junye sounded so familiar. That photo also felt like I'd seen it somewhere before. So that's why. He felt it was such a coincidence that he had changed Junjing's appearance into little Jingguang's first love. Junjing saw how slow the assistant was to understand and silently refuted in his mind. What do you mean changing my appearance into the Little Mermaid's first love? I am the Little Mermaid's first love. He then spoke up, questioning how come he didn't know about this all this time. They had to explain that they were afraid of being blamed by his adoptive parents, so they didn't dare to tell. Then Qishu also asked him not to blame the assistant. After all, he had good intentions, fearing that you might slip up and reveal your identity. As soon as Qishu finished speaking, his brother dragged him away by the collar. Being a good brother, he quickly texted the assistant, reminding him to hide quickly before Junjing could seek revenge. Hide somewhere with both desert and primitive tribes, without phone signal, so that he wouldn't be able to find him. Jingguang, upon returning to the villa, saw her parents, Junjing and Qishu, there and became very curious. Her mother then replied that Junjing said he'd wait for Jingguang to come home. He had something to explain to everyone. Jingguang sat down. Seeing everyone's serious faces, she became confused. Junjing then spoke to her parents. It wasn't that before he intentionally knocked over Jingguang's offerings, nor did he deliberately obstruct her worship. It was because the boy who saved Jingguang 10 years ago didn't die. The couple was extremely shocked to hear this. He continued saying, burning incense and worshipping someone who's still alive is indeed not right, so he intervened. Bailan Wu was confused. She asked if he's not dead. Where is Qin Junye now? Junjing then raised his voice, saying he's right in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, after saying that, both Jingguang's parents looked at Qishu. Qishu had to deny it, quickly saying, Uncle and Aunt, please don't misunderstand. That person is not me. It's Junjing. Bailan Wu was shocked to hear this and looked at Junjing. Qishu then had to fulfill his responsibility in proving the truth. He explained enthusiastically. Uncle and Aunt listened very sincerely. Aunt seemed to believe it a bit, but Uncle demanded evidence. Junjing looked at Jingguang. He affirmed. All the experiences he shared with Jingguang, he could recount them all. Jingguang, now truly believing, rushed to hug him. She scolded him for appearing only now. Did he know how long she had been waiting for him? Junjing kissed his girlfriend's forehead, apologizing because he had only just found out himself. Jingguang, teary-eyed, was still overwhelmed. Is it really you? Junjing held Jingguang's hand, confirming it was indeed him. The 3 light bulbs then stepped aside, avoiding being fed dog food. Junjing looked deeply into his love's eyes. It has always been me, never anyone else. Jingguang still felt like everything was a dream. He raised his hand to wipe Jingguang's tears. tears, saying it was clearly him who saved her. Yet she only remembered Qin Junye. How could he not be upset? Then he suddenly changed his tone to a playful one, demanding compensation from her. Just as he was about to kiss those luscious lips, Jingguang's phone rang, interrupting his naughty thoughts. The caller was Yan An, Jingguang's best friend. Seeing Yan An calling, Jingguang was both happy and surprised. She didn't expect her friend to have her number. Recalling her previous visit to the island to find Yan An, but not seeing her, she was sure the grandmother had given her number to Yan An. But to Yan An, all of this wasn't important. What mattered was, "Oh my queen, what are you doing now? Have you fallen in love?" Hearing this, Jingguang asked in surprise how she knew. It turns out, the romantic feelings of Jingguang were linked with an entire kingdom. Jingguang's mood synchronized with the whole kingdom. This was because Jingguang was the designated successor. The divine tree had already accepted her as its master. She also mentioned that last night, the entire kingdom experienced an emotional roller coaster, a surge of feelings. The divine tree hadn't bloomed for 35 years, but now it was fully covered in flowers. The elders were furious, because if Jingguang loved someone else, she couldn't marry the heir of the vampire clan. Meanwhile, Jingguang was still in disbelief. She couldn't believe her inner feelings had bloomed. Then she asked Yanan why, when she loved someone before, it didn't bloom. Yanan hadn't even known Jingguang had dated before. Jingguang said it was a year ago. They broke up 2 months ago. Yanan then said during that time, they didn't sense her love. Jingguang sighed in relief, thinking the divine tree wasn't accurate, unable to connect with Jingguang's emotions. Yanan fell silent. Then she said, "This only proved the previous person wasn't true love." Jingguang was quiet for a moment, then her cheeks flushed red, realizing Yanan was right. Yanan then said, the reason she called Jingguang was to warn her, because the elders would absolutely not let her love anyone else, except the heir of the vampire clan. She also advised Jingguang not to be discouraged, lest the entire kingdom be affected. Not all emotions could be sensed, only the feelings of love, the ups and downs of Jingguang's mood, or extreme joy or sadness, they would all feel together. Junjing, overhearing everything, teased Jingguang more. She quickly told Yan An, flustered, that she'd call back later. Junjing whined that she hadn't compensated him yet. Usually he'd already be on the phone with someone else. Jingguang patted the head of this whining puppy, comforting him. Junjing, encouraged, started to cry, demanding compensation for her letting him wander outside. How pitiful his heart was, he said. He asked if she wasn't going to make it up to him. Jingguang scolded him for changing his appearance and giving her the same surname as his. Then she grabbed his collar, asking what his intentions were with that name. Junjing lifted her chin and smiled. "My woman," he said, "of course should have the same surname as me. Tell me, is this thought right or wrong?" Then he hugged her close, making Jingguang nervous and anxious, afraid of affecting the whole kingdom again, her happy mood. But Jingguang couldn't worry that much. If it's ruined, let it be ruined completely. Now she really wanted to give an award to the marriage bureau for turning around and matching her with her benefactor. She would definitely contribute to the country's population growth. After a good round of lovemaking, when Jingguang woke up, the bed beside her was empty. She smiled happily and then went downstairs. Mother had made breakfast and told Jingguang to come eat quickly. Father then asked her if she was sure her lifesaver from back then was Junjing. Jingguang happily said she was lucky. Her hand had matched her with her benefactor. Her parents were also happy because the burden in everyone's heart had been lifted. Now they didn't need to think about the past anymore. This was indeed a fate bestowed by the country. Her parents reminded Jingguang to cherish it. Jingguang then remembered her ex-boyfriend, feeling that she should thank him. But now her fish brain just remembered that she had already blocked him. So she and the alumni group tagged Shi Doan Shen, thanking him for not marrying her. After thinking for a bit, she tagged all 6 of them to wish the two a happy marriage. 100 years of happiness. As soon as she sent it, other members immediately came to see. They all praised Jingguang for being lucky. Now she could become the sister-in-law of the president, truly worthy of being called the mermaid girl. Jingguang, having finished, decided to leave the group. Taking her phone for a moment, she decided to change the nickname in the chat box for Junjing. Feeling that Big Tumor was a bit plain, she changed it to Big Tumor Eating Boneless Fish. This small joy made Jingguang smile from ear to ear, not noticing her parents sitting and having breakfast together. It turned out they had been talking about this for so long. Yet Jingguang's in-laws hadn't come to visit. They asked how she planned to arrange it. Jingguang said her in-laws had wanted to visit the hospital earlier, but she had declined. She wanted to wait until her father's health was stable before meeting. Her father immediately flexed, saying he was very healthy now. He told his daughter to discuss with her husband quickly. They should set a wedding wedding date while they're still in the capital. Jingguang felt this was a bit rushed, but from her parents' perspective, she had already lived there for so long. If she didn't want to get married yet, they could get engaged first and prepare for the wedding slowly afterwards. Jingguang had to comply with her parents' wishes. She said she would text Junjing about this matter. Her mother reminded her that the man should take the initiative in such matters. Otherwise, the girl would lose value. In Jingguang's heart, actually, she had already wanted to text Big Tumor to ask what he was doing. She just didn't have a reason yet. Now she could text him openly and properly. This made her very happy. At the office, Junjing was working when he received a message notification. Junjing sent her a voice message, telling her to sleep more during the day so she could stay up with him at night. Jingguang didn't anticipate this and played it on speakerphone. Her parents had to pretend they didn't hear anything, but Jingguang was still embarrassed. Feeling so mortified, she wanted to die. Junjing also informed her that all family matters had been settled by him, so they would probably visit the hospital to see Jingguang's parents. Seeing Jingguang's excitement after hearing this, he guessed perhaps she already knew her parents' intentions to set a wedding date for both of them. That's why she was so excited. He smiled gently, then told Jingguang that marriage couldn't be delayed. It was their parents' wish. He originally thought they should marry right away, and Jingguang also strongly agreed with this. She secretly praised her in-laws for being so wise, not letting anyone take advantage of this opportunity, especially Haran Ran with that heir title, that hidden vampire. After that, she reminded Big Tumor to arrange time with his parents, because her parents were still at the villa, resting and not going anywhere. Junjing immediately set it for tomorrow, but tomorrow he had a business trip. He couldn't go with his parents. It was said to be a 3-day trip. Jingguang was very surprised when he gently asked if she needed any gifts. Jingguang remembered that in the city he was going to, there was a very delicious sweet and sour radish. She asked him for 2 jars as a gift. After hearing this, Junjing secretly felt that this was truly the easiest mermaid to keep in history. At the vacation villa, Jingguang's mother had been busy all morning and had already cleaned everything. Eagerly waiting for the in-laws to arrive, she went out to take out the trash. Coincidentally, Ye Junjing's mother and the couple, new president Ye Shiting, were also arriving. Seeing Jingguang's mother, Junjing's mother showed a look of surprise. In her mind, she panicked, thinking it was Lan Wu, but it turned out to be Bai Lan Wu. Jingguang's mother, after throwing away the trash, didn't notice the people behind her and turned to go back. Junjing's mother then made an excuse, telling her husband Ye Baisu that she felt the outfit she was wearing wasn't suitable. She wanted to go home, to change, telling everyone to go meet the in-laws first. Ye Baishu felt confused. He was about to advise his wife to go ahead and meet the in-laws first when his face suddenly stiffened as he saw Song Chu Chi step out. So he immediately followed his wife back to the car, making up some unbelievable excuses to rush home, leaving behind the couple, the new president and his wife, standing there bewildered. Ye Shiting said to his mother, "Their clothes today were very nice. Why did they need to go back to change?" But Mrs. Bai Lanwu insisted that meeting the in-laws couldn't be done carelessly, so she went back first, telling her son and daughter-in-law to meet the in-laws on their behalf. Ye Baishu also hurriedly followed his wife, insisting on going back. Immediately, Ye Shiting and his wife could only look at each other, then went inside to sit in front of Jingguang's parents. After inquiring about Song Chuanqi's health, Shiting had to explain that their parents had some business, so they couldn't come. After chatting for a bit, Jingguang's father asked Shiting if his parents were planning to come over after finishing their business today or not. Shiting and Wu Jian silently looked at each other. These two also very much wanted to know about that. At this moment, Junjing's mother was anxiously pairing, calling her son to ask, "Is Jingguang's mother's name Bai Lan Wu?" Junjing confirmed it was correct and asked if his parents had arrived there yet. He wanted them to settle the engagement matter today so that he could then propose formally. But his mother was silent at this point. Then she said, maybe they should reconsider this engagement. Junjing was shocked by his mother's words. He turned and told Zhao Yun that his right eye was twitching a bit. Zhao Yun explained that a twitching right eye means impending misfortune. He became more worried and told his mother he was in a hurry too. He asked, wasn't she very fond of Jingguang, wanting to hold her grandchild and all? She remained silent, her inner thoughts complex. She did want that, but was also hesitant, wondering, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Then she said to her son, maybe they should hire someone to pretend to be his mother for the meeting. Hearing these words, Junjing naturally felt it was incomprehensible. Then he said he'd explain to Jingguang that it's not that she doesn't like her, then made an excuse about expensive phone bills and hung up. Junjing, extremely confused, decided to call his father to ask. As soon as he answered, Ye Baishu asked his son if Jingguang's father's name was Songchuan Qi. Isn't Jingguang's surname Jia? Junjing was also at a loss. After telling his father she was adopted, Ye Baishu's expression didn't improve much either. Junjing then asked his father to go there to discuss the engagement, but his father still made up a bunch of excuses, not wanting to meet. In the end, it was still about the engagement needing to be reconsidered slowly. Junjing felt they must not like Jingguang and didn't want him to marry her, but his father firmly denied this. Finally, he made an excuse about his phone battery dying to escape. This attitude from both his parents made it very difficult for their son to understand. If it wasn't that they disliked Jingguang, then what was the reason? At this moment, Jingguang also called him, upset, asking Lenathis if his parents didn't like her. Junjing assured her it wasn't true. She then thought that perhaps his parents felt she wasn't good enough for him. Basically, according to Junjing, none of these were possible. Jingguang had once saved his brother and also saved his parents. How could she not be good enough for him? Hearing this, Jingguang felt less worried. She wiped her tears and smiled, reminding him to buy her sweet and sour carrots. Then she asked what business he had there this time. It turned out he was there to negotiate both the purchase of myopia treatment drugs. The other party specifically requested the CEO of Yi Group for negotiations. In his hand at this moment was a product brochure from the Mermaid Company, exclusive myopia treatment, belonging to category A9S. Hearing they would only negotiate with the CEO, Jingguang thought this person had a big attitude. He then said coincidentally, the face mask Thmake this time was the mermaid token. Then he said when he arrived at the destination, he'd call her after the meeting was over. Hearing about the mermaid token, she felt it was somehow familiar, so she searched on Weibo to check. At first glance, she wondered why stores nowadays were so boastful. But after seeing this product was from Mu A9S, standing out clearly there, Jingguang panicked. When did Mu A9S take over myopia treatment? How did she not know about this? Of course, it wasn't hard for Jingguang to guess the mastermind behind this. She angrily dialed the phone. Hello, Yanan, right? Yanan answered, saying she was busy and would call back later. Jingguang exploded, asking why Yanan dared her to use her brand to sell to others. Hearing she was discovered, Yanan just praised Jingguang for being so quick. Then she told Jingguang that she was currently negotiating a contract and would call her back when finished. Jingguang, over the phone, felt she had heard the breathing of her big tumor. She was stunned, thinking she had fallen into a love trap and was always thinking about him now. Then she sternly asked Yanan who her partner was. This matter couldn't be taken lightly. Yanan looked at Junjing. Indeed, women are. She told Jingguang that the partner was a handsome guy. Hearing this, Jingguang thought, that guy must be like the one at her home. She told Yanan to negotiate the contract well, not to be at a disadvantage. Jingguang even instructed Yanan to take 8 parts and leave them only 2 parts, then split it 6 for herself and 4 for Yanan, adding that her friend shouldn't think of profiting from her reputation without sharing a penny. Yanan hung up the phone and asked Junjing about the contract. Unexpectedly, Yanan was greedier than Jingguang, demanding a 9-to-1 split, non-negotiable. Basically, Junjing couldn't agree because Yanan's side only provided the drug formula, while his side did everything else. 6-4 was his final offer. Yanan said they had nothing more to discuss and asked Junjing to leave, not even seeing him out. As he left, Lin Hanfeng mocked him, saying she demanded a 7-3 split with you. Never seen such a difficult woman. Junjing, seeing it was 7-3 with him, but 9-1 with himself, felt extremely confused. Hanfeng then winked at Junjing, suggesting using his charm to win over Yanan. But Junjing coldly walked away, his only reason being buying carrots. In the end, that CEO followed Junjing all the way to the market. Surprisingly, he really went to buy carrots. Hanfeng even thought this was the secret to becoming CEO of Ya Corporation. Junjing, having found the exact carrot dish that the little fishtail had been longing for day and night, was very happy and immediately bought 4 jars for Jingguang. The friendly shop owner, hearing his accent, guessed he was from out of town and immediately gave him a 10% discount. Junjing was also very happy and said he was buying it for his wife, as she really likes this dish. The vegetable seller, hearing this, congratulated Junjing on soon becoming a father because, according to her experience, many pregnant women specifically ask people to come here to buy sweet and sour carrots. Lin Han Feng, eavesdropping, thought his little fate was pregnant and was completely shocked. After Junjing finished buying, he put his arm around Junjing, praising his discretion, and demanded he treat him to drinks tonight. Junjing agreed without much thought. That evening, besides Lin Han Feng and Junjing, there was another CEO present. It was Liu Zhanyuan's younger brother, all sharing the goal of doing business with Yan'an. The two young men were still very confident, thinking this was just a normal acquisition, not worth getting anxious about. But Lin Han Feng was eager because he knew, once this drug is announced, it will cause a sensation. The young Liu's competitive spirit flared up, proposing a contest to see who could cooperate with them. He immediately challenged Junjing to a bet. Basically, he felt their CEO race game was over, so it was time for him and Junjing to compete. To this immature proposal, Junjing only replied he wasn't interested. He thought Junjing was afraid and kept provoking him. In his heart, he still resented that for Xiaoran, the woman he pursued, Junjing would rather go to jail than accept. Junjing then smiled and asked what he wanted to bet. The young Liu wanted all rights to the mermaid theme park. If he won, and said if Junjing got the contract, he could ask for anything. Seeing him silent, he continued to provoke, saying, "Can't the luck of the mermaid girl, Ye Jingguang, guarantee you a spot?" Junjing finally couldn't hold back. When he brought up his Jingguang, his condition was that if he won, every time the young Liu met his woman, he'd have to kneel down and call her mom. With the aura of a protagonist, Junjing smiled, smugly telling him not to forget this bet. Lin Han Feng, watching the drama, felt very amused. He knew Jingyi was publicly protecting his wife, so wouldn't Liu Han Shen have to call him Mother Jing later? That's why Lin Han Feng stood up to witness. If Yan'an cooperated with others, it'd be forgotten. If not, they'd play like this. Liu Han Shen was very bitter. He was determined to win this. Jingguang was hanging laundry. When she received a call from Lin Han Feng, he excitedly congratulated her, saying his destined love was already pregnant so soon. Seeing Jingguang's confusion, Lin Han Feng thought she was pretending. He said he saw Junjing buying pickled carrots for her, saying she was picky, only liking carrots from that specific place. Junjing basically only paid attention to the big tumor detail. Going to the market himself, she felt happiness filling her heart. Then she asked him if his destined love was also in the city. Lin Han Feng then told her that he and Junjing were competing for cooperation rights with a myopia patch there. Hearing this, Jingguang immediately asked for details about that company. Lin Han Feng replied it was the Mermaid Company's for, and told her about Junjing's bet with Liu Han Shen. He said your Mr. Jing originally didn't agree, but the result was that he said, if he wins, Liu Han Shen must kneel and call you mom every time he sees you. Lin Han Feng said it was because that Liu mentioned you, so he reacted like that. Now the bulls are fighting. The woman selling that patch is surely about to get rich. Jingguang then thanked Lin Han Feng for telling her about this, then said she had something to do and hung up. After receiving Jingguang's call, Yan'an reported that 2 scammers had just called. The first claimed to be Secretary Liu's assistant, saying whatever price Ye Corporation offered, he would offer 10 times more. Jingguang immediately jumped up, saying it was a scam. Don't listen, and told Yan'an not to make any decisions. Wait until she arrived in the city to meet her first. Jingguang said she had to go there to support her man. Yan'an then said there were others beside her asking, wasn't Jingguang afraid of revealing her identity? Jingguang was indeed a bit scared, so she came up with a plan. On the plane to the city, Jingguang sought the skills of the makeup artist assistant. After finishing Jingguang's makeup, he praised himself contentedly, assuring that no one would recognize her. Jingguang looked at this handiwork and had to admit it wasn't bad. The assistant excitedly said, if Jingguang met Junjing with this face, he wouldn't even notice. This gave Jingguang an idea. She asked the assistant if she knocked on his door at midnight, would he open it? The assistant's smile gradually froze. He knew he had made a mistake by sparking a joke that could easily upset Jingguang, so he tried to dissuade her. He asserted that Mr. Jing, though many people wanted to get in his bed, never cared about anyone but Jingguang. She angrily slammed the table, believing that when he's on business trips, people often try to push women onto him. The assistant, to protect his boss, challenged Jingguang to try if she didn't believe him. Jingguang smirked, then chose a seductive island dress, saying she'd give it a try. This time, the assistant could only silently pray for Mr. Jing to definitely pass this test. That evening at the hotel, Junjing had just finished showering when someone knocked. He thought it was Xiao Yun who had prepared documents for him, so he opened the door. Unexpectedly, Jingguang in a different appearance rushed into his arms. Her face and attitude were very flirtatious. Honey, "Don't you need someone by your side tonight?" While his face had turned pale and he couldn't react in time, the assistant, after disguising himself, had to follow through and introduced, "This young lady is a gift from Lin Hanfeng." Junjing was confused. He didn't understand why he kept smelling the scent of his little mermaid on her. Jingguang spoke again in a coy, whining tone, saying if she didn't do well tonight, Lin Hanfeng would make her unemployed again. She leaned on Junjing, demanding his acceptance. Her finger slid on his body. She said she knew her place and would leave as soon as the job was done. The assistant, seeing his boss's wife go this far, changed course. He was still wondering why he hadn't thrown her out yet and kept staring. Junjing observed for a while and noticed the hickey he left yesterday on her body. Jingguang was indeed a mischievous one. He then hugged her tightly, thanking Lin Hanfeng for the gift, saying he'd accept it, and slammed the door in the assistant's face. The assistant's mind was in chaos, silently screaming that this wasn't right. It's all going wrong. It's about to fall apart. While the assistant was still confused, he heard Yun's voice calling, making him startle. "Assistant, why are you here already?" Inside the room, Junjing was still carrying that mischievous one. Jingguang, seeing this result, was extremely angry. Clearly he said he wouldn't be close to other women, yet he carried a strange woman to bed. Too upset, she pushed him away, calling him a bastard. Junjing smiled, asking how he was a bastard. Wasn't she the one who said she'd offer herself to him? Jingguang cried in anger, saying she regretted it and wouldn't stay here with him anymore. Junjing, not wanting to tease anymore, pulled her back, asking if she intentionally came from the capital. Couldn't she sleep tonight? Jingguang, bewildered, asked if he knew who she was. Junjing smiled, saying the one who played heaven and earth ended up making herself full of resentment, was the little mermaid. Seeing Jingguang excitedly ask how she turned out like this, and he still recognized her, Junjing pointed to the kiss mark he left on her last night. He pretended not to be angry at all, saying it was because the assistant said he wouldn't recognize her, so she tried. Hearing this, Junjing asked if the assistant was here. Jingguang was very surprised that he didn't notice. When he asked where he was, she pointed outside, saying he was there. At this moment, Chaoyun and the assistant were sitting and talking. The assistant was still wondering how Chaoyun recognized him again. Seeing Chaoyun's six-pack abs and slim body, the assistant thought it was impressive. Chaoyun said that wasn't important. What mattered was why the assistant came to the city. The assistant had to tell Chaoyun about his awkward situation. He even asked Chaoyun, who was good at martial arts, to quickly break down the door to stop Mr. Jing from misbehaving. But Chaoyun wasn't just good-looking, he was also smart. He told the assistant that Mr. Jing had already recognized the young lady. The assistant was extremely surprised to hear this. Chaoyun could guarantee that with Mr. Jing's personality, if he hadn't recognized Jingguang, he wouldn't let a strange woman into his room. So tonight the assistant could sleep peacefully. Borrowing a room, Chaoyun. At this time, Liu Hanshen had already called Junjing. He said he had prepared all the contracts for him to transfer the park with the mermaid theme to him. At the hotel bar at 3 o'clock, he'd wait for him to sign. Junjing, imagining he had obtained the contract, looked visibly upset. Liu Hanshen only gave him 10 minutes to get there. Now seeing that expression on his face, Jingguang knew he must be in trouble. Junjing stood up, telling her to stay home and shower, and wash off that unsightly face while he went to handle business. But Jingguang refused and clung to him, insisting on following. No matter how Junjing coaxed her, she still hooked her foot into his belt, refusing to get down. With no choice, he had to bring her to the bar. Lin Hanfeng, seeing him bring along a strange girl, was very displeased. No wonder he lost to Liu Ershu. Turns out he wasted all his time on women. Junjing didn't explain, only asked Jingguang what she wanted to drink. Jingguang smiled, saying she would play on her phone while he could go about his business. Then seeing Yan'an swirling her drink and looking at her, Jingguang silently cursed Yan'an as rotten for getting in her way like this. Jingguang immediately texted Yan'an to question her. Wasn't it said that before she arrived, Yan'an shouldn't cooperate? So why choose Liu Ji? Yan'an replied that Liu Hanshen offered extremely favorable conditions. This time they'd surely get rich overnight. Jingguang then asked her if she knew how Ye Junjing treated her. Jingguang, as if on fire, typed furiously, "He is my man. You don't give my man face," and even help his opponent. Friendship over. Blocked. Reading the message was shocking enough. Then, seeing the blonde girl glaring at her, Yan'an panicked even more. She quickly texted Jingguang, asking if she was Xiaoju. Jingguang used an intimidating look to confirm it was indeed her. Seeing it was really her Xiaoju, Yan'an was extremely shocked, not expecting that girl to be in disguise and appear here. Jingguang also immediately increased her typing speed, forcing Yan'an to cooperate with Ye Corporation. First threatening to end their friendship, then begging to offer free signing rights, even demanding Yan'an sign a 50-50 split contract. After pressuring Yanan, Jingguang leaned into Junjing's chest and signaled her friend to choose this place. Yanan felt truly helpless against this damned girl. At this moment, Liu Hanshen coughed a few times and then spoke up, saying he invited everyone here to announce something, that he and Yanan had reached a cooperation agreement. He turned to mock Junjing, then forced him to sign the contract, transferring the mermaid theme park. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere became silent. Before Junjing could speak, Jingguang said Liu Hanshen's words were a bit premature. She smiled sarcastically, saying he hadn't signed the contract yet. Liu Hanshen then put on airs, telling Junjing that the woman he brought really doesn't understand the rules. Junjing hugged Jingguang affectionately and retorted, "Is that so? How come I haven't noticed that she doesn't understand the rules?" Lin Hanfeng, looking tired, urged them, "Liu, hurry up so I can go home and sleep." Then he asked Yanan why she chose Liu Corporation. Yanan nonchalantly replied, "Who said I chose Liu Corporation?" This statement immediately made Liu Hanshen jump up. Lin Hanfeng laughed like it was harvest time, asking if Miss Yan hadn't made a choice yet. Why was Liu Hanshen so excited? Hanshen frowned and said, Yanan was going too far with her joke. Yanan said she wasn't joking, then told Ye Junjing that they could sign the contract now. Liu Hanshen flew into a rage, saying he could offer her double the benefits Yi Corporation could, telling her it wasn't too late to change her mind. Yanan glanced at Ye Jingguang and said she had made up her mind. Yi Corporation didn't offer her any attractive conditions. She just felt more optimistic about Yi Corporation. That's all. She said she believed only Yi Corporation could promote this product and bring benefits to society. Then she immediately extended her hand, inviting Ye Junjing to sign a contract with 50-50 profit sharing. Junjing immediately shook hands in agreement. Liu Hanshen jumped up when he heard about the 50-50 split. He said he suspected Junjing had used unfair competitive practices because no one here couldn't offer a higher price. Jingguang then hugged his arm, saying this must be due to the little mermaid's good fortune. Junjing was also very pleased, saying the country gave him a small lucky star, so his life has been very smooth. Then he called Liu Hanshen's son and said, "Thank you, son Liu. Thank you." Lin Hanfeng laughed to tears hearing these words. This was basically the fun he wanted to see from the start. He immediately raised his hand, saying he was a witness. From now on, if Hanshen owes the little mermaid anything, he should kneel down and call her dad. Hanshen, embarrassed, ran away. Jingguang only regretted that she was in disguise today, so she couldn't hear him call her dad. The other two CEOs looked at each other blankly, not knowing what to say, finally just raising their glasses to congratulate Junjing. After they all left, Junjing asked Jingguang what exactly had happened. Jingguang still played innocent, saying she knew nothing. The assistant, with a clown-like face, happily brought the contract over. Seeing Yanan's dejected look before signing, he still asked if she had thought it through. Yanan, of course, couldn't back out now. She said in the future, her side would provide the formula and raw materials, while his side would handle production, sales, and promotion. After signing, Yanan immediately left, turning back to look at Jingguang before leaving. Jingguang, on the contrary, was very happy. She then texted to encourage Yanan, saying with a 50-50 split, she definitely wouldn't lose out. Seeing her text so happily, he affectionately pinched her cheek, asking Jingguang if she knew her. Jingguang denied it, then hugged him and praised him for being so good. So many people competed with higher prices, yet he still won. This slightly exaggerated gesture of hers made Junjing freeze, while the assistant's eyes widened, thinking, "What are you doing, Grandma?" Finally, Jingguang successfully removed her makeup from her body. As Junjing dried her hair, he said his parents had an unexpected matter, so they couldn't come. Jingguang then said her father had asked her several times whether his parents liked her or not. Jingguang also thought perhaps his parents really didn't want to get engaged. She hadn't performed well lately, making them dissatisfied. Junjing immediately messed up her hair with the towel, telling her not to talk nonsense. His parents were really busy today, and not in the capital. If that's the case, Jingguang decided to wait until next week, when her parents would also be discharged from the hospital. They would book a table at a restaurant for both sets of parents to have dinner together. After her parents are discharged, they'll return to the island, so meeting again would be inconvenient. Junjing suggested that her parents stay in the capital to live. Because of her father's condition, he needs dialysis every 5 days, which is inconvenient on the island. Moreover, the capital is also convenient for kidney transplant surgery, so he wouldn't need daily dialysis. Jingguang then smiled brightly, leaning into Junjing's chest, saying his family has more resources. Finding a replacement kidney would be better. Otherwise, she could only only wait for Dr. Bai to successfully develop an artificial kidney, not knowing how long that would take. Just as she finished speaking, then Jing Guang received a call from Dr. Bai. He inquired about her father's recent health. After learning that Jing Guang's father's health had improved significantly, he announced if her father agreed, they would help him undergo artificial kidney transplant surgery. Jing Guang, hearing that the artificial kidney research was successful, was overjoyed. They then arranged to meet in 3 days. Jing Guang was still immersed in a feeling of joy, hugging Junjing's waist and crying. 3 days later, after receiving Song Chuanqi's consent, Dr. Bai decided to start discussing the details of the surgery. Jing Guang's whole family hugged each other joyfully, congratulating her father. At this time, Dr. Bai gave them a file about a doctor named Li Yu, who has magic hands. He had personally called Dr. Bai and wished to be the main surgeon for Mr. Song. Jing Guang felt the name Li Yu was familiar, but Dr. Bai assured them Dr. Li Yu's surgery would be even safer than if he did it himself. For this surgery, he would assist Dr. Li Yu. He had just said Dr. Li Yu would arrive soon, when a young man opened the door and entered, looking languid as if sleep-deprived. The young man indeed went straight to the bed and lay down to sleep, ignoring everyone. Bai Jingyu laughed awkwardly and introduced him as Li Yu. Although young and always looking drowsy and nodding off, his hands are recognized in the medical world as top-tier magic hands. Jing Guang then approached the bed and went to the bedside, asking Dr. Li Yu to cure her father's illness. Unexpectedly, the doctor turned and told her he wasn't a doctor and said she should call him Gege, older brother. Then Li Yu took off his glasses. This face left Jing Guang astonished. Even Jing Guang's parents were shocked, exclaiming in unison, Xiao Yu. Jing Yu then asked if they knew each other. Jing Guang explained. This was the son of Uncle Li, their next-door neighbor. She and he grew up together. Later, he argued with Uncle Li and left home. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jing Guang then stepped forward curiously, asking him since when he became a doctor, but Li Yu basically just wanted to sleep. After telling her not to make noise, he turned to sleep again. Dr. Bai saw that everyone knew each other, so he said he wouldn't bother them anymore. He just informed that before the surgery, he would arrange a health check for Mr. Song to confirm his physical condition. Then they would schedule the surgery time. Just as Jing Guang was seeing Dr. Bai off, she happened to meet Junjing coming in. Harry immediately hugged him joyfully, telling him the good news that her father could really have the surgery now. The two fooled around for a while. Then, Jing Guang took his hand and led him to introduce a new doctor, saying this person was also an acquaintance of hers. Junjing was initially happy, but when he saw Li Yu, his face immediately turned hostile. Jing Guang was just introducing Li Yu as her childhood neighbor and also an extremely talented doctor, but as a result, he suddenly came in and immediately fell asleep on the sofa. Sleeping like a pig, she just gave him a kick. Junjing, of course, knew this guy. He was the #1 love rival who had snatched the Little Mermaid from him in the previous life. He had also heard they later went to register for marriage. Meeting this guy made him feel uncertain, even thinking whether he should eliminate the future trouble now. Jing Guang saw his expression wasn't right, stepped forward to ask about his condition, wondering if he wasn't feeling well. Hearing Junjing say he wasn't well, she wanted to take him to rest, but at this moment, Li Yu woke up, saying if anyone's unwell, he could examine them. Jing Guang could only laugh, saying this illness he couldn't diagnose. It's best he goes back to sleep. But then, Li Yu suddenly blocked their way, and in the next second directly grabbed Junjing's wrist. Junjing brushed his hand away, but Li Yu stubbornly insisted on taking his pulse. Watching them go back and forth, Jing Guang thought they were having a martial arts convention. Finally, she hugged Junjing and told him maybe he should let Dr. Yu examine him, since he's also a surgeon. He might have a solution, but Junjing insisted it wasn't necessary, then angrily told Dr. Yu to step aside and pulled Jing Guang's hand to go outside. He, of course, knew he could treat illnesses. He still remembered in his past life. Li Yu told his family that, as long as he let go of Jing Guang, he would cure his blood-sucking condition. Jing Guang was also present there and had decided to break up with him. After pulling her out to the hallway, he hastily told Jing Guang to quickly ask her mother for the household register now. They would immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. Seeing Jing Guang hesitate, he asked if she didn't agree. Did she want other women to interfere? Jing Guang immediately got excited, said she'd go ask her mother for the household register now. She thought since they're at the hospital, her mother probably brought it, asked him to wait for her a moment. But after a while, she came out empty-handed, because her mother said they need to meet meet both families before they can register for marriage. Jing Guang had to tell Junjing to wait a bit longer. Wait for both families to meet, then discuss the matter. After the wedding, they can go register. This was like a rock hitting his head. He was extremely anxious and again urged her to quickly get the household register. He was in a great hurry because his rival was right before his eyes. Leaving it too long would cause variables. He couldn't let the two of them be alone together. Then he dragged Jingguang away, saying tonight his mother invited her home for dinner. He had already agreed. He also said if she wanted to refuse, she should call herself. His mother was known as a tiger mom. He didn't dare to go against her wishes. When he heard Jingguang object, saying his mother's temperament was very good, he said that was all for show to outsiders. Since childhood, he had lived under the tiger mom's gaze, and growing up, he told her that his bad temper was inherited. Jingguang heard this and laughed to herself, surprised he knew his own temper was bad. Then she told Junjing that they should still go to his parents' place for dinner. In the evening, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very quiet and strange. Jingguang then quietly questioned Junjing. "Didn't you say your mother called and asked me to come here for dinner?" Junjing then awkwardly said, "Mom, didn't you call me this morning asking Jingguang to come home for dinner? Did you forget?" Madame Bailan was stunned for a moment, then had to cooperate with her son, saying she was becoming forgetful, then suggested the whole family go out to eat. Mr. Ye Baitu was glaring at his son intensely, as he originally wanted to have a romantic dinner with his wife, but it was ruined. Junjing also glared back at his father deeply, thinking he was about to lose his wife, and who was to blame. Bailan Wu then happily pulled Jingguang's hand, saying to quickly go out to eat, but Jingguang still felt something was strange about everyone. Bailan Wu then asked Jingguang if they had something urgent and couldn't come, would her parents be upset? But Jingguang had to reply that her parents would understand. She then asked her preng if her mother had been living well these years, asked where they lived, how long her father had been ill. Jingguang replied with a gloomy face, saying her family lived on a small island, and her father had been ill for over 10 years. Hearing this, Bailan Wu whispered, "So isn't it that during those 15 years, your mother has been taking care of your father?" Actually, she was the real Bailan Wu, the true illegitimate child Bonagling, that couldn't be publicly acknowledged by the Bai family. Until the real eldest daughter, Bai Beiluan, eloped and ran away, she was brought back to impersonate and marry Ye Baitu instead. As an illegitimate child, she knew nothing about anything, wanting to become a true famous young lady, standing firmly in the upper-class circles. Now looking back, it truly seems unbelievable. She felt as if she had the aura of a main character, going straight through, resolving dangers, successfully passing trials. No one knew that she was a substitute bride. No one knew she wasn't Bai Beiluan. She now sat at the dining table with a mood of extreme melancholy, for on that very day, she had seen the real young lady. If Baitu, her husband, found out he married the wrong person, would he be angry and divorce her? Jingguang, on the other hand, now saw her father-in-law cutting food into small pieces, then transferring it to her mother-in-law's plate. She felt extremely admiring because this habit was clearly cultivated over many years. Unexpectedly, her in-laws had been married for decades and still loved each other so much. Of course, her own big lump wasn't bad either. Bailan Wu was now extremely distressed because they had been together for half their lives, and even had an excellent son. When the truth was revealed, she wouldn't know what to do. Finally, this couple couldn't escape their son's question. "Mom, Dad, you're free tomorrow, right?" Seeing his father say they weren't free tomorrow, he immediately questioned what his father was busy with. He made up an excuse about encountering pirates before, which disrupted his and Mom's world tour plans. So God had decided to take her to continue the world tour, not wanting to waste the tickets their son had bought. While Ye Junjing was still angry and at a loss for words, Bailan Wu was already delighted at the news of continuing their trip tomorrow. The couple then put on an act, saying if their son had bought tickets for them, they couldn't waste such filial piety. The two of them discussed and finally decided to eat quickly, then go home to pack and leave right away. At this moment, Jingguang secretly kicked Junjing's foot. He then excitedly told his parents that the trip could wait, as Jingguang's father had been in the capital's hospital for 10 days already. Shouldn't they visit him instead of choosing a day not to meet? He said they should go there right after dinner. Bailan Wu immediately made another excuse, saying they hadn't prepared anything yet. Wouldn't that be impolite? Junjing excitedly said he'd prepare whatever they needed, while Jingguang thought her in-laws were delaying and refusing to meet her parents. Could it be they really had prejudice against her? At this point, Junjing said they needed to find an auspicious day and his mother had checked the calendar, but there were no good days recently. Junjing felt even a fool could see that the two simply didn't want to go to discuss the wedding. Ye Batu, then, said he agreed with Junjing's mother's opinion, so this matter couldn't be rushed. He also told Jingguang that her parents surely wouldn't blame them again for not visiting, right? Then he began listing a series of reasons, for him and Junjing's mother to go on a world tour. He said they'd been busy with work for decades since marriage and never took Junjing's mother traveling, and they didn't want to waste their son's filial gesture. He also said they didn't know how much longer they would live. If they didn't go now, they might never have the chance again in this lifetime. Junjing, driven to frustration, told his parents to be honest with him for once, stop beating around the bush, and tell him what they really wanted. Seeing his parents remain silent, Junjing stood up, pulled Jingguang's hand, saying, "Let's go. I'm not their biological son. I must have been picked up from a trash can." Jingguang reluctantly looked back at her in-laws once, then had to follow Junjing. Bai Lunwu then said to her husband, maybe they should visit their in-laws, otherwise, the in-laws would surely have opinions. She felt very guilty towards her daughter-in-law, while Yabatu could only remain silent and troubled. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Junjing was splashing water on his face to clear his head. He wondered where he had gone wrong, why his parents' attitude had suddenly changed 180 degrees. Just then, he overheard some people gossiping about Ling Chen Mo winning over Tang Zhou, saying they weren't sure if Tang Zhou was male or female. They said they'd never seen Tang Zhou in the restroom, so maybe it was a woman disguised as a man. Someone else said that earlier, when Ling Chen Mo was mocked by some rich kids, Tang Zhou suddenly rushed to defend him. That behavior was 80% likely to be a couple's. Junjing, hearing them gossip too much, stood right behind them with a sharp gaze. "You're talking about Tang Zhou. Do you recognize me?" They could only run away while begging for forgiveness, not daring to look back. Junjing went back inside, feeling extremely troubled because one person after another wasn't helping to ease his worries. Just as those two had said, Tang Zhou was now defending Ling Chen Mo, kicking down several rich kids with one foot, then stepping on the back of a golden-haired monkey, saying, "I'm the one Ling Chen Mo won over. So what? It's none of your business to gossip behind our backs." She told them that Ling Chen Mo was under her protection. If you want to mess with him, you'll have to see if Tang Zhou here agrees first. Then she turned to scold Ling Chen Mo for being foolish and letting them insult him. "You should be like me," firmly putting them in their place like this. She asked him, "Where's that proud confidence of little tail? According to Tang Zhou, you don't have it anymore, do you?" Then she raised her fist and punched the golden-haired monkey in the face and chased them all away. He still didn't leave, pointing directly at Tang Zhou, saying to Ling Chen Mo, "Don't think. Having Tang Zhou's protection means you can turn from a duck into a swan, hiding behind someone whose gender is unclear." Ling Chen Mo then bent down, smiling provocatively, telling him if he's jealous, he should go to the marriage registry tomorrow and win someone over too, just not sure if he'd be as lucky as himself. That golden monkey gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he wasn't afraid of Tang Zhou. It's just that Ye Shi-ting had just become president, and Tang Zhou was the first assistant. He then turned to leave with his followers, not forgetting to tell Tang Zhou to just wait, as he wouldn't let this grudge go so easily. Tang Zhou, of course, replied that she wasn't afraid. Then she said to Ling Chen Mo, "Today I'll announce in the group that Ling Chen Mo is my person. Don't think that if he falls, you can step on him. Whoever dares to touch my person, I'll make them regret coming into this world." Seeing Ling Chen Mo still grinning, she angrily told him to follow her back for a massage, scolding him for being a coward, letting those rich kids bully him and lose face. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Zhou's eyes widened when she saw Ye Junjing there. He then said if he wasn't here, how would he know she was covering up like this outside? Tang Zhou then humbly explained that she wasn't covering up. It's just that if he loses face, it means she loses face. And if she loses face, it means Ye Da loses face. This is long-term thinking to protect the big picture. Then she asked Jingge why he was looking at her like that. Ye Junjing smiled. He turned his head and said, "It's just that you live up to being one of our own." Tang Zhou didn't understand, so she turned to ask Ling Chen Mo what he meant. Ling Chen Mo said it meant nothing. In short, it's probably just words betraying thoughts. Tang Zhou didn't accept it and felt embarrassed, turning to hit Ling Chen Mo. The two of them cheerfully greeted each other for a while Ye Junjing had already stepped out to the car outside. He patted Xiao Jingguang's head and said, "Just now I met Tang Zhou's group inside, so I greeted them for a bit. That's why it took so long." Jingguang, hearing that little Tang Zhou was here too, became very happy and asked if she needed to go and greet her. Their car was just like that, rolling away when another car behind them overtook at high speed, causing the driver to steer quickly, making Jingguang lose balance and fall. And Junjing complained about who drives so recklessly. It turns out the reckless driver was that golden-haired monkey who had just been beaten by Tang Zhou. He was still harboring a lot of resentment towards her. The angrier he got, the more he pressed the gas pedal, speeding madly on the road, with only one thought in mind: to get revenge on Tang Zhou. Ye Shiting had now called his younger brother, saying he and Junjing's sister-in-law had talked with the first line, their parents, for half a day, and finally she got 3 statements. Junjing eagerly asked what those 3 statements were. Shiting sighed and recounted. It's not that they don't like Jingguang. It's not that they want to prevent the two from getting engaged. They just don't want to meet the in-laws for now. He then encouraged his younger brother not to rush, saying to wait until Junjing's father-in-law's surgery is successful, then arrange for both sides to meet again. During this time, they should try to work on their parents' mindset, try to find out what they really want. After hearing this, Junjing felt that only his brother truly understood him. As an older brother, Shiting was also very indulgent towards his younger sibling, even saying if working on their mindset doesn't succeed, then wait until the day he takes office as president. He will send invitations to Jingguang's parents, inviting them to attend the dinner party. If the parents still don't agree on that day, then Junjing should directly propose to his girlfriend at that dinner party. By then, both sets of parents will be there. He believes that even if the parents don't intend to interfere, they won't be able to, in that situation, do anything inappropriate for their status. While Junjing was still happily content, thinking about his own happy future, Jingguang rushed in, sobbing that something had happened to Tang Zhou. Then Xuanguang said that Ling Chen Mo, at the foot of the mountain, had discovered Tang Zhou's burnt car. Inside the car was a pile of burning white bones. He said he couldn't contact you, so he called her instead. Looking at the scene photo, Ye Junjing naturally couldn't hide his horror. Meanwhile, Ling Chen Mo was in pain at the scene of the incident. He was crying while calling for help. In his mind, images of Tang Zhou from the evening kept appearing. Her brother had invited several friends for dinner, but when Chishu called, there was no answer, so he went to ask Ling Chen Mo. Ling Chen Mo couldn't reach her either. Finally, following the phone's GPS, he traced it here and arrived, only to find Tang Zhou's car and the pile of burning white bones. Ling Chen Mo, in pain, cried under a tree as he recalled the incident. At this moment, Junjing also led the Ye family brothers rushing over, asking him where Tang Zhou was. Behind them, they were stunned when they saw the police bringing out a body. Ling Chen Mo rushed forward excitedly. He couldn't believe that Tang Zhou, though not particularly talented, was known in the capital as a skilled driver. How could this have happened? How could a car explosion turn her into a pile of white bones? Junjing also couldn't believe it. He tried to stay calm and asked them to do a DNA test. Ling Chen Mo took out a cigarette. He wanted the smoke to ease his heartache, but images of Tang Zhou appeared, making him unable to smoke. The cigarette fell, dragging his mood down to the depths. The test results confirmed it was Tang Zhou. Junjing sat stunned at the basketball court. Jingguang had to come to comfort him. He tiredly rested his head on her lap, saying he missed little Tang Zhou, who loved playing basketball here the most. He wanted Jingguang to sit here with him for a while. Jingguang then asked him, what time did the car drive off the mountain and fall into the valley? Junjing replied, he only knew she left the club at 3:50 based on her driving speed. It probably happened around 4:20. It's still unclear if it was an accident or he hadn't finished speaking when the phone in his pocket rang. Zhao Yun reported that they had found the accident site. It was blocked off last night. Some drivers reported back seeing a no-entry sign there asking to use a detour, but there was no landslide, making the road impassable. It's preliminarily suspected as murder. Junjing excitedly told Zhao Yun to investigate. Immediately, Jingguang lowered her head sadly. She thought that even if they found out, Tang Zhou was already dead. She recalled happy memories with Tang Zhou, a determination rising in her heart. At this time, at the Ye family, all the brothers had gathered. Jingguang looked to the left where Junjing and Shiting were discussing the investigation. Looking to the right, the Ye brothers were in tears, heartbroken. Jingguang clenched her fist and went to call Kuai Yuda. She whispered to him that she might have a way to save Tang Zhou. The reason she whispered was because she knew there were spies here planted by someone. Any slight movement outside could be known. Junjing also knew this, so he ordered the group of forest servants to go outside. Seeing Ling Chen Mo approach Jingguang, he asked Junjing if he could stay. Ling Chenmo assured Ye Junjing that he was Tang Zhou's family, so he should stay. He also said if Tang Zhou could be saved, he would consider Jingguang as his life-saving benefactor, and this debt he would surely remember. Then, Ling Chenmo gave Jingguang a special ring. She was about to refuse, but Junjing took it and put it in Jingguang's hand, telling her to accept it. He said the Ling family had ways of using troops that scared people just hearing about them. This was like a tiger tally. With this, from now on, everyone would obey Jingguang's orders. Jingguang looked at the ring, then assured Ling Chenmo that if she couldn't save Tang Zhou, she would return it to him. Ling Chenmo anxiously asked if she could now reveal how to save little Zhou. Jingguang then asked if they had heard of the regret medicine. Junjing, in his heart, felt that he indeed hadn't guessed wrong. He knew too well that Jingguang would use this method. Jingguang said she had asked to buy the regret medicine from a friend today. Just drinking it could take one back to before Tang Zhou's accident to save her. Jingguang asked who wanted to drink it. Qishu still didn't believe it. He thought Jingguang was too heartbroken and was having hallucinations. The blue-haired guy then said he would drink it. Qishu said he was crazy, as regret medicine couldn't exist in this world. But he thought even if there was a 1 in a billion chance, he would do it. Jingguang took out the box, saying she wasn't deceiving them. Holding the medicine box, Jingguang instructed him to first drink it all, then close his eyes and focus on returning. The effect would last for 1 hour, but an hour before little Zhou died, he remembered he was on a plane. Jingguang then said he wasn't suitable to take the medicine. Even if he went back, he couldn't do anything. Junjing then said to give that pill to him, but before he could do anything, Ling Chenmo had already snatched and swallowed the pill. He asked Jingguang if he just needed to close his eyes and concentrate his mind. Was that right? Jingguang nodded and told him he only had 1 hour. With that strong belief, Ling Chenmo was able to return to the past. He hazily realized he was in Tang Zhou's office. Ling Chenmo immediately called him Brang to ask where Tang Zhou was. At that moment, she was driving to have a meal. Ling Chenmo sternly told her to turn back immediately to a crowded place. He would go pick her up. Tang Zhou was still arguing, saying why she should listen to Ling Chenmo, when suddenly a reckless car cut in front of her, causing her to involuntarily scream and brake hard. Ling Chenmo anxiously asked if she was okay, but there was no response. He then called Junjing, informing him that little Zhao had an accident on Road 406, telling him to bring doctors and an ambulance there immediately. He himself went to the rooftop to the emergency helicopter. Arriving there, Tang Zhou's car was now wrecked, and she was sitting there with a bloody head. That golden-haired monkey was very smug, mocking her. Tang Zhou immediately cursed him as a sneaky villain, despicable. He then asked Tang Zhou if he was a villain. Then what was she? Before, he always thought she was a man, but when she and Ling Chenmo got married, he realized she was actually a woman. Tang Zhou now shivered and asked him what he wanted to do. The golden-haired monkey lifted her chin and said his cousin had been away from home for so long, he wanted to see if she'd been eating well lately. Hearing this, Tang Zhou immediately headbutted him. The blonde guy slapped her hard in return. He said if he didn't beat her to death today, he wouldn't call himself Ling Weishan anymore. Just as the iron rod was about to strike down, he was suddenly shot in the hand, falling down in pain. It was Ling Chenmo who arrived just in time with a sniper rifle. Ling Weishan's henchmen, seeing he had a gun, fearfully told each other to run. But basically, they didn't deserve to be spared. One by one, they were shot until unable to move. After dealing with them, Ling Chenmo climbed down. He hugged Tang Zhou tightly. Ling Weishan then begged his cousin, saying he just wanted to tease Tang Zhou, that's all. These words were indeed only fit to be used as an excuse to the knee. Ling Chenmo gave him a look sharp as a razor blade. He said he also wanted to tease him. A while later, Junjing arrived with the medical team. Seeing people lying scattered on the ground, he asked who had done this. Ling Chenmo spoke up, admitting he had done it. Junjing hesitated briefly, then immediately ran to check on little Zhao. Ling Chenmo glumly replied she was severely injured externally. He felt he had arrived too late. After Tang Zhou was put on the stretcher, Ling Chenmo told Junjing that he owed his woman a life. Then both of them immediately boarded the helicopter to return. Tang Zhou had now regained consciousness in the hospital, grimacing in pain from the medicine being applied, her mouth continuously cursing the brat, Ling Weishan, for ruining her face. She even asked Jingge if her face was completely destroyed. The moment Tang Zhou took out her phone, Ling Chenmo tried to stop her but failed, causing Tang Zhou to see her face and immediately become agitated, crying hysterically, then fainting. The group worriedly called for a doctor. After the examination, the doctor chuckled, saying she had just fainted from the shock of her own ugliness. Ling Chen Mo looked at his watch. He knew the 1 hour time limit was almost up and wondered to himself, like this, had he considered saving little Zhao's life yet? Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Ling Chen Mo was brought back. Now everyone shared the same mood, astonished. To see Tang Zhou lying on the hospital bed, also considered unharmed. Jishu wiped her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, then burst into sobs, feeling sorry for her little sister. Fu Tuo also looked around, puzzled. Weren't they at home, preparing to set off? Why were they all at the hospital now? New memories of Tang Zhou's brother also appeared. Just as he got off the plane, he received a call from Jun Jing, reporting that Tang Zhou had an accident, but her life wasn't in danger. Jishu also had new memories. She called little Zhou, but Ling Chen Mo answered, saying little Zhou was in the hospital. She rushed there without even eating. She also asked where little Xinguang was. She wanted to kowtow to her grazed, to help her brother come back from the brink of death. Xinguang was standing outside when Junjing suddenly pinned her against the wall. He said she had saved so many people around him. Such deep feelings and heavy debts. How should he repay her? Xinguang smiled with squinted eyes, telling him to use his whole life to repay her, no rush and no interest needed. Junjing reached out to touch her lips, teasing that a lifetime was too long. He wanted to repay now. Xinguang shyly said that actually, Junjing had also saved her before, saved her father and Xiao Man, so they shouldn't talk about debts so clearly. He then roguishly demanded to repay each other a little now. The good moment was immediately ruined by Jishu, who snatched Xinguang away from Junjing's kiss, demanding to repay Xinguang himself. And the price to pay was eating the soul of the dark brother's shoe. Just take out your pig's trotter a bit, that's repayment enough. Jishu, unfazed, got up and pushed Xinguang away, asking Junjing if he really lacked that one kiss. Besides, little Xinguang doesn't belong to you alone, but to our whole family, right, brothers? Tangzhou's brother even knelt down, asking his sister-in-law to accept one kowtow from him, making Xinguang too embarrassed to accept. She said she only asked to buy one pill. In the future, if she has difficulties, he can help then. The brother immediately affirmed, from now on, with him here, no one would bully her. The other brothers also immediately raised their hands, saying, us too. Xinguang then looked over at Ling Chen Mo, asking him to give her back the jade ring for a moment. Ling Chen Mo handed it to her, saying that the mercenary leader, with the alias Fire Lazuli, asked for her phone number. He would give her the leader's number in exchange. After finishing, Xinguang said goodbye to everyone and left. Xiao Yun in the hallway at this time asked, how did this Fire Lazuli ring end up in her hands? Xinguang said it was because Ling Chen Mo gave it to her and asked if Fire Lazuli was very powerful. Xiao Yun then offered to help keep it safe, saying that even though she held it, to make the Fire Lazuli mercenaries truly submit, she would need an assistant. Xinguang gladly accepted the kind offer. Xiao Yun then explained he would call Fire Lazuli to the capital to hear Xinguang's arrangements. Xinguang left it to Xiao Yun's discretion, then turned to go back to sleep. Xiao Yun stood there, leaning against the wall, lighting a cigarette. On the screen, Fire Lazuli's number was already dialed. On the day of her father's kidney transplant, Xinguang, her mother, and Junjing were very worried, waiting outside. The door opened at this moment and Yi Du happily announced that the surgery was very successful. Mother and daughter immediately hugged each other, smiling happily. That evening, Xinguang organized a small party to thank the doctors and everyone else. Li Yu saw her drinking alcohol and teasingly told her to drink less, saying if she gets drunk and looks like a ghost, this big brother won't like it. Xinguang, already drunk, stumbled over to Li Yu, making Junjing furious. Li Yu then asked, you're drunk. Do you know whose lap you're lying on? Can you recognize who's who? Xinguang hazily opened her eyes, saying she wasn't drunk, then pointed towards Bai Jingyu, saying that's the person she keeps. Hearing these words, Bai Jingyu froze while Changdan Ran dared not look directly. Seeing the fish he raised had swum into another man's arms, Junjing's heart burned with anger. He immediately texted to ask for advice from relatives. Our girl got drunk and didn't cuddle up to me, but cuddled up to someone else. What should I do? All the brothers advised Junjing to pamper her more, so next time she'll cuddle up to him. Only Tang Zhou told him to seriously discipline her. Junjing couldn't understand his brothers. He felt Xiao Zhou's words sounded the most reasonable. Of course, it's because the older brothers, remember, had promised to protect Xinguang. As the party ended, Junjing saw off Dr. Bai, then turned back to look. Xinguang was still clinging tightly to that Li guy. Li Yu then asked Xinguang if she still remembered who Junjing was. Xinguang came closer closer, then burst out laughing, saying he's a handsome guy, and told Liu to quickly hold Junjing back. Junjing then conveniently asked her if she wanted to share a blanket with the handsome guy tonight. Xingguang shyly replied that she wasn't that forward, but seeing Junjing about to leave, Xingguang lost all shame and begged the handsome guy to stop, saying his brow looked dark, and asked him to take off all his clothes so she could exorcise evil spirits. Finally, obediently in the car, Junjing looked at her and wondered how many harems she had opened behind his back. As their car was heading home, Xiaoyun discovered someone had scattered nails on the road. There was no signal in the tunnel, so he reminded the whole team to stay alert. Xiaoyun thought this was because the opponents had prepared in advance. Junjing was angry and wanted Blubber to see who dared to cause trouble for him. He immediately put a bulletproof vest on Xingguang. At this moment, the car braked suddenly. Junjing had to hold tight to Xingguang in his arms, loudly reminding Xiaoyun to be careful. Xiaoyun looked at the convoy in front. The team had informed him that the Black Dragon was in the Vietsa car. They had encountered an assassin organization, specialized in taking money and doing jobs. Xiaoyun stepped out of the car, disregarding the danger. He took out a cigarette, greeted them, saying it had been a long time since they met. Why not come out and chat a bit? In the car, there was also a female boss. She saw the domineering attitude of team leader Xiaoyun and found it very appealing. Beside her was a man with a scarred face. He introduced to her that Xiaoyun was the first bodyguard beside Junjing, and added, if she liked, he'd give her 3 minutes to capture him. After 3 minutes, they'd eliminate everyone. She licked her lips, saying confidently that she didn't need 3 minutes. In just 1 minute, she could make him voluntarily kneel down and lick. Then she immediately drew her gun and threatened, giving Xiaoyun 1 minute to think whether to follow her or die. Xiaoyun indifferently said he accepted. In this world, there's only one woman who could make him willingly submit. That was Huo Liuli. But the fierce, scarred man had drawn his gun. He didn't want to keep someone who wouldn't obey. The bullet flew towards Xiaoyun. He calmly tilted his face to dodge. After the bullet grazed his face, immediately a shot was fired in return from behind. Scarface panicked but managed to dodge in time. The Black Dragon group immediately pointed their guns behind, asking who had fired. Xiaoyun's subordinates didn't know either, so they turned to ask their team leader if reinforcements had arrived. Xiaoyun just smiled at this moment, turned back and said thanks for saving the hero he could only repay with his body. A beautiful girl stepped forward and snatched the cigarette from his lips. Xiaoyun brazenly pressed it against her chest. Repay with your body. I'm afraid you're not up to standard yet. The appearance of Huo Liu Li stunned the Black Dragon group. Huo Liu Li snapped her fingers, and a team of tax collectors appeared. She gave the opposing group 1 minute to leave. Otherwise, she was ready to send them to meet their ancestors. Scarface shouted, saying he didn't expect her to treat him like this. For this little white lotus. Huo Liu Li then said Xiaoyun wasn't qualified to instruct her. She looked at the car, saying her new master was inside. If that person was killed by him, how could she continue to operate in this world? Scarface then thought her new master was Ye Junjing, but Huo Liu Li just smirked and said, what's Ye Junjing worth to be her master? At this moment, seeing a slightly drunk girl hugging and kissing Junjing's cheek, Huo Liu Li was surprised. She asked Xiaoyun if that was Xingguang, then laughed, saying it was interesting. The Black Dragon group knew well Huo Liu Li's weapons were much stronger than theirs. As long as Huo Liu Li's new master wasn't Junjing, this job still had a chance. Then they said they'd spare them out of respect for Huo Liu Li, and as soon as they finished speaking, they all ran away. Xiaoyun then told the Jing family that the matter had been handled. He introduced that person as Huo Liu Li, the leader of Ling Chenmo's army, now could be called Miss Ye's army. Then Huo Liu Li looked inside and saw her new master coquettishly asking to play games and kiss with Junjing. She could only laugh awkwardly. At this moment, nearby, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Xiaoyun then asked Huo Liu Li if she had sent someone to chase and kill the Black Dragon group, but Huo Liu Li knew nothing about it at all. The tunnel was now burning fiercely. The exit was also blocked. This was actually not done by the Black Dragon group, because they themselves had now returned in great distress. Team leader Xiaoyun ordered his subordinates to change the tires for Yan Jing's car, so the Jing family's car could rush out first. They turned around to go out the opposite way, but there was gasoline on this side too. From outside came an announcement saying, if anyone could bring out Ye Junjing's head today, they would spare that person's life. Otherwise, everyone would have to experience the feeling of being burned by gasoline. Xiaoyun was extremely tense. He shouted out, saying he would take the dog's life first. but the man replied, "If so, then everyone would die." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous fierce dogs were released, rushing towards them. Huo Liuli had already ordered her subordinates not to fire their guns, as it could easily cause a fire and explosion, making it difficult to escape then. Xiao Yun then said everyone should use cold weapons and be very careful. In their hands, everyone was holding a knife, extremely alert to the vicious beasts. Xiao Yun called for the driver to quickly drive and take Mr. Jing out, but he said Ye Junjing wouldn't allow it. Xiao Yun, tense, said he should listen to Mr. Jing when he should, and when he shouldn't, don't be stupid together. At this moment, a large dog lunged towards Huo Liuli. Xiao Yun immediately pushed Huo Liuli away, and as a result, he was injured by it. Huo Liuli knew the situation was difficult to handle. Scarface then said to Xiao Yun that he had told him not to be a bodyguard for rich people, making him risk his life and questioning his abilities just now. He should have taken Ye Junjing's head for the reward already. Team leader Xiao Yun then turned towards the car, telling Mr. Jing that he couldn't protect him well, asking him to let Miss Ye leave and let the driver drive. Ye Junjing instead stepped out of the car, telling Xiao Yun if he couldn't handle it, then go rest and take good care of his woman. He stepped forward, facing the wolves directly. The giant creatures were tilting their heads back, letting out long, terrifying howls. Seeing Mr. Junjing, they ignored the other targets and directly surrounded him. His eyes turned red at this moment. He smiled and said he didn't expect that after so many years, he still had the honor to fight a battle with these wolves. The wolves now became even more enraged. They let out mournful howls, then simultaneously jumped towards him. All his subordinates were tense, reminding him to be careful. Under the protagonist's aura, this punch smashed one wolf's mouth. His foot kicked another one away. Everyone was amazed by this strength, but a slip-up was unavoidable. Junjing was bitten on the shoulder by one. His subordinates watched in horror. At this moment, the car door was kicked open. Jingguang emerged, furious, because she hadn't gotten to taste her fresh meat, yet those wolves dared to bite him. Junjing forced a smile. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Huo Liuli thought her new master was drunk and didn't care about his life. The bodyguards immediately tried to stop Jingguang, to prevent her from acting recklessly, but it was completely useless. They couldn't stop her. Jingguang, with the strength that had defeated all contenders for the throne and tamed ocean sharks, swept away an armed pirate gang and caused chaos in the Xia family twice. Of course, these wolves were nothing in comparison. She immediately broke the jaw of the wolf that had just bitten Junjing. Scarface's jaw dropped. His mind seemed to open up. He wondered if this Ye Junjing could fight wolves barehanded. Even the coquettish woman beside him was this formidable. Why did he even hire bodyguards? Who could harm him? After Jingguang dealt with it, she rushed over, smiling coyly, asking after Junjing, even demanding to feel if he was injured anywhere else. He only felt a chill at this moment, but the wolves behind were growling. Seeing they didn't attack, Xiao Yun wondered, could it be they were all afraid? Jingguang only saw the wolves turn tail and leave afterwards. Junjing looked puzzled, just leaving like that. He opened the car door, then smiled and said to Scarface, "I heard you wanted to kill me." Jingguang heard that someone also wanted to fight her for the meat, so she poked her head out, ready to fight. Scarface, of course, timidly said he wouldn't dare admit to being so blind. Just like that, they had survived the danger and continued on their way back. On the way back, Xiao Yun was still pondering, because clearly they could have set fire and finished everything at once, but only sent a pack of wolves to fight, and there were no ambush troops, which seemed very illogical. He again suspected whether they were being cautious of Ye Jingguang and didn't want to harm her. The next morning at the vacation villa, Jingguang had woken up, her mind in a mess, perhaps not remembering what had happened last night. Her mother at this time brought her daughter some hangover tea. Her father also told his daughter not to drink anymore in the future, because last night Junjing was injured, and she didn't let the nurse bandage the boy. Her father said his daughter was truly causing trouble. Only Junjing, who doted on her, would allow her to act so wildly. Jingguang, upon hearing Junjing was injured, anxiously asked for the reason. Her mother was equally surprised, saying that last night she and Xiao Ye encountered assassins, asked if she didn't remember Xiao Ye's back being bitten, then said it was a big wolf bite, and at the hospital he started having a high fever. Jingguang, without a word, immediately ran to the hospital. In front of Ye Junjing's room, a team of bodyguards immediately bowed and called her Big Sister. They told each other this was the Big Sister who beat up the big wolf, the one who beat it up was Big Sister. Even the Jing family was eaten by her. She was extremely embarrassed at this moment, telling herself she wasn't that kind of person, then entered from Captain Xiao Yun's side. She learned that Jun Jing was still running a high fever. He also mentioned the events of yesterday, saying so many big wolves left no traces, and the CCTV along the way didn't capture anything either. Jingguang looked at the calendar. It was the 16th today. Yesterday was a full moon night. She thought to herself, big wolves leaving no trace. Could it be the werewolves she knew about? If that was really the case, then Ye Junjing wasn't just having a simple fever, but was poisoned by a wolf, and normal treatment basically wouldn't cure it. Then she didn't go in to visit Junjing, but immediately ran off, saying she had an urgent matter to attend to. Inside, on the hospital bed, Junjing was still breathing heavily. Xiao Yun told him that Miss Ye had just come, but she said she remembered an urgent matter and left first. Then he received a message that Liu was planning to leave the capital, had just bought a plane ticket. He immediately sat up and ordered someone to follow. His body basically couldn't resist. Seconds later, he was dizzy and fell completely unconscious. Memories returned to his mind. He remembered before he had told Jingguang that the wolf attack was Liyu's doing, asked her why she didn't believe it. But Jingguang thought he was paranoid, victimized for no reason. Why would Liu try to assassinate him? Even if he provided evidence to her, Jingguang wouldn't look at it, saying she only believed Liu had these things. She thought it was just what Junjing wanted her to see. A few seconds later, he regained consciousness and sat up, extremely tired. Beside him was his injured younger brother, who came to visit his older brother, asking if he was okay. How could he still curse people while fainting from fever? Junjing, seeing this, sent Chengzhou away, asking why he wasn't in bed recovering and what he was doing here. Chengzhou said he saw his brother's phone ring several times, worried something urgent happened, so he came over. As he heard this, someone reported Jingguang and Liu were together in City T. He asked why, and the subordinate said it might be because Liu left without saying goodbye. So Jingguang changed her destination from Chengdu to there. He immediately scolded them, saying not to talk nonsense without evidence. But the subordinates insisted it was true. They said they saw Liu being chased by Jingguang the whole way, finally taking a speedboat out to sea. They planned to assassinate Liu at sea, but because Jingguang was also on board, they didn't take action. Junjing heard this and got a headache, telling them to shut up immediately. He ordered them to temporarily abort the operation, adding that if anyone dared to touch a hair on Jingguang, they'd pay with their life. Seeing his brother gritting his teeth and gripping the phone tightly, Chengzhou worriedly used his hand to check the temperature on his forehead, asking if the fever was making him very uncomfortable. After a day of IV fluids, his head was still so hot. Junjing then ordered someone to prepare immediately. The deputy appeared at once, saying preparations were ready, but he was still running a high fever. Junjing just put on his clothes and got out of the hospital bed, saying that fever wouldn't kill him. At this moment, Jingguang was at her house on the island. She rummaged through the cabinet and finally found what she was looking for, then immediately ran outside. Mrs. Shen, the neighbor, saw her leave right after returning and asked about it. Then she relayed a message from old Mr. Gu, saying he wanted to ask for her forgiveness, hoping she'd give a chance to be old friends again. Mrs. Shen felt embarrassed, but refused, saying she didn't know him and didn't want any friends. Jingguang was driving back. When she saw Liu huddled on the road, she stopped and asked him why he was there. Jingguang said she was just back to get some things, and asked if he'd been kicked out by his father again. Don't say you're going to sleep here, okay? Seeing Liu's pitiful look, she told him to stay at her house until Uncle Li's anger subsides, then go back. Liu took her house key, then offered to see her off to the sea. Seeing a lightning bolt in the sky and cold air rushing in, Jingguang worried it might rain. At this moment, Mrs. Shen also came running with an umbrella, telling her to return quickly. Because there's a storm tonight, don't go to the sea. It's dangerous. Seeing the drizzle, she worried about Junjing at home with a high fever waiting for her. Mrs. Shen then pulled her in, fearing she'd go to the sea. At this time, if her mother knew, she'd scold her. At this moment on the plane, the deputy pointed at the map and asked Junjing if he knew which island Jingguang's house was on. Because the map didn't have a specific location, if they went the wrong way in this weather, what could they do? Junjing just glared at the deputy. How could he not remember? He had engraved it deep in his mind. This time he absolutely couldn't let that happen. He believed she loved him. Standing in front of Jingguang's house, by that light, he knew it was her room. Jingguang still couldn't sleep because of the thunder. She felt extremely nostalgic for Junjing shivering on the bed. Then she heard a knock on the door. Jingguang immediately ran out to ask who it was. Junjing appeared. appeared. With a soaking wet body and furrowed brows, "Your man." He stormed into the house, fuming with anger. Walking past her room, he thought to himself, what if that doctor was in there? Indeed, it wasn't him. He was disappointed when Li Yu came out, looking like he'd been woken from sleep by the sound of the door being knocked. Junjing immediately, without hesitation, gave him a punch to wake him up. Li Yu, irritated, held his face and asked Junjing what he was going crazy about in the middle of the night. Junjing at this point just wanted to strangle him, saying he dared to sleep with his woman. Did he think he wouldn't do anything to him? Jingguang saw her husband's violent behavior and shouted, "Stop!" then rushed to intervene. Junjing, both angry and hurt, turned and asked her if she still wanted to protect him. Li Yu now understood that Junjing had misunderstood, thinking Jingguang slept with him, so he came here from the capital to confront them. Jingguang raised her hand to feel his forehead, worried, asking if he had a high fever. Li Yu immediately retorted, saying Junjing wasn't delirious from fever, but had violent tendencies. Now Li Yu had been punched and his nose was bleeding. He was feeling dizzy. Jingguang then told him to look carefully at the room he slept in. It was the guest room, not her room. Then she pushed Junjing over there to sit and sober up, or he'd become a fool from the fever. Junjing sat on the chair without saying anything, his eyes still full of hostility, when he saw Jingguang bring tissues for Li Yu to wipe his blood. At this moment, the old man and his deputy also entered noisily. The old man even asked Jingguang if she had hot water. Jingguang greeted them, then busily went to pour hot water for the old man, and to find her father's clothes for the deputy to wear temporarily. Then she scolded Junjing not to pretend to have a high fever, while still suspecting others. Junjing then quietly followed her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Jingguang, still angry, asked why he was hugging her. Wasn't he suspecting her of being improper? Hearing him say that as soon as Li Yu left, she chased after him, Jingguang said she hurriedly hired a car to rush home, because of him. She said his high fever was due to poison from a giant wolf bite. She knew how to cure it, but there was one ingredient not available in the capital, so she came home to get it. Now he realized she came back for him, not for Li Yu. Jingguang really felt furry. She didn't know what was in this man's brain anymore. Seeing her still caring, throwing clothes to him, Junjing happily hugged her tightly. She was pushing him away, fearing catching his fever. When he sneezed, she pushed even more forcefully, saying she would go make medicine for him, because his temperament was already not good. If he got a high fever, what if his brain was damaged? At this moment, the deputy's sneeze was heard from outside, asking to borrow a set of clothes. Jingguang told Junjing to rest for a while, so she could find clothes for the deputy. Otherwise, they'd all get sick, and it would be miserable. In Junjing's eyes, the deputy felt a chill and thought deeply. With such an intense gaze, he must have done something wrong again. Then the deputy, using the excuse of not having mopped the wet floor, grabbed the clothes and ran off like a boiling pot. The deputy then sneaked down to the kitchen to check, even asking if she was making medicine or adding fuel to the fire, because this was already too nourishing. He blushed and advised Jingguang to restrain herself a bit, as this wasn't the time for kidney tonics and aphrodisiacs. Jingguang was irritated, only able to blame these men for having their minds full of nonsense. At this moment, she received a call from Yan'an. Yan'an reported that, it seemed, the elders had become suspicious of Jingguang's identity, so she warned her to be careful. This was because Jingguang kept pressuring Yan'an to sign a contract to split profits with Ye Shi, so the elders felt Yan'an had encountered a scam. And those three's nature was that if things didn't go smoothly, they would kill, so they had sent wolf warriors to kill Junjing. Those wolves seemed to have recognized Jingguang, but they weren't certain, only suspicious. This was indeed what Jingguang had been worried about. No wonder Junjing was chased by wolves. Yan'an then asked if Jingguang would blame her for redrawing Jing's face and giving it to the elders, and also asked how the two of them were doing. Jingguang angrily said he had been poisoned, so she was making medicine now, asking if this wasn't serious enough. Jingguang then asked Yan'an to report all the inside information of the kingdom to her, then hung up the phone. She brought the medicine in to coax the man with high fever, lying on the bed to drink it quickly. Whenever Junjing was sick, he always whined to be spoon-fed. Jingguang had to indulge him. While feeding him, she scolded him, asking wasn't he acting all tough just now. Before she could finish her sentence, he used the excuse of bitter medicine to kiss her, immediately pinning her down. The eavesdropping servants outside were excited. Jingguang brought in a bowl of tonic for Master Jing, wondering if he could handle it. Although there was an antidote in it, she had also added a special ingredient. The person who wanted to taste Riesling, the sweetness in her mouth, had only tasted half before falling asleep. Jingguang immediately pushed away the clingy guy and climbed into bed to sleep. The next morning, old teacher Gu woke up early to exercise, coincidentally meeting the woman of his dreams watering flowers. He excitedly jumped over the wall, causing her to run away in panic. He kept knocking on the door outside, apologizing for his past mistakes. In return, Madame Shenyu only told him to get lost. The old teacher cried out, begging her to explain. This noisy commotion woke up Jingguang. Li Yu, preparing breakfast for everyone, said, "The old man must be seeking joy in his twilight years." Jingguang saw that the bruise on Li Yu's face had worsened, so she told him to go get it checked quickly. Before he could reply, that clingy guy had already appeared, hugging Jingguang. Breakfast became even more unsettling when the old teacher sat at the table dejected, crying while picking out rice grains to divine, she loves me not." Li Yu felt that being beaten was still light, so he asked Jingguang if it was so easy to forgive someone who didn't trust her. He sighed, pitying the naive Jingguang for always indulging Junjing, saying it would only get worse later. Junjing said he was sowing discord, but Li Yu said he was just being straightforward and asked how he wanted to compensate. Junjing knew he was provoking him, so he told himself to stay calm, but his deputy wasn't like that. He scolded Li Yu for releasing wolves to assassinate Junjing before, and now demanding compensation. Li Yu put down his chopsticks, telling him to quickly produce evidence. He wanted the deputy to explain clearly, otherwise. Jingguang defended Li Yu, telling the deputy not to talk nonsense, but the deputy still insisted it was Li Yu who released wolves to intercept it and kill Junjing. But when Li Yu extended his hand demanding evidence, the deputy could only argue without substance. Seeing this, Li Yu sarcastically asked Jingguang if this was the man she wanted to entrust her whole life to. After all the insults towards Master Jing, the deputy was about to get aggressive, but Master Junjing ordered him to back off. He told Li Yu that the deputy had misheard. He himself didn't say that, and asked if $30,000 compensation was enough. If not, then $100,000. Li Yu smiled and leaned on Jingguang's shoulder, saying that out of respect for her, he'd give a 10% discount, so $90,000. Just enter the phone number, and he could transfer it to him.